Welcome one and all here to the North American DPC. Division 1 action is really getting to its zenith point on the second last day, and we're going to be seeing exactly how things shake out today. My name is Snare. I've been your host for the last few weeks, and unfortunately, only for the next 2 days, but we're still going to have a banger of a time over that time period. And of course, I'm not alone. Yet again, I'm joined by my incredible panel, T-Panda and Fear, Drip Panda, and fearful of that drip. My God. Y'all look amazing. Gentlemen, we have to look good because today is going to be an incredible day of Dota. It's been an incredible couple of weeks. No surprises just yet, but sometimes consistency is nice, isn't it, Panda?
In a way, yes. North America kind of had that hope open that we might have a bit of a flex here and there. Results might vary a lot, but it's actually been pretty expected in terms of results, so up till this point. But do we finally get the upset day? Is it time? Is it time? Yeah, we keep saying it.
One of the few upsets that we kind of have had is that over the last 3 years, we've sort of had a 3-horse race, right? Either between TSM, the side of EG, now Shopify Rebellion, and a Quincy crew with Nouns sort of being on the outside. This year, Nouns hasn't necessarily lived up to the billing, so we've become a 2-horse race. And what's intriguing about this is that now, for the first time since the second tour of the DPC at the very beginning, all those years ago, we're going to have one team Fear being 7-0, completely rinsing the region no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, with losing that one extra team, I think we've lost a lot of competition, and I think no other teams like filled the shoes of the old Quincy crew for this region, right? So it's like become very top-heavy, even more top-heavy than it used to be. We do have those 3 teams. You know, Nouns has always been there, or they haven't been there. Unfortunately, this tour, number 1, they just weren't here this time to show up in that top 3. But I think with the Quincy crew being missing here, we're going to have more stacked games, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, that is the case. And speaking of Nouns, if you weren't available in the last couple of days to witness the kind of Dota that we've had to bring to you, let's take a quick look at what things have shaken up as yesterday, because we did have Nouns in action versus the side of 5 at 4 staff. What an intriguing series this was. This really went the distance. This game won. Tusk.
And coming into this series, we had a very flamboyant Nouns, like, we'll see you at the winner interview. We did not, at least in terms of game 1, where they basically started off their game with an alright beginning. Game 1 was probably an even stronger showing from Nouns than in game 2, but in the end, Rebellion just showing dominance, showing why they're the #1 team in the region and potentially one of the top teams in the world as well, because what they've done so far has been pristine and clean, and it's been more perfected than the other teams so far.
Really has been very good, but the thing for me, honestly, the one thing I want to talk about when it comes to Nouns is Gunner. My gosh, the performances we've seen from this guy throughout the entire tour, I've been very, very impressed. Besides Abed, Fear, has there been a better mid laner than Gunner in this tour right now?
In this tour specifically, let's see, Bryle, Abed, probably Bryle might be a little bit better right now, but they're pretty close, and they've always been pretty close. It's always been like 4 people in NA that you really look up to be like, wow, these guys are the premier mid laners of NA. It's always been Abed, Quinn, who's not with us anymore. He's now playing in Western Europe, right? Then you have your Bryle, and then Gunner, right? Yep. So between those guys, like, they're always like the stars of the show, and I think to be in a top team, you got to have one of those mid laners right now, or we need to see another mid laner, maybe a Kits or something, step it up a bit more to bring his team to the plate.
I mean, speaking of Kits, Panda, one of the things I'm looking at this recap now, this series between 5 at 4 staff and Nouns, I was looking at the replay and looking at the chat, and former TI winner, Fear's former teammate, PPD, was in the chat, right? And he dropped the bar, right? He was like, he believes that 5 at 4 staff will qualify for a major this year. So given what we've seen and given the rapid improvement we've seen from 5 at 4 star from day 1 to the end of their run yesterday, do you believe him? Do you feel like there's a possibility that they might improve that much to catch up to the TSMs and the Rebellions?
Well, I mean, no pun intended, but you always got to take PPD's words with a hint of salt, you know? I don't think it's too much of a far shot, though. I think 5rat definitely feel like a contender team, but they still got to overcome the Nouns. They got to overcome the TSMs, basically, to reach that point. I feel like they're maybe being gate-kept up till this point, that this is their season to show. Are they really made out of that top 3, potentially top 2 material? This tour, they've locked in 5th place, so they still got a while to go, but there's potential. There's potential.
There really is potential. I really love what I've seen from them. And speaking of the teams above them, Wildcard Gaming versus Alpha was also in action yesterday, and Alpha, we already know what it is. Relegation is pretty much secured for them. The only question is, are they going to be lost or they're going to be 7th, right? Contingent on the results coming in from Bates today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the side of Wildcard Gaming has been very intriguing watching them, because when we come into the season, all of us had rated them slightly lower than Nouns, right? I don't think anybody actually placed them at 3rd place over and above Nouns. But from what we've seen from them, right now they're currently tied with the side of Nouns. And from what we heard from Babatich yesterday, he genuinely believes that they have what it takes to beat Nouns. Fear, what do you make of this, the progression of Wildcard Gaming over the course of this tour, and just like what this roster might look like going into the future?
I mean, I'll have to say, Wildcard stonks are going up. Like, from the beginning of the tour, they look shaky. Babatich in the mid lane, he was like hitting record lows for like every metric possible from his mid lane performances, but over his last 2 series, he's been looking really good. He's been stepping up to the plate. Same with Sunlight. Sunlight also is like, wow, they're mid lane and off lane. They're just losing their lane really bad every game. Meanwhile, Arc was doing his best to his 1v9 impersonation, and he was succeeding for the most part, right? So if his other 2 cores stepped up, which they have now, they're a much scarier team. And then on the side of Nouns, I think their stocks are going down a little bit. So this match coming up is going to be super interesting. One team on the rise, one kind of declining a little bit. Maybe they'll meet somewhere in the middle and we'll get like a really good series.
Yeah, I mean, what I really like about like mentioning Babatich is his path, his growth, and how fast that has happened. Where do we stop? Are we going to see Babatich topping like top 50 MMR? Is it going to be like a top 20 player in the region and then competitively also popping off? Because I feel like maybe, as he said in the interview, the Sammy Boy's been teaching him a lot and giving him ideas and guiding him through the game. He's going to learn the gamer sense of a core player, because Sammy Boy is still a pause 1 player. He knows like where the farming patterns are supposed to go. So I'm excited to see where this team goes.
And looking at the leaderboard right now, obviously things are pretty much as expected, but what's very intriguing is what these matchups bring to us today, because we have a lot of definition. That's pretty much the name of the game today, right? Defining exactly what this leaderboard is going to look like. Talk to me, T-Panda, about the permutations that could still happen as a result of the games upcoming today.
So we have 3 different scenarios, and actually all of our series today are going to be opening up the situation, and tomorrow we might have an extra, basically. Starting off from the top, Rebellion and TSM, they're basically fighting off for more DPC points and potentially a seed for the major. Then at the middle, well, at the top heavy middle, we look at Nouns and Wildcard going up against each other's. One of these teams is going to be taking 3rd place and double their DPC saldo, basically, and the other team's going to end up 4th. 5rat, they've secured 5th place. Nobody can take it away from them. They won't be moving higher anyway or in any scenario. But the bottom 3, this is where we have a lot of variables. Since we have a Theoth Bait series today, it all ends if Theoth wins. They go 2-5. That means Bait and Alpha, 1 game remaining, they are relegated. There's a chance, though. If Bait happens to take this victory, we then have to look at the Bait Alpha series. If Bait wins that one, Theoth drops down in relegation. Alpha stays at 0. Bait goes through with 2-5. But if Alpha wins Bait, we have a 3-way tiebreak.
A 3-way tiebreak at the very bottom, and those are the most stressful games. It's one thing to have a 3-way tiebreaker when you're trying to qualify for a major. In some sense, that's a little bit less stressful than, oh my gosh, we're out of the region entirely, because then it's 2 whole tours before you have another opportunity to even compete for one of those major slots here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be very stressful for those teams, and they've all looked a little shaky until there. And I think when you're put in a situation where you're not the most, like, consistent team, and then you're in a high-pressure situation, we're going to see some very interesting games, to say the least. It's going to be full of passion and a lot of, like, fighting for their lives.
Fighting for their lives, indeed, is what we've seen Bait do pretty much every game up until this point. But to give you an idea of exactly what we're talking about here, because we've mentioned the permutations of what the leaderboard could look like, let's take a quick look at what the games upcoming are actually going to be, because today genuinely is a cracker. I know many of us have been waiting for this day in particular. The 2 best teams in the region facing off against each other, the 2 upper mid-card teams against each other, and then the 2 teams at the bottom. I kind of like how they structured this, actually, because, you know, we could have had this on like day 3 or day 6 or whatever. But
all according to calculations.
You know, all according to Keikaku, we got all the way to the end. Theoth Bait, obviously, like you mentioned, Panda, relegation scrap, wildcard Nouns in the middle pack here. This first series, though, gentlemen, I'll be honest. I don't actually believe that anybody in the region can stop Rebellion the way that they're looking right now. Honestly, I believe if they were in Europe even, they'd be one of the better teams in the European region. I definitely think they're like better than a Secret, Enigma, and ITB, probably even a Game and Gladiator. They might even like snatch a major slot if they were in Europe. Do y'all agree, having seen some of these games? Fear, you were on the panel. You got to see GG directly in action. What would you make of Rebellion if they were in that region?
I mean, they surely wouldn't go 7-0. That's all I know. Like in the region, like
Yeah.
I think they have chances because like they've always looked good, and when their ideas stick, they go like really far in tournaments, right? But also on the flip side, they have very strong ideas. If they're not strong enough, they sometimes struggle as well. But right now, it seems like their ideas are pretty good. If they were in Western Europe, I'd put them mid-high tier of the pack, but probably not like the strongest team right now. But they look really good regardless.
And what about the side of TSM, Panda? If they were playing in a different region, everybody has pretty much mentioned that right now the region is very top-heavy, and it's especially top-heavy for the teams that are looking very good. Where would you place them in an international setting for the side of TSM?
In an international setting, so are we considering a major?
I mean, they have the major
standings?
invites, right? Yeah.
I still think TSM has a lot of room to grow. So potentially every piece of experience that they can pick up from the upcoming major, I would still rank them somewhere around the middle, maybe even at the bottom half, potentially. Because I was looking at the Rebellion and TSM numbers, just comparing them together. Rebellion has a 70% chance to win this one. So it's not a 60-40, it's not a 55-45, it's a 70-30. So looking just at that, if Fear ranks Rebellion pretty high, but not at the top, TSM is not going to be at the middle. They're going to be below the middle, or maybe even just fighting to stay in the major for the main event.
One of the things I actually find very interesting about this particular series, or especially for the side of TSM, is that TSM has felt to me like a very high variance team. When they look good, they look really, really good. But there have been some shaky performances, especially the game that they had against Nouns. But I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that it's a fairly new team, and especially from the off-lane position. That lane between Kasane and Ari, that's where most of their victories have come from. But that's also true for the side of Rebellion, because the lane with Lights as well as Crit, that's also been the winning formula. Pretty much that's the definition of the meta right now, right? In this region in particular, the off-laners. That's where most of the victories come from. All the teams that have looked very good, except for Wildcard, I feel like everything that's looked amazing has looked good because of their off-laners. And these two, they pretty much have the exact same hero pool. I mean, Saberlight has a bit more of an expansive hero pool, but Kasane has been trying his best to catch up. So what do we think we're going to be seeing today, Fia, when it comes to the comparison between these two in the game?
I think Kasane is they're going to go against Shopify Rebellion here, and he's going to stick to his comfort. I think he experimented a bit. They picked him some Centaurs and some Primal Beast, and like some different heroes. I think it's game time. They got to really show up here. And I think for TSM going into the major, like they may be favorites here in the NA region, but at the major, they're going to be the underdogs for sure, right? So I think he's really going to stick to his guns here and pull out his Lycans, his Beastmaster, like all these Zoo heroes that all the other pros kind of take notes from and learn from as well. And if he sticks to that, I think TSM have a better chance for sure.
Given the fact that the Zoo meta, especially for Kasane, is the most powerful aspect of TSM at the moment, do you think that Rebellion might have figured them out here, Panda? Because we know that Rebellion is one of those teams that they lab a lot, they think a lot about how to defeat their opponents. Will they have come up with an interesting plan, a way to deal with Kasane in this situation?
Well, I think the difference here is when you're looking at the core players of RTZ and Tomato, basically what their hero pool looks like compared to the offlaners of Saberlight and Kasane. Kasane prefers these Zoo kind of heroes. He's got a couple added into the mix, like we already discussed with the Centaurs, the Primal Beast, the Marcies, and Saberlight plays a lot of outside of micro heroes, basically. So I felt like Tomato's hero pool versus Saberlights and Kasane's versus Arteezy's, it might be pretty even. So I think the pause 4s are going to make the big difference here with Crit. We've seen his Rubik already going on a 47k record. His Hoodwink is out of this world. And then Ari, he prefers the Rikis, the Snapfires, the Maranas, the Pugnas. So there's a lot of variants that they can still apply on the side of TSM, where Crit will just go with the basics and just adjust with what Saberlight is going to bring out with his really big hero pool.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Crit doesn't play Rubik today, right?
Maybe not, but the one last point I wanted to make about Kasane was versus Saberlight is that Kasane has yet to fully prove himself, right? I think his Zoo for the most part it looked good, and sure he hasn't played versus a good team yet. He needs to do that to begin with, but he's already past the preliminary, I guess, being some of the lower tier NA teams with the Primal Beast Centaur style. Whereas you have Saberlight, he's already played multiple lands. He's already proved that he can play these. So this is more of a proving ground for Kasane more than anything.
Yeah.
So Kasane really has to step up. And looking at the stats here between these two rosters, we can see that TSM also has to step up their performances a little bit. It might look somewhat close, but honestly, I think one of the big variances here is that TSM, their stats are lower in general than the side of Shopify Rebellion, but Rebellion also has far faster games. They play faster, and they've padded the stats much more. They die less often, they have more assists, they're more active on the map, they kill much more often, they do more building damage. They pretty much do everything at a higher level than the side of TSM. So today, it's one of these things where it's well, prove yourself. But at the same time, we also have to consider that Rebellion, the gap between them and the rest of the other teams inside of NA is fairly large. And the one time we did see them challenged, that game did not look good for them, right? And we have seen only TSM being challenged once up against the side of Nouns. Obviously, it's the one map that they did end up losing. And in the second game, it was shaky for quite a while. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Rebellion will look as rattled as they did in that first game against Bait.
Potentially, yeah. And also kind of what I'm curious about is that aggression coming into like item timings. I picked up some general stats about the three stat items, the Wraith Band, the Null Talisman, and the Bracer. Are we going to be seeing more of those? Or are we going to see less of those and just focus on those bigger mid-game item timings? Because Null Talisman's been picked up in 3.14% of games, Bracer 4%, Wraith Band 14%, 76 pickups. So it's almost in the top 10 of items that have been picked up in the early game. So are we going to see more armor-based heroes, heroes that need armor going for the Wraith Bands, or are we just going to be skipping these early stat items completely and just focusing on getting our big Blake Dagger timings, our BKB timers, some heroes wanting that shard, the Force Staffs, are those that they prioritize more than the stat items?
I want to see Force Staffs this game. That's one thing that...
Every game, right?
Every single... Please, if you're playing Dota right now, buy Force Staff. 4 players, please buy Force Staff. And I think, honestly, that's one of the... When I was looking at some of these item timings as well, right? I think the big difference that I saw between TSM, Rebellion, and the rest of the squad, there's not a single game where there's not multiple 4-stars in the teams for both of these rosters. They understand that movement manipulation. We saw this at TI, I fear, that movement manipulation and damage mitigation, it was the name of the game, was the name of the meta at that point in time. Obviously, Wraith Pact isn't as strong anymore, but Guardian Grief still pretty strong. Shout out Speed. He understands how broken this can be. So do you feel like this is still the way to go if you try to win games right now?
I mean, I think if you're a well-polished team and you believe in your teammates, you go for the build that is like for the team, right? Unless you're the carry player. We saw Crit, he played Hoodwink. A lot of Hoodwinks will go for more of the greedy build, but he went for the Guardian Greaves, as we mentioned, right? For the Force Staff. Like, teams that are doing really well and successful, they believe in their teammates and they build the items to make the team function better.
Well, we're going to be seeing whether or not they're going to be able to make their teams function better in this game. Obviously, the draft is necessary to make that determination, and we have a draft available before us right now. Game number 1 of the apex of North American DPC is underway. Rebellion versus TSM. This game 1 draft, it's interesting because Rebellion has second pick, so they're going to have their final response in this draft. And because they have first pick on the side of TSM, we have seen that Rebellion has this predilection towards just leaving Lina in the pool. They believe they have the counters. Is that still going to apply today, given how much stronger TSM is in the rest of the field?
Potentially. There's 3 other heroes, and I'm actually looking at more than the Lina. It is the Terrorblade, 5-0. That's 100% win rate. We're looking at Ricky, 7 games, 85.7%. That's 5-2 or 6-1. And then we have the Lycan, 9 games, 77%. So the Lycan is going to be heavily contested in this matchup. And I'm wondering, do they look for counter picks to it? The Lina always
Lina's
seems...
a debate in this series
yes.
because like the Lycan, they're gonna pick Lycan right here.
Yep. Lycan Tusk?
Yeah, they might just do that. I don't think that's a bad response at all because Abed, he doesn't care. He'll go mid. He will play this Tusk, right? But if not, they can always have Crit played. I think the response is always going to be if you pick a Bat right there. If TSM dares to counter the Bat on that phase, then they'll give Crit the Tusk, right? And then they'll give Abed something later in the draft. So I think Lycan Tusk is really good. That's going to be really scary for this Lina to play against if they go that route because they have ways of getting on top are super easy.
They could also go for the Clockwork, basically, if they want to get themselves an extra initiation.
Just pick
on the
that
Lina,
Lycan. You're taking away from Kasani. You're against the Lina. There's no reason not to play it here. They've done it before.
Yeah. Another hero that I think is going to be highly contested, we saw TSM already panning it out, that's Nature's Prophet. We've seen Rebellion play Nature's Prophet twice against Lina to dominating effect. So I feel like that's also going to be something that both teams are going to be considering deeply. Also, thank you, Balba, banning out this Ricky. Thank you so much. God, I hate that hero.
Snare's favorite.
Hoodwink,
Hoodwink, all right. So they're not scared. They didn't. This is the safe route, right? I think the Balls of Steel route would have been to take the Lycan there and just be like, we're just going to play this against you. It's really strong. We're taking away from TSM. I don't think Kasane should pick it right now. He doesn't have a good reason to pick it. So Rebellion could take it later in the draft if they want to, but that means they have something else in store in their core matchup to deal with this Lina.
I kind of like the idea that they went for the Treant and the Lina combo, which I was suspecting that if they don't go for the Clockwork or they don't get countered by Clockwork, they're going to bring up this hero and then they will ban it. So that makes a lot of sense. And I think it's still fine going with the Hoodwink hero because that's going to be banned out. Crit's kind of left with what he's played so far, the Earth Spirit, Mirana. The Mirana's still in the pool, but without Ricky. And then you have the Spirit Breaker, which would be a very intriguing pick if they would have gone for that. So just securing the Hoodwink early, making sure it at least Crit has a very effective hero to play with. And since they haven't really played these Mars lineups, which we've been cursing on the panel, why do they always go with Mars and Hoodwink on particular teams? They don't have that anti-synergy kicking in either. And these two heroes work well together.
I mean, to be fair, that is it's a playable like duo of heroes, but it's difficult to pull off.
Yes.
If there is a team that I think could pull it off, it is Rebellion. But when I see like some more amateur teams try to pull it off, I'm always a little scared, right? Because it's not simple, it's not straightforward. And I think from Rebellion, the more I look at the draft, it's like I think they really prioritize Crit's hero a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure they were discussing like, do we pick Lycan here or do we take Crit's hero? And obviously he wants to be the Rubik, but I think if he's not Rubik, he wants to be on the Hoodwink. We did an interview with him. He's like, I asked him, how do you play POS 4? What's your advice to everyone? He's like, oh, it's pretty easier now. Just pick a ranged hero and win your lane, right? So he's going to continue that trend. Even though he could play the Tusk, Rebellion's always been a team that has their idea of the game. They kind of stick to it, and they don't really move that far away from that idea.
What I like about here is Rebellion having the second pick. They're going to pick Fly's hero most likely next year. Then they get TSM's response and open that up basically for either Saberlight if they want to leave last pick for Arteezy, for example.
They do.
So that's the plan that Rebellion is looking for. So I'm wondering if TSM's going to shuffle it around a bit with that next double pick that they're going to get and kind of force the idea, should Arteezy just pick his hero right away, see what he's going up against, and save maybe Saberlight with the last pick, which they have done a couple of times. They pulled out the Enigma last pick, for example, and it worked out wonders, but they would make the best result out of Arteezy last pick.
Oh, they have to show a core, right? So like whatever they show, they'll counterpick. So if they end up showing Kasane's pick, I won't be surprised if Arteezy picks right there so he can get the last pick of the game. But if they end up showing something different there, if they show the carry for TSM, then I think Saberlight will pick. And that's the beauty of picking Fly's heroes first. It's just a POS 5. They're going to pick something good for... I mean, he's playing blind, to be honest with you. The Lina tree is going to be most likely in the safe lane. That's where we see it most every time, game after game. But he'll pick something blind, something strong, something that can make Arteezy's pick a little bit easier. Maybe a Crystal Maiden or something.
Maiden,
could be really good.
CM Phoenix and the Silencer. And the Sven could work with the extra armor versus the Lina, but it's also a bit iffy. But
he did that with the Lina, which made a bit more sense, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if it's a little too risky to pick here. I like your other options a lot more. I think the what was it? You had the Phoenix in there.
The Phoenix and the CM. Those would make sense.
Those both sound really good.
There's going to be the CM. So we have some routes available for us. We have got some team fight availability. They were a little bit lackluster in the team fight department before this, so I'm glad they picked this up. What I find very intriguing, though, is that all the zoos are now removed from the game. There's no Lycan, there's no Beastmaster, there's no Brood, there's no Nature's Prophet. So
TSM banned it too.
Yeah. So both of these teams are going to have to try and find something different, a new way to play the game right now. I'm hoping, you know how I feel about Tree and DP. I would love to see a Death Prophet at this point in time. So
yeah, absolutely.
I was thinking DP too. Like the Primal Beast and the DP are in the pool right now, so those are options. So they're going to go for the DP, which is good. And what they want to pair it up with basically is it Tomato or Braille time? I mean, this Lina most likely looking like the carry, so...
Right. I think this Tiny will go with the DP, right? And then Lina carry, Tree 5.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I mean, Tiny could also go mid, right?
Tiny could go mid, so it's a flex in a way, right? Normally, when you play DP, you don't always have to, but normally you want to pair it with a melee stunner, so that way you can lock him down for the Siphon and chase down here. Lina wants to play with more melee heroes as well, so if this Tiny goes mid, I feel like they kind of need another type of Tiny as well for...
From the mid lane.
Yeah, from the mid lane or for the DP, so... I don't know if they'll get both. We'll see how Rebellion
Fun thing is that TSM hasn't actually picked up this Tiny a single time up till now. So pulling out the flex pick here to see what Rebellion picks, and then they can lock in, all right, what's the favorable laning matchup for us, and then shuffle between the DPs and the Tinies.
All right, what's Arteezy going to pick here? Sometimes we see Rebellion skip Arteezy's pick for overall last pick of the game, but he sees what he's playing, and he's got the carry matchup, he's got the potentially mid matchup, and he has the offlane matchup. So I think it makes a lot of sense for him to pick here. Terrorblade, we talked about it before. It's a very good Terrorblade game. We've seen it time and time again against the Death Prophet. If he doesn't want to go that route, it's ranged hero, sniper, Drow Ranger. He has quite a few options, and they're going with the Magnus again for Saberlight here.
He's still
very
feeling
interesting.
it.
Yeah, I mean, he is. I mean, he did well that game. I'm just not a Magnus believer right now. He won with it. It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
He was playing against, was it Nouns?
It was like,
it looked like a little bit of like Noun's not in their best form type of game, but maybe Rebellion's just that far ahead of them. But
Yeah.
we'll see how good this Magnus is. I still need to be proven that this is like a premier offlane pick here. And
Yeah, for
he
sure.
picked this against Lina again as well. I think the idea behind this is it was Rubik Magnus before. This time it's Hoodwink. It could be something similar where you reposition with the Bushwhack or the Telekinesis. You skewer Lina backwards. Now she's just in a position where she's out of position. And later on, if you can do that with the Blink Dagger too, Lina hates getting out of position. So that's kind of their logic, I think, going for this.
Yeah, and it makes sense to just ban the Ursa because, you know, the Empower combo kind of helps out with the Battle Fury build up to Ursa keeps up his farm, is able to contest with the Lina very early on with that too. So that's a pretty straightforward ban. What I was also thinking about is the range carry ideology for Rebellion, because they do have the frontliners going in. Do they want to get a wombo combo idea of having maybe the Faceless Void? Because they have some setup for the Chrono. Not great, but something that could work for them. But they don't necessarily need to take that route because they can just look what TSM wants. And in the eyes of TSM, basically, what they're kind of looking for is potentially Kasane's or Bryle's hero, because this DP could end up being Kasane's offlane DP, looking at the Tiny potentially being either support or mid. So it's either Ari's hero or Bryle's that's missing.
It was a very similar draft that they played this Magnus into last time.
TB banned.
The last draft that they played the Magnus into also had Tiny, Lina, and the Treant Protector, so it feels like they have this feeling that that's the tech required to beat out this kind of roster. They did have Nature's Prophet in that game, so a range carry, so that's probably what we're looking at here.
Nope, banned.
No, I know that's bad. I'm
Yeah,
saying like
yeah.
just in general. So that's what's left. Drow, Sniper, Morphling. That's pretty much it at this point in time.
It's not a great Drow game. I mean, it could work. They've got the damage basically to apply, and Drow still hits very hard.
It's
in
not
that,
a bad draw.
like,
You get the hyperthermia for the DP.
Yeah.
It is a decent response there. It's Sniper's safer, I guess. TB would have been amazing, but they banned that one out immediately. It's kind of, if Rebellion wanted that, they had to take it instead of that Magnus there. Still slightly confused about it. The Faceless Void is something RTZ does like for Selena too. We've seen it before. Laning stage-wise, it's risky, for sure, right? But if there's a team that I really trust in the laning, it's Fly and RTZ lane, especially when Fly is on a lane-securing hero.
DK ban.
All right. So what do we want to see here from TSM? Obviously, the Tiny could still be flexed into the mid lane, but most likely going to be the off lane pair with the DP. So we're looking either for the Brawl hero or the last pick Ari hero, but probably the Brawl hero here, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
so.
Bryle or Ari is basically, they're still flexing it a bit, and I'm wondering, why did they ban the DK?
I mean, they're just banning mid heroes that have a stun because they realize this DP and this Lina need a stun behind them pretty badly, and I think that's what they determined are the two best stuns left in the game, because there's a lot banned. Bat is banned, Ember is banned, Void Spirit's kind of like just a dead hero right now. Haven't seen him in forever. So like, how many more stuns are left in the game here? And if it is going to be like a tiny mid,
You could go snap for Ari in that case.
but they're gonna pick the same type of hero though. That's kind of like the problem, because like Clock is banned. How many POS 4s are left that are Roamer's Tusk is gone? Tiny's already there. You already have him in your draft. So like, what type of stun are you gonna pick for your mid lane here against a Tusk? Like, are you gonna punish the Tusk with this? I don't know. But if you put the DP mid to punish the Tusk, then Tiny, is he gonna be some core offlane situation? And
wow. Okay.
yeah, okay. So it's gonna be the DP mid, and
mid.
it's gonna have Kasane on, this Visage. Very interesting.
Something new.
Yep, and then they'll have the POS 4 Tiny here. So they're definitely going for a route here where they're very low on stuns, right? Yes, they have stuns, like Lina has a stun, right? Overgrowth is technically a type of stun, the bird drop, but they don't have like the initiation. If Ari does not have a good game, doesn't get a fast Blink Dagger in this game, finding the initiation is going to be very tough. While on the side of Shopify Rebellion, you got Tusk, you got Mag, who's going to get an early Blink Dagger. Their initiation and their range is going to be much more.
Panda, he makes a very good point, Joe. It feels like TSM is really all reliant on this laning phase at this point in time in order to be able to do very well. So what should Rebellion be picking at the last overall pick for Arteezy to ensure that no matter what, they can still scale beyond the laning phase where TSM is going to do well?
I mean, just get a carry hero that doesn't die to this Visage. Like, all the Achi heroes are kind of in a risk of just getting pummeled by Soul Assumption, which is very often the case, that they just get dropped once or twice in the lane. Visage can then take over when you hit level 6 with the birds.
Void.
You still go for the Faceless Void, which I was thinking about for the wombo combo idea that you have set up for the Chrono, but you've got you've got three or four ways of initiating on the side of Rebellion, which I do like. Like, it doesn't just have to be the Faceless Void jumping in and getting the biggest ulti possible. You can look for solo pickoffs. You can just focus Tomato every single time, for example. Saberlight has more openings to look for RP plays. It could be Saberlight going in first, and then RTZ has time to figure out his place. So that is good. And back on Kasane Visage, he's 9-2.
9-2, damn. We actually saw this particular lane yesterday, Fear, the Visage into the Faceless Void, and Faceless Void got absolutely pummeled, right? He did not enjoy himself at all. We also saw the situation yesterday where Faceless Void didn't have much damage going into the mid game for the Chronosphere. What do they have this game? What, Sharpshooter is the only real the only real Chrono combo in this game. So what do we make of this last pick Void for RTZ? I mean, he is a really great Faceless Void player, but is this the right game for this kind of hero?
I mean, I think his choices were Void or Monkey King, and I think he highly prefers the Faceless Void to be able to, stop the damage. This is going to be a different game than the last Void. This is an Alpha Void versus a Rebellion Void, right? Like, there's no comparing the two at the moment, unfortunately. I don't think RTZ's lane is going to look nearly as bad as they did on Alpha there, so he will be able to get early range drops. He's going to max his time lock, and he's got Fly on a CM, which is a much stronger support. I think he'll survive the laning stage. He might not come out, like, super strong, like winning hard, but they do have more damage. He has some power now, Sharpshooter, CM spells, and then the Tusk follow-up, so it's a pretty good game for it.
All right, T-Panda, who do you believe in here? Shopify Rebellion or TSM? Who's taking game number one?
Well, Rebellion's looking like a favorite here for sure, but I do want to see how this Kasane Visage pulls out.
Kasane Visage is going to be really the key to victory here, so let's see if he can pull out a nice surprise here in game number one. And to find out, we're going to throw it over to our incredible duo of Masterful Mike and the Jocular John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much. Now we do get into it. Game number one between Shopify Rebellion and, of course, TSM. Jonathan, I've been waiting so darn long for this matchup. Of course, we had the base speech from Moon Meander 3 weeks ago when Saberlight left. I believe Bulba retorted by saying that's all Moon can do is talk. And here we are. The coaches can now prove which is the better team.
Yeah, we get to see in person which side was right and, a little bit of a back and forth.
Who was left, who was right, John? The age-old question.
The age-old question that we've never managed to answer.
Right.
So I'm keen to see. I am still really curious how much Kasane can get out of that RTZ lane. Like Void versus the Visage. We've seen it before. We've seen it yesterday. It favored the Visage. All they have to do on TSM is just kind of repeat what we saw yesterday from other teams.
Well, before this game one gets underway, we actually have a video with Fly as well. We asked him if he's got any message to the fans. So let's hear from Fly and see what he had to say.
Just something quick for the fans and the community. I want to thank everybody who is following, not just myself, but everyone on my team, welcoming Shopify Rebellion into the Dota scene, and hopefully you guys, follow them and look for updates, and just hope we can give you guys great Dota, and that's what it's all about. So thank you guys for watching.
Oh, very nice words there from Fly. Of course, welcome to Shopify Rebellion, John. I'm happy to see him here.
Yeah, it's always good. It's good to see that entire roster, just rebuild. And it's always good to see a new organ. They've been very active in their socials.
They have.
Well.
Very good to see.
It's always nice to see a very involved organization grow in the scene. That's important, especially here in the best region in the world, in NA.
That's right.
Need a little bit of growing here.
Absolutely. That is right. Let's have a look into the mid lane. Abed versus Brawl, John. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. The Tusk versus DP. Now, the panel was talking about the fact that the DP should have a bit of an advantage going into this matchup. What are you thinking, though?
It's going to be easier for Bryle. I think we've seen Abed play up against many matchups on the Tusk, so I don't think it bothers him too much. It's one of those things where he's played enough Tusk that he knows what to do, what levels to watch out for, how aggressive to be, and when to just kind of hold back, get the farm up. The one thing I would like to see from Shopify Rebellion down the line is maybe enabling Abed, find a way to get a rotation out before Bryle hits level 6. We have seen some teams kind of collapse around that level, that minute 6 mark. So when the power runes come out, it tends to be a really good time. And if you have anything to follow through with a Tusk, it tends to lead into a kill.
Now look at that bot lane. RTZ getting very aggressive already against Ari and, of course, Kasane. It's one of those things you don't really expect. You'll see RTZ take a hell of a lot of damage back his way. Fly had to salve up himself on the Crystal Maiden. The Tiny vs Visage matchup, quite scary to go against as the Void. We did end up seeing it the other day. Mind you, it wasn't Shopify playing the Void vs Visage, but you kind of get my point. This is not going to be an easy lane whatsoever here for Shopify.
No, it certainly doesn't get any easier. For the Faces Void, the first few levels in Time Walk is just atrocious. It's just easy stacks up coming out here for Kasane to keep spamming out. So it's going to have to be a lot more defensive for Shopify Rebellion. RTZ is just going to have to sit back, farm, and Fly. Best thing for him is just try to avoid dying. The moment Ari's on top of you, The moment he has more movement speed as well, would say his brown boots up, doesn't take too long for a toss back into a kill from Kasane.
It certainly doesn't. Of course, that final lane as well, we had a quick glimpse at it, but it was the top lane where you'll see Tomato on Whitemon against Saberlight and Crit. Now, this is interesting, right? Because we saw Saberlight's mag the other day. Obviously, he did a fantastic job. The mag still doesn't feel very strong as a hero, but I suppose with a player like Saberlight, it's kind of hard to say that, right? Because this man, he can pull off some magic.
Yeah, we've seen him do a lot of work on that Magnus the last time around it came out. Of course, up against a team like TSM, might be a different story. You know, you look at their odds from esportsbet.io. I'm guessing it's still favoring Shopify Rebellion, but this is probably their closest odds throughout the DPC. I'm thinking around maybe 1.5 to 5. It sounds pretty fair to me if that's where we're looking at on esportsbet.io. And again, TSM is a team that has a lot of promise. They've shaken up a little bit coming into this tour, changed a couple of players, playing up against Saberlight. That's the one thing as well. When you're playing against a former teammate, you know exactly what he wants to do, so you know how to counteract him in lane.
Absolutely. See what they do about Saberlight. Of course, he's kind of the man of the hour, right? Like, we heard Moon, he wasn't too happy about Saberlight leaving to Shopify. And we'll see what kind of punishment they hand over to this Magnus this game. Although bot lane, Kasane, he's actually going to drop. Arteezy, able to secure first blood in the Void. And I'll tell you, that's not something I was quite expecting.
Yeah, I mean, there is play potential there for the CM and the Faceless Void, but you expect the Visage to have a way better run. I mean, we've seen it before, right? Like, as you mentioned, the series yesterday, Visage tends to overrun, and the first few levels were going well for Kasane. But Time Dilation is a painful spell. It does hold off your spell spam with a Soul Assumption, and if you don't manage to kill the Void off in that window, you can be punished. So they find a good opening for themselves, and they're building up in the lanes pretty well. Like, Shopify Rebellion are actually having a decent time. Arteezy's lane's still slower in terms of CS, but he finding that kill kind of compensates.
It certainly does. I think Ari was a bit too low on mana. Mind you, he did have 3 mangoes, and they might try to move in again onto Arteezy, but it was just a casual avalanche being thrown out. Not too much aggression happening here down at the bot lane, at least from TSM's end of things. That mid lane's been a very even affair, by the way. John, Abed, and Brawl, only 1 CS difference between them. Brawl currently 1 CS ahead on the Death Prophet, but Abed's done a fantastic job of the Tusk as per always. Does bottle up the water in for himself, and it doesn't feel like this mid matchup is very uneven, I'll tell you. Like, they're just farming very, very evenly between each other.
Yeah, and again, just the fact that Abed's played so much of this Tusk, he understands his openings, he understands how to control that lane up against every matchup.
Skewer back, but he has the living armor. They won't have the damage to try and finish off the Train Protector. It's just a bit of harassment being dealt his way. It seems like Whitemon more than tanky enough to get through it, though he's just fine. And while we're at that top lane, Tomato's having a great all time on that Lina. 25 and 7, top CS on the board. You couldn't ask for much more.
Yeah, they have no way of jumping Tomato right now. Like, they've got this reach coming out from Crit, but they keep having to cut the tree line, so there's no easy angle when Tomato, his lane is shoved in that area, just to prevent Whitemon from having presence. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. You could try to set up with the Acorn shot, but early levels in Skewer just doesn't drag you far enough. They can start to harass now at level 4 though. Level 2 Shockwave coming out from Saberlight can do some decent chunk of damage onto Tomato. It's still not enough to really make him uncomfy in finding that CS.
Yeah, I mean, it's Lina. He could just sit there from a mile away and keep hitting creeps. It's going to be just fine. So 1-0 so far. Almost 6 minutes in. No other kills happening across the map. Both teams very, very even across the lanes. You mentioned earlier Arteezy not having the best CS, but it is expected on the Void. At the very least, he did get that first blood, so he won't mind too much. As now Fly does get caught out with an Avalanche Toss combo. Soul Assumption's there. Fly still walking away, though. Arteezy fighting Ari, and look at the bashes coming out. That's 3 in a row, Arteezy. That's too much. Kasane, he's going to get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, top lane, Saberlight goes down. Tomato able to secure the kill on the Lina. That was 3 bashes in a row.
3 bashes in a row. Fly doesn't die as well. I mean, Kasane just tries to get all of that Soul Assumption out. It's just not enough damage. And he even manages to salve. So he's not even forced to back off. An interesting back and forth. You are feeling a little bit better on TSM. You lose the support,
Abed.
but you find Saberlight.
Mid lane, Arbet's taking a fair bit of damage on the Tusk. Brawl did have a double damage rune available, but look at the TP rotations incoming. Crit is going to set up with a nice bushwhack, but where's the backup? Saberlight's showing up as well on the mag, but he's still level 4. They just want to protect that mid-tier 1 tower. Crit's still tying to the ghost. He'll barely survive, and now Bryle will be chased down, but he's got the living armor. He'll go for the Spirit Siphon, but it's not going to be enough. There are 4 heroes in the mid lane from Shopify Rebellion, and the tips start coming out.
I mean, you don't expect your offlaner to make that early rotation, but again, they're playing around Abed. They see that opportunity to stop the Exorcism push and just punish Bryle for getting too aggressive diving in. They find that opening, and that does provide some space for TSM in the side lanes. But the important thing is that Abed is off to a running start now. He's not died yet. He's controlled this lane in a matchup that most would say is fairly DP favored.
Tomato top lane, he got skewered back, but they're going to go on Crit anyway. Here comes Arbet though, with a great snowball, saving Crit's life, and Tomato still trying but can't reach. So close yet so far for Tomato. Oh, and that kill's going to hurt, at least for TSM. But Arbet, he'll be very happy with that. Bottom lane in the meantime, Fly will end up going down here on the Crystal Maiden. Nice toss back from Ari to set up on that CM, but I mean, compared to the kill on Tomato, you won't mind that at all from Shopify's end.
Nah, you've gotten what you've needed to take here on the side of Shopify for sure. Slowing down that Lina, just kind of taking a little bit of that bite from her free lane away. You're still suffering on Arteezy in terms of CS, but he is building up in net worth now. He's managed to catch up number 2, right behind Abed. Interesting skill choice from Kasane. He has gone 3-1-1. So just going all in on the Grave Chill for the chase and taking away a little bit of that attack speed from Arteezy. It's nice, but you don't have the burst play. So that's the big difference from yesterday.
Arteezy, Chrono's committed. Bottom lane, they want to try and make a play, but the Avalanche is going to be there. Still the Bushwhack from Crit, going to make sure Kasane goes nowhere. And again, Arteezy getting the bashes he needs. The thing with Kasane, I mean, he's only got level 1 Gravekeeper's Cloak, so he's not really that tanky at the moment. Meanwhile, top lane, Whitemon, he is certainly no longer tanky. As Abed has rotated on the Tusk, already 6-2 in favor of Shopify Rebellion. And these boys, they are not slowing down. Tomato's in that tree line, and Saberlight, he knows. Tomato, he has no TP. Saberlight's going to run right into him. Light Strike Array is out. They'll TP more in. Is it going to matter, though? Abed's around the corner. Ari, he's trying to help out. Tomato needs more help. Laguna flies in. Warrior's Punch. Tomato still fighting. RP up, but it is going to matter. Tomato, he is down. Shopify, can they back their way out? They certainly can. No punishment to come from TSM. They just don't have the follow-up. And Abed, well, look at this, John. He's just going to walk in again. Happily walking in past the tier 1 tower. Snowball is there with the Frostbite setup. Ari is gone. Abed with the uppercut. And Whitemon, he just has to back the hell out. He can't stick around here.
They're getting so much done here on Shopify Rebellion, dragging so many heroes up top, opening up room for Arteezy to just farm. Again, pretty much uncontested. They lose their mid, with Bryle just focusing in on that, so at the least you find an objective for your trouble here on TSM's end. Bryle, he's trying to relieve that pressure up top, doesn't have the Exo though. It's a little bit harder to just look for some big plays, but that's enough to at least hold Shopify back. I do want to mention one thing. Another big difference we're seeing here from Arteezy's Void, he maxed out Time Lock. Like last time around with the Visage matchup, we saw the Time Walk being leveled up to max, but he knows with Kasane opting for the Grave Chill, he doesn't need to time walk as much. He just needs to run up, hope for those bashes, and just get going. And this is going to help him in his farm as well, and in his early Chronosphere uses. With that Mask of Madness up, there's a lot of damage the Void can do by himself.
Yeah, he certainly has quite a bit of kill potential, even with the level 7 timing now of the Void. TSM, I mean, they're 8-2. They're kind of behind in terms of kills right now, and things are looking a little bit rough already. Not off to the early start they were looking for, but Shopify are in such a comfortable position. Abed, of course, top net worth on the Tusk, only followed by Bryle on that mid DP, but right after that is Arteezy. And when your Void's already 3rd in net worth, you've got to be feeling good, right? Because this is a hero that doesn't exactly flash farm until you have something like the Maelstrom up. But already 3rd in net worth, Arteezy, he's having a great old time.
Yeah, he's building up. Just the Mask of Madness alone is enough to kind of sustain you through that early jungling. And again, you just have this opportunity to play with early chrono. With a maxed out time lock, you are actually keen on dragging this Void out to look for kills. And they're going for that smoke play here with Crit. Iron top.
I mean, I love the fact that Arteezy's willing to join his team every time Chrono's off cooldown. Like, he doesn't sit there and just keep hitting creeps. He knows there's kill potential with the sharpshooter. They'll head down mid lane. Of course, they did lose their tier 1 mid tower here on the side of Shopify. So they are going to try and trade something. Instead, though, wrapping back around through the Dire jungle, they might run right into Bryle. Chrono is again available. They will time dilation for now. Maybe not so confident with their damage, but they are going to go for the Chrono in the end. Sharpshooter does connect, but they have the raindrops on the DP, but it's not going to matter. Arteezy has the damage. Fly popping the freezing field just in case, but they didn't need it in the end.
It's just a different mindset with a Void, right? Like, normally you go time walk, you go in jungle, you jump around the camps. Because Kasane just opted for Grave Chill, the burst damage is not there, so the need for time walk's not there. You go for time lock, you have this early Mask of Madness timing because you're not dying in lane, and you just get aggressive. The side of TSM, they're less than 1k behind, they're still finding farm, you know, you're getting that build up on your Lina, but you're concerned with how much Shopify Rebellion's allowed to get away with here. They haven't been able to get a successful push, which is the one big blessing for TSM. Whitemon's Living Armor has been stalling out that progress from Shopify Rebellion. They don't have the best siege on hand up against that Living Armor. So they still maintain map control, but even then, Shopify is just all over the map making plays anyway. They don't really
Tomato.
mind.
Bottom lane, this is a big pick-off. Tomato's outrunning the Void for now. Bushwhack's off the mark. No lucky bashes this time for Arteezy. Tomato, he's going to try and turn here with Ari to back him up. In fact, Whitemon even shows up now with the overgrowth available. Arteezy, RP's out. Saberlight only caught the Treant. It's a bit of a mess of a team fight here for both sides. And it seems like both sides will just decide to back out of there. There's nothing really going their way. But nobody dies at the very least, so you won't be too upset as either team.
No, and again, when it comes down to it for TSM, as long as you're not dropping heroes like that and you're still farming on Tomato, you're holding on to map control. TSM has the map advantage right now in terms of control. Tier 1 gone, mid and bot. They can invade that bot jungle, although there is at least a defensive ward here from Shopify to dissuade them from that. But they're allowed space to build up as well. Kasane, he's working onto that Wraith Pack, really strong against the physical damage dealers that Shopify does have on hand. And they don't have the best range heroes to focus in on that Wraith Pack totem as well. You don't really want your Faceless Void to kind of run out of Chrono or just use his Chrono to clear that out. So you're going to have to find another solution there, a little bit more coordination. Then again, Shopify Rebellion is a team that has shown us time and time again that their coordination is always on point. So whether or not that Wraith Pack will actually have the massive impact that you'd expect up against a physical core, we'll have to see on how Kasane plays it.
I mean, I think at the very least it's going to be super annoying because it is something you have to deal with throughout these fights, considering how much physical damage you do have on Shopify. Arteezy top lane, he'll go after the tier 1 top tower. There is some rotations incoming from Brawl and Kasane, but it seems like they're going to be a little bit too late to try and defend this tier 1. So we'll go down for free. They do run into Fly at the very least, so maybe you can find a Crystal Maiden kill for yourself. They'll slow him up, but they won't commit for the kill. Not even the Familiar's going in after that CM, they'll just let him be. Meanwhile, bottom, Crit having a look around for some targets, does find Tomato. They have Saberlight there as well. Sharpshooter's going to connect, but the overgrowth is out from Whitemon, and now the TP rotations right onto Saberlight. They want the man dead, and they've got him. Tips out from Brawl immediately.
That's the kill they're hunting for. You know they've got a number on Saberlight. And they get the kill, you know, a few more seconds, RP would have been up. And that fight could have turned very differently. No TP point for Shopify Rebellion though. So maybe just a little bit optimistic with that tier 1 still standing for TSM to TP onto. And the one thing is that you drag so many heroes out of it on the hunt.
Onto Ari, but again, the TP rotations are very fast. TSM is having Whitemon there to back them up. Meanwhile, Fly, however, no backup for him. Kasane will take him out on the Visage, just completely solo. Not very hard for the Visage to do. So 9-4 now. Very slight net worth lead the way of TSM. Arteezy's still top of the net worth board, but only by about 50 gold. Tomato right behind him on the laner. Kasane, RP's there. Saberlight gonna lock him down. Crit looking for the sharpshooter. Should be able to land it very nicely. And Arbet, he will be there to finish the kill off with the Walrus Punch. So they do get a bit of revenge here for Fly. So they'll move back up toward that top lane. Shopify, they'll take over this dire side of the map.
And they've got really good wards to watch the area already. They can just keep looking and... Oh,
Nice bushwhack. Crit's gonna find another. Can we get some bashes? You bet your ass we can. Arteezy's finding him. Saberlight with the skewer back as well, and Ari can't be around there anymore. I mean, he's obviously trying to go for some D wards, but the whole of Shopify occupied the area.
he didn't have the sentries on hand, so he does pay for that, and they're still chasing here. Chrono's still ready.
It certainly is. But do you want to dive tier 2 towers?
Ooh.
That's a very nice pushback out from Crit, finding 2, and there's your Chrono. Immediately out onto both of them. The damage output, is it there? Kasane's surviving just barely, and Arteezy.
Ooh.
No, the snowball. Arbit's going to save the day once again. Spryle, he still wants to punish, but the bushwhack will hold him down. Shards, TP away. Arbit, he's going to be just fine. The stuns won't be out in time. Nobody getting caught from Shopify. It's a perfect exit.
Yeah, and they got a good bushwhack. Unfortunately, Kasane just went ultra tanky on his Visage. Does have the Gravekeeper's Cloak maxed out. It didn't feel like it was maxed out when he died at first, but when you're up against Face's Void, you can see that difference much clearly. And they still find a kill on their part in Shopify Rebellion. You know, you're getting this aggression out with Arteezy. You're forcing all the responses from your movement. So it's still always Shopify Rebellion that's kind of dictating how this game goes. They're the ones running around. They're the ones forcing responses out. And they still have to find some key objectives. Mid-tier 1 has been up for much longer than they'd like it to be. But they've got the full Deso up and running on Abed. So just getting that Desolator debuff on should help. And instead, they're eyeing for Roche.
I mean, you've got the Deso like you mentioned, John. It's Roshan time. They know about it, though. Freezing Field will make it quite obvious here for Ari. He doesn't have anything like a blink up yet. He's only 300 gold short here on the Tiny. So a bit of unfortunate timing. Still, Kasane going to move in with the familiars. Abed happily moving in, though, just takes him out. Overgrowth, though, is going to hold down Arteezy, but the RP is out from Saberlight.
Oh my
Dragging
God.
a couple back. It's a big problem here for TSM, but Arteezy, he's still dropping. Abed with the snowball, trying to buy a bit of time, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to go down to boot. A huge RP, but it means nothing.
Oh,
TSM, they fight back.
it's just too much, this durability coming out from TSM. If you can get a couple of good Spirit Siphons, you know, you get Kasane to cop all of that. It takes him quite a fair bit to die. They had to commit so many spells just on the Visage, so the follow-through wasn't quite there. And because Fly used his Freezing Field in the pit, he didn't have that play for when that entire fight collapsed. So it's TSM finds a gap, they take Roshan, they take that first Aegis, and they're still in the game. Like, you are pretty well ahead on Tomato, a good amount, at least 1k up. And again, if you look back at our esportsbet.io odds there, I'm sure it's just evening out. Like, again, this is the most even match that we've seen coming out from Shopify Rebellion. And, you know, one of the tightest matches for TSM. And they're showing us that they are that top 2 team. They can fight head-to-head up against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it was 3.06 to 1.35 in favor of TSM here, so they are the favorites currently in this matchup. And of course, there is a 50% bonus on your first deposit there with esportsbet.io. TSM grouping up in the mid lane, feeling much more confident. They've got the blink set up here from Ari as well, so they can definitely go for a hunt here on this Tiny. They won't find anyone quite yet. Nobody underneath their vision. Saberlight does show now at the bottom lane. They will make their way over. It's a decent kill, but does seem like he'll back his way out. Saberlight doesn't want any part of this. Though he does have RP up in 10 seconds, but obviously can't get the damage out himself. And TSM, seems like they want to try and get started on that tier 2 bottom tower. Meanwhile, Shopify Rebellion, they'll hang out on the top side of the map. Arteezy, now second in net worth, just behind Tomato. Working on towards that BKB of his. Definitely very important as he keeps getting caught out by these silences. And TSM, they're not backing off. That bottom tier 2 is going to be under siege. They will fortify for now. They'll get rid of the siege creep. Tomato, though, just going to do it the old-fashioned way with the right clicks. Sana there with the familiars to back him up as well. They will need a creep wave, however. But still, the tower, it's just not going to last long, even without a creep wave. So much damage from Tomato.
It's just flying out. Backdoor is not going to hold for too long. They get a nice pull back, cutting that creep wave off. Does look like Shopify could gun for the trade. Again, with living armor, your push here just doesn't feel amazing. So they're just not going to go all in on it. They do have that full BKB up on RTZ, as you mentioned there, Mike. So they can make some plays happen.
Tomato's by himself. This bot lane, he is stuck around a little bit too long, but the TP rotations are taking too long. In Shopify, they didn't have wards to scout out if anyone was behind Tomato there, so they don't go for the jump in with the chrono. They'll hold out for now. Oh, Narteezy, TSM right around the corner, but now they're underneath the observer ward of the Radiant. So he's very well aware of it. The team's going to be there to back him up. Chrono, not there yet. Ari going to throw out the Avalanche Toss combo. Overgrowth, but BKB is out. Tomato, well, he's trying to move in, but he's not going to be there in time. Ari now being hunted down. They've already lost Whitemon, and they'll lose the Tiny as well. Here comes Tomato on that Lina, trying to make it there to help out. But they can't even find Fly. The CM is fine. Nobody going to drop apart from Crit. And Shopify finding a 2-for-1 trade in that instance.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kills. You know, you're killing off the supports. You're still trading at least the support coming out here for TSM to find from Shopify Rebellion. But you are stalling out. This is, again, forcing TSM across the map. They're not able to focus in on a singular objective together. They're not able to kind of use this Aegis to its max potential. They still have some time here, though. 1:20 left. They are getting work done on that mid. Exorcism still ready for Braille if they feel the need for any sort of other excursions. But you're more than satisfied now with the progress you've done. They've got some good forward wards here from TSM, watching that ramp on the bot jungle, just keeping an eye for those farming patterns coming out from Shopify Rebellion. The thing is, RTZ's just been playing top this entire time. He's not really dipped into that bot jungle. That's where Saberlight's been, and even he's not been caught out too many times there as well. So you're kind of all right with this on Shopify Rebellion. The lead is still growing for TSM, though. The farm distribution is looking pretty damn good. Kasane does have the full Guardian Greaves up, and he is going up for that Wraith Pack next. So just really boosting how much time it takes to burst these guys down.
Oh, doesn't get caught by the skewer. They don't go for the shockwave, but the skewer back was not there. That Radiant Triangle is still occupied by TSM. Tomato denying all this farm away from Arteezy. Now 1.5k ahead of the Void on this Lina. They'll try to focus down that tier 1 top tower, but well, Shopify, they are ready for a fight. They don't have Chrono for another 40 seconds, but they've got the RP set up, and there it is. Saberlight, no hesitation. He'll jump in right away onto Tomato. Where's the backup? The Aegis, it's about to expire. 3 seconds away. Arteezy, he's still going. Overgrowth is committed. Where's the bashes? Tomato, still running, but the shards are out. Abed, will hold him down. Tomato, he will drop eventually. Freezing Field committed as well. TSM, can they run? No, they'll go for the fight instead. They'll try to keep this one going. Onto the Void, can they find Arteezy? It seems like they can. Even without Tomato. Shopify Rebellion, they are still going to lose 3 heroes for that.
They get punished big time. They do manage to get the timing perfect on the Aegis expiry, but because they didn't have Chrono, because they had to pop the BKB in that chase, it took them way too long to kill off Tomato.
Ari setting up for more. He's found 2 targets. Nice snowball away from Arbet though, and the shards to block their way, but the Rod of Atos is going to hold him down. Blink will be there in time. He will be okay, but a 6k advantage now to TSM. And things just looking so good for them. Shopify Rebellion not out of this one yet, but it's starting to get tougher and tougher as time goes on.
TSM are just playing real well. And despite kind of being yanked around by Shopify Rebellion, they're forcing Shopify Rebellion to take these fights in a pretty awkward manner. Like going for one-man RPs, trying to isolate the Lina, while everyone else is just waiting behind Tomato, taking away that big team fight control, not being able to use the Chrono there, as they're forced to just try to gun down that Lina and punish with the Aegis expiry. The timings are just slightly off for Shopify Rebellion in these engagements. And TSM, they're just about to really get online. Like, full Wraith Pack up. Someone's got to clear it out for RTZ to get some good damage in the Chrono now. Easier said than done to focus in on that as well. With the range heroes you have, you've only got your supports. We can kind of lock into it. And they're not the fastest hitting supports there either. So the Wraith Pack might stay alive a lot longer than you'd expect. And 30% damage, it's a huge amount to take away from RTZ.
Yeah, it's super problematic too, because you saw that last team fight. Just the living armor alone is making Tomato so tanky.
Oh, yeah.
That bonus armor is such a grief against the Faceless Void, and when now, like you mentioned, with the Wraith Pact, another 30% off the damage, it's not going to help Shopify's cause, that's for sure. So they will try to push down the bottom tier 1 tower here. It's not that easy. Again, the living armor makes it very challenging to get through the HP pool of that tower. And Shopify, they might just give up on it, not knowing where the side of TSM are hanging out. There is going to be a smoke up here from TSM in the mid lane, and they'll head down bot. They'd love a team fight, even with the chrono up. They don't seem to care. They don't respect the damage within that chrono. Brawl's going to move in. Arbit, he'll be spotted out. Rod of Atos will hold him down. They should have the damage output to burst down the Tusk, and they certainly will. Arbit, he is gone. Arteezy is still on the right side of the map. Pings were out, but he's going to be okay just the nick of time to back out. One more second and Kasane would have had them. Meanwhile, Saberlight, top lane. Oh, he's getting tipped. TSM love what they see.
Oh, Bryle. Oh, just laying in. Of course, it's got to be Saberlight every single time.
No, it has to be. He left, John. He left the team.
Yeah, and they're trying to prove a point here. 17 to 13, 8K lead up for TSM. We're at the point where for Shopify Rebellion, the team fight has to be perfect. Oh.
And again, Ari trying to set up another kill. He's been so fantastic on this Tiny. Oh, Bushwhack's a bit off the mark. The Acorn short range.
Ooh.
You got to be wary of that Acorn shot. Smaller range than the Bushwhack. It's very easy to miss that combo.
Yeah, you can get thrown off quite easily. At the least, they don't expend any other big spells. You know, it's only Sharpshooter. Not that long for cooldown. And for Shopify Rebellion right now, they do have an ample opportunity to fight for Roche. They don't quite have the vision in the area, though. So TSM still has control over the Roche pit. They can just easily run in, clear it out quite fast with the damage output they do have coming out. And Shopify Rebellion will try to force something before that. They're very well aware of that timer. They know they've got to make a play here. The issue is, can they execute on top? They've got to be able to catch a few more heroes in the Chrono or the RP here.
We'll see. Every spell is up right now for Shopify. Ari going to show himself mid lane. Does break the smoke. And they didn't see him. They'll get some wards down, but the wards are very obvious. Ari was already looking for a D ward anyway. Roshan, it now does respawn. Shopify, we'll see what they can get done about it. Scary position. Saberlight, he's going to find Brawl with the Horn Toss into the skewer back, but Ari's there with the Avalanche, but it won't matter. Brawl is down. That's a great start here for Shopify Rebellion. There is no buyback available on Brawl right now. In fact, they even found Ari on that Tiny. But do they have the damage to take him out? I mean, he's been left completely alone. TSM have backed the hell out of there. So Shopify, they'll find a double kill on Fly of all people. And Roshan, it's completely open.
That's a big take. They managed to isolate one. TSM don't manage to group back in. The raid pack came out, but it was so far away that it wasn't mitigating any sort of damage. And Roche is a bit of a freebie. The side of TSM, not even close by to try to get anything out from that. So free shards coming out here. Gonna be really useful for Arteezy to just have a little bit more coming out. With the moonwalking up and available now, gonna be much more fun for him to go in and out. And he's going for the Manta. And that's exactly what he needed. He needed something to just purge off some of the silences when the BKB's down, a safety net for him to get out. It's going to become a lot tougher to lock him in once that's up. TSM, they've lost 4K lead off the back of that fight, down to just 4K now. It's just so back and forth.
Horn Toss, Saberlight, they want Ari. Ari's got his team behind it, but they've still got all their spells up. TSM, do they really want to force a fight? I don't think they do. Shopify, however, they're more than happy to oblige. They want a little bit more out of this. Saberlight looking for a big RP if he can, but nobody around to really RP here from TSM, so they'll back their way out. Shopify, they might just have to focus their attention to that mid-tier 1 tower, which is still standing. Arteezy, he'll get to work.
Yeah. It should fall now. Living Arm's not stopping it as much. Arthur's damage is up there already. Gonna be able to clear it out 30 minutes in. And it's a testament to how well TSM has played the map up till that point, that it's taken 30 minutes for Shopify Rebellion to find a mid-tier 1, a key objective. With that taken away, invasions into the triangle, invasions up top, open up. They've got some pretty good wards watching the river in case TSM does want to flank around here. And they're just set up Tomato. Bit of a sitting target there.
He certainly is, Tomato. He'll go for a run. There is a smoke incoming from TSM to try and back him up. Dust is going to be off the mark just barely.
Ooh,
Another
ooh.
Dust off the mark, Tomato. He's
Ooh.
juking at everything, and now the team's behind him. He can go for the fight. They've got crit already. Arbit trying to fight himself on the Tusk, but now an Avalanche Toss combo into the Laguna. They've got Arbit down. Fly trying to TP away. Will make it out. but they've lost 3. Even Saberlight dropping to Brawl here on that DP. Not great news.
No, you still don't have that full BKB up for Abed yet. You had the Guardian Greaves on cooldown for Saberlight, so no self-dispel on the Silence. And by the time they were caught out, and the response is still there from TSM. They still had that bot tier 1. They had an access point ready to force that fight back. It did look like a pretty fun chase for Shopify, though. They had a really good idea as to where Tomato was, but didn't manage to catch him out in time. And TSM responds in kind. So back to a 7k lead here for TSM, 20-16. Really back and forth. If you look at the map, though, at TSM, they still have the advantage. They're just one push away from the high ground. They don't have Aegis, so they're likely going to have to wait 7 more minutes, 9 more minutes until Roche is back up, and then opt for the high ground route from there. But as this game drags on, their farm escalates. At the same time, it's a double-edged sword because the Void becomes more and more important. Once RTZ has that extra protection from the Manta, Chrono is the big spell that TSM, their only real counter to that is Overgrowth from outside Chrono. Beyond that, if RTZ does find a nice clumped up area and just focuses in on a hero, there's nothing to stop him.
No, certainly not. Here we go again. Shopify. 5-man smoke up this time around. TSM are not showing on the map right now. No wards to scout these guys out either. Only one will be Ari at the top lane. He'll push out the creep wave and that'll be about it. Though Shopify, they're heading down towards the bottom side. RTZ, he'll show himself in that mid-tier 2 tower. TSM probably still don't want to force a fight into this Aegis if they can avoid it. It's not really on their terms right now. So Shopify, they'll take over that die triangle. Just keep that farm going here on your Void. Tomato's still around that bot tier 1 tower. Will commit a TP out. RTZ, he will not check the tree line. TSM, they'll just wrap around the other side of the map. Back to the top side. Okay, just waiting out that Aegis timing on RTZ. 50 seconds away now. And it seems like Shopify, they probably aren't going to have a chance to actually get any value out of this one.
Nah, I mean, they've taken the mid-tier 1 at the very least, but again, that was like 30 minutes in. You'd want a lot more coming out of that. And for TSM's part, even when they're playing passively like this, they are farming a lot more efficiently. Like, just look how far behind Saberlight is right now on the Magnus. He's been super sacrificial, stuck at 11.5k net worth in comparison to Kasane, who's just eclipsed him now, who's working onto his Ags, going for a Hex. And this Visage is going to be a major issue in the backline. You have 2 very squishy supports as well that are very easy to pick off with once the Ags is up. And it's pretty much up. Kasane has the gold, sending it out now. So Silent as the Grave, ready to go. And, well, if you take away crit, these fights get pretty difficult for Shopify Rebellion. That's their instant burst on some of the softer targets here.
That's the thing. Crit has been kind of dying in these past couple engagements. He's usually one of the first ones to die. You just don't have that backup damage with the sharpshooter in the break. TSM, they'll show Brawl in the mid lane. Now Shopify are the ones who don't seem to want to really force a fight. They have lost the Aegis on RTZ. Lines being drawn out. It seems like TSM know that they're in the triangle right now. And there's your smoke out. A 4-man smoke with the Satanic now up on Tomato. It could be a great team fight for TSM. Counter smoke is there though. Shopify Rebellion, they're going to run right into each other. Wrap around from TSM back onto the high ground. Smoke is broken on Ari. They should realize where they are now, just in the river. Fly will have his smoke broken, because Sane will see him. But neither side runs into each other to force the fight. It's TSM wrapping around back into that dire triangle now. Again, always wanting that high ground advantage if they can afford to have it. I guess the positive thing is you always have the familiars to give you the vision and info you need, but Shopify, they are slowly moving in. Saberlight, we'll see some familiars. There's a stun out. Ari's not going to get the toss back though. Saberlight's all right. In fact, Saberlight's moving in for the horn toss. Into the skewer back. They'll find the Tiny. That's one down. Shopify looking for a little bit more if they can. But TSM immediately back off back towards their base.
Playing a lot more defensive. They do need the Tiny to kind of disrupt these fights, and just doesn't manage to get that toss out as the Force Staff came true. Quick reflexes out from Shopify Rebellion. This should at least be a tier 2, although...
Jump in. Rod of Atos is there. Skewer back again from Saberlight onto Bryle. They'd love the Death Prophet to get started, but Bryle's a tanky boy. Freezing Field is out as well. Bryle, he is still surviving, still taking through all this damage. Overgrowth now out. Saberlight's down. Fly is gone as well. Arteezy, he needs to get the hell out of there. BKB is going. He will time walk away. Meanwhile, Abed to drop to boot. Arteezy and Crit, the only survivors left on Shopify Rebellion. The TP out will be fine. Crew will walk out himself through the mid lane. But TSM, they will successfully take another team fight.
They just managed to fragment Shopify Rebellion. Like, they're streaming in one by one. They don't manage to commit their big spells this time because they just don't see the rest of TSM. So no RP, no Chrono comes out. Without that control, TSM just has this lineup that if you can't hold them down, their damage is really damn good. And now they're just going to siege. Fortify already forced out. Respawns are fairly short, at least.
It is. Sharpshooter expended. Respawns incoming. It seems like TSM gonna play it very safe, just back their way out of there. The thing as well in these engagements, right? If you can't catch Whitemon and he gets a nice overgrowth off, it's just so hard to fight back. And that's kind of what we saw in that last replay. Whitemon finding a 2-man overgrowth, they just get deleted. And then the rest of the team fight very, very simple here for TSM. So they are waiting for the next Roshan as well. Still a minute 20 away for that next Roshan to be up. So Shopify have a bit of time to try and come up with a game plan here for this game number 1. They are currently 13k behind. And again, they are lacking a lot of damage throughout these engagements.
Yeah, I think the one thing is, once that stun comes out from Whitemon, once that overgrowth's up, without the BKB on Saberlight, he can't do anything. And you just take away the threat of RP, you take away the threat of skewer backs.
Whoops.
You only have one BKB there as well for Abed, nothing else to dispel. What happened there, Mike?
Well, they're smoked up. Saberlight made it kind of obvious they're smoked because he shockwave an illusion. Which, you know, illusions don't break smokes. TSM, they're very well aware. Brawl doesn't have Exo. So at least you don't have to worry about that for another 25 seconds of Shopify. But that may not be the target you can start on. We saw it last time. He's just a little bit too tanky. And Shopify, they are going to back their way out, but TSM, they will stand their ground. Jump in, Horn Toss, Skewer, Saberlight trying to set up onto Ari. Ari 4-staffing away, but Arteezy should have the damage, and he will. Great start for Shopify. Roshan up in 5 seconds. You couldn't have asked for better timing.
They've got to nail the fight back in, though. TSM, and they're still in position. They can keep scouting around with Kasane into the pit. And we saw what happened in the last pit fight for Shopify. Certain spells were down. They didn't manage to maximize the RP coming out. And just an awkward situation. Still, TSM, they're the ones who have to kind of play into this now.
There's your buyback on Ari. They do not want to let this third Roshan go. It's a free Axe Blessing available as well for Arteezy. Bryle, time dilation will be there. Hold him back with the Bushwhack. Bryle is still happily moving in now with the Exorcism, so Arteezy, he will time walk out. But Bryle, he'll just keep going for Roshan. Crit, he's got the Sharpshooter out. Will connect it onto the DP, but Ari gonna make the jump in. Has got Fly. Big Chrono out though. Arteezy, he's got the Aegis. He snatches it away from the side of TSM, and now maybe they can take the team fight, or can they? Bryle's down. It's a good one here for the side of Shopify Rebellion, but they can't handle Tomato right now. He'll just keep chasing Abed. The Tusk is in trouble, and the Tusk will drop, but in goes Arteezy again. Kasane, he'll go into the Stoneform, and Arteezy, he'll get caught out, but Saberlight with a Horn Toss, with a Skewer, he'll wrap him away, get him away from that void, but Arteezy back in trouble, he'll lose the Aegis. That's one life down. Can they find him a second time? Lights Rock Ray juked out by the Manta, but the Road of Atos is there to hold him down. Arteezy's gone. Arteezy is gone for the second time.
Oh, man.
TSM still just proving to be way too good in these fights.
Yeah, they just execute so well. They don't even need Ari. He buys back. Sure, it's great. They bait Arteezy to come in and steal. They know they've got the follow-through. Once the BKBs fade, once the Chrono's down, they're just so durable. Like, all of these heroes just take so much damage. Kasane, he was being focused by Arteezy for such a long time. He wasn't melting. You know, like, the Wraith Pack's there, the Gravekeeper's Cloak. That's so much sustain from every hero.
Rod of Atos, he got the Skewer off just in the nick of time, but the Gleipnir is going to hold him down. Bushwhack will put a stop to Tomato for that tier 3 tower. It will drop.
Man,
Mid-racks, it is absolutely melting here with Tomato's damage output.
I love the build-up from Tomato. AC up, they're going all in on that durability. There is just no way you're physically bursting any of these heroes.
It's ridiculous.
And your only magical burst is really just Sharpshooter. That's it.
AC, Shivers, Wraith Pact. So many ways
Living
of just
Armor
mitigating
too.
the damage. Living Armor as well. Tomato being saved here by Ari. We'll find Saberlight another time. Are they out of tips? They may just be. Or maybe they're just tired of Saberlight. Maybe it's just not worth it, John.
Yeah, maybe so. You know, I'm sure Coach Moon is
Oh,
back
he's
there.
smiling somewhere.
And
I can feel that smile.
get on his level, as you would say.
Never ever.
Never ever. Let's see. There's still a chance here. If Shopify executes, but it's looking difficult to get those angles out, man.
Yeah, I mean-
TSM, they're just pacing so well.
Mega's incoming. Abed, it could be one last team fight. They'll make the jump in. Saberlight. Still not up for another 60 seconds, but there's your chrono. Arteezy, he's got the lean up with
Where's
the
the damage?
overgrowth. Wyman again is going to save the day. Tomato's not dying. He will survive. Arteezy, he is still trying to find this leaner and finally takes him out. But the buybacks are there. Tomato looking to come back into this team fight. Arteezy juking and jiving, trying to save this game, but he surely can't do it. He'll jump in again after Tomato, just moonwalking his way through the Radiant base. Still alive for now, but no, he's caught by the Gleipnir. The Manta, it'll save the day. He can reset now. Kasane, meanwhile, he's dropping low, but Abed, he's going to try after Whitemon. Light Strike Array, it is not going to land. TSM, they are not going down, but Shopify, they are not going to give up without a fight. In we go again. Arteezy after Bryle, but the Gleipnir going to hold him down, and now the silence, but no, the Force-Staff, he is still alive. They bushwhacked the Bryle DP up. Bryle now being focused down. Kasane being caught in the back, but is still going to be just fine, as Bryle's the one who needs to back off. Arteezy still just chipping away with the Time Walk, and they have found Bryle. He is down for 2 minutes without buyback. Arteezy making it happen as they find another. Kasane trying to run. Nice shots out from Abed. They have found the bird, and they will take down the bird. Kasane is gone, but he does have buyback. So they're against Megas, but they're not out of this game yet.
What a game. What a way to hold Shopify Rebellion. They didn't even have Chrono there. And they just
Insane.
baited out. They play with the mobility of Arteezy instead. It takes a million years to find a kill, but they find it. And they hold on to the high ground. The issue now is you're holding on to high ground. You're holding up against Mega Creeps. Your lineup can clear it out. You've got the Empower. You've got really good physical damage for the Creeps at the very least. So you can stall this game out. And we're, again, back to that talking point with Faces Void and RP. These spells are really damn strong in the late game. There's nothing to counter it.
If you find Tomato, he bought back, John.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
the key. If you find this Lena, this game, it could turn right back the other way.
I mean, he went all in there. You know, he sensed the end of the game. He's like, just let me in. We've got the damage. Now, potentially, TSM is going to have to wait for next Roche. 3 minutes until we see that timer. 3 minutes more than enough for Shopify Rebellion to get some key items up. The Heaven's Halberd that Saberlight's been saving up for the past 10, 15 minutes. Finally up. I'd say even 20, it feels like. Just hasn't had a farm to get that up. Is finally up. And a refresh for Arteezy.
Here we
That's
go.
when the Void gets silly.
Here we go.
Double BKB, double Chrono if he has the mana. This can change the game, and this could end the game here as well.
He hits level 25 as well. He goes for that 20% backtrack now, so Arteezy has a bit more survivability. Takes me back to those days. Back in my days, I like to say.
Oh man, that was the most obnoxious. I remember it was coded differently that MKB isn't actually, it wasn't affected by MKB. It wasn't a mischance because he would dodge the damage.
Yeah.
Like there was one instance when that was the thing, and it's like,
Made
oh
sense.
my god. Do you remember? Do you remember this image of Alina and a lion
Oh,
fingering?
yes, I do.
And the Void's in the middle, and he's backtracking like, Jesus, why?
I had those moments many times, John, let me tell you.
And that's the most frustrating thing.
I wasn't the Void. I wasn't the Void as well.
Another big
goodness
item
me.
pickup though. Kasane with Hex. If they can jump Arteezy before he can use any of his items, they can burst him down. And the Hex is going to be key. And that ties in really well with the Silent as the Grave. Just sneak in, look for that core, try to kill them off before the team fight really breaks open.
2 hexes.
And it goes from there.
Brao's got one on the way too.
Beautiful.
So many ways of locking the guy down now. You saw the Manta just constantly coming in clutch here for Arteezy, but can't do that against the Hex. Mid lane, Arteezy will show himself. Brawl moving his way in, won't find the Void yet.
Man, this is a nail-biter. Shopify Rebellion, it feels like they shouldn't be in the game, but they still are. They're still holding on. 9% chance to win from Dota Plus here, Mike.
That's why we love NA Dota, John. You
It's
never
the
know
best.
what's going to happen.
Best region.
It is the best region, John. AK advantage. Could you believe that? Like, they're against Mega Creeps, but they're only AK behind right now.
Yeah, one would have to question, though, at 46 minutes in, if that
Arteezy's top in
that's a
their world
factor.
board.
He is. It is a Faces Void with Empower, so you would expect that to come
Against
out.
Mega Creeps.
I mean, he's been farming well the entire time, right? He's been making his choices really well. So he's been keeping up. He's the hero that's keeping them in this game almost. And it's about Abed and Saberlight. Again, Saberlight's had a really rough time of it.
Yeah.
Not even bothering with a BKB, just trying to go for refresh and go all in on the jump first. For TSM, again, this cautious play, they've got to wait for that next rush. They committed a lot of buybacks there. Would not be nice to lose Tomato, because you would pretty much end the game. That is game over.
Let's see,
Tomato
Brawl.
dies.
He's got that side device out. They found Arteezy, but they don't have the backup quite yet. Saberlight looking for a skewer back, but their Hex is there to save the day. Arteezy wins the chrono coming out. He gets 2 in it. In fact, make that 3. Braille in massive trouble. He is down. 1 minute and a half is now.
Tomato?
They found another.
Oh, Tomato!
Tomato's been caught. Tomato's in trouble. Arteezy, can he get the damage? Tomato trapped between a rock and a hard place, but he'll go for the mad fight. Arteezy's gone. The Lena's got enough. They can't kill her off. 4 are down. GG is called.
Oh my god, TSM!
Woo!
They've done it. They've given the first loss out to Shopify Rebellion. And,
They have.
In what fashion? In what fashion?
In what fashion?
They force out the Void coming out there for Arteezy. And sure, the lane for Arteezy actually looked better than the last time we saw Void versus Visage. But they just bully Saberlight, right? This time around, Saberlight, like, he was stuck on Blink, Guardian Greaves for at least 20 minutes in the game.
Right.
Until he got Heaven's Halberd. And we've seen this with Shopify Rebellion before, where sometimes if Saberlight goes off to a slower start, it can kind of make it hard for them to find some moves on the map.
What a game one that was, Jonathan. Almost 50 minutes in, I believe we got to. Very, very nail-biting kind of game. I can't wait to see what Game 2's got in store for us. John, is there any draft changes you want to see between these two teams before we get into Game 2?
Maybe something about the Magnus, right? Like, we heard Fear, he's not the biggest fan. And they did find success on it with Shopify Rebellion against different teams, but this is
but those
TSM.
were different teams.
Yeah, it's TSM. You've got to show respect. Maybe they were trying to put a bit of shade onto Moon, but, you know, time to get serious here.
All right, Game 1 to TSM. Let's throw it back to our panel, see what they thought about it.
Game number 1 to TSM, the first loss that Rebellion has suffered so far here in the DPC. Incredible performance coming out of them. Also the longest game that TSM, or that Rebellion rather, has been forced to play out. And of course, TSM come out with the W. At the end there, gentlemen, something incredible happened. That Chronosphere from Arteezy. Honestly, I thought that was going to change the entire game. They're up against Megas. He just bought the Refresher Orb a few minutes earlier. He gets this amazing Chrono. They get the kill on Brawl. It looks like, all right, the entire game is about to turn. The second Chrono hits Ari and Tomato. Tomato is about to die, and in that exact moment, the latest Aeon Disc in the patch to arrive on Lina arrives at the same time that's required to win the game. They immediately turn everything around, and TSM take the W. Fear, let's start with you. Saberlight, John was just mentioning it there, that when Saberlight is on the back foot, not having the best performances ever, things can look a little bit rough for Rebellion, and Magnus turns out not to be the hero for this game.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't do very well in the laning stage, right? It got kind of bullied by the Lina, their idea. And this is the first lane we've seen Saberlight and Crit actually lose, right? So far in the whole DPC. And from then, they was just on the back foot. And we have to give a shout out to Bryle for this, too, because, like, they also made it so that this Mag had to go into the mid lane at level 4 to stop this push from the DP, which further put him behind. I mean, he had some good plays on Saberlight here, but ultimately just having this Tusk and this Magnus together, like, it didn't have the impact. I really feel like if they would have just snapped that Lycan instead of the, what was it, the Hoodwink in the first phase there, this would have been a totally different game because it's much easier to execute.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we also saw in this game is it's the first time that Rebellion were not able to dominate the Lina lane here, Panda. And it's the first time that they found themselves in a situation where Lina is really popping off, having an absurd amount of net worth. Tomato was just absolutely massive, dishing out an insane and absurd amount of damage. Now they have to go back to the drawing board, right? Now they can't actually just give away the Lina anymore, despite having the availability of the Tusk early in the draft.
I think it's not just the Lina, but it does connect with a couple of things. You have to think about damage being the problem. So if you want to solve the draft issue, change the Magnus to something else like the Void Magnus, you see the idea. Clear synergy. You got the damage for the hero, you got the cleave, you farm faster, but where's the damage when you have Treant Living Armor, you have Lina AC, Lina Aeon Disc as well on top of that. That's a very, very important fight. The most important fight of the game, which could have turned all things around. And then this Death Prophet. Like, I think the two players that made this game felt like literally unplayable had to be Bryle and Whitemon.
Yeah.
And these two had so good sync. They were focusing the DP most of this game, trying to get the Exorcism out of the way. But majority of the time, they're just running away from the DP. We can't kill this hero. And Saberlight having no BKB on the Magnus, who knows how many times he actually got stunned and spotted the moment he wants to go in and get a skewer play, get himself an RP. There was an RP in that fight as well between the first and the second Chronospheres to no avail.
Yeah, I wanted to make a quick point about that last fight. If Shopify Rebellion were actually on point there, they would have synced this up a bit better. They played a little too fast than they needed to, because you saw the first Chrono, Abed had a Nullifier, which nullifies Aeon Disc, and they killed the DP right away. They could have just waited for that to come off cooldown before RTZ did that second Chrono, and then they would have had the Nullifier ready for the second Aeon Disc of the Lina, and that could have been a game changer there. So it is late game Dota, things get hectic, but I think if they make that small little change there and just wait for those cooldowns, this could have been a turnaround.
I'll cut them a bit of slack. Lina had only got the item just then. It actually hadn't arrived just yet. So how was Arbed supposed to know? You know, Nullifier was already available. Tomato was still waiting for the arrival of the Aeon Disc. We'll cut them a bit of slack on that one. But overall,
They're going to look at the replay and they're going to have the same like talk as well, because like I'm sure they knew it was coming, and like it was just a little too fast play from them. They had a way to win it, and you know, TSM, they did dominate for the most part of the game, but I was like, this is the comeback. We've seen the old EG, right? They used to make so many comebacks from behind, and it was like magic, right?
Yeah.
They were that close from doing it again.
they were that close, but this is the first time, obviously, that they've been this far behind. We still
Yes.
leave the lane of
For a
racks
very long
against
time,
Fate,
yeah.
but in a very long time, right? They haven't been put under this much pressure. They got megaed. It's ultra late game Dota, and it's also one of the situations where it's like one fight away from the entire game changing or the game ending immediately, which it did. And obviously, Whitemon gets the MVP because not just the usages of the living armor on the Death Prophet, you know, we love this combo for a reason, but his clutch usages of the Overgrowth. We even saw in that last fight, right? He blinks in Overgrowth on 4 heroes, prevents some of the additional damage onto that Lina, and makes it a lot harder for them to connect on their spells. Whiteman just did everything he possibly could. And we're seeing why they were very willing to just leave the Lycan. Say, we don't care about this Lycan hero. We'll figure out Kasane's hero later in the draft. Let us get the Whitemon Tree and Protector. He's 3-1 at this point after this victory for good reason. And we see why, coming in from the C region, when he used to play a T1, every game, first ban, every game was always Tree and Protector.
Pretty much, yeah. And also one thing kind of contributing, which I only just saw at the late game screen, Kasane, Visage, he went Wraith Pact. What are you going up against? Physical damage. So another great addition on top of all the armor tools that they had that just made it impossible to actually kill the heroes. You're inside a Chrono, or at least nearby. He had the Ags, so it's pretty difficult to spot where's the Visage and the birds actually going. And then you have the Wraith Pact on him just popping out of nowhere as soon as the Chrono comes out. You ain't really killing them super fast. And then on top of that, try to blow up this Lina. Good luck.
Try to blow up this Lina, good luck. Then just Tomato, incredible performance. Everybody on the side of TSM really did step it up today, playing out of their minds. We were worried about their lack of initiation. It turns out we didn't have to have that many worries. Brow would just run in, make things happen, and Ori could follow up thereafter. So now with TSM having taken the first map, having forced Shopify Rebellion into a loss for the first time in the entire DPC. And also, what is very interesting about this is, I'm sure you guys saw during the game that the odds, for the first time ever, shifted against the side of Rebellion and in favor of their opposition. So we're going to be seeing in game number 2 if that trend will continue. But those odds, just to remind you, were brought to you by esportsbet.io, which is our sponsor for this particular portion of the DPC. And they are launching a watch to earn platform, which also has a giveaway at the end of every single game. And if you want to be involved in that, just head on over to the Discord, the description of which can be found in the Twitch description down below. So get involved, get some earnings, and make sure that you supporting this local Dota 2 scene. With that, game 1 done in the books, we're finally going to have to see Rebellion adapt, adjust, and try and figure out a way to come back in the game. Will they be able to do so, or will TSM be the team to finally put the side of Rebellion down? Rebellion has never gone 7-0 in this region. They've always gone 6-1. So we'll see if history will repeat itself or if they're going to change it up right now. Join us shortly to find out in game number 2. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, here to Division 1 North American action. Here in the DPC, we've just seen Rebellion lose their first game in the entire run of the DPC, and TSM on track to go 7-0 in series wins here. And unfortunately for the side of Rebellion, they're going to have to try and adjust, make a lot of draft adjustments, I think, because up until this point, they've been very happy to give away the Lina. They thought they had the counter with the Tusk, but it turns out that's not the case.
There's one spicy thing you're forgetting here. You want to know? I mean, the thing is, so Rebellion lost their first game, yes. TSM has more wins.
Yeah.
They have 13 and Rebellion's up at 12.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought, right? And one of the things that
Shocking.
I mean, Fear's just mauling because he just saw Magnus. He's not really happy about this hero. One thing that I really loved about this particular game as well, gentlemen, is the fact that what we've seen a lot in NA region is that people have been very willing to experiment with itemization. Like you mentioned, the previous game, we did see the Wraith Pack coming out of this Visage, but Death Prophet for Brawl, that was the first time Rod of Atos has been picked up the entire patch on that hero, utilized to amazing effect, especially up against the Magnus. Didn't have BKB, didn't have an option of getting out of the fight once he jumped in. You immediately get rooted, you immediately get blown the hell up. And unfortunately, we were mentioning at the end of the draft, Faceless Void, you know, I wasn't too hard on it. We saw it, and unfortunately, Arteezy, as great a carry as he is, even he couldn't carry that game by himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Atos pickup was brilliant. Like, they were lacking initiation in that game, and they had an Atos on the DP. We almost never see this, but he's playing versus the Faceless Void, he's playing versus Tusk, and he's playing versus a Magnus. 3 cores that hate being rooted, and then Tomato bought one too, so like, they kind of had their initiation from their cores, but they just like built the items. It's kind of like another supporting reason why net worth is generally more important than heroes in this patch, because you can generally build whatever you need in a game.
Yeah, just fill in the itemization that you're lacking. Like, still going back on Saberlight Magnus, for example, he had Halberd, Greaves, Blink, no BKB, no Force Staff, no other item that would have helped out the team. So it's just the Halberd that you hope to get in. But with these two, with Arteezy and Tomato, I mean, they've basically just played heroes which kind of lack when more items are kicking into the game. The Faceless Void loses damage with all the armor items we kind of discussed already. The Aeon Disc at the very last moment, you're just going to prolong your fights even longer. And then, you know, when you look at Arteezy's end, the only real tool you have is just prolonging those fights, Refresher Orb.
Yeah. I mean, Tomato really stepped up in this series. Like, he's so far the first Lina that I've seen really, you know, convincingly win his lane. And he did it versus Crit, and he did it versus Saberlight, like a lane that has yet to lose a lane. So really good job by Tomato here, and throughout the whole game, he kept up on farm. He was making clutch plays across the map as well. And then we talked about Arteezy on his Faceless Void this game, and how he was going to struggle versus the Visage, because we saw, you know, the Alpha, when they played Void, they played against a similar matchup. He fed really hard. Arteezy won that lane. I mean, sure, he had a couple, maybe arguably lucky bashes in the laning stage, but it happens. You're playing Faceless Void. You had both carry players are kind of like expected to do well, and this is because they're really strong laners. Arteezy barely loses lane, same with Tomato, and I think whoever gets off to a good start and has the better hero, maybe the more meta hero in this case, is kind of favored.
I mean, speaking of the meta hero, are Rebellion going to let the Lina through? Pretty much every game up until this point, they haven't banned it in the first phase, I don't believe. They've sometimes banned it like later on in the draft, but first phase, they're just like, whatever, you can have it because we have the tools to deal with this. At this point, I don't feel like they can take that risk anymore, given how hard Tomato popped off in that game and how many tools that they had to support him as well. Is that a risk you're willing to take here, Panda?
I mean, they can. I think the biggest adjustment that they can do is really address the Lycan issue. Maybe it's a first phase pick for them that they want to get. The draft order apparently is going to be exactly the same, only the sides are swapping. So they can go for the Lina first pick, but then you have to get the Lycan.
Well, we're going to see if they're going to be getting the Lycan, because we do have a Game 2 draft underway right now. So let us see what we're having. Obviously, Rebellion will have their last overall pick of this draft, but they are on Dire side, so things might be a little bit different. For the first pick, what do you want to see here, Fear, from the side of TSM? Do they just stick to the Lina if it's available, or do they angle towards getting the Treant Protector in the event that the Lina is banned?
I think both are pretty reasonable options. If they do the Lina, I totally agree with you. Like, they should just pick the Lycan. Like, that's the only adjustment I see here that makes a lot of sense here for, you know, TSM. But I'm sorry, Shopify, not TSM. So if Lina is on TSM, I want Shopify not to go for the Hoodwink, right? The Tusk is fine, but get the Lycan, right? I don't want them to overlap too much with these initiators, because Tusk, Magnus, they kind of do similar things. In different ways, sure, you have team fight, but one thing that's for sure is they're definitely lacking some damage with those two heroes if something goes wrong. And it can go wrong in the laning stage, because both those heroes can get counterpicked, and they did a really good job on TSM. They took the DP to counter the Tusk, and then the Mag naturally just kind of got countered. So it's kind of just like a wrong greed here, I believe, on the side of Shopify Rebellion, but they're thinking about it, and they're going to give the Lina away, and let's see if they make the adjustment, or if they think everything was fine and it was a play thing. That could be an issue too for them.
Exactly. I mean, it could just be a repeat draft, you know. They just skip the Lycan and figure out maybe we'll get something else than the Magnus, for example. Swap out RTZ's Faceless Void into something else, maybe secure TB in the second phase. There's a lot of options that they can still look for. And
There it is.
the
They
Lycan.
didn't even think
So,
about it. Like
the
we
Lycan
knew
Tusk.
what the problem was. Like
Yeah.
they
So
had
they're not
oh my
overthinking it.
gosh.
They're just addressing the Lycan
pretty
directly
funny.
with the Tusk. So TSM, they've got the Treant option open if they want to go for it. Unless they want to bring up an RE hero, don't think they're going to change too much here.
What I find very actually interesting about this is the fact that this Lycan, the times we've seen it absolutely dominate the Lina, it's also been paired with the Rubik from Crit, right? And we saw the Howl and the Fade Ball combination really put pressure on this
Yeah.
Lina. This time around it's just the Howl. So what other 4-position hero can we pair with this to ensure that it has as much impact in the laning phase up against this Lina?
I mean, just the standard forwards. I think Hoodwink would be fine. Rubik, of course you want a Rubik. Who doesn't want a Rubik, right? But you can take the next best thing. You take a Hoodwink. It's still going to be strong, even if he does the Howl build. Hoodwink does a lot of right-click damage, has a lot of slows, has a lot of stuns. It's not going to be in the pool, so what's next? Like a Snapfire? Potentially a Skywrath? He wants to play a ranged hero, most likely, so the lane isn't like incredibly hard. But I really like, I was really calling for that game 1 draft. I was like, just pick the Lycan and, just pick it. Like, why aren't they picking it? They thought about it. They went for the 4. And hopefully this time around, the Lycan is as strong against Lina as we think. Or it's kind of sad to see towards the end of the DPC, like, Lina popping off. And we saw so many games of this hero just getting crushed. But I guess it just takes these two teams to clash to really see that.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of what does Rebellion really prioritize in this Lina? Is do they secure a good lane for their opponent's carry player to still be able to punish later on? Say, Enigma doesn't really win the lane, for example, but they'll find a workaround with not just having like a pusher slash kind of presence off lane hero in the fights, but instead just solely focus this one hero out of the fight potentially. Because you got Tusk and you got Lycan. These are not BKB pierces. They don't do anything to the hero. Do they want to go with this like double off lane? Say, for example, Slardar, Earth Spirit. Do they feel like they're comfortable with playing melee heroes, able to punish through levels, and still Lina gets a bit of farm, but might get punished in the lane? What is the ideology that Rebellion really wants to look in that lane? Just straight up lane dominance, or look for a better opening later on in the game?
So
Well,
Emma
you want
Spirit-
dominance somewhere in the laning stage, right?
Yeah.
So if you're not going to get it from that lane, you can sack it, but then you're shifting your sides towards the mid lane.
Yes, yes.
And then you're going to, maybe Saberlight wins his lane, maybe he doesn't, but that's not
And you
what
have
they're
the
going to
Tusk.
go for,
And
right?
you have the Tusk in mid, which is really good at relieving pressure off of side lanes, which could work.
Yeah, but they're going to collapse mid most likely if they don't expect to win that lane matchup. And I don't see a DP ban yet. I don't know if you guys see it either, but if TSM, they're probably looking at that hero again.
Death Prophet looked very, very good in the last game, and obviously paired with the Treant Protector. Amazing duo, amazing combination. So every single time we've seen that so far, it's looked quite good. I would love to see it again. Rebellion might be forced to ban it out. It might not be an option.
I mean, they could let the DP through and just look for Terrorblade on the side of Rebellion. Like, that could be an option, but they could consider. At least the games that I've seen the TB go up against the Death Prophet, the TB, the DP getting slowed up, TBs and DPs, getting slowed by the Scotties and just not getting too much out of the Exorcism pops is something that Rebellion definitely can zone out in fights. They've got tools to kite with this Tusk, and they're probably going to get another support, which is also going to add in an extra stun, maybe another slow that could work, maybe I don't know if they really want to play a Pug now on the side of Rebellion. I don't think they would, but Spirit Breaker presence could also work out. They want to look for more activity against this Lina. It's just not great in the lane, but it helps out elsewhere. So I'm still trying to get the idea. What does Rebellion really want to do here with this this second phase?
I don't. Yeah, I don't really think that they can really change much here, because like right now when you have like this this Lycan, it's already immensely better versus the Lina and the DP, by the way. So if they do pick the DP right away, it won't be a big issue for them, because right now that's tons of physical damage in which you did not have before, right? So that's really good. And right now they're going to pick the Mirana now. This could be Crid's hero. This could be Fly's hero. But one thing we know for sure is it links up really well with the Tusk here, and they can have that 1-2 duo to run across the map and make things happen.
Yeah. I mean, the Mirana does sit in nicely. At least you have a support that's able to trade in early, so you don't really fall kind of bait for the idea that the opponent's just going to get away with level 2s and 3s without being contested at all. So the Mirana definitely helps with that level 1 Starstorm. Could even go Arrow if they want to prioritize XP early on.
Yeah, for the laning stage, it really depends on. I think the position for Mirana is more likely to go to the arrow because like you arrow the range creep and then you pull the wave, right? And then you kind of give a lot of EXP. In the safe lane, you're kind of griefing your carry in a lot of ways if you go ahead and just arrow that range creep there. So generally, you want to stick to the Starstorm build. At level 3, get 1 point in Leap and 2 points in Starstorm. You actually have a lot of nuke damage for the laning stage. And plus, you don't put your carry in a position where you're kind of forcing him to pick like a Sven, right? Or a Monkey King that has like a setup stun. So that's kind of why Mirana got a lot more popular in a lot of ways because you didn't have to play that dual stun combination with your carry, which he generally doesn't want to do. But TSM, they're definitely thinking here. It's like, do we dare go for this DP again?
DP Tiny was...
Yeah, it worked for us before. Do we just want to copy-paste our draft in game number 2 here because we won with it? We see a lot of teams do this, but they generally lose that game too when they do that because it's predictable. And they're Shopify Rebellion, they're a good enough team to read that and make a play.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like they could just repeat what they just did and not make too many big changes. They're still up against the Lycan, though. I feel like they might need an answer for it. That could be just Kasane's hero that they look for. They actually go for the Pugna, which I was kind of thinking about on the side of Rebellion instead of TSM.
So on the other side,
they're going to swap it around, and then we have Kasane most likely with this Centaur, unless we see something like Gunner Centaur like we did. It worked. It won a game, but,
It didn't look bad either.
It didn't look too bad.
Is Bryle going to just copy that, right? Unless that's like some like hidden meta that we don't really know of that has been like, it's underground tech, It could be coming out potentially, but I think we've seen Kasane play this. I do like the fact that they are adjusting, right? Like maybe the DP is not as good because they have the Lycan now. Lycan generally really good versus these Int cores because they have low armor. So it's like, all right, let's get someone when Lycan pops ulti, we'll have Centaur pop ulti, and that way we have a lot of repositioning chances. We got the overgrowth as well, and that'll help Lina like take smarter and better fights.
Bit of extra kiting tool. The thing is, do they go for the Terrorblade anymore? Like the lane, if this is Pugna Centaur, most likely in the off lane, it's a bit iffy. You have to kind of use your Metamorph to kind of try to force them away, but you're still going up against retaliate damage. You don't have the biggest HP pool, but at least the armor helps out a little bit in that sense. You could go for it. All right.
Yeah,
so they go for the TB. All right.
I mean, it's fine. Like you do have nuke damage on Pugna, but it's going to be support Pugna. So I think what Terrorblade really usually cares about a lot is going to be from the core Pugna, right? When you're playing that core Pugna, he comes to your lane, you're level 4, Pugna's level 6, you feel like you just don't have a game anymore, right? And that's when things are really a problem. In the laning stage here, he sure still has to be a bit careful because to Cryptify into Centaur stun, into Double Edge, it's all magic damage. So Centaur actually does have a little bit for this burst damage for the TB. So it's still a pretty decent combination here, but still a very scary TB game. Like, they don't have a ton of AoE. Like, to burst them, they're going to have to land the chain stun, and it's not going to be super easy to do with a Tusk in the game and with Lycan on your backlines.
Yeah, and then you think about, like, Rebellion, they're going to look for the Drow ban at least, but what else do they go with? Because, the Puck's already out from TSM, which could have been a decent hero. It's at least going to help out with the catch and close and that early game power that they could have gotten with this one, so... What else do they maybe look for here?
Is this potentially telegraphing a Leshrac pick for the side of TSM? We saw this last time around when they had Arya on this Pugna. We have that battery available. And obviously, when you're playing up against some Illusion heroes, Leshrac is always a really decent option. So what do you think about this potentially in the mid lane for TSM?
I mean, they could also look for a bat, for example.
Not anymore. They thought what you were thinking. That means you're on the right track because they banned the Bat Rider there. And the thing about Leshrac is, I completely agree versus like a Naga and versus like a PL. It counters illusions, but TB's illusions work a little bit differently, right? They're ranged illusions, and the hero itself, even if your illusions die, he still does a ton of damage, and he buys Scotty, which reduces the healing Leshrac does. So I think it might be a little bit of a risky pick, and plus you're playing versus Lycan, which I think with the Bloodstone build is not that bad anymore, but still risky. You can get bursted really easy. So I'm thinking it's a tough pick because you are playing versus an insane amount of physical burst here with TB and the Lycan and Tusk, right? It is all physical. So something that builds a lot of armor or, Pugna, I guess, gives you some physical immunity.
The downside is they have 0 silences on the side of TSM, so trying to kill a pre-man to TB, for example, it looks like you're just going to have to rely on stun solely to actually get the kill. And with this whole Force Staff meta, like you might land the LSA stun, you might get a Hoof Stomp on top of this TB, it's going to get Force Staff by one guy. That could be the Mirana. Rebellion could still look for another hero that still helps out with utility items, which we kind of were hoping to see from the side of Saberlight in that last game, which was just kind of lacking. You have the Blink Dagger, but that's about it. You have their supports basically building the items
items to help out. So if TSM is looking for maybe an extra stun, maybe burst damage, the
Brile
heroes I'm
Tinker,
looking
is
at,
that a thing? Is Brile Tinker a thing?
I mean,
this is a hero
it's
that
a straight up counter.
This is a hero that like is very hard to get on top of. They kind of need like that, you know, wizard type of hero that just doesn't get hits, right? Doesn't want to run his body in and do lots of damage from the back.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what hero can just stand and tank all this? It doesn't exist, I think.
Yeah.
It's just way too much damage.
Yeah, and the two counters for TB are Zeus and Tinker. And
Yeah.
Zeus is not looking good this game, and Tinker could maybe work.
I don't know if he plays
that's
it,
a Lesh
but
ban.
I would be super hype if he did pick it.
Let's see. So they have the option right now immediately. We don't know exactly if this Abed is going to be playing the Tusk, so they have to try and make sure that they pick blind and have a flex opportunity. It doesn't lose the
Yeah.
lane. So we're going to go for the Storm Spirit.
All right, there's that hero that
Alright.
just doesn't get hit and does a lot of magic damage. Tinker would have been more fun for sure, but you know, not everyone wants to bust out the Tinker. But this kind of fits the bill of what they need. They need something that just does a lot of damage and doesn't take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
There's also a hero that right now in this game, Rebellion, don't actually have that much lockdown, right? So I feel like the Storm Spirit gets away with quite a lot. So what do we want here from the side of Rebellion? I feel like Abed, I don't want to actually see Abed on Tusk anymore now that we have this Tinker, or this Storm Spirit. Rather.
I got it in your
I've got-
brain.
No, you've memed me. Panda, what you got from me? What should Rebellion be playing here for Abed, or is it going to be a last pick for Crit instead?
I mean, if they want to look for a core, I guess you're looking for a bit of extra lockdown. I'm still going with the Kunkka idea. Maybe the OD that he busted out in one game could work out. The laning, staging, and Storm is going to be a bit 50-50, but at least you can have some kind of extra fight coming out from that hero. Then you're just kind of relying everything for the Tusk and this Lycan to do for you.
I think it's going to be a crit hero, to be honest with you.
But
That's my
if it
guess.
is a crit hero, then give me Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker. Okay, that would be interesting. They have 15 seconds to consider their options at this point in
I mean,
time.
it could be a
so-
fly hero too. I think
Yeah.
this Tusk is mid. As much as we'd like to see something cool mid,
Is
I
Phoenix in
just
the
don't
pool?
think So
They don't. Okay, there's the Lina
Phoenix
though.
is, yeah.
There's the Lina though, so it's
Yeah.
risky.
Let's
they
see.
need. All right, so
Alright.
we're gonna get
Hey.
crit Tusk most likely. I don't know
Crit
if
Tusk,
Fly
yeah,
is gonna
yeah.
play Tusk, will he?
Support
No,
and
Crit Tusk.
Volker.
Definitely
Yeah.
Crit Tusk, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So Abed Invoker, what do we think of this gentleman? Didn't we? I think we saw this matchup once, right? The Invoker into the Storm Spirit. Or am I
it's good.
mistaken? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a good matchup, and plus he's playing versus Pugna here, and against a Centaur bit. Like, you know, the Tornado will dispel the Decrepify, so that's always good here. The real question comes down to they lost to this Lina, right? Pretty hard last game. It dominated its lane. You're now playing versus a double melee in the off lane, so I think Crit is gonna sack Saberlight this game without a doubt, unless Tomato steps out of the way. But like mid lane, you got to be careful. Crit's gonna come for this mid lane real hard.
Do we think we're getting game 3 here?
It's really hard to say. You got a Storm Spirit. This hero doesn't win very much, but you also have Invoker, which is unpicked. This is a very unconventional game, but yeah, let's go for game 3. I think they have what it takes to win this game.
Panda game 3?
No, I'm gonna go with
Nice and spicy.
Mr. Dr. Heckle's simulations, and out of the 300,000 games played out as a victory for TSM, even though there's 700,000 wins for Rebellion in that one, I'm gonna go with TSM 2-0.
All right, TSM 2-0. So far, it has seemed like it would take an act of God to be able to defeat the side of Rebellion here in the North American DPC. We're going to be finding out if these miracles can occur with the miraculous Mike and the jazz hands, John. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much. Now we do get into it. Game number 2 here between TSM and Shopify Rebellion. It is MLP Dodontronics fight. Jonathan, you don't need to actually show your jazz hands off. We go into game number 2 with two very different drafts. John, Via said it. Very unconventional mid picks here from both sides. What are you thinking?
Well, the last time we saw the Invoker was with the Faces Void combination. A different team, didn't quite work out. I feel like Shopify Rebellion has fixed their issues from game 1, though. Like, their physical output is way higher now. They don't need to be scared of the living armor coming out from Whitemon. They can just overwhelm it. And birthday?
Whose birthday, bro?
Is it Bryle's birthday?
Oh, it's Bryle's birthday.
Oh!
Happy birthday, Bryle.
No, it's what? Is it Bryle or Whitemon? Are we being baited?
Well, hold on. Whose birthday is it?
You know,
Well, hold on.
I will search right now.
Search up
which
whose
is
birthday
sad
it
because
is.
Whitemon's my friend.
Oh, my goodness.
No, it's definitely not Whitemon.
All right, well, we'll figure that out while you're looking for it. We do have a video ready as well from Ari. We asked him the same question. Does he have any message to the fans? Let's hear from Ari.
I don't really have a routine. I like to join calls early and chat to my team about, how their day is going, whatever they're doing, how they're feeling. And just get in the zone together. I always bring lots of snacks. But there's no superstitious thing or anything like that. I always play overthrow 3 before I play. I find it's like a really good like custom game warm up. This gets my hands warm, and I always like to do this before I play any tournament. Chat, spam go TSM in the chat. I want to see positivity.
When we asked the guy, messaged the fans, he started talking about his preparation for matches. I heard him talk about another game as well. We won't discuss that. I was...
Overthrow?
Don't know what he's... I mean, don't say the damn game, Jonathan.
But it's just a mode here,
I
right?
mean, it is. I don't like that game. I'm not good at it. I don't want to talk about it.
I do have an update. It is Bryle's birthday.
Happy birthday,
So,
Bryle.
you know...
birthday boy.
Absolutely. Birthday boy Bryle. Maligayang kaarawan, as he would say in his Filipino native tongue. I'm
Very
sure
good.
Mr. Phil Ambryle.
I thought he was American Filipino.
Yeah, well, you
So
know.
it's not really his native tongue, is it?
Yeah, well, you know, it kind of changes around depending on what they'd want. You know, and speaking of like the Filipino matchup, I forgot to mention it. It slipped my mind. Abed versus Bryle. The Filipino versus the Philam. This is great. This is Southeast Asia.
Right.
We've got it.
We're
the
back.
Rambulan.
There you
We're
go.
here.
Rambula.
Ah.
Very good to see.
It's been so long.
The last game around, I mean, I can't say Bryle won out the mid lane. It was a very even affair between the two. Obviously, TSM won out game 1. John, what do you think the odds are for Shopify here to pull off a victory here in this game number 2?
I'd say it should still be TSM favored considering their performance in game 1. I would say around 1.6 to 3 would be around the ballpark figure we'd see from esportsbet.io. It's a bit of a fight here.
Kasane in a bit of trouble here. Already going to go down. First blood to go the way of Shopify Rebellion. Abed the one to pick up the kill, and well, you've got to be happy with that. Giving the mid lane of the first kill of the game. Fantastic start here for Abed. Shopify already off to a brilliant start.
Yeah, they're off on a good start. That kind of sets them up well. Again, when you talk about that mid lane matchup for Bryle and Abed, every little lead for these two will just pile up. It should feel a lot better for Abed. I don't think Bryle can really threaten. The level 3 timing for Storm is not amazing there. So Abed should actually go off to a good start. The question is what he goes for. Will he go for the Midas? Does he want to be active with an Urn, rotating around the map? That kind of dictates how fast Shopify Rebellion can play off the back of him.
Of course, we can have a look at the side lanes as well. What about that top lane? Arteezy's there on that Terrorblade. Going to be against Kasane and Ari. And of course, he's actually going to have a tri-lane going right now. Crit and Fly going to move in. They'll try to go after Ari. They'll see the Pugna. They have the level 1 tag team up. Ari, he'll be chased down. Surely no way out of this one, though he is trying to juke his way out, but it's not going to be enough. Crit will pick up his second kill of the game. So they do find a very nice pick-off, and I kind of wonder how long they keep the trail lane going here for Arteezy. Though against the lane that they have, like the Pugna Centaur, it's not so easy for the Terrorblade, so it seems like they might just maintain this trail lane.
Yeah, just apply that pressure. Level 1 for Ari is just atrocious. You don't have that decrep save. You've got a lot of ways of just melting to this physical output. Arteezy can just focus in on farm. And you can kind of leave Saberlight alone. He's just farming well by himself anyway.
Oh, Kasane now, pretty out of position. That tag team just does so much work. The chase is on. Netherblast's all the way out. Reflection is there. Kasane, he is going to drop to the damage of Fly this time around. It's the third kill already for Shopify Rebellion. I wonder if TSM are going to respond to the trail lane by bringing Whitemon up. For now, Whitemon's sticking around chasing wolves in the forest. And those wolves are actually tracking a creep wave. And this is what I hate. Saberlight on these micro heroes, he's ridiculous.
Yeah,
He's absolutely disgusting.
He maximizes them so well. At least Whitemon does get the pull into the large camp, so no range creep coming
Bryle.
out. Oh.
Mid lane, Crit already rotating mid. Finds another one.
And it just goes back to what the panel said, right? Crit just sacks Saberlight's lane, plays up top, rotates mid. The presence of Storm here up against Invoker is just not amazing. It's not a lane that the Storm necessarily finds an angle in, unless the Invoker extremely steps out of position. So Shopify Rebellion, they've got this early start going for themselves. They've got this aggression lined up. They can apply that early pressure, start to play around. They don't need too much farm to come out from Saberlight. Even Arteezy doesn't need too much in the Terrorblade. Like Manta plus one strength item, you're kind of okay to join in whenever Metamorphosis is up. So that pacing, it'll throw TSM off, because you have Alina that needs farm, you have the Storm that needs a ridiculous amount of farm, and Kasane doesn't really have anyone to play with unless the other cores are ready. So it's just going to lead to the stalled out timing for TSM that Shopify Rebellion they're taking advantage of right from the laning phase.
Certainly so. Of course, we are looking at a very, very big creep pull here from Ari that does end up working out. Of course, Fly could not put an end to it. They will meet the creeps here by the tier 1 tower. They'll take 2 for themselves. That's what you want as well. You want to deny off 2 of your creeps, keep the wave available, deny off maybe another 2 if you can. Fly's going to try and be as annoying as possible, and actually does get... In fact, it wasn't a deny from Fly, it was a deny from Kasane. He will keep trying to juke and jive with this creep wave just through the tree line. Arteezy in the meantime pulling the small camp to try and equalize the creep waves. See who wins this one out. Because Kasane, he's still got a creep wave in front of his tier 1 tower, but well, Arteezy, he's got a creep wave behind his tier 1 tower. Mind you, the Radiant creep wave is absolutely huge. So chances are Arteezy will still hold on to the equilibrium.
Yeah, should have a better time of it. And just get that build-up he wants. Like, he's not being contested. He's not losing HP. While Kasane trying to clear out the creeps, right-clicks from Fly, drops him way low. Even with the double ring of protection, it's not really enough to stop that right-click harassment coming out from Fly. And just feels a lot better here for Arteezy. Already at 22-13, controlling that lane perfectly, having a great time. Tomato's having an even better time down bot solo, though. So that could be a cause of concern. Saberlight kind of lagging behind. He's not building up.
Look at Crit with the Wolves. Saberlight's just microing them, and Whitemon, he can't walk. Crit's just getting all the damage in. Oh, this is sickening. Oh, it's sickening.
Yeah, even Whitemon has to get a tip out.
I mean, how do you...
Nah.
how does he do it? How does it, like, how many hands does Saberlight have? How many keyboards is this guy
To
using?
be fair, you know, Saberlight just kind of AFK'd us here on the right side. He is protected. He knows there's no threat of being jumped by Tomato. Tomato would much rather farm. And he is sacrificing a lot of CS for that. So Whitemon's just putting his body forward, ensuring Tomato has his lane. Whereas for Saberlight, yes, he finds the kill. He is still getting that build up towards the Dominator, but you're not stopping Tomato. And we've seen what he can do on that Lina. It is a different game with a different set of circumstances, though. So they might be able to still better handle him as long as they get that build up on the Lycan through these kills.
Oh, immediate D-Ward out there onto Crit's Observer Ward, placed on that high ground. TSM going to make sure he doesn't have that kind of advantageous vision into that mid lane. So they want to make sure Brawl has a best of a lane as possible. He's already died once, and of course Arbed is well and truly ahead. Level 6 now on the Invoker. Rotating into the bottom lane, Tomato completely on his own. They are going to land with the Tornado and the Cold Snap into the EMP. In comes Crit with the tag team. And Tomato, there's just no way to survive through it. Arbed with a 2-level advantage over Bryle, meaning he can just rotate so early on. Just nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, they can't stop him, and even if you did manage to get more support rotations, you don't have the best. Kasane forced the TP away with Arteezy committing that Metamorphosis up. So you've got basically every lane won out here for Shopify Rebellion. The issue for TSM is their supports aren't really that aggressive. You've got a Treant and a Pugna. They don't do much in rotations.
Whitemon. Wish he didn't walk out of that tree line now, I'm sure. Zarbed was just standing right there waiting for it, but the neutrals, very nice.
Oh.
Tips out from Whitemon. Arbed will hand the tip back over.
He just stood there too. He knew it. He knew it was coming.
What can you do? It happens.
It happens. It's some space out. Not too much space again for TSM. With a support duo, they just can't take early activity. I mean, they could maybe line up if they land, say, an LSA or a Hoof Stomp, but it's easier said than done, and it just doesn't feel like you're able to rotate around the same way Shopify Rebellion is, because you've got a Mirana, you've got a Tusk. They can make so much happen on the map just together. And they even managed to find that Javelin for Tomato, so stalling out his farming pace just a little bit more, being a huge nuisance for him. The side of TSM, they need to ride through this rough spot. 0-6. If Shopify Rebellion keeps that pace up and maybe start to find some objectives off the back of it, it starts to get pretty hellish for TSM.
I mean, they might find a kill now. Crit's being chased down. Problem is he is relatively fast just with the brown boots alone. Ari's going to intercept. Does have 1 point in Decrepify if he wants to throw it out. Crit is still just casually walking away. That's going to be so frustrating. Even the Radiant creep just blocking Whitemon from reaching the Tusk, so Crit just needing to expend nothing to get out. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fly not quite landing the arrow onto Bryle. It's not quite as easy with the Tornado setup from Arbed. So Bryle barely able to escape that situation. Certainly can't afford to die too many more times. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Saberlight. He has the Wolf Form, but the Light Strike Array is going to land Tomato. He has Laguna. Saberlight barely going to survive. 40 HP. Whitemon, can he find him? Ari! Oh, the Nether Blast! Tips out immediately from Bryle.
Oh my god. I mean, it's a nice kill. You force out the Wolf Form, you buy some space for Tomato, freeing him from the clutches of Saberlight, and the tips. You know, the tip game is the most important there.
Absolutely.
Get into Saberlight's head. We saw him have a rough game 1, stuck on just the Blink and Guardian Greaves for so long. And now, the one thing TSM can do with this duo is push.
Crit.
Hello, Crit.
Caught out again here on the Tusk. See if he can get away this time. Snowball will be back towards the creep wave. Should be just fine to escape. Bryle, he's going to find his own exit route now, but we'll go back for the Courier of Abed. Still has plenty of mana to juke and jive here if he wants to. We'll actually see Crit once again. For now, though, he'll just casually walk out, but they'll lock him in the shard, so instead he'll head down south. And now Ari's been caught out. Abed with a Tornado will lock him down. Ari gets cold snapped up. He'll go for a Decrepify. Snowball is not going to quite land, and the arrow is going to be off the mark as well. They didn't have shards off cooldown, so Crit could not lock him in on that staircase. And while all this is happening, Tomato is casually pushing the bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, getting a good shove in. It's not the big objective you'd want to take, but this is a lot of space for the Lina to just farm. You still don't have the presence out here for Saberlight.
The face of Saberlight when he died to the Nether Blast. He does not look happy, let me tell you.
I mean, he was so close to escaping. You know, you just feel a bit of frustration. They're rotating bot now, but Whitemon does scout out a little bit of that movement, so there's enough time for Tomato to back off. Mind you, while Tomato's farming freely, so is Arteezy. So our two cores are having the best time on the map. And the one advantage for Shopify Rebellion is that Abed is having a much better time than Bryle at the moment. Not by much, but that build-up into the Witchblade isn't going to take that long. And as we've seen, Abed is much more willing to be active on that Invoker this game around.
Absolutely. I mean, you kind of got to be, right? Like, you don't want to be passive on this hero. I appreciate going for the Witch's Blade over something like a Midas here on this Invoker, but he did have a fantastic start, let's be fair. Was 2 levels ahead of Bryle at one stage. Not so much anymore, just 1 level ahead now. Bryle doing a decent job in trying to catch his way up. But the net worth is still about 800 gold difference between the 2 mid laners, which is not good news for him. Bottom tier 1 now going to be forced in. Whitemon is in the tree line trying to defend this the best he possibly can. But they are constantly using those wolves to try and have a look around and find this tree. And Living Armor can only do so much here for Whitemon. So he will show himself in the end, but does juke around in the tree line again, just pulling the creep wave over. Trying to reduce as much damage as humanly possible into this tier 1 tower. They should have it though. With the siege creep, it should be enough, and Saberlight will take the tier 1.
Yeah, they do manage to trade up top. Kasane just shoving in well with a max level retaliate, so it doesn't take too long for him to get a shove in as well. Still rather even in net worth. Shopify Rebellion still maintaining that kill lead. Bryle's pretty low playing tag with Arteezy. They don't have enough physical output to really kill off the Terrorblade yet. But at least they're kind of trying to shove him away from that lane. Free farm.
I think we all lagged at the same time.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Well, I was wondering, have I disconnected? But no, it's literally everyone in the game. Very good. With that, Jonathan, did you have any predictions about the odds?
I'm still guessing it's around the same ballpark in favor of TSM. Probably 1.6 to 3.5.
That was pretty close.
Yeah, what are we at?
We're 1.65 to Shopify Rebellion, 2.18 to TSM.
Yeah, it's a close one, right? Like, and again, I think before the series kicked off, a lot of people would have favored Shopify Rebellion on those odds. It's just been turned around. TSM's just been showing up today, and they've been making it pretty hellish. I mean, Shopify Rebellion already going for that mid shove. Living Armor still slows down that push by a massive amount.
TSM, they're going to try and move in. Kasane already getting arrowed up, and he just melts. My god. It's too much damage. That tier 1, I mean, they're still trying to heal it up. It's not going to be enough, though. There's just too much coming in from Shopify. There's just no way to defend this. They've got to just split up across the map and just keep that farm game going. The tier 1 will eventually melt.
Yeah, and that's the map control they need. They can just take over the bot. They can start to buy more space out for Arteezy to farm. And they've got good vision. Really good defensive ward to spot Bryle.
Yeah, he's a big one. Crit, he wants to get in range for the Walrus Punch first. The Moonlight Shadow going to make it rather easy. Bryle going to get stunned up. With the arrow as well to follow up, he is gone. No way of surviving through that.
Just good wards. They know where TSM will want to farm up. They know that they're going to try to sneak up top, take away some camps from Arteezy, and just stay away from the blindness of the bot jungle. They punish. Shopify Rebellion now looking much stronger, 1-8, less than 1k lead. But TSM are still getting good farm out for Tomato. The Lina is still allowed to get the scaling going. BKB on the way. Yeah, it's still building into it. And you've also worked yourself almost into the Kaya here for Bryle. So a little bit more presence out for our Storm. Side of Shopify, they're about to hit that Overlord timing for Saberlight. Once that's up after the Vlads, that Ancient Creep is just going to be causing hell. Like, we've seen the issues already. It's super easy to burst these heroes down if you can focus on them one by one. The teamfight presence for TSM isn't really there. And it's just tougher for them to kind of save each other outside of expending Stampede to run off, which you don't necessarily want to do on these supports or one of these softer targets. So all you can do on TSM right now is keep stalling, keep trying to build up, but you have to be aware of just how much space Arteezy's gotten. Like this Terrorblade, just with a Dragon Lance and Yasha, Arteezy's more than confident to just stand up front. He's tanky enough that the magical burst, unless the lean is there, plus Storm, it's not enough to really hold him down just yet.
At the very least, Tomato's still ahead. Just by about 1k on the Lena. Almost has the full BKB up now, just needs a recipe available. And once he does have the BKB up, he can choose to get involved with his team for some big team fights if he so wishes. TSM maybe just confident with the fact that they have this POS1 Lena, they'll be able to just out-carry the TB a little bit later on. I mean, it is still Lena after all. It's one of those heroes right now where you just first phase it and it just feels like it does everything you want. Literally everything. Shopify Rebellion. Just taking the game very, very calmly here. Very slow game for them. No need to rush. 1 to 8. Less than 1k in their favor. Kasane might get spotted here, but does get a hoof stomp off first. Onto Saberlight. They would love to catch this Lycan. Overgrowth is going to hold him down, but he got the wolf form off, and they don't have the damage. Saberlight is fine to run out. They are still trying to find him, but it's not going to be enough. Bryle, he'll keep the fight going a little bit longer, but it seems like they'll have to retreat. Kasane drops way too low, and this time Saberlight will not get caught.
Yeah, they expend a lot from TSM to try to get that chase going. Overgrowth and the Stampede gone. Not finding that kill. Shopify Rebellion more than happy to just kind of play tag. Use that space to keep building up on Arteezy. TSM as well, building up on Tomato. But you are sacrificing. Like, this kind of movement out from Kasane and from Bryle early on, without the kills, it's starving them to farm.
Bryle gonna get caught with a Walrus Punch, but the Hoof Stomp is there to back him up. Bryle, he'll cop the EMP, dropping very, very low now. The Tornado, it does connect, and Bryle is down. Just never got a chance to zip away. The Cold Snap making it so challenging for him. Narbed will happily take his life. When you look at the farm of Bryle, he's just so far behind. Still less than 5k net worth.
Yeah, he's barely above his own supports. It's just the nature of what they're trying to do on TSM. They're forced to be active with the Storm because there's no one that can connect with Kasane. Pugna, you don't really burst anyone down fast enough with that Centaur. You can't do much with a Treant as well in that combination. So it has to be the Storm because Tomato's not going to stop farming. And it just sacrifices a lot from Bryle. He doesn't even have that Kaya up yet. They're grouping around. They've got that BKB up and running now in Tomato, so maybe you can have him join in. Shopify Rebellion, they're just confident. Good scan out, though. Should lead to a nice angle for the smoke.
Let's see what happens. I mean, Tomato maybe just trying to bait in the mid lane, showing on the T1 tower, but nobody's taking said bait. TSM, meanwhile, they'll wrap around through that dire jungle. Arteezy is showing on the top creep wave, but immediate TP out. He senses something is awry. Back into the mid lane they go. You've got the initiation from Kasane if you want it, but they don't want to start with crit. You can always just pop the snowball and get away. Instead, just focusing on that mid tier 1 tower. Tomato will take it out. Again, they won't really find the big fight they wanted here, TSM. So the BKB, it'll completely be unused here for Tomato. Wymon, though, he's kind of stuck around. Snowball is going to connect here onto the Treant. Arrow does whiff, but it won't matter. They'll keep up the vision with crit. And so in TSM, they will lose something for this tier 1. And now Shopify, knowing it's a 4v5 scenario, they want to go. No overgrowth up, at least for 15 seconds till he respawns, and Ari is going to get spotted. Shards, a little bit off the mark. Ari, he'll run towards the north, and it seems like Shopify do not feel safe going that way. Instead, they might try for Roshan. And they will. Wymon's back up. He'll TP to that top T1 tower. Roshan is dropping very, very quickly, but there is time for TSM to try and intervene here if they realize it is happening. And they will. Tomato, he'll make his way over. Such an important Roshan. Bryle will get close to place another ward in the Roshan pit. Arteezy's still going. They want to get rid of that dominated creep, and they do. Meanwhile, Kasane losing quite a bit of mana there. Arteezy still trying to take the Roshan down. They want the Roshan fight. Bryle, he's going to zip in. Who's got the Aegis though? Roshan's got Bryle. He's got it. The Overgrowth. It allows them to pick it up. And now Shopify just need to run. This is not the fight, boys. It is not the fight. Shopify, it seems like they'll be okay to get Arbit and Fly out of there. But I believe it was Whitemon that put an end to everything with that Overgrowth.
Yeah, that's just well angled coming out from Whitemon, and they follow through quite well. The coordination's out there. Bryle jumps in. They get the Aegis out, and they have a pretty good net worth advantage. I say pretty good. Tomato's 3k above Arteezy now. I mean, this Lina, it's quite the hero once it gets farmed like this. They are trying to run down Whitemon with the creeps. Sunstrike? Not quite in the tree line there for Whitemon. And the side of Shopify Rebellion, I mean, it was their opportunity, right? They feel confident. They found one nice kill on Whitemon. They couldn't melt Roshan fast enough. The respawns are fairly short at this point in the game. And just comes in, casually walks up. It's an old school play. Walk up, Overgrowth, steal Rosh. Easy.
Yeah, there it is. Overgrowth was perfectly timed, by the way. I mean, to be fair, Bryle was right on top of the Roshan, so he would have had first dibs on the Aegis anyway, but the Overgrowth just ensuring they had no potential to try and fight back. Shopify, I mean, it's a big loss for them. That was Arteezy's first death of the game as well. Suddenly 2k advantage the way of TSM, and I mean, considering how tough of a game Bryle's had on this Storm, now that he has that Aegis up, having those 2 lives in the next team fight, obviously going to mean a big deal to him. And it allows him a bit more farming space as well. Like, he's still 7k in net worth. Still one of the lowest on the board, but he still has that huge impact.
Yeah, because he has so much room to just zip in. There's no instant stun that can threaten him.
They got a Grove Bow. How do you make Lina more broken, John?
Yeah.
Give her a Grove Bow.
There you go. If only you had the old Venge Aura with range.
Oh,
That would make it very balanced.
No, don't bring that up.
Can you imagine if we knew Lina would be a great right clicker then? Ooh.
Oh, look at that tier 2 tower.
Ooh.
Arrow's gonna land actually, but Kasane's there. Onto the Mirana. You almost would have preferred the arrow land on the siege creep at this stage.
Yeah.
Kasane's just gonna walk in.
Yeah, he's got the damage block to just retaliate back to the tower. Nice objective to take here for the side of TSM. Shopify, for their part, they're farming down bot and taking that jungle space while they can. Getting the build up. They're trying to work onto that Scotty now for Arteezy. Lots more durability. Lots of ways to just stop any sort of healing coming out from the Living Armor or from Ahri with that life drain. And Abed as well, still working onto that Hex. Again, the Hex is so key because you need that instant stun onto Bryle because of that impact he has. Even with no items, as long as he's not being punished and instantly locked,
Oh, Fly.
he will have a lot.
Fly's getting the Lina treatment up top lane. My God.
Balanced.
For anyone that missed that, it was literally Gleipnir into stun into right click. I believe it was maybe 4 right clicks till he died. Very good. I love this hero. TSM. Down bot lane. They'll smoke up. They saw crit. They'll go for a Vortex. Brawl to set up. Kasane to follow up. Oh, and they're getting real warm now, TSM. They're feeling it. Shopify, I mean, it was like 1-8 in the first 5 to 10 minutes, and now TSM, they just hit their timings and they're happy to go.
And they were 1-8, but they didn't have a clear net worth lead. It was still slightly in TSM's favor because they were sacking a lot of heroes to get Arteezy up as well.
I wonder what the odds are right now from our betting partners, esportsbet.io. Like, it'd be...
I guess...
There it is.
Yeah, what is it at?
1.60 to 2.28. Costs 50% bonus on your first deposit. But, man oh man, how the odds swing real fast.
Huh?
Zip in again. Looks like they found Saberlight, but Bryle could not get him before the wolf form. He's going to be okay to back, but Tomato has the Gleipnir. He will not land the Light Strike Array, though. The Moonlight Shadow. It does save the day, but Arteezy, no. Oh, they caught the bigger target. Who cares about Saberlight? We've got Arteezy.
Yeah, I mean, no, if you want to prove a point, Saberlight's still the morale booster kill.
Not anymore, he's not, John.
Arteezy's the bigger target in terms of the game, of course. Man, Tomato's just so far ahead. How is this hero here? 16k versus a Terrorblade 11k, and Terrorblade is not a slow farmer. And Arteezy's had a lot of room, but the impact Tomato has is just insane.
Ryle, big zip in. He wants his revenge against Abed. Crit is going to try and save by a little bit of time for Abed to back his way out. Kasane has 5 seconds till that blink is available. Looks like they won't be able to catch the Invoker. But now a 3k advantage. Going back to Tomato, like you've already mentioned, his net worth is out of control. You know, and he's playing a very balanced hero as well. So, you know, it's the net worth. It's kind of like he's at 17k, but it really means 25k.
Yeah, it does because of Fiery Soul, her range. It's he doesn't even use the Grove Bow here, Mike. He's using the Nether Shawl.
I mean, it'd be unfair if he did, I suppose. Fly bottom lane. Getting chased down now by Bryle. Bye, Fly.
Just don't have that hard lock for Bryle. Not until that. Well, you do have the Hex and Abed. So there is that option. And Bryle is still saving up for his BKB. They're really using the battery and Ari quite well. Just constantly topping up Bryle, ensuring he's always zipping around on the map here.
Jump in on Kasane. He's not an easy target to take out. Arteezy's going to pop the meta. There's so much armor on Kasane, and he's got the Stampede anyway. Abed's going to intervene. Tornado will land. There is a lot of teammates around here for Kasane if they want to make the jump in. Decrepify there as well. Kasane is still trying to walk away, but eventually will go down. Ari, he's going to be alright as well. Saberlight unable to stop the TP.
Yeah, they find a nice target though. Kasane is, I say a nice target, but really it just feels like everyone except Tomato, as long as you're not losing Tomato, you're happy. Just look at that net worth gap. Like everyone just looks so poor in comparison. It's not that they are, it's just Tomato's overly rich.
Yeah.
At this point in the game.
You can't give this man Lena.
Nah, you know what's funny? This is a thought I had as well. This is almost the exact same build-up we'd see on Klinks, right? Like Brown Boots, Falcon Blade, Gleipnir, but Klinks is so dead.
Yeah, thankfully.
And Lena's just, yeah, this is how it actually works, guys. What a hero.
I hated that Klinks patch, man. That was disgusting. It was actually revolting to try and play against.
I mean, some players still try it, right? Like I think
they
you see,
do.
like CDR and C.
And I appreciate the MMR, John.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Shopify Rebellion is appreciating the perfect balance that Tomato has right now. And they still have answers. They just now need a way to jump in. They're actually working on a blink for Abed just to get that blink hex. Or at least just to have a way of getting an instant jump on. Because that is what their lineup lacks. At the least, Crit has his own blink up as well. There's enough of a delay in the snowball that unless you kind of stack some stuns on, Bryle can still zip around. And a smoke out here from TSM.
Double damage active on Bryle. If they can find someone to be very, very happy right now. They'll move into that dire triangle. Nobody there. Saberlight, he's at the top lane. They haven't scattered him out yet. They'll overtake that triangle on the dire side anyway now, TSM. They'll happily hold that position. Brawl's still having a look around through the mid lane now. Of course, they'll know now that the dire jungle is occupied. Double damage, though, is going to wear off, but it seems like TSM still want to try and go for a fight. Courier does go down. That was the Skadi.
Oh, boy.
That was the point booster to finish off the Skadi for Arteezy. That's a huge timing on Terrorblade as well. That's going to feel real bad for Arteezy.
Yeah, it's a big courier take.
Bryle, oh, they miss out. I don't know if that was quick reactions or what from Bryle, but they miss out.
It's got to be the Hex. It's got to be Abed with his blink that he's queuing up. Because if you don't, Bryle, he's just dancing around him so far. Again, he is actually poorer than everyone, but it doesn't matter. You just don't have the lockdown. And by God, I know this is just the worst graph I've seen. I keep going back to it because I haven't seen this kind of graph in a while. It's ridiculous. Like this 4K lead is entirely on Tomato. And they have no answers.
He's 7K ahead of Arteezy. Yeah, his team's letting him down right now in terms of the net worth lead, John.
That they are. And for the side of Shopify, I mean, you get this build up on Arteezy, and you're fairly tanky on Saberlight now with a full AC. You do have play. The issue is, it doesn't feel like they've cleared out enough the map. With the top tier one still standing, Roche access for TSM still fairly smooth. Triangle control smooth as well. They just have so much more farming access points without any worry, and they have really nice wards just to watch any sort of weird movement as well.
Mid lane. Ari's showing. He'll get rid of the mirror image. They'll see Tomato. That's the big target. If you can make a jump in with the Hex, be very happy. Wolves running around as well, scouting out TSM. More illusions to run in from the mid lane. They get rid of those. Seems like TSM want to go for a bit of a smoke, and they will. They'll pop one. Brawl still in the base, but making his way over. Shopify, they should know exactly where they are right now, but there's going to be a wraparound into that dire jungle. Smoke on smoke scenario now. They need to find the leader. That Hex on the lane is so important. Ari, he's going to break the smoke. They found Arteezy. Gleipnir is there. Overgrowth out. Hill Manta. Light Strike Ray did land. They are melting, but Brawl runs in, and he's got the Terror Blade. Arteezy's gone. Crit in trouble. He will drop to boot. Shopify, can they fight back? It doesn't look like it. At least Kasane, he will go down to Abed, but Abed is still being chased by Tomato. They'll leave him be, but Roshan's open.
Oh, that timing's just way too perfect coming out from TSM. They had to buy back on Ari, but you don't really mind. He's just here as a battery. He's just here to top up Bryle and Tomato every single time. And they have more than enough damage to take this rush. There is Wolf Vision here. So Saberlight's micro is still kicking into gear. They might be able to maybe go for a cheeky deny. No sentries around from the side of TSM.
Oh, zip in again. Abed, Tornado, Hex is there. He does not want to die right now. He just wants to delay the Roshan. His team are incoming. TPing towards the Dire Outpost. They've got to try and make it in time. Roshan's so low, they've got to get in there. There's no time to wait. Crit's got to blink up, but it's too late. So hard to predict the timing without some vision in that Roshan pit. And so now Aegis up on Tomato. He's so close to a Satanic as well. Once that Satanic is up, oh man, it's rough. And oh, there's a Shards in the Storm.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
That's where it gets fun with the Lina. Overload on Lina with that range. Boy, oh boy.
Oh my goodness.
40 attack speed bonus.
Like she needs it.
Yeah. Just in case, you know, 7 stacks of Fiery Soul not enough. Here you go. Have a little extra.
Tomato. Caught. BKB there. He's actually attacking Fly, but the Gleipnir doesn't connect. Instead, he'll go after... Look at this balance. There's 5 heroes on the high ground, and he's still comfortably fighting.
Yeah, he doesn't care. It's like, oh, so what? You know, I have Aegis, I have damage, I have BKB. And as you mentioned, with the Satanic coming up, you really have nothing to worry about right now. It's a very smooth Lina game so far for Tomato. The blink for Abed, I feel like that's going to be the key timing here. It's only 280 gold off. Once you have at least one wave blinking in, see, the thing is, if Abed blinks in Hexes, he doesn't have a BKB. So it's a double-edged sword up against this Centaur follow-up stun. And it's a massive risk, but it's a risk that Shopify Rebellion need to take because there's just no way of jumping any of these heroes. They've only been finding Ari so far in Whitemon.
Oh, Abed. Gonna get spotted at the top lane. Bryle stays out the creep wave. There's the Satanic being finished off now for Tomato. Arteezy still just trying to get towards his own BKB. Such a rough affair for now for the Terrorblade. Just something you don't get to see very often. Arteezy not being the top of the net worth board, but Tomatoes, he's just had so much space this game. Not so much for Arteezy. Shopify not out of this game yet. 8k behind though. Can't really afford to take a fight right now.
Tomato?
Oh boy,
Oh my
look
God.
at this.
He just traveled in. They saw that travels as well.
Oh my good. Saberlight, he shook. Yeah, this guy shook.
Shapeshift down on the respawn for 40 seconds. That's the opening to high ground. They can just siege.
Oh, here we go. TSM. 1 game away from being the best team in North America for 201. You'd love to hear that title if you are TSM. Tomato, he'll keep going. At tier 3 tower, not going to last very long. And it's gone. I mean, you want to wait for Saberlight to try and force this fight, but again, without the wolf form, it's going to be a very rough kind of team fight to take.
Yeah, they just let it go. They have this blink hex up, but they know that there's just no protection for Abed once it gets that play out.
Bryle almost found the courier of Arteezy with the BKB on it.
Oh my god.
Almost. Not quite.
Full rate pack up now as well for Whitemon, so even more physical reduction coming out with that Crimson Guard. It just feels like Arteezy's damage, even with Metamorphosis, it's just gonna tickle with these actives up.
Tomato looking for that secondary lane of barracks. Saberlight is up, needs 15 seconds for the wolf form. If they lose the next team fight on their own high ground, that's it. There aren't many buybacks available. It'd be pretty much over. Moonlight Shadow was there. Shopify looking to set up. Tomato, dominated creep, will get taken down instantaneously. The Guardian Greaves will do nothing. Gleipnir out. They found Crit on the Tusk. He needs some help. There's your Wolf form, but Tomato, he's not gonna back. He's looking for the man fight. Chaos Meteor, Hex is out. Bryle, he won't find the Invoker. Arteezy, he's fighting by himself, but he's got the BKB. Overgrowth, he'll man to dodge it off, but Tomato, look at him stand his ground. They can't deal with the Lina. They can't deal with her. They need to run. Arteezy, get the hell out of there. It's not safe, sir.
No.
He's gone. He might just be gone, but no. Aegis is gone, but Arteezy's down. 50 seconds without buyback, still they are still trying to fight. 3 down for the side of TSM, but Saberlight's gonna drop. They'll hex up the Lina. Tomato, can he do it?
Oh my God.
It looks like he can. Arbed's trying to run, but he's down as well. This might be over. It looks like Saberlight may have been left. Moon Meander may have been right. And TSM, they might be the best team in North America. One more kill will do it. Arbed, he's trying, but the Gleipnir's there. Tomato, he'll lock him down. That's it.
Oh!
It's going to be over. A rampage for Tomato.
What?
GG is called, and that's why you'll never, ever get on his level.
Never ever. TSM, best team in NA, the best region in the world.
Woo!
They beat out Shopify Rebellion.
Well.
My God. One thing I will want to talk about. Let's go back to this.
Talk to me, John.
In game 1, we saw them play around us on TSM's end, physical damage reduction. Game 2, it comes back again.
Jeez.
Crimson Guard, Wraith Pack. When Artur was focusing in on that Lina, it wasn't doing any damage.
No.
He didn't even pop his Satanic.
He did nothing.
He didn't pop BKB, he didn't pop Satanic, he just stood there, hit back. That was Scotty on, and he was still alive. It took him until he went up the ramp to die. Even then, he respawns, BKB up, Satanic up. Like, what are you gonna do? This is why I went on a rant when they changed Raid Pack on physical. I'm like, why are physical cores so nerfed? Because if you think about the scaling defense you have against physical, armor scales well. Armor plus HP makes really good EHP scaling. And then you have just this 30% flat reduction. You have Crimson Guard on top. There's nothing to stop a mixed carry like Lina, who has magic scaling as well. Because all you have to stop magic's what? Cloak, into the upgrades, Hood of Defiance, Pipe, and it just stops. You have so many more ways of stopping these physical cores, and it just happened there. Artur, he focuses in, nothing turned on. Lina just won.
And Moon Meander, he kept his promise. He did say he would destroy. He did destroy the side of Shopify Rebellion here in this series 2-0. That's the first series loss. Mind you, both teams are still going to the major, but it's all about who's the best team in NA, and right now that's TSM. With that, we'll head back to our panel. We'll see what they have to say about this game number 2.
Absolutely massive result coming out from TSM here at the end as they're able to take a 2-0 versus Rebellion. And as you can see, I'm taking over Snare for just a moment. He's feeling a bit under the weather. But luckily on the panel, we have some reinforcements, some real upgrade to T-Pan analysts. We've got Fear, we've got Fogged. Guys, what a crazy upset. This was the first time TSM tops NA DPC Div 1, right?
I believe so. Yeah, it is. First time they've maybe not topped it, but it's first time going undefeated. Right? They're like 7-0 now, something that Quincy was able to do before, something the XEG Shopify Rebellion now has not yet been able to do. So first for them.
Yeah, I love it. And in their own style, using their own heroes, going for this like Pugna kind of draft. I mean, sure, there's a Lina tree as well, but going for Pugna, going for Storm.
That doesn't win here, don't worry, normally.
I guess I haven't gotten to see enough of them, unfortunately, but yeah, it's awesome to see that they're able to do this, and I think this was the kind of big turning point where Shopify had this huge advantage, loses Roche, lose the kill and the Aegis, and Bryle, even though he's low net worth, kind of in like majority of this game, he made so much happen on this Storm.
That was like the moment for his comeback, right? Where I was sitting there talking about like, Bryle's in trouble this game. Like Crit, this game was a beast. So I guess I'll go a little bit back to the early game on how that happened. Was like, they started with a tri-lane, just a straight tri-lane in the safe lane. They put Saberlight in the off lane. He pulled the waves with the Wolves. Crit got 2 kills on Kasane, so he got first blooded as well on Kasane. So he was 0-3 on the Centaur in the first 3 minutes of this game. And then Crit went to the mid lane and made Bryle's life hell. So Crit did so much in this game, but like, it wasn't enough. That one Roshan fight where they were to steal the Aegis there really helped Brawl get back into this game.
Yeah, and it seems very unlikely it was up until that point because Crit was doing some great work on the Tusk. They basically had full control around the map, but then things started to change from that Roshan pit. How did you feel in that moment when you saw that TSM actually get the Aegis for themselves, and is this game really going to turn from this specific point and there's no going back?
It almost felt like they kind of broke Shopify. You could see the hunger, right? They just were constantly looking for plays, constantly finding Arteezy, and Arteezy felt like he kind of started relaxing or something. He got caught multiple times in these weird positions in the jungle. This was just outplay all over the place.
I mean, I got to give a shout to Brawl. He just kept finding Arteezy in every single fight, and they keep bringing him down. And we saw that net worth disparity. Like, Arteezy and Tomato at one point were about the same. They both had free farm carry games. It felt like it was, my day of playing carry, whereas Trilane versus Trilane, 2 carries super farmed and everyone else kind of poor. But in games like that where Arteezy, he dies once, he dies twice, Tomato's net worth kept growing and growing. And he had... I don't know, at some point it kind of felt like Tomato was playing Alchemist, not Lina. Not going to lie in this game.
They did a lot of good plays on the side of TSM to kind of corral themselves together. Do you think Tomato was the most impactful player and hero throughout the series and maybe the MVP for this game?
Ooh. I mean,
tough one.
Tough one, just because like the kill score and his farm and everything, but I think Braille did so much with so little that I might be inclined to perhaps go for him.
That makes sense.
It's a little...
I mean, both of them. I think Kasane and Braille, I was really impressed this game about like how much they were able to get done with such little net worth, right? Because like Tomato, sure, he was the most farmed, but Braille and Kasane, they kept finding the initiations. They kept finding the openings. I think Kasane's itemization was brilliant in this game too. The Crimson Guard versus the Lycan and the Terrorblade did wonders.
Yeah, absolutely. And as the MVP, it is going to go for Tomato in the
one.
end. As, his impact was pretty massive in both of these games. Did get the Lina for himself. Or was it more the hero or was it more the player in this case? Because it was a unified team effort from TSM in the end. So it's not just about the Lina, but it's surely a big factor for the team.
They set him up for total success, right? With the builds that you're mentioning, the Pugna just constantly filling him up, so he's just constantly pumped up, always on the map. I mean, that XPM is actually absurd. 1.2k XPM.
Yeah.
GPM is already, of course, going to be high. We're used to that with Lina, but my God, yeah, he felt like he was everywhere, making plays, so well-deserved.
Yeah.
Well-deserved indeed. Undefeated run, basically just one map loss in the run for TSM, and Rebellion taking their only loss in the final series of the DPC tour, but still meaning second place. They're going for the major. They got themselves some DPC points on the run. How do you think Rebellion, are they going to take a lot of example from this series against TSM, more drafting or more gameplay kind of decisions, what they need to maybe work around for the major? What do you think?
I think a lot of this is going to go down to like slightly drafting, but mainly gameplay. Like, I think they got outplayed pretty hard here, and I think they're going to be a little shook. I think they thought they were the better team. I thought majority of people thought they would be the better team, including myself, but TSM came out with a really strong performance here, and I think maybe they go back to the Lina as well, especially in North America here. Like, this hero has not seen the best results. This is the best Lina series we've seen yet, and Tomato made Lina look really OP here, not gonna lie.
I'm used to seeing that coming over from EU and China. Every single game, I think we've had I think it's, I don't know exactly.
Playing up to par now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 80% win rate for ours. When we see especially the Lina and the tree, they utilized it perfectly like we see, at least like I've been seeing from the other regions.
And we finally got the upset. Like, in a sense, it was an upset because Rebellion was said to be the top team of NA. We've been hyping them up all of this this first tour, but then TSM just kind of snatches it away and takes the prize for themselves. So congrats for them for actually pulling it off in a 2-0 fashion. When you were at the start of this series, before we actually saw the drafts and games, obviously you guys were probably said Rebellion's looking like the stronger team. Was there any significant difference between these two teams when you look at it as a series whole?
at least for me, I loved the itemization and stuff like that, like you mentioned from Centaur, but also like the way that Brio played in the first game, going for Atos, kind of different style on DP. I think they were hungrier and they showed like a lot better plays across the board. Just actually,
they just outplayed them straight up.
Yeah, and we do actually have an interview ready with the man, Brile himself from TSM. So let's hear some thoughts from the mid laner here. Brile, congratulations, you're top of NA. Give me some primary thoughts on that, man.
Thank you. It's nice to win on my birthday and Moon's birthday.
So happy birthday.
The best day to do it as well. Taking at the start of this series, your preparation against Rebellion, how did you guys feel like coming into this one? Were you a bit nervous? Were you a bit scared about what the outcome's going to be? Or were you super focused and ready for today?
I think a lot of us are pretty confident because we did a lot of prep work yesterday, and they also did a lot of late practice, and we also simulated a lot of drafts and what we're gonna pick and what fans are gonna do. So I think it went pretty well last night, and I think going into the game, I think we were all pretty confident.
All right, all right.
Did you guys? Hello, Brian. By the way, congrats and congrats on your birthday, especially. Did you guys expect to get the Lena tree both games? Did you have any of course, like you said, you were practicing a bunch of drafts. Do you think you could, elaborate maybe on that a little bit?
All I can say is Bullbug got outcoached by Moon this series, so I think we're expecting to get something and get a good trade on the draft. So.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, so since you guys used up your birthday buff for this series, does anyone else have any birthdays going into the major here? Or how do you guys feel you're going to do at the major as TSM?
I think there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. I think a lot of my teammates are also inexperienced, and I think it's Kasane and Ori's first LAN, I think. So it's going to be fun for them.
One more question for you. So the game you played Death Prophet, you won Atos. Have you ever done that before? What was your thought process and how do you come up with it? Because it worked really, really well.
Yeah, I think in the draft, we're kind of lacking catch, and we only had Tiny, and if Tiny doesn't get a good jump, it's really hard. So I'm fuck it, dude. I'm gonna get some Atos to catch them.
Cool. I actually have one more question just regarding, because you brought up your teammates, Ari and Kasani. How is it like playing with them? I know I got to cover them a bunch last year when Ari especially was coming into the scene first after playing Heroes of the Storm and stuff like that. What type of players are they in the game? Very loud, enthusiastic, stuff like that, or just quiet, focused, etc.?
Kasani is a mental rock. It's I don't think he's tiltable, and he's a robot basically. He doesn't show emotion. He's the only emotions he shows is when he spams a voice line, he disconnected voice line. Is and he's gonna giggle and stuff. So.
All right, tell us about.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I only got one more question for you, Brawl. I think the answer is what we're really looking for here, because you have your birthdays and you've just won the NADPC. What are you gonna do with this victory? Is there something following up after? Maybe a party or something?
Wait, hold on.
All right, go ahead. We got a surprise for ourselves.
I don't really
Aww.
I don't think I have any plans today, so I'm probably just gonna chill at home with my cat.
That's awesome.
Say hello to my little friend.
What's the cat's name?
Bunny.
Bunny, the bunny cat. All right.
All right, one final question for you.
Sorry.
Yo, you can carry on if you have something to say, or I can ask, up to you.
Yeah, I also just want to mention Saberlight.
I was going to ask that, so there you go, perfect.
Okay, today I woke up, I opened my phone and I see a tag. You've been tagged by Saberlight on Instagram. I opened a story, and this guy's talking shit on Instagram. And and I opened Twitter, and this guy's also talking shit, And I was I woke up and I'm there's no way I'm gonna let this happen on my birthday. So shout out to Saberlight.
All right. Well, you basically proved it here. One last thing. What do you have to say to all the TSM fans out there? They're rejoicing this victory. They're happy about this one. What do you have to say to the people watching at home?
First of all, I think we didn't really have a great ending last season, especially during TI, and I think a lot of people were disappointed in our performance. But I think we're pretty confident that we were able to do well this year.
All right.
So
Well,
thanks for supporting us.
thank you so much, Brawl, for taking the time, and congratulations, the NA champions. We'll hear from you from the major, and good luck with that as well.
Thank you.
There we heard from Brawl some thoughts on the series, and a very confident-looking winner, a happy one, a birthday boy as well. So basically, everything seemed to click today.
It's the birthday buff. You can't lose on your birthday. I think we've talked about it before. Gunnar had a birthday. He didn't lose either. It's what a good time to have a birthday. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, got to be careful how you shit talk, right? Saberlight, you know, you got especially
might
on
come
people's
back to you,
birthdays.
yeah.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the leaderboards as well, because that also means that as we see TSM on top of the board, that's 300 DPC points for Rebellion. That's going to be 180 secured. Both are going to the major, but only the DPC points make the difference here. And it's time to rack up some more from the major, which is going to be very important for them to start that good start for the year. Like TSM, they did have a pretty good run last year at the start of the year, but will they be able to keep up that buff as well? I think that is a very big question that's looming in the air with all these new players.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing to pull out of it, right? Like you said, multiple people that are first time on their LAN. I think that's going to be a really treat to watch them, how they deal with the scenario, the pressure, and everything like that.
I mean, I definitely agree with that. And I think for Shopify Rebellion here, like the DPC points here could come to bite them later on. Like they're normally pretty consistent, normally get through points, but like maybe they're in a position now where they do well on LAN. We don't really question like how stable they are on LAN usually. And at the end of the day, this could just be like, you know, we gave Lina Triway 2 games, kind of like lost the series. Hopefully in the long term, you know, this doesn't affect their availability of going to TI.
And that also leads us to the follow-up for today. Let's take a look at the schedule as well, because it is going to be more DPC points on the line. Wildcard Gaming taking on Nouns. That series is going to be starting off in about half an hour, followed by the elimination match, grudge match with Theoth versus Bait. Theoth could drop it right there with a victory against Bait. If Bait takes the win, we still live on tomorrow for Bait Alpha to see what's happening. Are we seeing tiebreakers or are we seeing straight-up eliminations? But primary thoughts about the Wildcard Noun series here.
Wildcard versus Nouns. This game is going to determine third place, right? So, like, whoever wins this gets third place in the region. It's going to be really big, and I think this is a big proving ground for Wildcard because they want to be able to be like, yeah, we beat Nouns. We are now that new team on the block that's, like, in the top 3 here. Whereas Nouns, they've looked a little shaky, this DPC. Like, sure, they were in the spot where we expect them to be, but they had more losses to teams like 5rat we didn't expect. They played against, you know, the Shopify Real, and they kind of got dumpstered. Ever since then, their confidence has been shook against TSM. It's like a team on the up and a team on the down, and I think it's going to be a very even match.
Fog, what about the last series of the day? We're going to see some Dendy magic finally happen, take their first DPC series win, maybe?
I mean, if it's any team to do it, Burst, it's definitely Theoth, from what I've seen at least. I haven't gotten to see the most of all these games from NA, unfortunately, but from what I have seen, perhaps this is the one.
It should be, and if not, then more Bait disappointment, unfortunately.
Anything is possible. But ladies and gents, we're going to be taking a bit of a prolonged break here. We'll be returning in about a half an hour for the next series. So this is a good moment to get yourself rehydrated, get yourself a bit of a break as well. And we shall see you soon for the next series here at the NADPC. Don't be long for Two Gone. We're going to be back in action in a while. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, one and all, to the North American DPC. I'm back again. We're going to be continuing the day of Dota 2 right now after seeing TSM take a 2-0 victory over the side of Shopify Rebellion. Now, of course, we move a little bit down the card. The top end has been decided. Number 1 is TSM. Number 2 is Rebellion. We want to see who number 3 and 4 are. And to determine that, we have an upcoming match of Nouns versus Wildcard Gaming. Of course, earlier on, I was being carried super hard by Fear and T-Panda. Now we get some Europeans into the crew. T-Governor, Lizard, gentlemen, welcome.
Hello,
and don't you love these kind of games? Games that actually matter, right? DPC points are on the line right now. Both of them, it's not just the DPC points though, T-Governor. It's pride. You want to be you want to know that we're the third best in the region right now.
Use the big P there. It's all about pride. And in NA, I think the region is carried a lot by pride. There's obviously the top 2 contenders, and now after that, it's who's third place. That honestly is one of the biggest things to go for.
Yeah, and one of the things that's also really important, the other P besides pride, is those DPC points here, Lizard, because you're doubling up your return if you do get this victory.
That starts with D and ends with a C. Yeah, DPC.
Points.
Sure,
Points, man.
points. Okay.
Yeah.
Get it out of your head. Come on.
Yeah.
Focus up.
DPC points, obviously, they matter. Like so many times, we've seen teams, like even in the last year, we've seen a couple of teams get. They thought they were in, and then they weren't just because
Swap
of
a player around
half
and
of a point or a point in there. So everything matters. Like you learn from others' mistakes, and you try to get as many DPC points as you can.
Yeah, try to get them as many as you can, as quickly as you can.
Gotta
and of course,
catch them all.
You know, right now the difference is 60, but 60 is quite a lot, right? It can make the difference. Last year, half a point was a determining factor between getting into TI and not being able to make it. So looking at this series, though, let's talk about it, gentlemen. Nouns, for the longest time, were definitively the third best, right? Everybody knew that it was like, well, there's 2 teams at the top, whether that be, usually it was EG, TSM, Nouns, Quincy Crew around that 3rd, 4th area. Unfortunately, this particular season, Nouns haven't looked as hot as they have in prior times. And TSM, who've just rinsed the region, they actually came the closest to beating Nouns. Nouns pushed them, TSM, to a 3-game set. Almost won. Was supposed to win game number 2, but sort of faltered in that particular area. So talk to me about this, T-Governor. Coming into a series like this, where you have to try to solidify your placement and not having done so well, they've been inconsistent. What do you want to see them do differently to make sure that they get the W?
I guess just don't be too volatile. I think Nouns as a team, I remember in previous tours, they were the ones who were trying to be creative. Sometimes Moo would have an idea, they'd try and push it into the team, and it might not work, it might work. But I think at least for this series, for Nouns and Wildcard, they already know, like the last chance qualifiers of last year, like they're the NA teams that even if they don't get to top 2, they're going to have a pretty decent showing in those qualifiers. So these series, like win or lose, it's about the improvements you're going to make from this tour to the next, and it's like always about progression in NA, I feel. So
I'm glad you mentioned Moo, because I think between these 2 teams, Moo and Sunlight are going to be pretty much the win conditions for both of them. So looking at the 2 comparisons between these players here, Lizard.
The win conditions.
The win conditions, pretty much.
Make it or break it on the offlane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of well acquainted with the left guy. Moo, obviously, I've known him from the... Yeah.
I'm just going to say, Moo's actually 1 letter away from being the opposite of Sunlight, because if he's Moon, then it's nighttime. So that's actually quite a stark difference in the players. But anyway, sorry, you were doing some real stuff. What were you saying?
Sunlight is stronger because he is giving light to the moon, right? Like, so is Moo actually copying everything that's... Let's go deeper here, Tiga. Where were you going? I'm really interested.
Hold on. Before you go deeper, let's quickly talk to me about the differences between the players, and then we'll go deeper into how deep the light is.
Yeah, so both players are quite interesting to me. Like, Moo obviously has never given up on Dota and playing competitively. Sunlight, on the other hand, has. Like, in the past, he was not playing. He was an analyst for a couple of years. He didn't even know. Like, I actually met him a couple of times in person. We discussed this. Is he gonna go this route? Is he gonna come back? He's one of those comeback stories which can be pretty damn nice in this game. Like, we've seen a lot of players. Improve after taking that break, after looking at the game from a different position.
Yeah. We're going to be seeing whether or not that's going to happen quickly. You're going to say, Tigov, well, let's talk about the draft for a second, because I wanted to get your opinion on this, right? Here within the North American region, we've been seeing more and more the first phase Treant Protector being really dominant, winning quite a few games here.
Yep.
Has this been the same in Western Europe, and what do you make of Treant Protector in general as an opening pick?
Yeah, Tree, of course, it's in the top 6 of heroes in the world right now for meta. It's across multiple regions there. I think in Europe, it's that shift between 4 and 5. In NA, again, haven't covered much of the region, but I'm going to assume it's maybe more of a 5.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like it tailors towards that. Again, super strong in lane. I think the adaptation of going for Leech Seed over Grasp allows you to fight better in lane. We saw in the previous series, Whitemon, he walks to lane, he just throws it into the wave. He's not even using it for like aggression. It's just throws onto some range creep, heals up his carry, and then he plays from there. So again, I think Tree just secures your lanes really nicely, and it sets up other people to do really well.
It always sets up these ranged cores as well. Like now, if they want to, they can play position 1 Nature's Prophet now. Like it's really strong in the lane with him. Like overall, one thing that surprises me every time I do play Tree, that's maybe not as evident when you're watching games, is how much damage the hero deals. Like hero position 5-3, you're actually dishing out a ton of damage in teamfights, which isn't, like Tree was never known for that, but all these small little buffs and the talent changes actually make him really strong in that way, in that aspect too, even though obviously that's not his core strength.
Yeah. And going back to the stat side, when you're comparing the offlaners.
Hey, he still has the Christmas tree there.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, it has been in January for him, but still.
It's still up. Maybe. Do you have to take it down? Is it unlucky to leave it up for too long?
Oh, it's not.
I mean,
he's too busy playing Dota to take it down.
That's fair enough. But anyway, so assist-wise, I think Nouns, they've got like on average, like, say, 67 assists or something per game, or across all the games, sorry. And like Wildcard's like 54. So I think trying to like just generalize it a bit more, I feel like Nouns are a type of team that like to get into the scraps a bit more, like to rotate more. And that's when you have heroes who are like the Tusk that they play, the Tree, the Fury, and these are all heroes that enable that play style. And for Wildcard, they need to be ready for that type of engagement. And I already feel like they're covering that a little bit with these clocks, the Snapfires, because it's like they're heroes that want to brawl from minute 0 all the way to the end of the game.
And they don't need anything, right? Like
Exactly,
that's also a bonus. When you're a Clockwork or a Snapfire, all you need is levels, and you're ready to fight.
What's interesting about the Snapfire pick for the side of Wildcard Gaming, they've picked this hero a lot, I think like 9 times overall, but they have flexed it quite a bit. They played it in the offlane, they played it as position 4, they played it as position 5. They have quite a few options in terms of how to utilize this hero. So, Lizard, where do you think this hero slots in the best right now, especially considering they already have Clockwork, which can also naturally flex between the 4 and the 5 as well?
Yeah, like there are some teams that are trying an offlane snap, a mid lane snap in all the regions, but I still feel like the position 5 is probably the most comfortable and the best for the hero at the moment, 5 or 4. Basically, on the mid lane, there are just more. There's just too many heroes that are better that are currently in the meta on both of those positions, on the offlane and on the mid lane. Like if it's your ultimate comfort, and if there is nothing else, like everything else is banned out, I can see it working on mid lane. And I can see the preference for some players to do it that way, but I'm not a big fan.
I like it when it follows the weaker cores. So, for example, if say Fury in lane, if you now put Snapfire +1 into that lane, some cookies, some Scatterblast, you can actually pressure the Fury out the lane. You can also eat through the treants pretty quickly to some degree.
With the blast, yeah.
Exactly. So, like for this combo, because Wildcard are second pick, they can actually wait until the end to decide where the snap goes to then pressure. It might be a weird flexing the off lane to support, when in reality you might want to have a bigger value in that last pick, but it's something you could keep in mind. We've seen so many, let's say, like Into the Breach Jibbe, when he played this off lane Snapfire for Into the Breach, it was like insanely good in lane, and he just crushes it open the map.
Something, speaking of flexibility, actually, this Nature's Prophet hero as well. It's been flexed by Nouns themselves. They played it off lane and they played it in the safe lane. But one thing I've always found very interesting about this Nature's Prophet is just how much damage he deals, how good he looks generally in a lot of these games. So talk to me about this here, Lizard. Lina obviously has been the primo carry pick amongst all these regions, right? And obviously it's going to be banned out in this game. But I've had this feeling lately that Nature's Prophet actually carries games a little bit harder than the Lina does. So talk to me about this. Do you agree? How do you feel about Nature's Prophet as a carry hero versus, like, let's say, a Lina?
Well, in NA, maybe he carries harder.
No.
Don't disrespect.
No, this
Come on, give it the honesty.
No, this
Wait,
year.
you actually don't agree with Snare here?
That Nature's Prophet carries harder than Alina?
It can. It can.
Oh, can. Okay, no, to be fair, no. Now that I re-listened to that question in my head, it's like Lina's here, all right?
Yeah.
And I'll say Furion is like a close, hit.
Yeah, he's close second, but he's not there yet.
Yeah.
Maybe
Like
if we give him,
super close.
maybe if we give him bonus attack speed for no reason whatsoever,
Give him like
like
a moon shard.
If we built in a moon shard into him for no reason.
It's interesting that you say this, though, because here and in Southeast Asia, sometimes Nature's Prophet has been the response to Lina. When Lina does go through, you pick Nature's Prophet to try and deal with this hero. But still looking forward in the draft, one of the things you need to do whenever you have these intelligence
Which one of them is
scores.
banned here? Please tell me,
Yeah.
Snare. Which one of them is banned?
Yeah, 100% contest rate, to be fair. One of the answers that we've seen, though, is this Primal Beast. We've seen it stop this Nature's Prophet in the laning phase itself. So I'm imagining that Wildcard is trying to set up for that. So what do you guys think here? Snapfire, Primal Beast offlane?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's, again, flexibility is Wildcard's game right now. I don't know where they played Primal Beast before, but they played it mid. They actually haven't played it support, right?
No, they played it mid and offlane.
So in that case, they're somewhat locking it into that to some degree. And for Wildcard, it just feels like they're subscribing to the idea of just run over Nouns to some degree. Like their lane should be robust.
Literally run over.
Yeah, exactly. And like Nouns, they've already banned out Ember, which is one of the biggest counters to Primal Beast. Against Primal Beast, you want anything that has roots, slows, and just ways to prevent trample from being OP in the early game fights. So for Nouns, they pick up a Tiny, a pretty decent response. You throw some Avalanche as he's running in. You're going to have to like disengage from that fight. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for some CM or something along those lines to secure lanes a bit more and also put more emphasis on we're going to win in these mid-game fights.
Yeah, I like the Primal,
it's
by
another
the way.
slow shot.
I like the Primal versus any of these long-ranged carries, like position ones. We've seen Secret actually do it successfully versus Alina, so it's something that you can do into the Nature's Prophet as well, because these two carries, they're literally the same thing. One is a little bit better, but they accomplish the same thing. They're these glass cannons from distance. So you grab that Primal Beast, you buy a BKB, all you have to do in every single fight is tunnel vision on that position 1 and eliminate him from the game.
Yeah, and we didn't really mention the Silencer yet, but overall, really nice pick, because for Wildcard, we're mentioning this idea of going in. All 3 of their heroes are heroes that are either in the fight or not. You know, it's like Snapfire's Mortimer Kissing, and that's it. Primal Beast and Clockwork, once they initiate, if they're silenced, they don't have their toolkit to then play a further fight after that. So I like the Silencer for covering it. I think Nouns still need a little bit of early damage to punish during the global. When you have Fury and Tree early game, it's not a lot of damage. Maybe some Fury and Ult could help a little bit, but they need that extra something to punish Wildcard in these early fights.
All right, so you get the Lycan, right?
Every hero is just run, go, kill, get out of the game. Like
but it's pretty solid, right?
Yeah.
Like you see the Prophet, you see the Silencer. These heroes can't really deal with the Wolf. You get that as well. I like what Wildcard is running here.
And this Lycan hero has been very strong in NA as well, like in taking over games. Obviously, it wasn't successful in the last series, but in this game, one thing I do like about it as well here, T, once you transform into the shapeshift, right, you're not as worried about the global silence. You can still be effective in the team fight, even if the spell comes out.
Yeah, 100%. Like, they don't really care at all. Like, this Lycan is just going to breeze through what Nouns has. I think Wildcard need to be careful of some Conquer mid lane or something for Nouns. Something tanky enough that front lines and can catch the Lycan on that early aggression.
I feel like there's Kanka and there's Tide. These 2 bans you're probably thinking of banning, because Tiny is flexible, so he can be mid lane too.
Yeah.
Then you just pick a Tide or a Kanka. Whichever one of these 2 is left, we'll see. It's kind of a natural response. It gives you a hero that can stand in front of the tower. I'd still prefer Kanka, by the way, that you mentioned. Maybe a Mars as well is an option for them. Another hero that, Lycan starts running around, you put him in the cage, feels good.
Well, Wildcard have the pick out of the spanning phase here, so what would we like to see primarily from them? What hole in the draft is still there? I mean, does kind of feel like they have ways to go forward, but I still want to see some damage from the safe lane for Orc. So what hard carry are we imagining he's going to be playing in this game?
I mean, he's played Lycan before in the DPC.
I think it's Lycan, right, on position 1.
Yeah.
I would
so you'd prefer a mid lane here, or do you want to offlane and put this Primal piece mid?
I'd put Primal on offlane and last pick mid,
okay,
if I was them. But it's flexible. Like, you could put Primal mid as well.
I think they might also not have decided themselves just yet, right? They're going to wait to see what these bans are from Nouns and then make the decision of exactly where the lane configuration is going to be. So for Nouns, they have a little bit of time. They need to wait for some information. They're just banning out. And we can see that they also think it's flexible, right?
It's a bit of everything,
They don't have the last pick. So they're banning out everything that they think is solid for Wildcard. Void would obviously be quite all right with the Snapfire. It gives you that combination. It's a strong carry into the Prophet as well, so yeah.
So now they need to pick out the phase, and already they've played Silencer 5. They haven't. Okay, they've played a little bit of. Actually, have they played Tree in the 4? No, they haven't. So
they haven't. Yeah,
potentially
Wildcard has, but not Nouns.
This could be Lele's first Tree game in 4, which again, it's sure go for it. It's a first important series to some degree to look in that 3rd. I'm just trying to think like what's the glue that they need, because if it's Tiny mid, Furion in the safe lane, it's like what's your off lane pick here, and they kind of need something which just bullies the lane hardcore. I could see some move, I don't want to say out loud, but some like move Viper or something.
Yeah.
Just like you win lane and then you just hope that you go later. But I feel like the issue with Nouns right now is they actually, you know what, they still need the Kunkka. What am I saying? Just pick the Kunkka. Yeah, there we go, done. Why am I backpedaling on my Kunkka idea?
Yeah, I feel like it's perfect.
Yeah, you know what? I got carried away. I thought they were gonna. I thought Wildcard were gonna ban it, so I was trying to think about Plan B.
Yeah, we said Tide, we said Kunkka.
Yeah, lock them in.
Yeah, no one is banned out. So.
There's a lot of options still available. I mean, they've also played this tiny middle in the past on the side of Nouns, so I think they themselves are still deciding exactly how they want to configure things. Because this could easily be a Janssen hero that they come out with. Mu has played Nature's Prophet in the off lane, they played Gunner mid, and there's the Weaver, so we actually have a safe lane hero. I am, if I'm honest, not a fan of Weaver in the safe lane right now. So talk me into this, boys.
They don't have...
I can talk him into it, because Wildcard, they all are thinking about the one jump right now, right? And now it's if they're not clean on that jump, it's really hard to kill a Weaver. And on top of that, there's a global silence. So the mid-game fights with wildcards meant to capitalize on kills. The carry, the biggest economy on Nouns, should be near impossible to kill off if he's able to play it correctly. And you're always going to be able to kite out, and eventually you will just outscale this Lycan. So I think Nouns are going to be playing a game of look for the perfect fights at towers, and then skip waves. Sure, wildcard might have a bit of map control, but they're going to be looking for a bigger picture.
Medusa.
Sure, I didn't see
All right,
Medusa
listen,
coming.
did
I won't
you
lie.
see this coming? This is the first Medusa that we've had in NA so far. Haven't really seen it that much in other regions either. So given the points that he was making about their lack of ability to quickly kill off this Weaver, is Medusa really the last pick that you wanted to see from them?
I mean, I guess it secures you some late game, right? That's solid. We've seen Medusa fail recently in Western Europe. It didn't really work out. Who ran it? Tundra, right? Skitter played it, yeah, and it didn't really work out for them. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on their last pick. I actually think that Nouns can push the tempo quite hard with the Prophet and the Weaver. There's a lot on Arc, like the burden is on him to actually carry his teammates through that mid game. Like he needs to do a ton.
Tika, for your do you think he's actually capable of doing so on this Medusa with the last pick?
Sorry, not on Arc, on Sunlight.
Yeah, Sunlight playing them.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, Sunlight playing the Lycan.
Lycan, yeah.
That's what I meant.
I think there's a little bit of a disjoint in wildcard's lineup where when Lycan's strong, Medusa isn't strong at all.
Yeah.
And I think Noun's ability to play as 5 is infinitely better. So the 5v4 should go Noun's way. And then after that, you can then chase the Medusa out the jungle. So I'm worried there's not going to be enough map for all this farm to come online from wildcard, but who knows?
My panel right now is a little bit favoring the side of Nouns and thinking that their draft is more cohesive and it makes more sense. We're going to find out if that's the case in the game itself. And to do so, we need some casters. So, of course, we're going to have an incredible duo, the Fine-Tuned Fogged and the Lumberjack Lyrical. Take it away, boys.
Yes, I was hoping somebody would notice. My Oregonian is coming out. I should just have an axe right now and chop away. Man, I can't wait. We've got Nouns versus Wildcard. A couple crazy last picks out of the carry rolls. I wasn't expecting Weaver. Wasn't expecting Medusa.
Yeah.
There they are.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect the Medusa. The Weaver, I could see the arguments for it because just there's like no real disables that you would have to worry about. Clockwork can cause maybe some small issues early on, but in the later stage of the game, Weaver has so much. He can play around this very easily, and he's got coverage, of course, with that global. That's why we saw also them taking out the Void as their last ban. They really wanted to make sure Yamsum has a good game, and yeah, I like Nouns' draft. I actually liked wildcards until the Medusa pick.
Oh, no.
I think it just, like the panel was mentioning, I think it just doesn't match the tempo of the way that they want to be playing, like aggressive and using their liking to set tempo and using like the vision from Wolves and Clockwork. I mean, but we'll see. We'll see how it all goes down.
Oh my God, there's so many down here. Sammy just runs into all of them. The battery assault will not help you here, sir. Has to run away immediately and dropping low, but not low enough for that first blood.
Back to base.
Everybody run home.
Clockwork back to base for sure. I think he's going to probably have to walk back there. And let's see how these lanes end up being. We see Nouns, they're still sticking around the area, trying to control this.
I mean, that is one of those things that we got to watch for. But we did also get to hear from some of these teams, so let's check out what they were saying before the matches.
There are definitely teams that have specific heroes where you're like never count this team out when they have this hero because they just know the hero too well in any given situation. But it's super team dependent. I wouldn't say. I mean, I guess it depends on the patch. You know, there's some patches or most patches have like 1 or 2 heroes where it's like you can never slack versus hero, or it wins one fight and then you lose the game, or the game like turns. But for the most part, it's just team dependent, I would say.
Well, you can hear him talking about the very much player-centric approach to sometimes when they pick their heroes and playing on their comfort ones for sure. So Husky, you letting us know about it before we go in, and already able to force back and mess with Gunnar a little bit there, getting that last hit.
And we see it was 3 runes for Nouns. They actually were about to get the 4th, but Sunlight, nice micro, got the wolf in front of Amsun, got a little bloody block, and did get that 1 bounty rune denied. So 3 for 0.
Not bad.
Pretty good. And looking at the way these lanes are set up, I think Sunlight should be able to have some really good farm. I think this is a pretty hard game. Pretty hard game for the Silencer because there's so many things to run him down. Does not really like playing versus Lycan. Does not really like playing versus Clockwork or versus Primal Beast. You're, of course, quite good versus Snapfire to just be able to stop the kisses at all times. But in the laning phase, yeah, we'll see what Husky's going to be able to do with Yamsun.
Trying to get a couple of just sort of pressure onto that Lycan, but as you mentioned, not really the best way to deal with those wolves if they do come on up and start contesting with him too. Flea playing on the Snapfire, keeping that pressure on as well. Has a whole mess of tangos bringing out some more mango as well, some vision along the way. So a couple interesting things that I want to watch for here is, like you talk about the laning setup, but then also how quickly do Nouns want to try and play with this Nature's Prophet, because that's been a consistent theme that we've seen, is Moo or whoever it is that's playing NP making a lot happen early.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten to see a lot of it, of course, from Europe, where they, at least from offlane, we see a lot of those Aghanims builds, or just the
Curse of the Old Growth?
The Gleipnir Rush plus Curse of the Old Growth. That's more been from like my control, but they're super active. They always join fights early on. Moo is a little different. I know this man loves his Midas, which I am not really a big fan of overall in this meta, but we'll see if he does look to go for it here. Looking at lanes, I mean, top lane, we mentioned it's probably going to be really good for the Lycan. Sunlight off to an excellent start, 11-6. Weaver, Yamsun, got to be slowed down a lot from this.
Yeah, needs to try and find some way to pull this lane back into a decent position or what have you, because you can see that Flea just steps on up and gets some harassment on, but the camp's blocked out already, so no pull is easy to be made here.
Yep. Two probably pretty successful lanes. I think mid is more of this trade kind of farm, and we'll see how the rotations go, but top should be a win, mid should be kind of trade, and bottom, I'd say bottom is the lane where Moo should be able to have an excellent time, but I don't know how much... I don't think they can really go for any kills kind of here, but they're going to be able to slow down Arc nicely.
God, this is taking a lot of harassment there, playing in the wave. But yeah, this Nature's Prophet, you can do so much with these treants, both in trying to deny out farm, as well as just making harassment happen and shut down so much of Clock wants to do.
Yeah, and they push the lane in too, so then they can get these side pulls off constantly. That's going to be always the important thing to look at to slow down the Medusa's farm.
Oh, Sammy
Samson
needs to get out of there, and they won't be able to find any type of slowdown, it looks like.
Yeah, hard for them to get aggressive down here.
But Lycan, I think that's already the Helm of Iron will coming out for him. So getting that early on at 3 minutes means any trades are going to be really hard for them to get done. Flea moves in, gets the free bounty rune for himself, while Lelis finds the other one on the backside of the map. But yeah, the other thing is, of course, like you talked about these rotations, Primal Beast, one of the ones that can do it best.
Yeah. Going to be a little hard to get on top of Weaver, but easy to get for the Silencer, easy to get the Nature's Prophet. So I think for Babbage, yeah, we're going to have to watch for those early rotations, how much he's going to be able to do. Because I think he's got some pretty good kill threats. Sunlight dropping low. So when Flea left the lane, they do hit level 3 up here. So Weaver takes the bugs. They actually have some kill threat now, and they can probably start to secure this lane a little bit better for Yamsun.
Well, 4 minutes in, stacks being built. Yamsun having that little bit of freedom there, knowing that there's no TP available if Lycan either goes down or does need to get out of harm's way again, while Gunnar tries to fort back this Primal Beast a little bit more. Avatoss just throwing out some damage.
He's having a really successful lane right now on Gunnar. Now going to get some slight harassment onto him, but 26 and 5 to the 24 and 1 with that little bit of base damage advantage. He
Husky.
a couple. Husky.
And the Wolves, they're chasing him down.
He's got Fairy Fire Stick. Should be okay.
The mauling continues. Dude, he doesn't want to have to use Fairy Fire here.
Have to.
But does need to, and, well, take that, Wolf. Get the heck away from me.
He's always going to be... He's going to have a... Positioning is going to be key for Husky, hiding away from Primal and Clockwork and Lycan and stuff like this. It's not the easiest one for him, but as for his global, that's going to be really effective, as we said before, versus the Snap.
Yeah, another round of stacks coming out there. And, well, it looks like, again, very static lanes, no kills 5 minutes in. Everybody's just content with the way the game's going.
Yeah, I'd say for Nouns, they're probably a little bit more content. Bottom is doing an excellent job versus Arc. I like that he went for the treads early on Nature's Prophet, just statted up. You've got Tree next to you too, so yeah, they're slowing down this Deuce a lot. And this is one of the heroes that I do have some pretty big concerns for in this game. Might not be able to hit the timings. They have, these 4 other aggressive heroes, but yeah, I'm just worried because, Weaver, he can always itemize. He has a mana break talent if he wants to go for it too versus this mana shield later on. So it does feel like it's going to be a little bit of a hard catch-up for Arc.
Yeah, if he can pair that together. I haven't seen many Diffusal Blades on Weaver in a while.
No,
but
Babbage is getting aggressive.
Makes a big move, and that should be an easy pick-off. Husky didn't stand a chance. Draws first blood.
Good move.
Doing what we've seen happen many times on this Primal Beast. It just feels like it's one of the best heroes to run around and try and punish in the early stages, and doesn't lose out on that much either.
Yeah, it doesn't get the power rune though, so we'll give that one over to Gunnar, but does get a pretty needed kill. I mean, looking at the lanes already, it's 2k gold lead for Nouns. They are dominating the bottom lane. Top has reestablished its dominance. Flea's kind of not really playing the lane. He's just playing for stacks constantly, so it's just allowed Yamsun to start just playing versus this Lycan completely. And yeah, they're coming up pretty far ahead in these lanes already.
It almost feels like they're recognizing the problems that Arc is having, and they're saying, okay, we need to give him some way to catch back up, but that is causing some problems in that lane as well. So tough stuff right now for Wildcard as the lead keeps on growing every moment that these lanes just sit like that. We'll see if Primal Beast can make some more rotations and try and shut down some of this troubles that are happening.
I think I'd like to see him honestly make the rotation toward bottom. You have to start helping your Dusa. It's a pretty high priority kill too if you can get the NP or the tree. It's not the easiest one, of course, because they do have like Leech Seed and they are quite tanky with the stats that Moo's gone for, but I don't really want to see him stay stagnant on this Primal Beast. If your Dusa's just having this much trouble, they're going to start pressuring towers really early on.
Oh my god. Arc?
Oh, Arc.
Fully blocked in. And now Lelis moves over. The Leech Seed, a couple more punches. If Arc goes down here, is he going to be able to get out of there with the Mana Shield? It looks like it.
Good TP, Babbage. She's coming in.
All right, the bait play. It was all part of the plan. Moo now in some trouble, getting ran down. On the other side, Deuce is still being chased solo by the tree. And, well, they get soloed by the tree. So Arc goes down. They do manage to find one kill at least. They're on to Moo, but I think he's pretty happy about that, particularly if they can kill off this Primal afterwards. Samson moves on in. Husky dies. The battery assault run down to try and keep himself alive and his teammate away from trouble. Former teammates just beating each other with trees, and, well, Gunnar looks like he's going to come out on top in this one.
They fill the bottle, though, for Babbage and TP in from Arc.
Chance for a turn. Ooh, do they give the last hit to Arc?
I think they should.
Yeah, they're going to. Well played.
Nicely done. All right, some decent trade kills coming out there. Babbage, I like this. I think this is exactly how he has to play. I don't really want to see him play too farmy at all. And this Primal Beast has to look to make all these aggressive moves. In the meanwhile, top, I believe that was the ult used to kill the Silencer, and Babbage might have just found himself another one.
Oh god, 14 HP there. Moves on top of the Silencer. Husky didn't have anything else to try and turn, and the Living Armor not going to be enough to keep him alive.
All right, very nice. 3 kills already for this Primal Beast. No bottle charges at the moment. Doesn't have anything to fill up, but we will be in Bounty Rune about 30. Bottom, though, Arc.
Ready to go again? Why not? I mean, they know that there's no mana on this Primal Beast, but
Lelis
goes in a bit too far and gets punished hard.
Gets tanks like, what, 5 tower hits, I believe it was. Arc gets the big Mystic Stake slow on him.
Yeah, that one hurts.
Yeah. Pretty big mistake there coming out from Lelis. Arc will be very happy, but still Nouns quite happy with the situations. I mean, they're having a free farm at Weaver, Nature's Prophet kind of free farming as well, and we are going to see Moo go for an early aggressive build. So I'm very happy to see that he's queued it up. The Ags has been queued. It's the Team Liquid style of the offlane Nature's Prophet. I think this item is... Honestly, it feels borderline broken on the hero just because you fight at every 60 seconds and it's rooting. It's doing so much, which can cause crazy problems as bottom. Sammy will go down.
Again.
And Gunnar... Okay, won't be able to go more. But I like the Ags even more this game because he's playing versus Lycan. He's playing versus Primal Beast, so he can kind of just stop them dead in their tracks, stop their summons as well dead in their tracks, and already kicking up the pace. First tower goes the way of Nouns.
And I want to see if the rest of these heroes make this similar type of reaction of trying to get aggro early. You can see Sunlight has the Helm of the Dominator, but Weaver, after going for the Falcon Blade, queues up that Maelstrom, is just going to have massive damage, it feels like.
Yeah, I like this build. Just great damage, great ways to farm to be able to keep up or stay ahead of that Medusa.
Well, big stuff there for sure, as we can see now 10 minutes in and 2,000 gold leads staying about similar. Imson, are they going to try and set up onto him?
That is not an easy play to make. Unless they can get the chain stun with the Centaur Conqueror with the Primal Beast, yeah, it's way too difficult for them to do so.
3,000.
Moo, he spotted
on
again.
Top of him.
Babbage.
Well, I think that they've got him here. Moo in a ton of trouble. The Pulverize at Lelis. Sammy in the area. They don't feel confident going all the way in for that. With Husky making the move over, it's a little bit too scary.
I think it's a lot because of this item build, right? Like he's got Strength Treads, Raindrop, Wand, Ogre Club too, quite tanky. So I like the rotation from Babbage, but not quite enough damage. Needed one more hero.
Oh, very well played there. And you can see popping that first ulti for Sunlight, the Helm of the Dominator. The eyes might be up here on the top side of the map, but Imson, you saw it. They went for him earlier, and they couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, that's why they went for this Weaver pick. They're like, it's such limited disables. Yamson should just be able to be left on his own for the most part. We can play as 4 early, and then when he's got his item timings early on, can join the fight too. As we still keep seeing Flea stacking a ton. I think he actually missed a couple stacks there in the last one, but yeah, starting to continuing to try to get that area prepped for Arc, but there's already going to be a Blink Dagger coming out for Gunnar. And this Medusa is not going to be able to clear Ancients for some time, so a little worried that that could just get stolen from them even, perhaps.
I mean, that would be huge. If they can move on in and take that stack, I mean, that's basically the piggy bank that Arc is banking on.
Yeah,
which,
I think
to
Babbage...
use that word a couple more times.
Yeah, I think Babbage should start taking... I think he might even have to like help the Dusa clear out this stack at some point early on, because, yeah, I'm a little worried for Arc's catch-up. As Gunnar, Blink is done, he's making the move. Wants to get this Lycan Sunlight. No ult available.
Can they get a toss back here? Invis for a little bit longer, but Sentry just in range right there. So that one placed down, that keeps them out of trouble. Very, very well played by Wildcard, who are still keeping this very close. And I guess I'm curious from your point of view, as they do deny out that Arcane Rune, if this game sort of sticks around at this same level of farm, if Nouns can't make this aggro play happen around this Aghanim Scepter from Mu, does Medusa carry this late enough in the late game?
I don't really have too much faith in it, to be honest with you, just because she's playing versus the scalability of Weaver and versus Nature's Prophet. I think it's a really hard matchup. NP just gets the mischance talent at 20, and then you just sprout the Dusa when she doesn't have any like Hurricane Pike, and you're just stuck. You actually can't do much damage at all, so... I also think that Nouns is going to pick up the pressure a lot, right? Blink is up on the Tiny, and they're going to be going for Ags very soon on Mu, so... Yeah, I think the map is going to start shrinking quick, but I like this. They do share the farm together. I think that's exactly how Babbage has to play this one. Right after this, though, I think back to getting active. I don't think he can look to just chill back and farm as this Primal Beast.
Right. Well, you can see a lot of heroes heading up to the top side of the map now, looking for a pick-off here, maybe.
They've got Kisses available, but there's a Global, so it's very scary to make any aggressive move. You make aggressive move, Kisses come out, Global instantly, and you may just get turned on, so...
And scouting the clockwork there, they realize there is no chance for a jump here.
Nope.
And looks like they're going to be fine. So again, you think about where we sat sort of at the beginning of this game and the beginning of this series, taking a look at sort of the win probability at this stage. It's sitting pretty even, very similar to the esportbets.io odds that we had at the beginning of the game. Of course, if we can... watch Sammy here. If he could find a pickoff on Yamsun, that'd be huge with a little bit of help. You can always jump in from pretty far back there on Babbage.
Yeah, they just don't have follow-up is the thing, right? Yamsun just clicks time-lapse, and he's usually just going to be out of the cogs. Unless he stands still for those 4 seconds and then pops time-lapse and still is inside of the cogs. But yeah, definitely very difficult to kill this Weaver with the coverage of Global.
Well, can keep our eyes on that one for sure. Babbage, TP's down bottom. But yeah, Ben, back to the esportsbet.io ones. You can check out that Discord as well freely down at the bottom of the stream. There's a free token giveaway that you can check out in that Discord as well. And you can see right now, Nouns very much in the favor in these live odds. Yamsun going to get the cogs pushed back there. And just trying to be a bit annoying. In the end, he just gives him more farm.
Yeah. Gotta use the bugs. Maybe getting aggressives onto Sammy. There's a... Not going to be a TP follow-up or anything. But yeah, you can see how free this Weaver plays. He's like, okay, I mean, they're not going to be able to do anything. They are starting to kick up the tempo, looking for mid. They do give up their top tower. Nouns. Maybe they're going to get fought here, too. They pop a early Global, and it's not enough to cover.
So they lose their Weaver, and now they might lose more if they're not careful. Gunnar, oh, good play there. Able to bait him out. And that was the Pulverize used on the illusion.
Nice play. How the hell did they kill a Weaver top?
You know, the revenge of Sammy Boy. The hook shot in, the cogs push back. That must have been what it was.
All right, well, good on them. And now there's Kisses following. There's no Global.
Oh, that is really rough. Husky, he's going to get taken down.
Okay, I mean, some sloppy plays coming out from Nouns. Wildcard taking advantage of it and maybe even getting out scot-free. Babbage. He'll be okay.
Yamsun still chasing down Sunlight here, trying to keep him under control. Lelis, oh, can't quite get in range for the overgrowth. Don't know if you would have wanted it anyways, and yeah, he's in far. The overgrowth there to keep him alive.
Oh, huge one.
Dude, the turn, it's so big. Mu there to finish off with Yamsun, a big live moment.
Nice play there from Lelis, being in the right place there to save his buddy Gunnar. And that's the Aghanim's now finished for Mu, so... Should be able to continue putting pressure on, but they've made decent space on the side of Wildcard, I'd say. This pressure coming out from Sunlight after he had a good lane. I'm just still astonished that they were able to kill the Weaver.
Yeah, that one's pretty crazy. I mean, again, I guess that's the downside of this, like, you know, very aggro type of build that we saw with the Falcon Blade, the Maelstrom. Not a ton of stats, only staying at 1300 HP. But still, it was a very nice play from Wildcard to make that one work, and more space bought for this Medusa, who definitely needs more time to catch back up.
Yeah.
But time will tell what they end up doing with it. Nouns, after taking that mid-tier 1 tower, are back to playing the map, and Moo ready to go with that Wrath of Nature.
And Lelis queuing up a Midas. What the heck? I mean, I know this team really loves their Midas, but okay, well, that's a bit interesting. Hook shot off the mark. Husky will juke it out. Tower mid in trouble. They do have the Wrath of Nature. It's gonna root everything, and Sammy.
Oh my god, the cookie to try and get him away.
Okay.
But will it be enough to survive? It is just barely. About 60 HP left, although they turn their sights now onto the big creeps, and they managed to take that one down.
All right. I mean, very nice cookie there to save him. I believe he like disjointed the toss damage, so
yeah.
Does at least keep him alive a little bit there. That was an aggressive move by Nouns, but not able to get a type of kill here. But they will keep their tower alive, and the heals will start coming out. I want to see if Lelis actually commits for this Midas.
I mean, in the other regions, we've seen like early Blink Daggers be really effective. Yeah. We've seen Force Staffs. I mean, I remember, who was it? It was Kasani, I think, that went for like the refresher after Blink really early. But you can imagine a Midas. The greed is good.
Yeah, I mean, I can work out. I mean, like in this region, I've seen this team, especially Nouns, go for a lot of these Midas. I think I would prefer probably just the Blink, especially versus the aggression to cover. Versus all like the summons, versus the Primal Beast too, if you blink root during the charge, etc. So, I mean, we'll see if he does go for like the more greed. Is getting aggressive again. They've got global available. They still want to be very active on the map. Wrath of Nature's always constantly ready. So for Nouns, I want to see them continue to play very active to slow down this Medusa, because Arc, he's caught back up. He's level 11.
The Medusa definitely feeling back in pretty decent form. Is down bottom. Gunner there. The root comes out, and another way to punish. God, this Aghanim Scepter is so freaking good.
Yeah, it's amazing. But off of that, there's going to be a trade. Wildcard, they see 4 heroes bottom, and they're like, okay, free tower for us. So, not a bad trade for them whatsoever, as it might open up the potential for Roche, too.
You know what it is? He needs a way to deal with the Wolves, and he's almost got it.
He actually goes for the Midas. Okay. I feel like that's like playing into the Dusa game a little bit, but I guess he just wants to be very greedy. You don't see too much 4-tree, I guess,
right.
At least not for us in Europe and everything like that. So yeah, wants to continue to try to be able to scale as this 4-tree. Sure.
And they get a Veil picked up now for the Silencer. Arc back to the triangle to keep the farm going.
Constant Treants scouting out and blocking camps. Moo's been trying his best to be able to micro those. And Babbage nearly has BKB, so for him, I think that's going to be his big timing, because then he doesn't have to worry so much about like the pre-avalanche on the floor, the root that comes out from Wrath of Nature. So I think for him, he can look to finish farming that one. There's 4K behind, but keeping things pretty close here with the Medusa draft.
And both teams sitting with the Philly Stones as well on those supports for Snap and for the Silencer. Feels pretty bad to be a Snapfire, I feel like, in some ways in this game, is some pretty good damage being dropped on down there onto Husky. Pops the global after the kisses come out.
He might still die.
He's in some trouble, although the avalanche coming from Gunner.
They got the Wrath.
The Wrath of Nature. Dude, it does everything.
Yeah, it's so good versus all these summons heroes. As the root connects on 2.
I think they're okay. Samson, does he go for it? He's thinking about it. Okay,
He is stuck.
Yeah, and now, okay, they find another.
Yep. Gunner as well.
Fleas goes down. Sunlight, I mean, they've just kind of gone in one by one by one. Pop the Medusa ulti to try and run away, but Sunlight, he's still potentially in some trouble here.
And another creep, too. They might be able to clean that one up as well. A lot of money.
Dude, this is so much gold going their way. They find the kill. 6K gold lead now, 20 minutes in. They've blown this game wide open.
Yeah, that was a massive swing. Now they may be the ones who have opened up the rush. A pretty big mistake there from Wildcard trying to go for this play onto the Silencer, committing so much for him, and then, yeah, they just get a beautiful root from high ground. They get the Nature's Wrath also that catches multiple heroes. Bit of a blunder there from Wildcard.
It feels like it's such an easy kill to go for, and then when it falls apart, everything else falls with it.
Roche not cleaned up yet, though. And that is, Global's still on cooldown. The Treant ult is on cooldown. Wrath of Nature, it's always up, so don't worry about that one, of course. Nouns will have that ready to fight. And Gunner, still on the prowl, smoked up.
3 heroes together, ready for an opening if they can spot somebody. Arc, not an easy one to take down.
No Stone Gaze.
Can they do it, though?
Cooldown still.
Obviously can bring in Moo at a moment's notice, but the smoke on smoke, that one's pinged out. It feels like Nouns realize that this is coming their way, waiting for somebody to reveal. Babbage is the one that does.
Oh.
Gunner, does he want to go for that toss back?
They got a fresh Gleipnir now also on the Weaver, so Yamsum can start getting into the aggressive position with this team.
Arc following it up. They take out some of these treants. Are they just going to move in and try and take this?
This looks risky.
This is kind of wild. Global backup in 9 seconds. I don't know how well this is going to work. They're going to have it all back up again for the fight. They pop the ulti, try and run in, find the tree right at the start. Samson there, but the Ava, the toss, the connection is there onto all of them. Tries to run away. Global already used, and Gunner kind of in no man's land. Tree's still alive. Gunner, now the kisses come out because there's no global available. Moo is getting decimated. They tear them apart. Babbage tries to run down Yamsun. The cookie is going to connect, and it all comes together perfectly for Wildcard.
Oh, Yamsun, I mean, he just ran in and kind of died. And they used the global very aggressively rather than waiting for the defensive cancel of kisses. I just give up the Roche now to a Medusa. Nouns, some big mistakes coming out from them.
Wow, a very back and forth type of game, and at the end of the day, it's these objectives that matter so much. As you said, that run in from Yamsun, and then didn't really have that much that he could do. Had to use that time lapse early.
Yeah, I mean, I think the aggressive global is the biggest detriment there. I think they used global, and I think they used Treant ulti, perhaps even on the side. Didn't get to see. I think they used it on the side onto the Primal Beast solo, so just maybe miscommunication. But either way, Wildcard come out massively ahead on that one. Now Arc, top of the net worth, on his way towards Scotty. Looking good for this Dusa now.
Although they'll find another here.
Okay.
Wrath of Nature, not going to be able to run it down.
Taking quite a bit of damage here, but yeah, he's got mech'd up. Play. Nicely done from the snap.
Yeah, having mech done already. He had a sort of looking like he was thinking about going for those arcane boots, but forestalls them for the moment. And it's just going straight into that mech and then probably back for the Guardian Greaves afterwards.
Yeah. Nouns still in an okay position here, especially with that gold lead, but a lot is spent on, you know, like a Midas, right, for the tree, so.
Okay, they find the big creep. Try and take it down.
But he possesses a new creep, so no gold for them.
Big Stormcrafter. It's so weird looking.
It does look very bizarre.
Jeez, getting up close and personal there.
Yeah, I think for Downs, I think that was just like they really messed up with the way that they went for the jump, and I think they just mostly have to use the global defensively rather than using it on the initiations. So I think for the next fight, I think they'll be a little bit more careful with that one. But yeah, Wildcard. Now they're in a position where they may not feel forced to make too many aggressive moves, and it might be the pressure on Nouns to look to try to make these aggressive moves to slow down the Deuce's farm, because yeah, Deuce actually starting to get some crazy amount of scaling after these last few fights. They have not slowed her down at all.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You see 4K gold lead, it all feels fine and dandy, but then you look and most of that's just the clockwork versus tree disparity, and Tree's got a Midas, so
exactly.
a lot of that doesn't really matter anyways.
Yeah, I really don't like this Midas. I mean, I really don't like Midas as an item right now, but they build it a lot, you know, Nouns, so.
That's fair.
It's their style.
Well, they will have a lot of late game scaling with their lineup too. We've seen the power of Nature's Prophet late. Weaver can be a menace.
Yep.
And of course, like you talked about, having that mana break talent, super useful against that Medusa, which he has already gotten.
Now has it, but I just would not have expected the Weaver 2 deaths at this point in the game, you know, versus such limited amount of disables.
Right.
Yamsun's gotten caught twice now.
Well, 11 to 10. And looking like we're settling in for another little bit of a long one. There are some other cool things that we were talking about during the draft that we could watch for later on. The NP level 20, for instance, with that mischance is pretty sick.
Yeah, I think they still have a lot of scalability on Nouns. Just they might be forced into a position where they feel like they might have to get over-aggressive here, and can never really count out also like how the attack damage reduction that it can do in a lot of these fights versus something like Tiny versus like Nature's Prophet. This Hal could be pretty impactful. So we'll have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's one of those abilities that you always sort of like just think about not that much in the back of your head, but then when you start looking at how much it does, and particularly if we're talking about going late, that level 25 talent's insane.
It is pretty, I mean, if they get to that point, of course.
Well, we'll see. Still, very stalled out game. With this Aegis, do you think that Wildcard are going to push hard for this tier 2 here, or is it more just trying to force a reaction from Nouns?
I think it's forced the reaction. Yeah, they only have a minute left on it, so they have to get out of here pretty soon, right afterwards. But yeah, forcing some reaction, and you can definitely feel the Nouns maybe slightly on the back foot here, even with the gold lead. But either way, they do scale really hard, so it's not really so much on back foot. It's just not wanting to take a fight just yet.
Okay. Well, that tier 2 is going to fall as no counterplay is going to be made, but likewise, down bottom, Dire managed to take out the other tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Gunner's going to start getting some hefty damage on this tower.
Oh yeah, he's got to run. If they're, or rather, run to stop him, then they will be able to do just that.
Some nice wards coming out from Wildcards in the aggressive area, in the enemy jungle. Only 4 heroes up here, though. Have to probably back away. Nouns going to try to catch them on the retreat.
Yeah, this is nice. See the Medusa bottom, run across the map. Who they going to find?
But Arc is moving to connect almost immediately. This is actually a nice move from him. He pops the Manta to shove out the bottom wave and then comes and joins his team. I like this from Arc.
Ooh, the Force Staff, that keeps him alive. And then the toss up in the air. Savage backs away. Okay. Looks like he's going to be fine.
Nice move, though. Arc reading the way that Nouns wanted to play. Yeah, shoving up bottom, running to his team immediately to continue joining them for fights. And Scotty is finished. Definitely starting to feel like he is going to be a big problem in the fights, just standing in his ground versus the Tiny versus this Weaver, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yamsum's still a ways away from his BKB. Full component. And he spotted top. They might make the aggressive move onto him, Yamsun.
Oh, this is scary. Runs right on top of him. Forces out the time lapse and he's dead. Holy moly, what a catch. Sammy right on top of that Weaver there.
I mean, Yamsun just continues to get caught. I love this Orchid build from Sunlight. We didn't get to talk about it, but that's 3 deaths now on this Weaver versus some limited disables. I mean, Sammy is making it happen. He's 0 and 5, but a freshly purchased gem lets him get right on top of that Weaver and just messes with Yamsum completely.
I mean, in a way, it's like you're talking about. Those early deaths are contributing to this, right? Because maybe if he doesn't die, he has his full BKB completed at that point earlier. A couple of deaths and then turning into some good itemization from Wildcard. It's looking pretty okay for Wildcard here.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, the Dusa is 4K net worth lead for Nouns, but I mean, this Dusa is definitely going to have some incredible scaling. If the Weaver keeps getting slowed down, like, he's not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. It's going to be Moo's job and Gunners, which I guess they are building towards scaling, but
down bottom
could be scary.
Goes there for a pulverize onto Gunner. He gets the Avatos force back. So forcing rotations, but also forcing that global.
They might start to really run out of damage, it feels like, on Nouns to deal with this Dusa.
Yeah, I was thinking about like something along the lines of an Aghanim Scepter later for the Tiny or what have you, but it almost feels like it's just not going to come online quickly enough.
Feels like they're going to have to try to like isolate her, but with the way Wildcard is playing, they're doing a great job of just keeping the map scouted. I'm seeing these Wolves constantly giving information. Early purchase of the gem too, so yeah, pretty nicely done.
Lotus Orb here also to be an answer for those pesky roots that have been plaguing them a bit. Almost completed now on this Primal Beast.
Cool. I think he has it done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it done already. So does have a way to deal with Global, does have a way to deal with pretty much all that. And yeah, in the last fight, Global was used and the Weaver still died, so Wildcard still looking to get aggressive.
Gunner in trouble, force staffed, Lelis, but then the secondary force staff trying to chase for more. Gunner's dead. Husky also soon to fall. Old teammates finding them, and Samson takes the finish.
Now it feels like they're really crumbling in all these last moments. Still with net worth lead, but it doesn't matter. They're not looking to make any type of plays. They're misusing the globals, getting caught out multiple times too. That's a BKB pop for Gunner, and he still just gets quickly chased down.
Yeah, what are you supposed to do at this point? Like, they're running at you. The buildings are falling.
It feels like they just really don't have damage, and they haven't stopped this Medusa from doing whatever she really wants in the game to catch back up.
I mean, Arc is moving back to push out these waves. This is always going to be like the sort of Achilles heel for Medusa is the immobility. But I'm seeing just this indomitable strength that they've got coming their way. And I feel like Nouns, they can't give up the next Roche.
No, I think if Nouns gives up like even a slight bit more of map control, I think this Deuce is just going to get too strong. I don't think they'll have the damage. They might have the ways to kite her with the mischance and stuff once the NP hits 20, but damage is definitely looking to start feeling like a problem for the side of Nouns. So yeah, let's see what they're going to do. This is definitely looking problematic.
Dude, and it's a quick Roche too. And they spot it immediately on Nouns at least. So they're going to know that it's up.
All right. Stonegaze is going to be back up in a second, though. Same thing with the shapeshift. Everything is going to be back up for wildcard, so they're going to be able to fight back.
Medusa walks forward. They see her, though.
Okay,
she's in Shadowblade. Oh.
She's very deep, but they're terrified of her.
Ava, toss, ready to fight Yimsun. He's not there with the rest of his team to fight it, though. And the hook shot in. They find the tree. The global's out. Silence onto him. Yimsun finally there to break some of the mana,
Arc.
try and take down Arc. He was in so freaking deep. Can they kill him off in time? The chase down Yimsun right there. A couple more hits is all that they need. Will it get him? No! Arc gets away. Are you kidding me? But wait, the chase down. Moo's on the case, everybody. He finds that finish.
Has to give his life for it, though.
And can they actually bring him down? He's going to have a sprout. Oh, the pushback. Well played. Still in some trouble, but maybe, just maybe, no. The pulverize, he's dancing on him, but will eventually get sort of thrown into the ground.
All right, that's the Duso walking like kind of completely almost out of position, and Nouns can't take advantage of it. She's so tanky. They lose 4 for 1.
Well, the thing that was so interesting about that, too, is it felt like it was not full communication between Nouns of whether to go or whether not to go, where, you know, Gunnar went in, saw that he could maybe make that kill happen, but it took a second before everybody else was there.
She's just so tanky, and that's before the AC even.
Right.
Like, now Sunlight has AC, Roche is up. Nouns, I don't think that, it feels like it's going to be really difficult for them to try to contest versus this.
Yeah, everything was used in that last fight.
Yep.
Yimsun trying to run people down. Does have a haster in here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
All
He's gonna get out of there.
Holy moly, that was scary.
Dude, like one more second is over. Wow.
Roche, I mean, that's the next thing on the menu for wildcards, and for Nouns, they have, let's see, BKBs are available, they have ults, globals, and 20. Might actually be able to contest it. Definitely concerned for them, though.
Doing a very good job on wildcard.
Savage
tries to get out of there, BKB turn. Can they do anything to stop this one right now? Gunnar just has to run away, but they can kite out that BKB a little bit longer.
Okay.
Don't have Gleipnir again, so they can't chase.
Low mana on Yamsun now at this point. They have some arcane boots. Okay, so they'll be able to pump him up. Moo, almost 20, so probably a key timing that they're looking for. He's also building. He's actually going more for utility, it seems like. He's queuing up the Halberd as well, so looking to just try to fully disable this Medusa. Maybe that's just going to be the full approach. No Hurricane Pike just yet on Arc, so if they can just isolate Dusa and ignore her, keep her sprouted, then perhaps that is a way for Nouns to deal with this Dusa. But damage-wise, you can clearly see that they're having issues with her.
Right, ignore, sprout, leave alone, make sure that they kill Flea, because Snapfire, the only one with Force Snap, and then of course the Cookie that could get Arc out of harm's way with that sprout. Although, actually, now that I'm looking at it, she has a Quelling Blade, so maybe...
She does have the Quelling, yeah. She just
the
swapped
ultimate
it back.
answer.
Just swapped it back in, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, she knew this was coming her way. Arc prepared.
Arcane Rune sitting on top of it here. And takes the, okay, cool, Stonegaze duration talent as well. So yeah, team fights, I feel pretty hard for Nouns. Yeah, just overall lacking damage. Sammy will be found. Moo, does he have enough?
Oh, from downtown.
He's
no,
fine.
he's fine.
The Maelstrom, that hit.
was close.
If he didn't get grieved, he actually probably dies there.
I think he was going to die to it.
Nicely done from Flea. There to protect his buddy. Constantly checking the Roche, both sides, summons versus summons.
And I guess that's the thing too, right? Is that Nouns, or rather for Wildcard, it's not that they have to get that Roche. It's just that like that wins them the game.
Yeah.
And for Nouns, they have to keep their eyes on it.
Absolutely. I think they have to keep these lanes super shoved in. Moo doing a good job of that right now. But yeah, Roche, they're gonna start walking into and forcing it. I think Moo maybe has to just continue shoving bottom. He has these massive amount of treants down here.
Goes forward immediately, but yeah, Roche starting to fall. And
they're dealing with it with rockets, shooting rockets from Sammy to deal with bottom.
Oh, this is scary. God, it's actually just going to happen for him.
Oh my God. I don't know if they can kill, they could barely kill the Dusa once, twice. I don't know if they're going to be able to.
Find the root, but yeah, they just have to give it up. There's no answer to this one, so that is Aegis in hand for Medusa. AC is at least completed now for Gunnar, so they have one of their own. But the other thing is the Cold-Blooded on Medusa now. So need to be careful about those single-targeted spells, throwing the Mystic Snake back.
Yeah, not really too many of them, though. They have, what, like Leech Seed, Last Word, and I guess the Sprout, if it's targeted on him, yeah. Not really too many. But Sprout can definitely be annoying, because it's, of course, you know, Nature's Prophet, in Tiro. some of the best stat gain, but either way, 3.7 int. Look how much int. If you get the snake back, you're just going to restore so much onto Arc. So yeah, it could definitely be impactful, as they already feeling like they're lacking damage for him. And Wildcard, go for a pause here. Game still pretty even here on the net worth, but yeah, it feels like Wildcard in a much more comfortable position to be able to continue scaling here.
All right,
even into this Midas tree. I'm just going to keep going back to this Midas tree because it's not a fan.
Yeah, it's
just don't like Midas. I know they're huge fans of it, of course, but yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, they are also going to have
Lelis.
Ooh, hide.
Oh my God. Lelis?
Oh no, he didn't know. He did not. He was not aware.
He just walked out of the trees.
Cookie? Lelis? No.
What the? Lelis?
I mean, it was Invis Medusa, but yeah, not great. Gunnar will BKB TP out of there. A rough one.
Yeah.
A rough one for Nouns right now.
Yeah, starting to feel very difficult for them to... I mean, it feels like they have to play full split push. And Dusa just continuing to get more and more scaling. Primal Beast is starting to fall a little bit behind, and they are getting the tri-score scaling on Nouns, but will they have enough to deal with the Dusa? That's going to have to be the question.
Right. And again, the plus side of this is Aegis in hand, no Quelling Blade.
Ah, there you go. Can actually trap her.
This is how you lose the game. Aegis loses you the game. I swear it's going to happen.
Just going to get stuck, and the rest of the team maybe gets focused. Yeah, maybe. Could be something here.
Flea is going to have to, again, be the one that they target. But, I mean, it's really rough. This game is feeling very difficult for them. Do manage to bring down that big creep, and well, the split push game is going to continue from Nouns. So top tier 2 tower almost all the way gone, and Arc needs to come back and deal with those lanes. You can see also bottom tier 3 tower at sub 1000 HP. I mean, eventually you need to be able to win a team fight to win the game, but there can be a ton of damage dealt, and it's going to be really pesky, annoying stuff coming out, particularly when you're playing this Medusa, very immobile hero.
Yeah, look at Moo. I mean, he's sending those treants out, just trying to scout information so they can keep the split push going while they stall for the Aegis to disappear, because, I mean, maybe if it's only one life, then they can actually deal with this Dusa with everybody focusing her or ignoring her. But yeah, the 2 lives is definitely a problem. So now it's stalling things out. Even a blink, of course, picked up on Moo, so he can keep the split push kind of going always. Maybe now, though, might get caught. Sammy's in the area.
Has to be careful. Rocket Flare breaking that blink. Does have Hurricane Pike, so gets to the other side of it. Tries to escape or just turn to fight.
He's probably just going to die.
And Flea right on top of him. So that is going to be a dead Moo. Some amount of space created, but it feels bad when you're losing that MP.
They're just playing very passive on the side of Nouns. Babbage, TP's up top, just looking to get aggressive. Even though it's 1 versus 4 up here, Nouns, they don't want to even try to contest versus this Primal Beast.
Well, Treants are still doing stuff down bottom.
Yep, the push continues.
One little last hit at a time. And likewise, you can see the Helm of the Overlord Lycan keeping that pressure on down bottom.
I like that he switches the build on the Lycan as well, too. Might still opt to switch back and forth a little bit more here, but does have a Hex queued up. Had BKB queued, but more catch for this Weaver, of course, could be amazing as Yamsun holding the BKB.
Oh, has to use it now.
Use it.
And that will... Oh! Samson finds him and
he's
can't
in place.
even get out of there. Oh, man. They cleared the path. Find the kill. Yamsun having a tough game.
He is just getting... he's getting totally outplayed by Sammy, honestly. Sammy is just... He's got his number all game. He's caught him multiple times, even earlier when it's like the Weaver felt pretty unkillable. Now they force the BKB, and he just waits a little too long to use it to TP. Sammy gets there in time. Push time, 50 seconds. Let's see what Wildcard can do. They still have Aegis for 30, so... And a full Satanic. I mean, how do they kill Arc?
Dude, I don't know. It's feeling very impossible at this point. Shadowblade done for Gunnar. They have Blink on their Primal Beast, so he can find even easier initiations now. Throwing underneath the tier 4 towers feels like it could be one of the avenues to do it, and there it is right at the start. Moo on top of him, Sprout on Sprout. Nobody's hitting anybody here. They're all just standing still.
5 seconds.
Although Arc is starting to die.
Are they going to wait? They're
4,
waiting. Gunner's
3,
waiting.
2. They need a little bit more time right at the end.
Who glyphed? cliffed.
Oh no!
Who popped the glyph?
Unbelievable. Arc now still in some more trouble. The silence, the BKB tosses him forward. Although, again, could be in some trouble.
He's isolated, no quelling.
Arc needs to get out of there, and there's the save coming from Flea. Gunner ready to chase him down again. No mana at all on this Dusa. They have to keep him there. Oh, but the Primal Beast breaks down those trees.
Yamson's back
Turn
up.
now, the force back. They want to get the run down. Do they have anything to break that TP? They get him with the root. So just like that, they managed to find a couple huge kills.
Big play from Gunner. It looked a little weird, of course, at the start, the glyph making that Aegis get popped, but they isolate her long enough, and no quelling, too late to get the Force Staff to kind of protect her. She's just trapped inside the Sprout. So, as we said, that 20 town was always going to be something to look at, and a little bit of hope now coming back for Nouns.
You know, we said right before the fight, maybe if they can get her under tier 4 towers, like that was exactly what they needed to do.
They don't have buyback on 2 heroes. They might actually just lose they might lose their entire base here, or at least 2 sets perhaps.
As we see this replay here, but the real action that's going on, they're popping Snapfire kisses just to kill the wave.
I love those kisses.
And we'll pop the glyph now, but again, this is AC Tiny. This is Moo pushing in waves, although they're cutting it.
They cut mid too, and bottom's not pushed in. Those kisses were massive.
Oh my god, dude.
There's still 25 seconds. Can they hold it off?
They have a wave coming in. They're here. Okay, so Gunner has the wave down bottom, and all of this little bits of damage that's been done. Again, 20 seconds. How much can they get here?
Bottom racks, it's opened up. Gunner kills it fast.
Trying to take it. They pop that second glyph.
10 seconds.
Can they get a few more hits onto it? The hook shot comes in, and well, Sammy felt like he had to do something. He throws his life away.
Okay.
No hook shot available. Gunner tries to get out of there. Can't blink away, but just TPs. And now the rest of the team in some trouble. Moo trying to get away. Yamsun hexed, but able to escape. And doesn't have anything to break it. No!
Oh my god. Great global from Husky this time.
Holy moly, they get out.
This is...
Nouns are just outplaying right here in these last couple of minutes.
I'm not used to seeing this casting EU and China and stuff like that. This is very back and forth. Some chaotic stuff going down from both sides. But now, this time they use the global in a good position, a nice defensive one rather than an aggressive one. So we'll be able to get the racks and get out cleanly. I thought they would for sure lose at least one person there.
And let me just say, Lelis, the man, he knew. He's played in EU. He's played in NA. He's played in SA. He knows NA, this is the Midas region. I almost got my refresher ready.
I mean,
he knew.
And he's, getting the levels, right? Perhaps he's like, yeah, good luck outscaling 25 tree. I say it all the time, level 5, 25 tree. It's the most broken thing ever. But they still have to be careful because killing the Dusa is still problematic unless it's in the tier 4s, right? It did take them quite a lot to be able to do that anyway. And now I believe she does have Hurricane Pike. So has her own way of protecting herself without needing a calling.
Although, what if you lose all your mana? What do you do then?
Yeah, then what?
He's in trouble. That's what.
This is a wild game.
It's a crazy one.
Super back and forth. 21-14, the team with the Dusa. Having some trouble perhaps now themselves.
Well, next Roche, another quick one. 6 seconds until it's going to respawn.
Oh, and they're both going to stout it almost immediately. There's a Treant.
Oh my god.
It sees it. And it's an Aghanims.
Dude, they're going in immediately.
Yeah, Arc just started.
They have to get here. Oh,
now dying quick.
Nouns. They're smoked up. They're running over there.
Okay, let's see who they grab.
Can they get there in time? Global is back up now. Gunner running forward, sends the illusion in.
They're baiting
trying
it with
to get
armor.
it. Do they have quite enough in time to jump forward? Avalanche Gunner! He finds it! He gets it! He gets the Aghanims too! Oh, what a big play from Gunner! He finds his moment. Lelis pops the overgrowth, trying to get out of there desperately.
And look at the base. Moo!
Dude, he's doing the damage. They're doing everything right now. Gunner might go down, but it's only going to be the Aegis. And no, in fact, he's not even gonna.
Oh
he
my
pops
god.
the Aghanim Scepter, turns, ready to battle. Bounce has to run away. They are losing everything in their base. Flea tries to stop the madness, but there's no stopping it. He got the cheese, but Gunner got the big hits. And Yamsun runs him down.
Oh my god. Oh, Gunner. He puts the illusion in, gets all the vision, gets the perfect jump. They didn't BKB. He gets Aegis, he gets Ags, and now, what the hell just happened?
Dude, it's all turned around. In the space of 3 minutes, we have gone from thinking Wildcard was going to close out the game and we're going to be sitting over in the green room to now, Nouns are on the verge of eliminating.
Toss back plays. I mean, Gunner coming in so clutch.
Look,
I can't believe he got Aegis and Ags.
Look real quickly at the win probability switch up that we've had in the last couple of minutes. The old F8 button, like, it is such a freaking drop. And like you said, it's all Gunner.
Well,
I mean, not all Gunner.
Gunner and Moo. I would give a lot of.
Okay.
It's just the Sprout. I mean, the Sprout talent is pretty ridiculous. What they're able to do with it to isolate the Deuce, because Art can't hit anybody. But my God, yeah. Now it's Wildcard completely on back foot, losing so much, losing 2 sets of racks. Everything gonna constantly be shoving in, and yeah, now they're playing into Aegis themselves.
Listen,
and this tri-scaling core.
I'll just say that it wasn't all Gunner, but when you play the flashy hero, you get the shoutouts.
Definitely. And you know, the last pick Weaver, I will say, it's not really working so much in the terms of Yamsun being able to do so much damage. I feel like he's just getting carried super hard by his teammates.
Gunner, blink out. Can they chase anymore? Does he turn to fight?
He's thinking about it. Big
Abba
damage.
Toss the trees. They were already broken by Primal, but might get broken some more.
Yeah,
and
son.
one more tree. It gets thrown out, but it's not enough. Okay, maybe
Okay.
in a bit too far. Gunner going to get punished. Silent right on top of him. Beats him down to death. They take down the Rockman.
Ark's getting to actually attack in this fight. Now he's sprouted, though.
Does not do that much damage at all, but the Hurricane Pike pulls him over. Gunner on the respawn is going to get dropped down, and now they find the Hex onto the tree. Lellison too far. Oh my God, is it going to swing back the other way? Gunner doesn't have buyback. Oh no, what are we watching?
He really doesn't. Moo's like, I got this. I'm going to start split pushing, guys. Oh my God.
Dude.
They weren't able to isolate Deuce, so this time Gunner gets a little too overzealous. Yamsun just tickles. He doesn't really do too much damage. What is going on? Completely starting to swing back.
Some good old NA Dota. That's
And
what we
back.
like to see.
And back the other way.
Yeah. What can they do? Swift blink. You can see just on a knife's edge on this one. Doesn't know which way to go. But BKB coming out for Sunlight a ways away from that one. Moo has so much money. Most farmed hero in the game. And he didn't even get the Ags delivered to himself.
No.
Just been farming, man.
He's cutting waves. He's pushing constantly. Yeah, look at mid. Cutting those treants. Cutting with those treants. Top though, Moo. They're TPing for him. He actually takes the treant talent also, in case you saw. So doesn't go for the TP cooldown for the constant split push. He wants to, go for the treants for the split push. So it's a little bit of a kind of similar concept anyway, but won't be able to join every single time in every fight.
And it takes them so long to kill those off. You can see like Lycan in the mid lane. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, it does definitely take some time.
Even though you hit super hard, it's just not going to be that swift without the AoE damage. But regardless, you can see
this is still this still feels like it's anybody's game. Even if their 2 racks is down, the Deuce still feels really strong if she's not isolated. Babbage is near 25, so he's gonna have BKB piercing pulverize soon. I wouldn't say Nouns is out of trouble just yet.
it's fair. It's a fair point. I mean, and they do have a couple other late scaling things that are going to be working their way. Like we talked about the Tree 25. He's still a ways away from that and doesn't even actually have the refresher fully completed yet.
Yeah. Does get a big talent. Does have the 20 talent. This is one of the huge ones in my opinion for Tree also. Crazy amount of armor. You can have it on 2 targets as well, so 2 targets with 20 armor bonused up. So maybe that's enough to keep them alive versus this Dusa long enough. But still, yeah, feeling like potentially anybody's game here.
You can see swung back in 66 to 66. It swung from one way to the other. Kind of interesting there, how that goes. But regardless, the next couple of minutes feeling like they're just waiting out for maybe even Aegis again. They're just trying to sort of farm, it feels like.
Does Sunlight have Shard yet? No, I mean, he definitely needs to just go for BKB and bots. They need ways to deal with the split push, so.
Yeah, the heroes that they have that actually can deal with it aren't that many. Like, Clock, Battery Assault's kind of meh.
Yeah. Big money there for Gunner again. Snipes out the helm of the Overlord. He is scaling super hard, especially because he got given a free Aghanims. He's going to be doing a lot of damage too if he's not dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight in a way for Wildcard was almost perfect.
Gunner.
They found him right at the start. The BKB, it's used, and then the Shadow Blade to run away. Are they going in too far now, though? Looks like it. Root there onto several. Lilith waiting for his moment, but not going to go for it.
Moo actually TP's into the fight. I thought he would maybe just go for the split push because of this, with Clockwork being dead, but TP's just right around the Roche pit. Tree's top. Looks like they'll finish up the tier 2.
Radiant's top tower.
And Babbage does find he does get 25, so he does have that big talent now. But lanes are a problem for Wildcard.
Well, and I think losing that tier 2 tower is a pretty big deal too, because now if there's any fight like over towards the Roche pit, Moo can just split push and go right onto high ground.
There's going to be a lot of chaos in these next 5 minutes or so.
I'm expecting to be casting a fight, and then you're just going to yell out, "The
I'm gonna
racks
yell
are
around,
gone!"
The racks are gone. Yeah, it's going to happen. I'm watching Moo. He's even. I mean, Moo is starting to get to just full items. He's got the Aghanim's Blessing coming out. Could start building into a bit more damage.
Moon Shard if he wants, even. Although no, he'll probably get another one of those damage items.
He's actually queuing Shivas. I would have not expected that one.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Interesting. I guess more things to just kite Dusa, right? Shiva, Sprout, etc. is top. Lelis gets found. Global.
And then the runaway. 4 staff. Maybe a chance. They throw out kisses. Not enough. And the fight's going on. Need to be careful. Gunnar under control. They weren't quite able to kill off that Lycan. And, well, the rest of the team just has to back out of there. Turn to stone form. Gunnar, Ava, toss, turn, punch, dead. Sunlight, he ran back into it.
Here come the Treants for the top tier 3.
Yamsun kills off Flea. Yep, Treants going on to him. Although Moo, he's the one that's completely out of position. And, well, the Sprout's there. Yamsun's starting to come online and do the damage that they need him to. But the kite and the getaway, it's going to be there.
The tower, they actually have to pop Glyph here.
Chase wants to find somebody. Yamsun turns, looking for him, right on top of him. Enough to kill off the tree? Yes. So they do bring down Lelis. Yamsun. Oh, the blink away. They can't quite keep up. Jeez.
4 heroes dead on Nouns.
Yeah.
I mean, this Dusa is definitely problematic. Gunnar, I mean, that was kind of unlucky for him, I felt. Did you see where the Dusa was when he got stone gazed? She was on the cliff.
Yeah, that was weird.
The angle was actually like some, like, I don't even know what angle, like 130-degree angle or something that actually Ken's, I don't know, some crazy angle catches him with that stone gaze. Gets a trade kill, but yeah, 4 dead now. DD spotted bottom by a courier. And now Arc, what's he building? Is he gonna go for some big item here? Oh, I was hoping it would be Rapier, but no, he needs to go MKB to deal with this silly mischance. And it's a long spawn this time.
Right.
So Nouns gets a bit lucky here.
Yamsun, he goes and picks up that DD after it was scouted out by Husky's courier.
This could be huge because they're starting to respawn pretty soon.
Can they do anything? I mean, Arc, they're both very far away from the rest of their teams.
Yeah.
A bunch of people dead.
Yamsun's a bit afraid, though.
This could have been a big moment, but
could have been one where he goes. At least like to get the clockwork. I mean, he'll kill Sammy in like 3 hits. So
yeah, true.
Sammy lucky to survive there. Babbage now has a Hex, level 27. I mean, the levels. This Dusa still continues to be top, but as we said, feels like anybody's game. It's all about this. I mean, crazy fights and potential crazy split push. Eyes on Moo to keep all those lanes shoved in.
Husky retakes. They find the bugs now onto Primal. But the hook shot! He finds him!
There's a global.
Yamsun, they're right on top of him. Arc starting to take a lot of damage. They're completely out of mana. Can they do anything else, though? This Medusa still hits very hard in spite of no mana, and they will kill off that Weaver. Now in very far, Moo makes the TP happen. Lelis with the overgrowth. There is no mana on this Dusa at all. She is isolated. Arc goes down.
Huge kill, 16 seconds for Roche. I think that Wildcard has to buy back. I don't think they can give up Roche to Nouns.
Or even just like lane pressure. They need to keep these lanes shoved out. And yeah, Roche up in 8 seconds. This is big.
It's gonna die unbelievably fast too. Gunnar does a crazy amount of damage. It's gonna get spotted though. The Wolf, it's in the pit.
They see it.
Yep.
This is everything right now. Can they defend against their base and then also try and get this Roche contest?
Can they make it in time? They don't have Sammy.
Oh,
and he's the big one to give the vision besides those wolves. The Rocket, yeah, this Roche is dead.
They're trying to get there in time, but it is way too late. And with Roche going down now, coming in a bit behind the ball, it is going to be all Nouns.
Oh, and now they have the Ags on the Treant also, level 23.
Oh, jeez.
He's got Refresher, of course, from the last fight also. Didn't get to point it out, but did end up using it.
Yeah, Eyes in the Forest. He's on par with the Primal Beast in terms of farm.
And he's now getting more ridiculous scaling, of course, for him, getting closer to 25. All right, maybe this is what allows Nouns to break this game.
You can see the defense of this one is going to be very hard. Arc obviously can do a ton of damage to these heroes, can clear out those treants very quickly. Immediately starts hitting onto Gunnar. Babbage can't quite get the catch. The Shadow Blade away as the tower fell.
The Hex,
so no vision.
I mean, Sunlight's chasing very far. Babbage maybe gone too far.
Needs chance to get out of there. BKB popped the globals there, takes off the bug, backs away, but that's a lot used.
They have a secondary global. 60 seconds up for it, also the refresher shard.
Ready to go for another round. Nouns trying to close this game out. Looks for the
Big
catch.
damage.
A ton of damage. Oh, the force step back into him. That is not how that was supposed to go. Arc is now completely isolated. All the pulverized damage
Oh my God.
is insane.
root.
The big jump in. Do they have enough? Trying to bring him down. Gunner hits a few more times with the overgrowth. It was way too much for them to deal with. And as they turn their sights on the Deuce again, GG is called. Nouns take a dramatic game number 1.
Wow. I mean, I was talking to Fear a little bit before this game went down. He said it's not going to be the prettiest or cleanest of Dota, but it's definitely going to be a fun and interesting series. And I think Game 1 has already given us more than enough of that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was really, really solid stuff coming out from them. I think that this is the type of match that I was hoping to see. A little bit more like craziness, 29 kills, people just running at each other.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it the most solid of Dota of cleanliness, perhaps, but definitely a fun and exciting one. It felt like Wildcards had done almost salvaged everything after like the mid game all goes a little wacky there for Nouns. But yeah, all about that high ground push, the toss back. Nouns, they found their footing, figured out how they want to actually take these team fights, and did end up outscaling this Duso with their Tricore plus Midas tree that ends up working.
I told you, they knew the region. They just knew what they needed to do. Do it in your pubs. It's going to be fine. What's the worst that could happen? But I think that the other thing to watch for that I want to see is if there's any sort of change-ups going into game number 2. I remember in the previous series that we watched, the Shopify versus TSM, there was the bans out of... or there wasn't the ban of the Lina. The Lina was banned in this one, and NP was let through.
Yes.
And Snare, the panel, they were sort of having a bit of talking back and forth about, okay, how strong is this NP versus the Lina? Do you think you let the NP through again? How scary is it?
I think the NP is definitely shown to be a problem in at least multiple regions that we've been seeing. This Ags build allows you to fund, but things got so chaotic, so who knows if it was even because of this Nature's Prophet, but Mood did have a very good showing.
Well, we're going to find out more as we head on back to the panel. Let's break down all the action.
Thank you, Lyrical and Fogged, and welcome back to the panel. Nouns end up taking that first game, even though there were some moments where you thought maybe they might not be able to close this one out. Lizard T, as we finally see the conclusion out of this one, what do you guys think about that game as a whole? It was a bit back and forth here and there.
Yeah, it had everything. I feel like as a viewer, you kind of wanted the comebacks, you wanted the fights, you wanted maybe the glimmer of hope that Dusa can 1v9. Fun fact, can't 1v9. But no, yeah, it just had a bit of everything. It was a nice chill game to start the series.
Lizard, anything to add on that?
No, she can 1v9 usually, but not under tier 4s as well.
True.
That's a problem.
Good point, yeah.
Yeah, there's always a condition to it. Usually when we're used to seeing wild card, it's always Arc on top and Babatich following at the bottom of the end of the cores, and they end up winning those games, but not this time. But to break this game down, when we headed out from the early game towards the mid game, Nouns actually, they have double Roshan kills average compared to wild card, highest in at 1.6, and they had a 7k lead at 21 minutes. T, talk to us what happened down with that first Rosh.
I mean, I feel like for Nouns at least, they had this ability to take the early game. They looked really promising, but when they continued trying to take that fight with their 7k lead, it was just the fact that Wildcard just took that first Aegis. And when you give Deucer an Aegis in this type of game, the confidence of Nouns' aggression disappears. And that's why we saw the game get so difficult, just because of that first Aegis blunder. And then we just see on the highlights here, Gunner jumping into the pit. There was no preemptive stone gaze, there's no BKBs, nothing from Wildcard. They were confidently thinking they were going to snatch away this Aegis and most likely the game. But no, Gunner was like, no, not today. Jumps in, gets the Aegis, and completely turns around the game again. So I feel like for Nouns, super volatile game for them. Starts strong, whiffs the Aegis, should be Wildcard's game, and then Gunner kind of fixes it on top of that with Move with this constant split push. A lot of pressure.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe they could have had a little bit stronger laning and post-laning stage. Besides that, the game was solid. The way they fought around Rosh Pit, like Tigav is talking a lot about it, wasn't really the greatest. They misused their spells at times, perhaps. Not really flaming anyone in particular, but you should be saving your global for Primal Beast's ulti here. Once he catches the Weaver, you pop that global. It should be easier for you to take the fights around the Rosh Pit. That's what I'm saying, because your heroes are extremely mobile. They're these long-range hitters. Meanwhile, for Nouns, everyone was kind of on their own island around the pit, so it didn't really convert. But they cleaned it up, and the next Rosh fights were way better.
It felt like that was kind of the game, though. You know, when you were talking about them on an island, for Nouns at least, it's like all their heroes were independently doing things, and then it sometimes came together in the big fight where it's like they've been able to isolate the Medusa with a Sprout, Yamsun kind of on the backlines punishing, whilst Wildcard, their strengths in this game was just their all-in ability just to run through their opponents, and it worked out wonderfully. And of course, when Arc has the farm and can join the fights, you're going to feel comfortable putting some, 10, 20, 30k net worth hero into the fight, but that does fall flat when Nouns are able to properly guide you.
Like you were talking about Arc and this Medusa. Like Medusa used to be the strongest hero for quite some time. Like if you get that Medusa and if you go late, you win no matter what.
Yeah.
And I've seen so many games in which exactly that happens. Like you get to a critical point, which was around 25-minute mark on Medusa before. You start pushing high ground with that Aegis. You get tossed to tier 4s. You still kill everyone. Like I've seen that before, but this time around, okay, Nouns, they knew what they were doing. They tossed her to tier 4s. They almost kill her 1 second on that Aegis.
It was
So close.
disgusting.
1 second. Literally, the Aegis was expiring, and they needed to keep her alive for 1 extra second, but the towers hit too hard. What can you do? You can't control those.
What can you do? Exactly. And for the MVP, on the side of Nouns, is there some particular play that you would lift on the table?
Okay, you know what?
Is it a Moo, Brad?
We're going to go with Moo. That's
All
fair
right.
enough.
All
But
right.
I think realistically, there's a lot of a little bit of throwing from Nouns a bit, and I think Gunnar was able to solidify it with the Aegis still and then the toss back on. But realistically, outside of the big plays that we saw on camera, I think off camera, Moo was doing an immense amount of work. So in fairness, I think Moo's a very healthy candidate as well.
The talent picks from him were actually very good. Like I've never seen Treants do as much as they did in this game. Well, I've seen them do as much as they did in this game, but
this
It's just NA.
yeah,
no?
the style in NA and the trees caused a lot of problems to the side of Wildcard. Like they could, at some point, once he hit that level 25 and took the talent, they could never leave the base. They were just constantly pushed in by Treants.
Is it easy to kind of lull into that false sense of security when you're playing a Medusa lineup, which Wildcard might have had a bit of hints here and there that we've got a Medusa lineup, we're playing into the late game, we're going to be happy with it? Is that something that happens often?
It can happen. I think when probably this Medusa's saying about, my game's pretty good, I think realistically the rest of Wildcard's lineup is falling off as the game progresses. When you look at this Primal Beast, he didn't itemize to be a big core later down the line. He went BKB, and as soon as he built BKB, I look at that quick fire and I see a Lotus, I'm like, this type of Primal Beast, you know? Like, he's not itemizing for himself to be the damage dealer. And at that point for Wildcard, it's like, they really needed Medusa to do everything. And then, as we're mentioning all these movements and tossbacks and whatnot, that's when suddenly this Medusa gets kited out. Missed chance on the Fury as well. It's like, it's a difficult game, so not a fan of Wildcard going for this 4 Protect 1 when Nouns have the toolkit to kite and kind of punish this single one.
Well, let's see what kind of adjustments they can do, because we are going to take a tiny break, a little bit of a reset as well, maybe on those both sides, unless we get some of those same traps coming out for game number 2. But that's after the break. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's time for game number 2 here with Wildcard Gaming versus Nows. And Nows already up 1-0 from a game that could be even a Wildcard Gaming victory, but it's not. It's going to be Nows taking the lead. And as we head over to game number 2, gentlemen, might as well actually start our thing off with our mid laners and start discussing a little bit what went down. I've been kind of highlighting Gunnar as a player who kind of keeps Nouns together. He's the guy who makes all the big plays. But what about Bobatic? What about this guy? He's been improving since the start. And are we starting to see a shining light or not?
He did all right, I would say. Like, look, like you go down a path and you put all your eggs in one basket, and that's Medusa, and you itemize to protect her. I mean, that's all right. Not necessarily these heroes, but okay.
I think
yeah.
when we look at the player comparison, though, and previous panels when you're talking about Babatic and whatnot, I think the key difference is I think Gunnar just scales into the game a lot better. And this wildcard playstyle from this mid laner, it is very much play out your lane, rotate early, and then if that doesn't go well, he often falls down the pecking order. So I think there is clearly a playstyle wildcard has adopted in the DPC. It is very punishable because you don't see many teams adopt this playstyle in other regions. And I think at least this is where Nouns can look to punish it a lot because they always know they're going to have at least 2 to 3 cores overwhelming the side of wildcard.
And also, like, when it comes to outside of the players and their performances, how they've come to this point, I think the big question kind of lies is the DPC points that are being up for shares. The winner of this series goes 3rd, the loser stays at 4th, 5rat already secured the 5th place. How much do you think that actually matters for these two? Maybe more for Nouns, because for them, this year could be the breakthrough point.
Oh, we've been saying that for years now, mate.
We have,
this could be the breakthrough point. But, jokes aside on that one, I think the DPC points are as valuable as the team's progression in Tour 2 and Tour 3.
Right.
If they continue to be the 3rd, 4th place teams in the next 2 tours, then them trading 120 points to 60 points, it won't really matter at the end of the day because DPC points is good in the league, but you need to get to the major to get the extra points to get the invites. So I think right now the battle is very good, but it's not more about improving for the next tour and talking about the major. So I think this is a conversation for like in Tour 3, it's like, oh, it's really hype. But right now it's like, just want to be 3rd place in the region. You want to be the team closest to the major.
If you want to call someone out on Instagram or Twitter, you can say, how many points did you have?
Yeah, exactly.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights, but besides that, not a lot.
So heading into game 2, Lizard, what do you think is the motivation, the main motivation coming into this one? Is it somewhere along execution or draft? Is there something you might want to see different or adjustment from either of these teams, or just a repeat because was it based on mistakes? What would you like to see?
Necessarily. Like if you're wildcard, I don't think that you need to change a lot. From a perspective that they had this game if they played it out cleanly. From Nouns' perspective, though, however, I don't think that they should let themselves end up in the same situation that they were in this one. Because they did win it in the end, but it wasn't clean. They had to really juggle around hard to get back in it. Split push, use every trick that's known in this game, really, to come back in it. Because they had a lineup that was supposed to be very aggressive early on, that was supposed to be playing on tempo off of the lanes, and that just didn't work out for them.
So you would say that the the early game exit would be much more crucial in this game too, compared to game 1.
Yeah, and just not making some mistakes at crucial moments, like Tiga was mentioning earlier. The rush pit fights probably can be done a bit better.
Yeah.
All right, and as we are heading over to game 2, I believe a draft is almost cooking up as well. And let's see if we are going to have some adjustments coming into this this start of the draft. Wildcard first pick, and we also have Nouns on the side of Radiant. Any surprises coming out that you might expect for the first phase picks, potentially?
I mean, it's a complete swap up from game 1, so they are going to have to do some different bans. I think for Nouns at least, I'm going to be interested to see if they ban out the Lina against Wildcard. And that, again, haven't really covered much of the region. I'd love seeing teams with confidence, especially when they have one game in hand, give away a Lina, but with a really good idea how to beat it. Of course, on the flip side, for example, TSM, you get it 2 games in a row, you just win the series. So maybe they don't want to do that.
There's always the possibility for it.
Oh, there we go. All right, they let it through.
We're going to see a Lina. We're going to game 3.
Is it that simple? Actually, let me check. What's the win rate for Wildcard?
In any Lina isn't that simple. But
yeah, she's been struggling at the start of the season for sure.
All right, Rubik Clockwork. Yeah, that's my big one.
Yeah. Okay, Brood also banned. Yeah, Rubik Clock sounds good.
I think in regards to openings, of course, Rubik is, as soon as you pick Rubik, you still LSA. You force Lina to go for like 1-1-4 build with stats, so then she can't get the full effectiveness of her second spell, the stun. And then on top of that, I think Clockwork is a 5. You have the BQ piercing hookshot. You have ways to move her around with cogs in the fight and just disrupt her. And in the early game, throwing out one rocket flare just to see where stacks are, where kind of the macro game should be developing, allows for you to be more aggressive. So I love this combo.
I wouldn't mind the Primal Beast pick as well. Like that's also an option. Like Rubik is a no-brainer. This hero is just way too valuable at the moment. Like we were speaking about Treant in the previous panel and how much damage actually he's bringing, even though it's a 3 and it isn't really expected from him. Rubik, on the other hand, is just ridiculous. Not only the damage has been buffed, but all the talents, the fact that you just have that shard to save your allies, it's ridiculous.
And with the Nouns draft ideology has been, Moo really wants to see what kind of matchup he's going up against, but he's already seeing the Lina first pick, so I was thinking, would they pick his hero first phase, or are they flexing this Furin here?
I also love Furin. I mean, their second pick, so this flex will go to the end of the draft, but Furin is a hero that we saw when Lina first become the carry. It was you pick Furion, you have a initiating off lane or mid lane or something, and then you just TP into lane with trees, you kill her quite quickly, you take tower, and you progress the map so nicely that Lina can't then just go from jungle to ancients to lane because there's so much action happening. So honestly, I'm happy with the opening of Nouns. They've got 2 decent answers. They now just need to make sure they have initiation and a front line, and their draft will look pretty clean against this Lina.
The only thing that I'm worried from them, though, is execution. Like we've seen it in that last game, their execution can struggle at times, and they aren't the team with the cleanest execution. So if you do throw a couple of fights to Alina and she hits that critical mass, it's gonna get rough. Like I would like to see from now some sort of a core-to-core position 1 matchup that actually does very well against Lina. But Wildcard might be banning it out. Like you see the Slark going out already. In Europe and in China, what's used? Slark, Spectre. There's sometimes a Sniper as well.
There's an Ursa on top of that. Yeah.
Ursa to really step up the tempo. With the Prophet, I wouldn't mind the Ursa actually. There was this, like you guys were talking about previously, but we've all seen it. There was a Skitter TA and a Yuragi TA into the Lina as well. Was Skitter playing it or was it only Yuragi? I think
it was just Yuragi, yeah.
Just Yuragi, but it worked so damn well. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Now it's also Yamson did play a TA and actually got a win with it as well, so that's definitely an option they could go for. Clockwork is still kind of ignored at this point and has been also a lane pair duo, which has worked with the Lina before. It's an option. And kind of the ideology here with flexing this Tiny. Does Bobatich want to pick it up? Is Flea going to be playing it? And that means, are we seeing another support coming straight away with that 15th pick?
Are you surprised no one picked Clock?
A little bit, but for Nouns at least, the Furin is a comfort pick for them, so I can see it being more open. If you're second pick and you go Rubik Clock, you tunnel vision yourself. I think for Wildcard, maybe closing out the phase could have been a Clockwork pick themselves, but again, when you're first pick, picking a more open hero here, then you pick maybe some Crystal Maiden type support on the opening phase, and then you get to flex the Tiny a little bit longer. So I can see why both teams didn't want to go for a Clockwork, because it's a bit more face-up value in the draft at least.
So we're most likely looking at a Husky hero here into 15th for Nouns. He's had the most success with Morana, the Treant, the CM, and maybe even a Phoenix added to the mix, but there's the Lina, so you always got to be cautious about that. But could it be a potential option? Because if you look at the Nouns side, they could still think of a Naga lineup potentially. You have Naga, and then you have Phoenix who can protect the egg, get a guaranteed stun. Maybe reaching out a bit, but possibilities are still there.
Yeah, a lot of options for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Crystal Maiden that you mentioned, for me, it works very well. Like, there is this burst potential from Tiny, but CM plus Rubik work very well in tandem. So
you can also go for some like Undying for Nouns, and then you force the draft a little bit more because you know you're gonna have a strong side lane, a strong safe lane. You get to see the 2 wildcard pickups, then you pick a carry, or at least you flex the Fury in that regard. You might argue that the attack range and speed of Lina will allow her to play well into Undying, but if you're asking your carry to focus and kill a Tombstone, it's going to be horrendous. We've seen so many times in at least Europe where this Lina goes, I'm killing the Tombstone, and then boom, it's nothing. But instead, they go for a Ricky.
They go for a Ricky, okay, something we forgot a little bit about.
It's true, he was level 6. So.
We haven't actually seen the Ricky, if you guys.
Yeah, we haven't seen him exactly.
think the only team that's actually been targeting this hero has been TSM. It's been Ari who's been the guy going for it.
Man, it's early in the morning. What can I say? You know.
So, wait. It's what, 2:30 a.m. Forgive us, chat.
Oh,
It
yeah.
happens.
The dad
They will
jokes are out.
forgive. They will.
Yeah.
As every hour progresses, the dad jokes get worse. But anyway,
We slowly morph into bad versions of Lacoste, all of us.
budget Lacoste.
So Winter Wyvern.
Oh god.
Oh god. Okay.
Only you can do that pronunciation.
Yeah.
Ricky, at least it's good for the draft for Nouns because we already saw their playstyle in the previous game, which was like skipping waves and being very agile. And then Ricky enables that nicely because the waves are always under the towers. So then Ricky can then play in the jungle where heroes aren't naturally going to be because they're doing other jobs on the map. And then of course, you know, Shard, Smokescreen, all these other aspects just give you that early fight. And 15 minutes into the game, Nouns should be looking to break open the jungle if the Ricky can get in a lane to get the Shard and then to fight from there.
Yeah, I just love the combo, right? Like the global presence with the Ricky.
It does open up though for Wildcard to go like Beastmaster +1 in this slot, something which is super aggressive and tower hungry because Nouns have 0 ways to defend towers.
Lycan as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Nouns lineup is about having strong lanes and then progressing the map slowly based on early rotations. They're not very good at counterplaying.
Nouns has, you know, look at the first phase, really strong laners. What about a Korra dying for Sunlight?
Oh, has he done that before?
Yes, he has.
Oh.
And he also plays 3 Treant, but Treant is obviously not in this one.
Fair enough.
I feel like we don't have to be that wild, but okay.
If they were
he
second
really
pick,
likes it.
maybe, yeah. Being first pick and being the creative team can be hard. The only times that first pick teams can be this creative is when you have 2 or 3 weird heroes, and then the enemy's like, what's happening? And then that's when they get to do it. But
This definitely isn't a snatch pick because we see Rubik and Ricky already. They just want to play the Mirana. It's a solid pickup overall. Like just can be a 5 or a 4 flexible.
And that also now allows the Tiny to flex as well. So you have your 2-4-5 kind of open.
Yeah, the next pick should tell us more about Wildcard's intentions here.
And I guess in a situation like this, where Nouns gets to respond, they've usually gone for Gunner's pick. We've seen Viper from time to time. We've seen Lone Druid even pop up. And then he had that Centaur game, which he also won with, which was very, very intriguing. He'd also done that with 18th.
They usually give him Lone Druid, like obviously one of his best heroes, right? But I think they save it for the best Lone Druid games. Like if they really see that it's a Lone Druid game and it's the last pick, they'll pick it up. But they won't just pick it in any single game in which it can be countered.
also, Wildcard have like 4... Oh, there's the Lycan.
There's the Lycan,
They have like 4 seconds reserve time. They've really eaten through all their draft time just to get to this point.
But their draft is really solid. Like overall, I would say, okay.
There's a bit of everything.
There's a bit of everything, and it also counters what Nouns wants to do. So
Yep. The key thing is they've got a support duo in the Mirana Tiny that even if lanes aren't too great, when they sync up in the early game, we'll be able to dictate a lot on the map. If they move towards Lina, they'll protect her and engage. If they move with Lycan with Dominator, you should be able to take towers. So for Nouns, they kind of need some...
I like it.
I was going to say the glue. It's always the Kunkka.
Was it banned out in the last game? It wasn't, right? It just went through. It was ignored. I wasn't sure why, because it's such a great pick into the Lycan.
It's hard to gank as well. So like I mentioned this concept of wildcard, and I was going to lean towards Kunkka being the Nouns hero because it's how do you really kill it mid lane? If you do go, the amount of time you spend there, if you get the kill, it's 3 heroes plus. And then now if you make plays in the side lane, Kunkka just TPs in and you'll be able to mitigate that tower pressure. So I like the pick from Nouns a lot.
Now that we have the Lycan and the Lina brought up for wildcard, basically one core is still missing. I guess they could still flex around a bit if they want to, but I don't think we're going to see too much of that. Probably the Lina is a 1 or 2. Bobatich, Arc both have played it, but outside of that, you're still going to pick first before Nouns. So what kind of a hero are you really looking for here? What is missing out of that? We've got a bit of everything.
It just completely depends on what they want to close this up with. I think Tiny can be mid too. Like you can just lane him into the Kunkka and you wouldn't really suffer too hard. I wouldn't mind seeing Tiny Lina and Lycan cores. Just getting that last
Good
pick.
work.
Just getting that last pick as a support.
Yeah, they can't lean on Tiny being the only initiator because right now their lockdown is Tiny blinking in. Other than that, it's like, what do they have? So they can't go for a more aggressive mid lane hero that punishes Kunkka because that wouldn't then allow you to have that catch. So I think they're in a slightly difficult spot in that regard. I think Bat's actually a pretty nice ban, kind of covers both of what I was mentioning.
And then Undying as well, right? Like banning a little bit of everything here.
Yeah. And there's also the Bat Rider and the Bloodseeker banned out. So Someone would say, oh, this is a Pango game. Do you agree or not?
I think the Bloodseeker is probably connected to the Lycan as well, right? Same as the Monkey King.
I'm surprised actually that Ember Spirit did stay through. That is an entire draft. That is Bobotich's probably best hero. At least he's most active with it, able to play very active and aggressive.
Put Kunkka on offlane or something and just give this guy a lone druid.
I'm thinking Monkey King here, not because of the matchup.
Yeah, banned.
Is it banned? Where's it banned? Oh, sorry. I actually didn't see it. Damn, I'm so blind.
These glasses just aren't
It's
working.
a pretty good call, though.
Yeah,
No,
it is a good call.
No, but now it feels cheap because it's already been banned. You know what I mean?
You didn't see it.
I
You
didn't.
didn't see it. You're wearing glasses.
Yep.
It's fine.
It's all good. And it's the time of the hour of the day as well, so it's all good, it's all good.
Damn it.
But that last pick, though, what does Nouns really want to fulfill with that? They've got a bit of tower push, a bit of team fight. What about the timings? Is it optimal against wildcards drafting? Do they need something faster or something that they can play for late?
I honestly feel that wildcards draft is better no matter what they pick here. It's all on Nouns executing properly, which they did in game one, to a point, to an extent, right?
Is Ursa still there? Okay, they just go for the
They go with the
Lone
lone druid. So yeah, we did talk about it, and it is a decent lone druid game into the Ember. He should completely crush this lane if they're laned 1v1, right? So
Kunkka carry. Okay, cool.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like just put Kunkka and Prophet on side lanes, put the lone druid on the guy that plays lone druid all the time, and have fun. Yeah.
I mean, they have great lanes. Like I think wildcard, they're comfortable with the concepts they've drafted in this lineup. But for now, I think their lanes are just better. Like Lone Druid mid should just be better. Furion into Lina should be good for Furion. And then Kunkka against Lycan. Kunkka should never lose his tower. So I think Nouns will replicate what happened in game one. Just will they throw at the Aegis to give Wildcard the least of life they need.
A bit of a fighting chance.
To get into the mid game. So that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I think, Nouns have a really nice overall lineup.
All right, so final questions. Are we seeing a third or 2-0?
I have faith in the lone druid.
You have faith in the lone druid? All right, T?
I mean, it's a volatile game. It's a volatile series. I'll go with Nouns, but it's a wildcard Dota. It's a wildcard. You don't know what's meant to happen.
Exactly. It's in the name. Anything can happen. But we got our caster pair ready to take you through on a journey. Let's head over to Lyrical and Fogged. Have fun, boys.
A journey? Where are we going? I can't wait to get there. How about you?
It seems like a journey to a place with mystical beasts, a lone druid and a Lycan in the same game, and a Nature's Prophet. So lots of little summons, lots of little creatures running around. So yeah, definitely a mystical place.
That's right, and we're going to see that sort of rematch that we were sort of alluding to before, the Lina versus the NP, both in this game. And then, like you mentioned, the druid, spooky guy. Playing at Gunner this time, very comfortable on that hero. You were kind of liking the idea of the Kunkka versus Ember in the mid matchup, but this one still seems okay?
Yeah, I mean, this still seems fine. The thing is, like, this matchup is always going to be Lone Druid favored, and then it's also about how much pressure you put on the mid lane, right? Because Ember, at some points, you're like, okay, I don't really want to lane anymore versus Lone Druid, and then you leave their lane, and you're like, oh my god, I just lost my tower at like 6 minutes. So yeah, we'll see how it's going to be, what the adaptation is going to be from Wildcard. This one looks a lot harder for them. I actually don't really have too much belief in this Ember Spirit, hoping to be proven wrong because it is one of his most, if not his most comfortable hero. But he's playing into, Ricky, which can always cause some big problems. This Cloud is always super disruptive for something like Ember Spirit, and there is some decent amount of catch and stuff. So yeah, let's see if Wildcard can make it as crazy as last time, cause the chaos, because I think that is the definition of that first game.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the crazier ones that we got to see. Really stoked about this one, though, because I feel like we're still probably going to get some of that up-tempo play. I mean, always is sort of a weird thing with Lone Druid. And, we should sort of keep in mind here as well that Lone Druid, one of the heroes that Gunner is definitely most comfortable on, keeps that spamming. I think that was the Wraithband build that he did all the time, too.
Yeah, a lot of comfort picks, and definitely the style that Nouns likes to go down. So,
did I just see that right? Shout out to
Jackie. Yep.
Best Twitch streamer. Well, we'll have to see, but we would mention the sort of comfort that he has there. Let's listen to Gunner talk a little bit about his comfort heroes.
30 seconds to battle.
Hero that gets picked all the time is Pango, because he has a built-in BKB and a stun. It doesn't chain stun anymore, but he still has like a 10-second stun. So just can't be a bad hero.
The hell, he didn't say Lone Druid. I was sure he was going to say Lone Druid.
Nope, says Pango. Gunner sounds like he just woke up in that video, too. His voice was so deep. Did you hear me? He's like, yeah, my name's Gunner. Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Flea.
Oh.
Are they trying to... They might be able to force him to skill Leap. That would be brutal.
Oh, feels so bad. He gets away.
Doesn't actually have to skill it. Husky doesn't want to commit in. All right, yeah, but this time around, I would say it's going to be a 2-for-2 rune exchange. I would say this time, I actually really like Nouns' lanes a lot more across the board. I think all three should be winning lanes. Maybe top could be a little volatile, but it's a 5 tiny. I haven't seen this since SEA was doing it for some time when the hero was just super broken. Yeah, I really like the way they set it up. The Kunkka versus the Lycan. He should be able to stay down here, hang onto the tower at all times. Mid lane, this should be a pretty good matchup here for Gunner. Super comfortable in this one.
You know what I saw? The very first hit the bear took, it rooted him.
Yep.
That's how you know it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, I mean, always eyes on Gunner. We got to actually cast a Gunner Lone Druid game the other day, and it's all about the little tricks, you know, saving up the skill points on your bear, because for those who don't know, of course, when you do, you level up the bear after you get like a root, and it resets the cooldowns of your root and stuff like that, or your Savage Roar, so... Gunner's always about those little kind of things, which I love to at least watch. And yeah, let's see how these lanes go.
And you can see the esportbet.io right now. If you want to check it out in the Discord, you can participate. There's a free token giveaway going on. The link to it down in the Twitch chat below. But odds still into the favor of Nouns right now, albeit by a shorter measure. Maybe sort of responding to that volatility that we saw in the last game and how crazy it was.
Yeah, definitely. I like how they did. They switched their dynamic a little bit here too. They have Lelis playing the Rubik down bottom with the Kunkka, and they have the Riki up top just having, you know, melee with ranged and just being able to apply more pressure this way. Yeah, I do like it. Bottom, Yamson's already 2. Lelis soon to be 2 as well. This could be a scary moment here for the side of Wildcard.
God,
Flea, still level 1. Can't quite get the Torrent onto him.
I sent Sunlight instead, just randomly. Love to see that. But yeah, this sort of carry Kunkka, I remember when it really sort of popped off last year. It was played a lot in Eastern Europe, but definitely has a lot of value in terms of the harassment you can put out onto that offlaner.
Yeah, and especially versus Lycan, right? You might start just farming wolves as well, perhaps with a nice cleave. This is a painful lane to watch. Really, it feels like Kunkka's going to be able to apply so much pressure and not get pressured himself whatsoever. And yeah, mid, I feel like Gunner's going to have a hell of a time being able to shut down the Ember Spirit. And top, I think top will be the one to watch, because I'm just looking to see what Sammy's going to be able to do as this tiny, as we've seen Lena's time and time again have good lanes.
Lena does get jumped on a little bit there. Arc forced back a bit. Yeah, that feels like it's going to be kind of the thing to watch for, is how much can Arc get done? We saw in the last series, TSM, Tomato doing a great job as they will pull and interrupt that one. Well played by Moo. But the other thing that I wanted to mention real quickly, bottom, is how much pressure you can specifically apply onto Sunlight, because Lycan, you kind of rely upon that armor. 6 armor right now, and even still, there is still so much pressure that gets put onto him constantly by these Tidebringers.
Absolutely. And even just like a Fade Bowl and stuff, there's so much damage that's between these two. And great catch. You know, there's a lift, there's an X at some point, probably at level 4. So, yeah, definitely a high kill lane that they could go for. Tip comes out top, Arc. Already completely out of mana. He's got mangoes from Sammy, but Arc is definitely having some problems up here. Yeah, I don't know what the Tiny's gonna be able to really do to protect this Lina. So I'm definitely worried. I'm worried on all 3 lanes really for the side of Wildcard.
Well, you know, I've heard that winning lanes is important in Dota too, but it might not happen this game for Wildcard if things keep on going this way. Babbage in mid at least has been able to make a bit of a life for himself there, getting a couple denies here and there, getting some good slight spam.
Yeah, he actually forced the resummon too, so he's actually holding his own much better than I would have expected. It gets worse, of course. Level 5 is when it becomes really problematic for the Ember, but yeah, so far so good for Babbage.
Arc's Courier also goes down there. Husky able to snipe that one on the Riki, so doing a bunch of good work up top as the slight spam continues. And yeah, Babbage is going to need to be the one to really make stuff happen for him here. Sunlight gets caught by the Torrent, the pullback in with the lift, and Yamsun draws first blood. Making it happen on this Kunkka.
This lane is going to be, yeah, a huge issue, really, it feels like, for both Flea and him. Flea might have to start, like, pretty early on, start looking to just maybe make rotations onto mid or something. I mean, it's not easy, actually. You can't even go for Lone Druid, so that's probably why they also picked it, too, right? You're playing into the slight chains potential. Sure, he went for Flame Guard, but the potential of it. And then there's just a bear, so he can always catch arrows if Flea does look to make any type of rotation. So, yeah, it feels like Nouns has everything covered here.
They're so ready for it.
Yep.
a really good last pick and a very solid draft. 10 denies, 26 denies over 3 lanes.
Yeah.
Is what it's looking like. And that's actually not even considering the other supports in there.
Oh, what the? Look at this creep wave. Mid lane.
What happened?
And it's gone.
Oh, it's because he pulled the bear over to the side.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gives him the tip. Oh my god.
I don't think I've seen that before. He lost the money creep too.
Yeah.
The flag bearer creep. I mean, Gunner's still, perfectly fine, of course, in the mid lane. But you're seeing he's missing a bit of last hits there for some reason. That was a bit interesting.
That is funny. Well, the little things that we see in crazy little games of Dota 2.
Yep.
But yeah, had to send the bear away. I think he at least did deny out the Ember's bottle on that one, so he didn't get the refill, and that's part of the reason why the price he pays is a couple creeps.
Starting to shove the lane in, and no bottle on Babidich means he might need some help. Like this tower is now gonna start getting pressured immediately off of this. He has full HP creep wave. Babidich is trying to pull some of these melee creeps off of it so that he can start to protect his tower a little bit. But Gunner, very ready here to start this push.
Drops down a ward right on the high ground there, knows what's happening. And well, down bottom, Sunlight still taking a beating.
Flea gets the arrow onto the catapult. Okay, so that's the solution to stop the push, but here comes Moo.
And Sunlight's still going down bottom, so they make that rotation back towards mid. Ava, they find a good amount of damage and kill off the Ember. Samson now in a ton of trouble with Moo making the rotation in. This is what we're anticipating seeing. Flea trying to stop it from coming their direction, but he just can't.
They even sent a wolf to try to maybe help or something like that. They will get the catapult in most of the creep wave, and even getting an arrow on Husky with tower hitting him.
Oh, the treants, they didn't quite soak up that damage, but it didn't matter.
He's got raindrop, and they still are able to get this push going. Love the early rotation from Moo.
Great
so
plays.
Much emphasis on this tower. Earlier than he rotated last game, immediately TP's back toward top and will continue trying to pressure Lina. It does give a little bit of space, of course, to Arc to catch back up, but yeah, pressure everywhere. Look at bottom, he's 6 already on Kunkka.
Pulls him back in there. The Fade Bolt, a couple more punches. The lift, can they kill him off in time? Tidebringer smack, and it's gonna be one more little smash from Yamsun to find the kill. So yeah, literally all 3 lanes kind of falling apart here.
Yeah, and this time Yamsun, he's trying to make up for what happened last game. He struggled a little bit on the Weaver. Even though they ended up winning, his impact wasn't felt as much. This game, top of the net worth by a significant... He's 1,300 gold ahead of the next person. And now gonna get a tower last hit. So 1,400 gold ahead. He's got Armlet and Phase Boots done at the 7-minute mark.
Okay.
This looks like it might be a very one-sided affair this time around.
Dude, Armlet Kunkka at this point in time, and like the other thing is he can XTP back to just have it.
Yeah.
If he wants to. 3,000 gold lead.
Looks like he's about to, actually. He's 125 mana if he wants to do it.
Jeez.
Nah, he's just gonna wait for the courier. All right, so pressure on all fronts. Bottom tower gets dropped. Mid tower is 600 HP. Top tower, Lina's kind of starting getting pushed out of the lane. Wrath of Nature's online. Wildcard's game is looking really hard to salvage. They're gonna need Babidich to do some crazy type of move.
And that's part of the reason why, again, this Nature's Prophet, the rotation in, so annoying to play against. But Gunnery gets the fear onto both! Oh, man. Oh, it was a haste turn up top anyways. Never mind. I thought that it was onto the other. But regardless, it would have been cool.
Oh, toss back. Husky. He's hasted, though.
Gets the jump away from
Babidich,
downtown. The root's there. Actually kills Husky with the arrow.
Wait, what?
How did he not dodge that?
Wait, what?
he ran alongside it. I don't know, man.
What? He must have been looking somewhere else or something. Top now, Moo is a bit far. Arc, he has Laguna.
Dude, we got some mayhem going on right there.
Sammy has no mana, but Moo just dies. Okay, well, all right. So some type of salvage there. Arc, he'll be happy. They need anything they can get at this point with how disastrous this early game is going.
I mean, it really feels like that main differential right now is going to be that Kunkka. Obviously, 500 gold difference between the Ember and the Lone Druid, but it's not terrible in spite of that sort of death there in terms of net worth, at least. Do you feel like Yamsun is sort of in a position where he can make a ton happen with this Kunkka?
Yeah, he's a beast. And he's going to be... I mean, look, they're very squishy on the side of Wildcard when you really look at it. After having such a good time versus Lycan, he's the tankiest hero, and he is incredibly squishy. Tiny... It's a support Tiny. So 0 armor, 1,000 HP will just get cleaved down very easy. Lina, pretty squishy still in the early game. So yeah, Yamsun, he's got the whole... The world is his oyster, as we like to say.
And I guess that's the other thing. Is like Ember can sort of dodge out a lot of the Kunkka shenanigans, but Lina in particular, I mean, you see Arc going in for this Maelstrom with the Falcon Blade, queuing up boots afterwards because he needs something. but it's going to be a long time before BKB.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that Treant.
It's probably going to get cleared, but it's a good effort there from Moo, scouting out and maybe blocking some camps too versus the Lina. Now they just need to do economical damage. And speaking about the Kunkka versus the Ember, you can play around it if it's just the Kunkka, but smokescreen.
Oh my
right?
God.
So I'm going to keep eyes on Husky.
Dude, it's just out of vision. They can't see it. He doesn't know.
He's actually sneaking it in.
My God.
No way. It's actually going to block it. Oh my God. Ark's sad.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
Look at his face. He's like, what? Why? What? No.
Oh.
Nice play from Moo.
Damn.
And he's going to probably be able to just push this tower top solo. All right. I mean, Nouns is just getting full freedom. All right. Babbage will move. He does have the Arcane Rune. But can he actually turn this into anything? I don't think so.
It's looking pretty rough. I mean, he does have the 1 point in chains now. We've sometimes seen like the Ember paired with Mirana with like a lot of chains to have the setup there, but beyond that, it's pretty much just the Tiny.
Yeah, and now mid tower also, it's gonna go down. Gunner, he's just gonna commit for it with Catapult. Stolen Arrow.
And the boat comes in for Flea.
Doesn't even really need the boat, but why not?
Wow.
Woo. Yeah, this one looking tough. The mid laner and the safe laner and Wildcard are going to have some type of miraculous showing here because things are really problematic. Top, Babbage getting aggressive onto Husky.
Cloud drop down, tricks of the trade.
Can't commit.
Remnant's back.
And Gunner's like, there's another tower top. On my way, team.
Ready for it. And you can see that win probability 70% at this point.
Yeah.
With a 4K gold lead, it's understandable why I'd be feeling that way. And Slykin, it's not like one of those comeback heroes.
No, you want to have a good start to be able to start barreling through these towers. But I really think this Kunkka pick and them switching the Kunkka at least to the safe lane has kind of been this beautiful answer versus it. And for the Lycan too, it's Aghanims on Moo is halfway there. So we saw what it was able to do last time, rooting all the summons, and now versus Ember Spirit as well. Yeah, it does feel like Wildcard need to find something big on the map, or this one. I think this one looks like it's going to be very one-sided from the way it's going.
And look at this, Moonlight Shadow in. This was the move they wanted to make to try and find a fight, but already out of there. Yamsun reading the map well, dodging away. And I mean, that's the sort of dynamic there as well. If you're playing on not a Weaver, your positioning has to be better to defend yourself.
Yeah. And look at these. I'm looking at Wildcard. They have no stacks. I look at those camps and Nouns. They are beautiful.
That is a lot of gold.
What, triple stack or quad stack Ancients, triple stack hard camp. So Yamsun, I mean, that's going to be his BKB pretty much done after this. Haven't been able to make a hit onto him before it, and post BKB, they are heavily lacking in any type of damage.
7,100 net worth at the start of this collection of stacks. We'll see where he ends up at, but it's going to be pretty high.
This is crazy.
Dude, he's going to have BKB just about done.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to have almost 600 GPM, so.
That's gnarly.
Kind of the dream. Yeah, the lane setup be working beautifully. They're even taking the enemy jungle's farm. Gunner's walking in. Husky's farming. They're getting to do whatever they want, really, on the side of Nouns. And Wildcard, I feel like they're just like, well, where do we go from here?
Right.
How do we make any aggressive move? We don't have a good initiator because it's our Tiny as a 5 position. The Ember Spirit kind of has to be the one to lead the charge, but could just die if he does because there's a Riki. That cloud is always going to be a problem, so.
Well, the thing that's tough, too, is it feels like they need to bring Arrow almost there on Sunlight. It feels like they need to bring everything on Wildcard because they don't have that great of team fight at this point, right?
They have, like, none, actually.
Yeah.
They have their whole lineup.
No Blink on Tiny. Ember doesn't really have that much in chains. This would be a big kill here, but can they kill off Gunner? Avalanche. Gunner moves on in, tries to get the fear, doesn't connect on anybody, and that is a needed kill.
Nice move. Little Tumbler's toy to get on top of Gunner. He does not get the true form off. Probably the most significant kill they can actually get on the board right now. I'm glad they went for that one. Husky was showing top, and I was like, please don't go for Husky.
Lellis is getting chased down by these creeps and wolves.
Okay.
But won't be able to get it.
No. Gotta be careful. Yamsum's in the area.
Oh, are they gonna kill it? Oh, the Centaur.
Farewell.
No.
And that
more gold.
More gold for
Jeez.
level 11, about to be level 12 Kunkka with a BKB. Good God. Seeing Sammy starting to try to do some economical damage. He is blocking out the camps. I see double sentries been placed by him around the Ancients and hard camp.
So one thing that, and tell me if my thinking on this is wrong, that I might be a little concerned about on the side of Nouns is that if a couple more kills happen, I feel like the matchup of Kunkka versus Lina once BKB is online is maybe a little bit tough for Kunkka. You can like kite him out and do some damage, right?
Yeah, just that you are going to make your whole team faster and tankier to get on top of her, right? So I think that's kind of the purpose of this. I think the Kunkka pick was mostly because of the lane to deal with Lycan, and then just being able to protect your other 2 cores, which are also going to scale super hard, right?
Okay.
Lone Druid is actually the real carry with Nature's Prophet, probably, while Kunkka is like this buffer.
Okay. So playing a little bit of a different role there in that way.
And I would think so, at least.
So all they have to do is kill the Lone Druid, and then kill the Nature's Prophet, not get controlled, and then they're fine.
Yeah, and somehow deal with this overwhelming pressure on the lanes, because everyone's farming on the side of Nouns, and they're hitting towers. While Wildcard, like you said before, feels like they have to bring like 3 or 4 heroes every time they want to kill one of these cores. So Nouns just getting so much more out of the map. But I like the blocks. At least these wards from Sammy, I think they're probably going to get taken out pretty quickly, but going to be at least, taking out one of these camps for now. Or 2 of these camps for now.
Oh my god, does that find both of them?
Only gets the one. The other one is just on the cusp of it, it looks. It might actually be in range. It looks, I don't know. It might be out of range. We got to zoom in.
We'll find out.
We're going to find out.
Find out later.
Yeah. Arc is getting caught back up, though, so that's the important thing to look at. Nearly has her BKB finished. And going for the right skill build, always do comment on it, because, you see the 4 points in stun sometimes, but it's versus Rubik. Never really want to max that stun.
Yeah, it can be so much control and completely lose you a fight if Rubik able to steal that one. We've seen some pretty solid moves already by Lelis. Does have toss at the moment, so it can be some weird initiation plays there as...
Yamsun, he's got BKB, and there's the Axe Root.
Oh, the root, it connects in. It's only going to be on to Sammy, but that is still a pretty nice one to find.
They are lucky to get out with only 1 death. Husky also has Shard already, so further kick some catch.
Oh, Yamsun, though, the LSA connects. They're trying to bring him down right at the start. Yamsun, but he gets the armlet off. Doesn't quite manage to find that X onto Arc. Lelis lift stops the chase-in coming from Sunlight. Yamsun's still very low, but the rest of Nouns are in some trouble. Moo is going to drop here, but they get out with the Kunkka.
Get a little too over-aggressive. Gunner is getting pretty much the entire top tower out of it, but do end up losing quite a lot here. Don't want to be giving those kills up to the Lina, but tower does finish. That's an early 2-2.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of this is on Arc. And, I mean, to be fair, across a lot of different regions, we've seen Lina pop off. In North America, it's pretty much only been that other Shopify game that we saw, or rather TSM game that we saw from Tomato. But we'll see if they can do it here again. It's going to be a pretty freaking big hill to climb, but they're starting to pull it back a little bit at least.
Yeah, the big concern for me is really that their team fight is just non-existent. Like, their whole draft just has no team fight. It's just like these kind of single target heroes all kind of playing by themselves for the most part. Sure, they have the arrow combo with the Ember, but not the easiest thing to land versus Treants versus Lone Druid and stuff like that. So
that ward did find both of those 2 camps
it
unblocked.
Did get both.
So
wow.
Pretty good luck there.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it was right on the cusp of it. Looks like they'll get a bear kill and cash money. But now Gunner, he's got Deso, so pace of the game at least for Nouns. It's time for Roche. And for Wildcard, it looks hard for them to commit here. They see the Lycan bottom, so I think, Nouns is just going to be able to get away with it.
There is so much vision in the area right now for Nouns. They see absolutely everything in this area.
They're baiting the regen rune, it looks like. Husky. Waiting for an opportunity with the dart.
But it looks like they are not going to come and contest this arrow. Oh, does spot it. Tiny, obviously not going to be able to get in either.
Mid lane,
no Blink Dagger.
The 2 supports. Oh my god, look at his HP.
Holy crap, dude, what? How?
The toss, they had the smoke screen plus the dart with the toss play and kept him inside of the smoke screen long enough. That was so close to him just dying. And now in Aegis, they have boat, they have BKBs. Now it's looking for more.
Looking for one. That's a pretty good one to get. Able to bring him low, but not quite enough for the kill. He's so freaking low. Lelis, are you really going to get out of here? Oh, that is just silly. The Ice Fire Bomb?
He has Tranquil Boots. They didn't ever hit him to break him.
Dude, that one hurts. All you need is one punch. Throw a tree at that man.
Yeah, literally, if they broke the Tranquil Boots, he dies. But unable to.
He doesn't have tree throw.
Nope.
That will happen.
Support Tiny.
Well, the big win there again, and as you said, lack of team fight, not being able to follow up immediately.
Babidich.
What can they do here? Tries to pull him back in, able to slight dodge away, and Remnant to get out of harm's way, but stolen Remnant now. They catch sight of him!
They got the smoke screen.
Oh no, Ember, nowhere left to go. Babbage caught killed.
I think he's lucky to have gotten out the first time, to be honest. Husky was
Yeah.
a little bit delayed on the way that he was able to jump in, so do find that kill, and they're going to find a tier 2, and Lycan can't show up. Sunlight, he's just unable to really join into the fray because of this Kunkka pick.
Oh, and if there's one thing that you can do with Lone Druid, it is, well, lose your bear,
Lose your
but
bear.
afterwards, push towers.
Yes. And they always have the solution to the Lycan split push because they have this Nature's Prophet. Moo.
Immediately there.
There's the Remnant. I love the Rubik Remnant. It looks
Dun,
so
dun, dun,
cool.
dun, 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 dun. Hello, Sunlight. I'm Rubik.
He's lifting. He's okay. Doesn't save the lift.
Oh wait, the TP in
Here comes
arc.
Arc.
Whoa,
He
the
dodges
dodge!
it.
Oh.
Fancy.
That
But now
was-
here comes Yamsun's coming in. There's a surrounding bear.
Gunner. Fear looking for it. Moo right on top of him. BKB reveal. Moo, he walked into trouble. Doesn't know which way to go. He's dead, and Gunner now goes into true form, trying to kill him off in time. The Fear, the runaway, Arc down solo, will die, but they burn through that Aegis. Sunlight beating up Lelis. Can they kill him off in time? It looks like the Wolves might be able to clean that one up, but they lose their Tiny. Flea will fall. Abaditch still alive through all of this, doesn't have that sleeping dart for another 2 seconds, and eventually it's going to connect. With the torrent there, it's going to be enough for the kill, but, well, Yamsun does go down. Sunlight able to get him with the Wolves and the big old
the bear. And the smoke screen.
They got him caught.
But the bear might get taken out here.
And this was the resummon, so the ult's going, oh, but the Fear again keeps him alive.
The max smoke screen, that miss rate. I mean, 75%, you saw it right there. Can't actually trade with the bear. Gunner will be able to keep his alive and send it back to base.
So I'm seeing some things that if these fights are chaotic and weird, start to look kind of okay for Wildcard. Is this giving you any more hope at all, Fog?
No, you are just way too optimistic, Gabe. It's insane. Yeah, as we always say, positive Gabe and pessimist me.
Okay.
I mean, not too bad, right? Playing into the Aegis and stuff like that. They do pretty much immediately kill off Moo because he TPs in their faces, but yeah, still just feeling like it's so difficult for Wildcard to ever fight. Like, Sammy actually has to buys back in the fight, so no, we're ever going to be getting close to that Blink Dagger, and now it's just continuing to scale.
Fair enough.
I like your optimism, though.
I appreciate you. I
No,
appreciate your honesty.
Hey, I mean, you might be onto a little bit of something. Arc is doing pretty decent.
Top net worth in the game right now.
If he's able to stay survivable.
And that is something that this hero can do from time to time, but the X and the Force.
Oh my god, that damage.
The Wrath of Nature is pretty strong. They just got obliterated. They didn't even stand a little bit of a chance.
No. This frequency that Nouns is able to fight, they're not really cooldown reliant, and they have the advantageous team fight constantly. And look at the lanes. Top's pushing in, mid's pushing in, bottom also. And they may even also find this Thunderhide. Nice little slow from the Slam.
The Slam is good.
Gunner wants it. They're actually bringing heroes down, perhaps to try to go for Gunner.
Oh.
He reads it though. Tree form. But the bots on the Wolves.
Get right on top of them. The Fear as soon as they land. But now the Root. Ooh, Gunner backs away. Still in
team,
true form.
They're coming.
They're trying to get here as quickly as possible, and Gunner turns to fight, and it looks like Wildcard don't want to stick around any longer. Yamsun's there.
Here.
Yark.
Whoops.
In some trouble. But, of course, does have that BKB ready and just gets out of harm's way.
Babbage though? Uh-oh.
Remnant?
He's got one left.
Do they have vision? TP out. Hide behind some trees. You can't get me.
Whoa, imagine the random avalanche. Could have happened. A big steal there from the Rubik, still having that one there.
And an Overgrowth and Husky going to get a little injection of gold there. Not bad.
Did he just Laguna a Treant?
He's very upset at this game.
I mean, I think he Laguna'd a Treant.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I heard Laguna, and I only saw creeps and Treants in the mid lane, so.
Yeah, we didn't get to quite catch that one, but that might have been what happened. But don't give up, guys. Don't give up.
Guys. Babbage negative immediately. Oh, I love it. Uh-oh. Speaking of Babbage, he's under vision here. This ward.
The torrent. No, not
he's
gonna
waiting
go for that.
He's waiting for his Ricky. Yeah, Husky. He's hurrying.
Go, go, go.
I think Husky may have just shown himself for a second though. Will Babbage get out? He will. Okay.
Heads up play.
And 25 minutes in 1 minute. So let's see the Wraith Bands. Gunner. Yep, there they are. They're purchased. 4 of them. So Gunner going to be incredibly tanky on his hero as well. So going to be a lot more difficult for them to actually commit onto him at all.
Right, you saw that little comparison there. It's the hero damage, pretty similar. It's the building damage, it's much more the difference. And how many Wraith Bands is that exactly?
It's 5.
Jeez.
And if you include the Van Brace, which counts as technically 2, I guess you could say, even though they don't double up, that's 7. Sure.
That's crazy.
And then they're about to double up, so it's actually 12. No, just kidding.
Although I guess the Wraith Bands in a way are almost better than Van Brace because they get you armor.
Yeah, they are.
Jeez.
I was talking about old Van Brace when you'd have to actually buy it, right?
Oh, yeah.
For only 2 patches or something that existed, I think.
God, I can't wait for a patch. We need it so bad.
Yeah, delete neutral items.
No, I like them. It's like a nice little injection of happiness.
Me and Cinder are the biggest haters of it, so whatever.
Suddenly, 22 armor.
Well, look at that. 41 armor. Well, yeah, plus 22. Jeez. All right.
Well, let's see if Lena can bring them down, guys.
Yep. It's gonna be quite a test. Also through Rum, of course, too. And it's also gonna be, during the BKB duration, which is now down to 7 for Arc. He's gonna constantly get clouded. Like Husky's job is just make sure that this Lena can't actually get attacks off and just keep controlling her.
So priority-wise, do you think that it's Rubik or Ricky that's like a higher priority to try and kill?
Oh man,
it's tough, right?
I mean, it's tough. They need to just get a big core kill with the chain stun combo. Probably
Okay.
That's probably the higher priority, but it's never gonna be easy. As the Wolf, the TP in, the bots again.
They're all smoked up. This is AC completed. Arrow goes out, not going to quite connect.
Okay.
Slept. Oh, BKB out. Finds the Ricky. That's a good one to get at the start. Already dead. Can they find more? Gleipnir on the bear.
On the bear.
Buyback Ricky. Gunner chasing out Sunlight. His bear is dying, but the root is there. Oh, they got him caught. He's in trouble, but he goes invis.
No detection.
Don't have vision.
Sending the bear back.
DD down bottom. Sunlight spots it there.
That was BKB Ember as well as the shapeshift from the Wolf. And the Wolf versus Wolf.
Dude, he has Howl too.
Oh, and they might actually get the catch Sunlight.
They got him. Oh, unreal. The vision is there, but the TP out. Nope.
Caught.
You're coming on back home, buddy.
Hello.
The torrent misses because
Meanwhile,
there's
Gunner.
too many treants that are around, but Sunlight is going to die. And yeah, in the meantime, Lelis runs into
the
everybody.
root.
Turn. Gunner tries to fear. LSA not going to connect. Gunner does the step back. And Samson, good old Sammy, in some trouble, throws out that avalanche. But the X, they pull him back in just to bring him down.
He is the sacrifice. Arc having to use BKB as well as Babidich. Now they have neither of those available. Gunner still has his bear pretty much full HP. Gonna hit only tower once or twice. They're actually gonna back up. Looks like maybe Roche is the next thing they want to go for. Don't want to force high ground yet. Now it's continue to have total dominance in this game.
Doing everything that they need to and not overextending from the most part at least.
Yeah, much cleaner by them this game.
It's their comfort draft.
Yeah, very much so. I really like the switch up, this Kunkka bottom and the Lone Druid mid. It seems to just be working perfectly. And looking at Moo, again, same build that he went for last time. The Ags, Halberd, and stuff like that. So all about just getting the solution for Lena. They're not worried about Ember at all.
You know what? I figured it out. Gunnar talked to us at the beginning of this game about comfort heroes, and he said Pango. He was just lying so they wouldn't ban out his Lone Druid.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
He's gotten away with it a lot. I think he's one of the only players in the world, I think, playing it. I think I saw only one other region playing. I think China played it once. So people just don't expect this hero.
I don't know about the Wraith bans.
No, they don't do the Wraith bans, though. As Lelis, can they find him?
Ooh, does have that shard and a Force Staff. Keeps himself alive. Wolf's trying to eat him up. Throws out the avalanche. Sammy in trouble, but Sunlight running at him. Arc gets feared. Every time it comes out, Gunnar is ready to go. Goes into true form, but the two heroes caught with the LSA, and now Gunnar in some trouble. Bear
No more
dies.
Bear.
Has to run. He has Aegis, so they don't want to go all the way in for this one. But Lelis dying to the creep.
How is he still alive?
Trying to kill him.
Oh my
he lifts
God.
himself away. The big dragon coming after him, but won't be enough. Good damage there again onto Gunnar, but resummons, and well, we'll be able to heal back up off that. Can't quite get the fear.
I cannot believe he lives. The entire duration of the shapeshift was spent chasing this poor little squishy Rubik, and he's able to reset away constantly. I mean, the shard. It's the reason this hero is getting... It's one of the reasons, of course. Not the only one, but why this hero is getting picked is Nouns. Get away, only losing one bear.
So Arc still sitting top of the net worth on this Lena, but it's consistently been this problem that they can't find a way to stay on targets.
Yeah.
They can't pick people off when they need to. The damage isn't there to kill Gunnar. The armor's too insane.
Yeah, and the way they're itemizing also, Mu is just fully... He's I mean, yeah, fully this is kind of like supporty Nature's Prophet. I like the way that he's gone for down his utility. Even going for the Wraith Pact. Not always the most effective versus Lina's, of course, but still, just going down this route is going to be strong, even just to give the buff for the bear.
Gets the Dispel and then the Runaway.
Yeah. Mid, another. How many Helms have died? I mean, they might be able to just get another one here. Sunlight.
This is so much gold.
He's trying to find a creep to go for. Won't be able to find one.
Oh, the Ancient's already
They're not
dead.
in there, yeah.
Well, he'll be able to get another one in a second here, surely.
Yep, 250 more gold for Nouns upcoming soon.
90% win probability, as you can see.
Yeah.
And Sunlight gonna pop ulti, wants to run bottom, and just wants to kill Ellis, please.
I mean, that's really been his whole goal, it feels like, is...
Dude, he's got Avalanche. He's not gonna die.
There's the bots, though. Ellis.
Oh, lift dodge away, but no.
Doesn't get there.
All right, the bots play was what they needed.
Yamsun?
Sleep now. Finds one, toss back onto that Ember. And Ricky, oh my god, Husky has a haste rune.
Gunnar looks like he's going for the split push while all this is happening. He has drawn the line to top.
Root chase down, Laguna Blade dead.
Okay,
so
not
they
bad.
do take down the 2 supports.
Pretty nice. I think, okay, no, that was their own gem. I was going to say, did they recover it? And yeah, Nouns can't actually get anything out of it, so getting caught split up. Nice moves with the Wolves and Boots of Travels. We've seen them try multiple times with it. This time they finally connect.
Arc does have full Satanic completed.
Okay. I mean, if there's any hero to be able to carry versus this, it is the Lina, as we've seen.
Just so tanky, incredibly hard to kill. But, you know, once you run out of mana, once you're sort of running low on resources and help from your teammates, that's when it can all fall apart.
Mm-hmm. Still a pretty difficult game because he is the only one really scaling, so... And there's 4 protect 1 for the Lina.
They need Wolf Bite for him. That's the only
Oh,
answer.
and please, no.
It's the only solution.
Makes you melee.
it's the only solution.
Makes you melee.
Get in there and punch him.
No.
You're gonna punch really quick.
I actually can't even imagine what that looks like with Fiery Soul. It probably looks so stupid. I would love to see it, but yeah, I hope we never do. Hope nobody griefs their teammates like that. Do not use the Wolf Bite on ranged heroes.
Buying some drums, running on in.
Level 18 also, so more frequency of shapeshifts. Also finds a quickening charm. So we'll be able to perhaps chase down supports a little easier, but another helm going down.
Dude, that's so much gold.
I think it's been over 2,000 gold that he's given with it.
All right. They also have the GG item, the Wraith Pact.
Yes.
That is another one bites the dust.
They can kill it quick, and Lina can outrange it, of course, but yeah, I mean, you can see Mu is all about utility. Level 18 also finished for him. He actually used the Wrath of Nature as he hit level 18, so he used it at level 12. Whoopsie, but either way, it's okay. Bear
Laguna doesn't quite get the kill.
Bear also carrying Elven Tunic, so will be a little problematic for the Lina to focus fire it. Sure, during Maelstrom procs you can hit it, but
jeez,
every little thing matters. And now 0 Entangling cooldown. So he could just chain lock down some of these heroes.
Arc low on mana.
Fresh AC also on Kunkka. Sunlight. Uh-oh.
They find him. Does have the AC himself that, well, jump in. They find Lelis here, trying to punch a couple times.
Oh my god, Flea almost got one shot.
That's a lot of right click. The cleave was there. And, well, Avatos dead on the Rubik. The Cloud not going to connect onto another. They will find this Ember, but Arc, he moves up to the high ground. The LSA is going to come out, finds the stun, but Gunnar senses Bear in, gets the fear off in time. The root is there. Arc in trouble, has to try and survive against the Bear. Will find another root. You can see Sunlight down low, but not dead. He gets away. Yimsun starts to die to these creeps. Does have the armlet toggles, though, so another big creep being given.
More and more gold.
So much gold.
But they do get the 2 supports, so getting some, I mean, at least getting some type of trades, and they actually, Arc, I can't believe he held it, but held the BKB the whole fight. So we'll have it for the next fight that does come out to be able to protect himself.
I wonder if they know about that one. That's one of those things that I always feel like is hard to keep track of in these fights.
That was nicely done. Very confident the way that he was playing. Not too bad. Being this far behind, that was a pretty decent fight, I would say, for Wildcard.
9,000 gold separating these two teams, and it feels like Nouns have all the answers. And for Wildcard, they're going to definitely need to create a little bit more chaos in these engagements and try and make it not be a normal fight, it feels like.
I think they've done, honestly, a pretty okay job at that, right? Like the Lycan plus the Tiny and the Ember are jumping the backlines and getting the supports, but they just need You know, they need a little bit more damage, and you know, this ROM is really protecting all the cores perfectly. They are so damn tanky on the 3 cores on Nouns.
When's the point where you start thinking about a rapier for Lina? Do you ever go for it soon? Is it too scary?
I don't know if you can. I think you need to go like MKB and stuff like that at some point because you're playing
Okay.
versus Smokescreen and everything. So it's tough to say really for Arc.
Yeah, it feels like damage is needed, but then there's those other things too that get brought to the table. Well, Nullifier is going to be the choice for Lycan.
Okay, I like it. Then he can easily focus fire these supports or try to focus fire them a bit. Ghost Scepters and Force Staffs and whatnot.
I wonder if there's going to be any Lotuses too, but haven't seen anybody really get the gold needed to get to that item.
I was waiting to see what Flea goes for. I thought maybe he would try to get the Lotus versus the Ricky because he's had like 3,000 gold for some time now, but does want to try to go for Wraith Pact.
Gunner immediately gets the Dispel, a second round, but they can't chase it.
I think I would like the Lotus on Flea quite a lot, actually, because they already have the Helm of the Overlord for the lifesteal and stuff. It's like, do you really want Wraith Pact that badly?
That's a good point. Ricky, Dart.
Let's see what they find. The Bear. They get the secondary controlled arrow.
LSA and dead.
Nicely done.
All right, it's the right click followed to the resummon. That's funny. Well, nonetheless, Tier 1 tower goes down up in the top lane. And at 35 minutes, getting close to that next round of neutral items. We're also in a position soon where, I mean, you're playing against this lone druid draft and you haven't lost any barracks, even though they've gotten like both Aegises. I feel like that's, again, about as best you could hope for at this point.
It's pretty good, all things considered. After losing like 3 lanes, right? I think they're doing a decent job at hanging on. The next Roche is probably going to be that big dictator, and now there is also an Abyssal on the Bear, so further ways to be able to control through these BKBs.
And Flea decides to go for the Greaves.
Okay, I'm actually pretty okay with this too. They will have some dart issues, of course, but does make them quite a lot tankier. Now there's 20 on Nature's Prophet, so Sprout Leash versus the Ember.
Yeah.
Babidich does not have the Quelling Blade in his inventory.
That one could be a little bit rough. Not really any Force Staffs either, besides
just Flea.
Yeah.
Let's see. Smoke.
X. Babidich.
Oh, Babidich.
Gets lifted. Arrow comes out, connects onto the Bear, keeping him alive for the moment. Force Staff. BKB gets off. Bear still stunned. LSA available in a moment. Nouns, they got to run.
The Bear.
They
it's
are
gone.
already out of there. And a fear to keep himself alive for the moment. Sunlight can't quite catch onto the Ricky to go for the finish.
Can they get anyone?
Gets the TP out. They all escape.
Oh my. That was the fight for wild card. That was the second Bear taken out and they can't actually catch anybody. Oh, unfortunate for them. A good attempt.
That one hurts a lot. 70 seconds though still with no Bear, and Roche gonna respawn in 10.
10 seconds. What do you mean?
Oh, wait, I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, 10 seconds for the Bear. But
yeah, true form.
Yeah, there's no BKB on Lina. That's the issue. He really needs it to be able to try to fight. And yeah, Roche, it's back up. Don't think Wildcard can actually take a fight now. No BKBs on the 2 cores. So now they'll get away with it scot-free after resetting the fight.
They do see it with the Wolf.
Committing without BKB, it could just be a throw.
Lelis, he spots him. Husky there too. Babidich can't get in time to stop anything from happening, but they do find a pretty good start to this fight, at least in terms of the control. Arc, without the BKBs, taking a lot of damage. Gunner right on top of him. LSA stolen by the Rubik. He is dropping lower. The bash is there. The root is there. The control is there. Arc, he ain't there no more. They find him dead, 90 seconds, no buyback, and, well, wild card, they just got to get the hell out of here. There is no place left for them to go.
I guess they felt like they just have to try to fight this Roshan, but without BKBs, that's suicide going into this draft. I mean, Yamsum, perfect targeting, goes for the Lina, gets the boat right on top of him. They all surround it, and Gunner just gets free hits. I think Gunner took the Ags, so Bear going to be able to siege freely.
What a huge moment there as, again, the gold lead now very much swinging into the favor of Nouns. They don't have Lina for another 55 seconds. No buyback on this hero. She's 600 short. Felt like she had to get that Lincoln Sphere, but it wasn't enough to keep her alive. And now, buildings falling and Wildcard, they really don't have any answers.
No, they have no damage. Without the Lina, she is literally everything for them. As Sammy, that's his dieback.
steps a little bit too far forward. Babbage tries to stop this one. Husky keeps messing with him here, but eyes on the prize. Could even think about going in for another lane of racks.
Definitely. No Lina, they know that. They're going to be able to go top as well and get 2 sets.
Babbage just has to look on as
they might even go 3 sets, it looks like. The Bear's already on its way. He's got the Ags, so he can start sieging even before he gets there.
Gonna try and stop it from happening, but Gunnar gets the dispel.
Nom 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 nom.
Beating it down. Lina back up again now, but Denouns just want to go all the way in. If they can get Megas right here, LSA connects in trouble. Does he go down? The stun, long duration, fear, no answer. They
Fully
got
controlled.
him caught. Tim's come out and mass amount of buybacks. Can they do anything? Turn now onto the Bear, trying to bring him down. Arc is there. Yamsa and Gunnar, they're right on top of him. Has to back away, and well, they find Marana. Flea tries to escape, does get a couple leaps to get away.
I mean, they really want Flea.
They're not about it.
Okay, I mean, they thought they would just commit a bit harder for the push, but a little bit afraid of Arc, I guess. They'll back up and reset and come back.
Yamsun needs that mana. Does have the full heart completed on this Kunkka, so really difficult to kill him off.
He's had a near flawless game. 11-1 and 11.
Really impressive after a little bit of some rough stuff going on in game number 1. Arrow not going to connect. Covers that, though, with the leap, so won't give it away.
Thought he was going to get caught for that. He jumped in like right in their faces, but we'll be okay. Arc?
Gleipnir, but there is nothing to stop this one.
Arc?
Gunnar moves in.
Uh-oh, Arc.
The punch, he's feared, he's in trouble. Force staff to try and keep him alive, but the bash is the roots. It's all coming up lucky for Nouns. A little bit of luck, a good amount of skill. And this game looking like it's out of Wildcard's control. GG is called. The 2-0 is complete.
There is some hate going on to poor Babbage. They just tip him completely.
Oh my God.
That's 2 times 4-man
The
tip.
smiles, the mass smiles.
Holy.
Oh, that's good.
All right, where this was a... Oh my God, he keeps Yamson.
Nobody has smiled more in their life.
Jesus, I mean, this was a much cleaner game. Last game, very kind of back and forth, a little sloppy, of course, from Nouns, but this one, they made it look really good. It's all 3 lanes won. You could feel Wildcard fully on the back foot pretty much the entirety of this one. I mean, literally the entirety of this one. Unable to really take fights, and yeah, good for Nouns. This one looked much better with their very comfort heroes.
Right. I think that this is a match that people were looking forward to a lot. Obviously, former teammates facing off against each other. A lot on the line. I think Nouns proved that they are definitely looking really strong right now. That felt like they were better in both of the games at most of the points. Game number 1, there's definitely some like weird stuff going on, but obviously we're able to pull out the W there too.
Yeah, I think overall, yeah, we're seeing, you know, it's still a little bit of a toss-up sometimes with these teams a little bit, but that's NA in a nutshell, I guess you could say. But I would say for Nouns, when they have their very comfort heroes, they know how to play the lanes, they know how to kind of dominate and stuff like that. So good on them.
Very well played. Let's head on back to the panel and hopefully we'll get an interview with the winners as well.
Thank you, Lyrical and Fogged. And as you can see, Nouns end up taking the 2-0 series victory against Wildcard Gaming, not leaving them much of a chance to fight back, bounce back into the game. And that is that. They secure 3rd place, gentlemen, as Wildcard is kind of leaving to, lick their wounds out of that one. It was a tough battle, for sure.
Yeah, I think, again, haven't really covered much of the region, but after this series, I think Wildcard, they have a very predictable playstyle. Distribution of farm, distribution of where they play on the map, and that predictability allows for teams to kind of spearhead their way through that. And yeah, Nouns, clean 2-0. I mean, I say clean, but a little bit messy in the game, but overall, it was a really nice series from that days. Fun Dota.
Yeah, and that laning stage was pretty good from Nouns, right, Blizzard?
Yeah, it was pretty damn solid. The way that they switched things up, the fact that they put Kunkka on the safe lane, just completely negates the power that Lycan has in the lane. They even kill him once. The armor doesn't matter. I think Lyrical and Fog were talking about it. And later on in the game, the hero does not matter because the only thing that can work are his creeps. If you see him, you X-mark him, you isolate him, you kill him off. The mid lane perhaps could have went a little bit better CS-wise for the Lone Druid, but overall it didn't matter. Gunnar knows his stuff very damn well on the Lone Druid, so he recovers easily, gets his farm. The moment they got the Dezo, they took the first rush. This is a fight in which Lina is a bit out of position. Without a BKB, just gets picked off very easily.
Yeah. think Nouns just gave themselves a nice early laning phase lead that allowed them to be this aggressive. And when moments where Wildcard looked like they could get back into the game, the lanes were already in such a good spot for Nouns, be it with the split push of the Furin once again, that it was so hard for them to actually capitalize on any engagement that looked like it could go their way. So yeah, for Nouns, I think they just drafted themselves into this really nice aggressive spot.
Yeah, the engagements were definitely turning a little bit different, at least with a point where the Lone Druid starts building Wraith Packs. He goes from 12 armor into 41. He can still kill the bear, but the hero seems like completely untouchable, so that also caused some issues for Wildcard. And who do we actually focus on? How do we engage these fights? And Nouns, it seemed like they had the keys to victory, draft-wise, execution-wise, 2-0 against Wildcard. But if we look at it from a perspective from Wildcard, before we head into the MVP, were there any positive sparks? Ark was fighting for his life to keep himself in this game, but was there anything else to add?
Do you want the honest answer? Not really. No, I think this was a nice outdraft from Nouns. I think Wildcard, they put themselves in this 4 Protect 1, 2 games in a row now, and you can't just rely on your carry in the current Dota meta to win you the game outright, and I just don't think Babatic was able to keep up with the speed of everyone else. And
But it's not even about the draft, right? Like when you look at Wildcard, it's more about the way they played. Like if you look at Babatic and Satellite, like they're playing Ember and Lycan. These aren't necessarily the sacrificial heroes. Sure, in that game 1 he went Lotus? Was it him that went Lotus?
Yeah, he went the Primal Beast BKB
Primal
Lotus.
Beast BKB Lotus. Sure, okay, that kind of a hero can fulfill that role, but as an Ember, you have no excuses. It's just that they couldn't connect in that mid game.
Yep, exactly. And going into the MVP as well, you could be going Yamsun, you could be going Gunnar here. I mean, and the choice, it seems pretty obvious to me at least. Yamsun just popping off in this game, 24 KDA at the end, and just had that laning stage which felt unstoppable going in from there, and just clean execution. Yamsun, deservedly so.
Yeah, 12 kills, 1 death, 12 assists, pretty damn solid. A hero that we've been calling for versus the Lycan. It's a no-brainer, and this is why.
Yeah, I think the fact that for Yamsun at least, carry-wise, I don't think he played Conqueror so far in DPC. This is the type of game where you need that flexibility in your carry, because it felt so good to put it in the safe lane, and him being able to step up, take it back. Again, it's not like it's an unconventional carry. We saw it last year, but I think that flexibility gave Nouns the confidence just to break open the second game and not allow Wildcard to do anything.
Well, as we do head over to the interview, we have the person to talk us through this victory. It's going to be Yamsun. We've got the carry player from Nouns to ask a couple questions from him with this victory. But Yamsun, I just want to check in firstly. Can you hear me? And can you maybe do a little request for me here?
Hi, I can hear you. Yeah, what's up?
So what I want you to do, to make this interview properly, get your Nouns glasses on so we can get this one rolling.
Okay, they want the glasses. Yeah, I'm on it.
We need to have it. We need to have it. So basically, this is a part of the Nouns thing. Need to see the glasses on. Tell me, get the feel. There we go.
But now I don't see Yamsun. I just see Nouns.
Okay,
we just see Nouns. It was Nouns dominance, and now we are ready for this one. As this tour has now come to an end, I actually want to ask you guys, which goals did you guys achieve that you set at the start of the DPC? You came in third, you got yourselves the DPC points. Was that all? Was there something else to it as well, to the storylines of Nouns?
As a newer team, we basically set our expectations to see regular improvement on our day-to-day basis. We've been at boot camp for almost a month now, spending every day practicing hard. Basically, minimum break days, we only had like 2 or 3 total. I believe everybody thought we had a chance to go to the major on the team. It was a little rough after the loss in the TSM series, but I believe losing is learning, and losing that series helped us learn a lot to improve each player's individual faults and such. And so I think everyone is a lot more confident now at the end of the season than they were at the beginning of the season, and I think that's all that matters going into the future. Miss one major, it's fine. We're gonna just practice hard, play for the next one, and TI onwards.
All right.
So again, congratulations on the victory. Could you just enlighten us a little bit at the end of game 2 when the Ancient was falling? There seemed to be an enter and then some smiley faces multiple times in a row, one after the other. Can you give some context on what that was for, dear Yamsun?
Yeah. So I actually misclicked my keyboard in excitement. I left the shift key down for too long and, just was really excited. That's why all those come out. But actually, I do have a personal problem with the mid laner of Wildcard Gaming. This guy came to my region, okay? Came to my region, no competitive experience, shows up in our pubs, top 10 MMR, starts flaming everyone in the fucking game. Everybody doesn't shut up, doesn't stop pinging shadow amulets, typing his fucking smiley faces, and in 1 month he goes from top 10 NA to, or top 1 NA to top 150 NA.
Okay.
And consistently shows up to his matches unprofessionally, doesn't try, doesn't play properly. And I don't like it. I don't like when these people come to our region and think they can act like this. And so I flamed this guy in a pub because he was acting like a clown. He's acting like a complete clown, not trying playing the game. And he has the audacity to say back to me, remember who you are. Who are you? And to him, I say, I'm the one who's going to beat you every single time you show up in my game. You and your rank 150 ass and the rest of your import teammates. Okay, I'm gonna beat you every single time. Mark my fucking words.
All right, so you're taking this confidence,
I
right?
misclicked. I misclicked.
No. Okay, no, you did. I feel like, yeah. Thanks for elaborating, but it's a misclick. So now you got this energy, right? Third place, again, traditionally, NA, it's always TSM and the Shopify's and whatnot. Is Tour 2 going to be the time where Nouns step up and contend for that? Do you really believe that next tour is going to be the one?
I believe we have a very dedicated roster of players who are willing to work hard and accept their faults. And so I think we will get better and better and hopefully be able to consistently challenge the two teams at the top.
Cool. Thank you very much.
I feel like we should just end the interview right here. But yeah, I'll ask you some not as spicy questions. Like as a carry player, if you could choose 3 heroes to play right now and win MMR pubs and go from rank 150 to rank 10.
Oh, I don't want to give Babatic the advice now. Come on.
Which ones would you pick?
Carry heroes, Lena obviously, top pick. You know, we didn't respect their Lena, so we gave it to them, but that hero is very strong. Second to Lena, there's like Nature's Prophet. I learned that one specifically for this DPC. Does a lot. We ended up putting it offlane in the series today due to the way to the draft outcome. And lastly, I would probably have to say, you know, Ursa. Good old Ursa Warrior. Very strong hero, strong in the lane, strong in the game, takes Roche early, unkillable. Go pick those 3 heroes.
All right, and well, basically, I'm only got one more thing. What I want from you as well at the end is actually tell us what's going to happen after now, like after today, as you've got yourself a 3rd place. The DPC first tour is over. Are you going straight back to pubs? Maybe, you know, going with the good old chat, or are you going to be looking at the games that happened, or does Neff have something in store for you guys? What are you guys up to?
So we have a few days left at boot camp as a team, and accommodation for the tiebreakers didn't happen, obviously. Whatever, we'll get them next time. We're just going to reflect on the season, I guess, do some content. Yeah, probably just chill out a bit. We have a BTS tournament coming up and later on, so we're just going to be probably a bit chill until then, reflect on what we've learned, and hopefully be in stronger shape for the next season.
Well, we all hope for the best. Thank you so much, Yamson, for the time. You came in 3rd for this DPC, and hopefully wish you luck for the upcoming tours as well. Thank you for the time with this interview, and congrats on your win.
Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
There we had Yamson, and that was definitely spicy, gents. I mean, it came straight from the heart.
It's just kind of funny, isn't it? Because he literally played on the team that he's flaming like a season ago. It's like, oh, I don't know.
It's not the same teammates, right?
No, of course not. Of course not. It's just funny because it's just like the idea is all kind of the same. Wildcard's still the same concept of a team in NA, and no, but yeah, I like some honesty a bit. You know,
yeah. I mean, we gotta have it. Like we've seen it throughout this tour of NA. I've seen with so many years of NA. You always gotta have that bit of pinch of salt into everything that happens. The ego, the protection of our region.
I came here for one series. This isn't what I expected.
Yeah, I know. I'm here for an honest game.
My Eastern European fellow countrymen are being assaulted here.
Oh,
well, they deserve it.
Win the game
probably.
then, come on. If they won, they could have been here.
Yeah.
But they are in here to protect their region, the North Americans. They're very proud of their region. And in case, like when you look at the situation of the players that have been coming in, the guys that have been sticking around the area, they're like, well, we are being threatened here a bit. So it's completely understandable. And hey, you've got Nouns coming into 3rd place. NA still repping the top board basically here. So all things good in the end, you could say.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Nouns is like the honest NA team, right? They often always had, 4+ NA lads on the roster. So, I'd like to see them get to at least a 2nd place. Let them get to a major. Then we get some NAs on land. But What can you do?
Yeah, for sure. But hey, let's take a look at the leaderboard as well. As you can now finally see, Nouns locking in 3rd place for DPC points. So does Wildcard. And we have 5 Rat 4 staff who already solidified position 5 for themselves. These are the 5 teams that have now guaranteed their spots, and they have their DPC points in their pockets. However, we still got one more series to go, so if we roll up the schedule, we see the bottom 3 teams are now in peril, and they are being put up to the test. We got a pretty interesting one as we look at the series for Thief versus Bait, which is going to be up today, and that's going to talk us through the tiebreaker situation a little bit here. It might be all over if Thief takes a win, but if Bait does...
Yep, then we get maybe more tiebreaker shenanigans. So, you know, I feel like Bait,
they should...
They're destined for a win at some point, right?
Yeah.
How long have we been saying this? That's the only problem. Like, ever since Bait was
Oh
formed.
boy, I've been in this panel like so many times just trying to fill up that hopium machine. It's
I've been in many panels through many different years.
Yes.
Regions and rosters.
Regions, rosters,
it just
everything.
doesn't change.
Nothing changes, yeah. But
today's the day.
Today's the day?
Yep.
They reach the tiebreakers at least. Do you believe? Do you have
win
faith?
a series.
Win the series.
I don't care about the tiebreakers. Let's get one dub. No team ever wants to finish a DPC tour 0-7, right? It just kind of sours the experience. So let's get at least one win for the lads. Yeah.
Thief has already done it. They're 1-5, Bait 0-5, Alpha 0-6. We're gonna have to wait for Alpha tomorrow. But hey, guys, we're gonna be back with the panel for the final series in a bit. We're gonna take a tiny break to just cool things down a little bit after that Nouns victory and head over to some Dendy Boys action. Can Thief take over a victory and demolish Bait's chances? See you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the NADPC as we head over to the final series of the day. We've already had 2 best of 3s, and now we are going into the last one, which might potentially tell us a story about tiebreakers or not. But we'll see what happens when the action unfolds. My name is T-Panda, and I will be your replacement host for Snare for this final series. Of course, joined by the dapper gentlemen. We have T-Governor, we have ourselves Mr. Fear. And now, as we look at the bottom, the 3 teams baiting in a way. They're fighting against each other for that tiebreaker possibility. One team trying to escape from that, which is Theath. As we go into this one, what are your primary thoughts coming into Theath versus Bait?
You want me to take this away, boss, or you want to go for it?
No, I just want to be like, a lot of people came here for the Rebellion series and TSM series, but I'm here for the lower end scrap here, the relegation matches. This is where it's hype. So like Bait versus Theath, this is do or die for Bait. They have to win this series, right? Theath, they have a win under their belt. Bait, they currently do not. So it is a must-win situation here for Dindy and the boys.
Yeah, I think for Bait at least, they've had some memorable games, of course, and I think there's been some games that maybe they could have won, should have won, but they've got to that high ground, they've looked at it, and suddenly it feels like a 6th man on the roster that they're trying to beat, and they fall down the steps and break their ankles and suddenly lost the game. So I think for Bait, it's still... Again, they are the new team, right? They obviously moved into the region. They haven't really had a lot of time to practice like other teams, but you'd like to think now that they're fighting up against the other bottom teams, this is where they really need to show and kind of prove to everyone what they can do in the DPC.
And I think the big question also is, where is the star power? Is it going to be showing now as we look at our mid players? We're comparing Esk and Dendy. Dendy, who's kind of always been around, but Esk, he's been hiding in the shadows a little bit. Let's not being the flashiest out of the mid players that we've been looking at in the NADPC. So when you put these 2 guys together, what is the conclusion?
I think for Esk specifically, like, he had a really good showing. They played Shopify Rebellion on the first game. He was on a Leshrac. He looked really good. And since then, he hasn't looked very good. Yeah. Like, it could be a mental thing for him. Like, he played a lot of Batrider. It's really just not working out for him. So it could just be hero pool related. They still have 1 series win. He looked okay there, but for me, it was more of lamey. So can Esk pull it off against Dendy? Dendy's been looking good.
Yeah, I feel like player-wise, they kind of give me the same vibe. When I look at an Esk or a Dendy, they're both trying to do the same thing, which is open up the game. They might not always play the Spirit Heroes. Of course, Esk has the Embers, Storm TAs and whatnot, but I feel like they're both trying to be enablers, and when the rest of your team can capitalize on that, it will just feel better for you. And for Esk at least, I remember like when I first started really watching like NA Dota, he was on like this Team Zolotl or whatever, I don't know how to pronounce it, and he was like the open qualifier team, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, some Mexican team. And then like I didn't really watch any NA Dota, and then I come back when he's like doing like wildcard stuff, and Sammy Boy's praising him like every single interview about Esk being like OP. So I think for Esk at least, he's a very good player. He just needs to find a team around him to enable his playstyle to unlock, that late game.
Yeah, that is an important storyline that might happen. But when we look at the teams as a whole, Theath versus Bait, Tigov, you being more of the West European connoisseur in a way, but you're also very familiar with these East Europeans. What about this whole Bait roster? In a way, this has not definitely been their season compared to the other seasons they've had. They've also been pretty rough. But what do you make up of this Bait roster?
I think it should be doing a little bit better than it currently is. I think there's been some standout games, at least, Lodine, when he played in Western and Eastern Europe, he actually was pretty formidable on the 5. But I think moving over to NA, I just remember some Clockwork games where he was incredibly shaky. And I think that could be the main thing for Bait. Like, individually, these players have had moments in their careers that have been pretty good. But now that they're in this roster together, they just haven't hit that level. I think they're all playing at, let's say, like a 60-70% of what they probably could do. And I think a lot of the time, it's Dendy and Moose on this kind of mid +4 synergy that are unlocking the game and making it feel more competitive. So I'm really looking at the 1, 3, and 5 to step up and kind of meet at what Dendy and Moose have been providing in these games.
What about Theath, Fear? Do you feel like they have some kind of weapons that they can utilize during this series against Bait?
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, they did start very slow in the season. They do have 1 win against Alpha here, and I think a large part of that was due to their carry player, Lamey, because, like, he had a really good series there. And outside of that series where he popped off against Alpha, he's been very quiet. Esk, for the most part, he can go head-to-head against most all the mid laners. I don't think Dendy has, like, a huge, like, advantage over on, like, individual skill here. But I really need Lamey to really step up to the plate here. Napkin's been okay for the most part. When he plays... he has the best name ever of all time.
I just can't take you seriously when you're going through this analysis. messaging going, there's Lamey, there's Napkin, you're about to whip out some, 9 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
They got great names. They're entertainers here. But Napkin, he is great on the Death Prophet. He's Grandmaster on it. He also loves his Legion Commander, also great on it. He tried the DK once. That felt a little short here. So Napkin and Lamey really need to step up to the plate here.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. And when it comes to drafting, like some of the points from both teams, maybe we already kind of saw the Dendi Primal Beast there for a second. It's been banned 7 times from their opponents out of the 12 Primal Beast bans in NA as a whole. Then you look at the other side, Theath, they put a lot of value on the Slark hero. 8 Slark picks / bans out of 24 in the total of NA, being a third. What is it about this Slark hero? It's strong in the meta, for sure. It's favorable in many matchups, but what really makes up the story of the Slark hero?
It's not winning, though.
It's not winning. It was the same story for when we had the Western European closed qualifiers for Division 2. We had a team that would always pick Slark in first phase. And obviously, Thief aren't doing that themselves. But the concept of the Shard Slark and just being super potent, you enable a lot of other heroes to be in your face. So I think some players, if they are confident on the hero, you're going to force the draft in a way where it's like, I pick my Slark, but then you have to go for like the obvious counters. So there's ways to play into it if the player's confident. I personally don't have that much value in it. I wouldn't want to see it held to this high regard. It isn't some OP carry in the meta. It's very good against certain heroes, but yeah, I can see some teams having some blind faith in it just because of the shard value.
Yeah, sure, it could definitely work. I mean, Dendi trusts in his Pudge, even though he hasn't had a win on it since 2015. We kind of touched upon a couple times.
Come on. That's a mean stat. That was so subtly thrown in. Like, yeah, he's not won it in 2015. It's like, damn.
It's been a while,
The
but
truth
we're still
hurts sometimes.
waiting.
Who did he beat? Who did he beat? Do you have that?
Yeah,
do you have
I
that?
don't actually remember.
All right,
because
I'm
it was
going
Snare.
in.
It was Snare who brought up the stat.
I'm going in. Don't worry, I've
Right.
got you, boys.
We got to get to the bottom of
we
this
gotta
one.
dive into it. But he did almost win on the Witch Doctor mid, which was super impressive, and I think that's one of the
That
sparks.
was a moral victory.
That was a
my
moral
books.
victory, yeah. It was a bit of a spark as well, because I think that really enabled Dendi and Moose finally into this DPC tour. So they can be a very dynamic duo if the situation allows. But look at that, the offlane, Funnick. What kind of hero does he get as the draft is already live as well with Thief and Bait to see is there going to be some changes with the drafting. They've been focusing on Dendi first phase for the Bait side, and Thief 9 has been picking his hero every time in the first phase. So we might be expecting a 4 and a 2, maybe some flex picks.
All right, I got you the answer, by the way.
Go ahead,
so
go ahead.
Dendi last won a game on Pudge when he had Havost as his carry on Na'Vi, and he beat Burden United, where Sing Sing was in the team as well.
Oh,
That is a wave of nostalgia I was not ready for.
Yes.
That was Jesus. But maybe today's the day he breaks that 8-year, 7-year curse.
Yeah. Sing Sing was the last person to lose to Dendi Sponge.
Yeah, competitively. Yeah, you heard that Sing Sing.
Solid. That's definitely a storyline. And also to quickly mention as well, Thief, they've been with this sub situation, and it is Sunset this time, so no Yamich for the roster.
Oh, he's back. So Sunset has been in for one series.
Yes.
That is their
Yes.
only series win.
True.
So
Winning factor.
I don't know. Something could happen here.
Wait, also, aren't they? You can only use a sub for like 4 series, and when you look at their games, they've played with a lot of players. So this probably should
this
be
is the fourth.
This is the fourth, right?
This is their
They had
last series.
Sunset, they had Yamich, they had Afromouche, and now it's the 4th, and Sunset's going to be again.
So after this game, they still have, what was it, one?
No,
they're
Thief
done.
is
This is it.
They're done.
Thief is
Oh,
done.
okay.
Yeah.
But if there's tiebreakers, big if.
That's an interesting
That is
question.
actually an interesting one,
Then
true. Well,
is-
we'll have to find out.
Yeah.
Just throw a little bit more, zhuzh into the series.
All right. Well, Bait, they are going to start this one with Stonebank, most likely for this Lina hero, and of course the Sky. Very different approach to the start here, leaving the Treant open, leaving the Clockwork options here as well. What do you think Theoth wants here?
I mean, they just did a Sky opening here, so I think they need a stun, right? Like, if you pick Skywrath, you need a stun. It can do a lot of damage to Lina here. I mean, Clockwork would be fine by me if you do want to go that route. It is a hero that can get on top of the Lina here. Not a very traditional opening against the Lina, so we are seeing something new and innovative here.
Yeah, not at all. Like, I think the 2 bans from Bait would have been the perfect supplementary heroes to enable some Sky second pick, scenario. Tiny Tusk, both very flexible. The heroes that replace that level of flexibility aren't really there. I guess you could just go for some Nature's Pro. Oh, okay, they yoink the Primal Beast instead.
Dendi's hero taken away. So he's familiar with this Primal Beast, but how does he play against it?
I mean, I feel like you could just throw in like an Ember Spirit here. I don't know if Dendi's really been playing it recently, but
No,
actually,
not
maybe
really.
he hasn't.
Not really.
But that is like the biggest counter to Primal Beast.
Yeah, I mean, most likely this will be the offlane Primal, I imagine, to try and deal with Alina, get on top of him with Skywrath. It's a lot of damage. If you hit a silence, Alina will die, but how many times have we seen this combo? Like, it's either Tree or Clock, unless you're Sammy Boy, then you pick Tiny there, but that one didn't really work out for him, unfortunately.
Nice response overall,
Yeah,
though.
it's good.
Like, it enables Alina, and I think Primal Beast hates playing against it. So if there is an ounce of flexibility in this Primal Beast for Theoth, they don't want to put it off lane now, because you can never actually threaten this Lina. As soon as Clock, like, sure, Clock can leave the lane, goes to pool, and then you kill Lina, but if Clock just hugs the lane the entire time with both Cogs, Battery Assault, you just really disconnect it, or prevent this Beast from playing.
I think a big question as well is, as we're heading over into the second phase and really start to paint the picture of how these drafts are going to work in action, do we go more to ease of execution types of drafts or look for a more intermediate level? Because both of these teams, Theoth is the only one with a series win, and that was against Alpha. You haven't really been winning games, but now you have a chance to actually win because you're at the bottom end here. So do we go for more easy lineups that they want to execute, or do they just stick to comforts?
I mean, I think they're just going to pick, like, what's strong right now. I do believe, like, Skywrath Primal's pretty easy to execute, and, like, if loading's not in the lane at all times, like you said, this Lina will feed, and Stonebank, he's been out of position quite a bit. I'd like to see him, like, play more in his lane, especially in the mid game. He is dying a lot. So, like, I think I already like this for Theoth. I think the fact that they can get on top of this Lina and kill her, and we've only seen Tomato really pull off this Lina in the North American region so far. Most all the other ones are feeding in the lane quite heavily.
Yeah, positioning is key. I think as well, going back to your question about overall draft construct, I think the times when these teams have looked good is when they have robust lanes and a key understanding of what the mid game is meant to be. And that's because heroes somewhat play themselves. They've had DPs, Ursas, like these trolls, like these all heroes that when they get a couple items, it's go for the big play, make that kind of map closing movement. So I'd like to see maybe some element of that within either lineup, because it simplifies the game and it makes making the big calls a little bit easier under the pressure, especially when elimination's on the line.
At least some of the heroes that both of these teams favor are still in the pool. We've got the Snapfire for Bait, for example. They've really heavily prioritized this hero, both for Funnick and for Moose. And looking on the other side for Theoth, what they really usually wanted to get, I mean, Napkin's hero pool, basically. So it might just be off-lane trades coming in the second phase.
I mean, we'll see what Napkin plays. I do want him to play the Primal here, but like we've seen, he really likes to go for this Legion Commander. He does like the DP, but DP doesn't make a lot of sense for me here against the Lina, and plus you do have a Skywrath as your most likely your POS 4 here. But I think for
What a wild lane that would be, actually.
I wouldn't be surprised. We did see some Skywrath double range lanes before, like really crushing carries.
Okay.
So it is a possibility. Anything can happen. We're at the lower end here of the NA DPC at the moment, so they've tried all the meta stuff. They haven't really won with it, so maybe they're just going to go back to comfort picks.
Sure. I mean, for Theoth Gaming at least, they haven't played, I don't think, the Primal Beast yet in the DPC.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it.
So this is very much like they didn't have enough bans, so now they're taking the hero away. So we're going to see at least kind of them dipping into a different pool of heroes.
Also, I think for the set of Theoth, if they want to get that POS 5 locked in, we haven't really seen 9 play the Skywrath, so this could be Sunset since he's only played the CM and the Tusk. And I don't really see a CM fitting into the picture really well for Theoth here, so it could just be a 5 Sky potentially, still flex it around. But to get the 15th pick here, usually is a support. Would you see a 5 here?
Definitely pick a support here.
Yeah.
Probably something melee. I think Skywrath needs some more like stuns so he can play his hero here. There is no Clockwork in the pool though. I mean, Ricky, I guess you could do, but I'm not a huge fan of that. They're just going to do really squishy big nukes. Lich versus Lina. I haven't seen this one. Technically, the shield could be good against the right clicks, but you do have the Laguna, you do have the Maelstrom. Not sure how this one's really going to play out, but it is a strong laner, so I do like the fact that they're going in on the laning stage here.
Yeah, we've not really seen much Lich at all as a response to Lina. I think, Fear mentioning the shield, that could be an option for sure, especially when, like, I think Lina's struggle the most when they're trying to kill one hero or like an objective in the game, and then the time that she spent doing it actually doesn't net the kill. Because then the time that she's done it, her position will then be bad because the fight's developed. So maybe the concept of shield on the correct hero with the next 2 picks supporting that could actually disrupt Lina from having that fluid team fight that she's always had. But again, this is new tech that I've not really seen. I've not seen the Lich into Lina matchup, so it will be an interesting game just to see if it actually works or not.
I'm just curious about this Primal Beast. Do they decide to put it mid, or do they put it off lane, which is still completely open now that we see the Sky and the Lich? We know the supports for Theath, but bait from the bait point of view, basically, what I was trying to say. Sorry for my English. They would like to see the option of they're going for a carry most likely next on Theath, so Bait has to prepare with themselves, not to kind of outdraft themselves. I like that they've banned the Batrider already in the second phase, because that has been usually a really good 18th pick against a lot of teams. When they see the Bat coming, I was like, oh damn, we're actually screwed, boys. Like, this hero is just, we don't have anything to contest it with. So they're going to go for the Riki approach. Mirana is banned though, and there's the Snapfire. All right, what do you think about these?
Well, I mean, I like Snapfire. I was looking at the heroes that they played, and I think
it's gonna be a fun Snap, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's when I was thinking of Snap, it's just you pick a hero because Lich sure can enable lanes, but it's through defensive nature. You can have some Frostblast aggression if you have the correct carry, but it's an awkward hero. It feels good, but it can also feel like nothing very quickly. And I think if you just throw a Snap in that lane, you can disrupt it well enough and just take the fight to them.
Yeah, and it also solves the issue of like the Frost Shield, right? Like against Snapfire, it's not going to be very effective, right? So I do think this was the correct route. I was wondering if they might go for a Darkseer route or something like that for Funnig to also deal with this, but I mean, I guess it's hard to say. Bait hasn't won a series yet. They've played the Snap multiple times, but they've played much stronger teams here. So if they polish up their play, I do like the Riki here. It's good setup for a lot of spells here. The Lina, the Cookie, even a hook shot to just guarantee it. So there's a lot of good things here.
For sure, and Theath, well, I know Fear's got an opinion on this here for sure.
Oh, Chaos
but,
Knight, yeah.
Do you like the hero? Or?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay, that's fair
yeah.
enough. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you really hate it, where would you
I mean,
say?
it's honestly like a solid 5, but I think if you want to pull off this hero, you have to have a good understanding of the hero, and you have to be really good at it. Unfortunately, a lot of the CKs we have seen have just like fell off entirely. They have a good laning stage. They enter the team fight. They, in this game, they might just go into Mortimer's Kisses. All illusions die. He feeds under the smoke screen. Not the best CK game, I feel like, when you're playing versus Riki, because the smoke screen, there's nothing you can do about it with your illusions.
Yeah, I feel conceptually this hero is all about explosive damage. You have a decent laning phase, and if you don't get like the Blink Dagger BKB timing where you're popping every fight, killing everything, you just get kited and fall kind of flat a little bit. So I think on paper, I think CK should do well against Lina. Just the issue is you don't find enough farm to ever hit that timing where you are ahead of the Lina, where you can have that surprise, because she will always have like BKB +1 by that time comes in.
I mean, the biggest problem is how is CK going to deal with the smoke screen in this game with illusions?
Yeah,
No, it's a very big problem.
Yep.
Very big problem.
It's definitely a difficulty for them. They're going to ban out the Dendi Pudge. I was actually looking at the last time Theath did play the CK. It was against TSM with Elsie and Leshrac with the pair-up cores. So we're not going to be seeing more than one of those two heroes if they end up going for it. Kalesh, for example, I mean, it's a hero that has definitely worked out for them, at least in terms of the tempo and the snowballing potential. But do you just go all in with that 15, 14-minute timing, where you have the Leshrac getting BKB / Bloodstone and CK? If you win your lane, you can do it, but
He's got the
is it
counter
going to pay
pick,
off?
right? So Dendi, Witch Doctor.
We got it again. We got it again.
They need a Space Maker mid for Dendi, right? They've got like this Snapfire off lane. They got the Lina, but Dendi mid Witch Doctor, Brown Boots, Blink Dagger. He's going to be making space. He's going to be looking to hook up with Moose here and make something happen. So this, honestly, it looks like a meme, right? But this is his best hero so far.
I watched the game. I was on the edge of my seat. I was like, damn, Dendi's going to do it. And it was like, it fell flat. But the reason why I'm so excited is because it's a weird pick. My only concern for Bait is they don't have that traditional front line. So as soon as that Witch Doctor assassin effect falls off and they're on the back foot, there's no one to like hug the high ground or to do that play. But I love the fact they're still going for the Witch Doctor mid. I love the fact they're drafting for themselves. I just don't know how many layers of protection they really have for Lina other than smokescreen and a well-positioned Clockwork.
Yeah, they have definitely been close to victory with this Witch Doctor, but a quick glimpse onto Theath. What do you think about this LC?
I mean, expected. I'm surprised they waited this long to pick it, because like it's Napkin's hero. He's Grandmaster on it. They saw the Lina first phase. They picked a Sky. I'm generally not a fan of teams who pick like a Blink stun from the offlane and the mid, because then it puts a lot of pressure on your carry to hard carry a game, and he's just playing CK at the end of the day. So A little worried here.
All right, well, we're going to be throwing it over to our caster pair, the other guys from Down Under, and you've probably maybe heard of his name, but I'm going to just make sure that you know who he is exactly. It's going to be MLPD, joined by our good old friend, John X Fire. Guys, take it over. Enjoy this one.
Thank you so much, T-Panda. It is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, we are going into game one here between Bait and, of course, Theeth. Drafts are out. We've got the Midwich Doctor once again from Dendy. What are you thinking?
I want to see Dendy move as a unit, right? Like that's where we found the most success. That's where we saw him play with a Rubik and the Witch Doctor, and that combination just looked good. So they need to be aggressive. They need to have this running start for Dendy. If they can get that done, they've got good foundations. You know, Stonebank on the Lina. Lina's, as we've seen today,
the most
pretty
broken
busted.
Hero. Yeah.
I mean, we saw it with the Shopify Rebellion. You know, you don't kill her. If once she's farmed, she just doesn't die.
No, you don't.
And this draft from Tia, I mean, they go for the napkin LC that they're comfy with. They've got the CK, which on paper can blow a Lina up early on, like say first 15, 20 minutes. But past that point, it gets a little bit tough.
Right. Well, I do appreciate the LC into the Lina at the very least. You know, you buy Blade Mail, you force a duel, she just kills herself. It's very good if you can catch her, which is the problem because these Linas go for Shadow Blades these days and they become quite elusive. Anyone wondering, there is a pause right now, which is why you're still staring at us. Jonathan, you're looking fantastic today, by the way. Don't let the chat tell you otherwise.
Have they been saying I look bad?
No, they didn't.
Have they been saying I
No.
look bad? It's all right.
No.
I don't have a fashion sense. You have a great coat, Mike.
Yeah.
It's familiar.
Very cold in here.
Yeah, it
very,
is. It
very
is
cold.
very cold in here. Surely, you can all tell.
Anyway, with this matchup, basically we were kind of running through the tiebreaker scenario. So if Bait wins this, and they win tomorrow's matchup against Alpha, no tiebreakers.
Yeah, that puts them 2 wins.
But if they lose this, and then they beat Alpha tomorrow, then there is tiebreakers.
Yes. Yes, it can be. So it's going to be a little bit of back and forth and a lot in the line for Bait to kind of stay in here.
All right, well, let's look into the game. I believe we actually have a bit of a video we can play in the pause time. Lucky you and I, John, we're pause experts. We're quite used to it. But we do have a nice video with Dendy. We asked him how you can tell if you're winning a game. Let's hear from Dendy.
Like, I think you can say that you're winning the game when you taking control of the map, like, because you're locking down your enemy and you can just out-farm them, take all the Russians, and safely try to push high ground. So, but of course, there is, like, as I said, it's connected to the drafts. So if drafts are very, like, different, it can happen that, like, there is always a comeback situations, maybe some skewer backs to fountain, I don't know, hooks into the base. It's hard to push high ground. There is no tower damage, let's say, or whatever. Like, a lot of things can happen. So, yeah, I would say the control of a map is when you feel that you're probably going to win the game.
Thank you very much for that. Of course, you heard from Dendy. Control the map, Jonathan. That is key.
Yeah, and that has been something we've seen a lot of teams do, right? When they're winning, they just hold off the enemy team, ensure that no farm's coming through. Even if they can't see high ground, as long as the enemy team isn't farming, you're going to outscale them, you're going to have more items, you're going to hit your talent spikes earlier than the opposing team. So it's all about map control. Play for objectives, play for the map. You know, it is a strategy game at the end of the day. Take away the resources and you'll do good.
Absolutely. Very, very important. Theeth kind of running around as 5 right now. John maybe looking for a first blood opportunity. Their level 1 timing's quite strong with this kind of draft, so would love to start a fight if they could. Maybe at the top side they will have a chance, but there's only 2 heroes left here from Theeth. In fact, they could be the ones in trouble. Napkin's going to be a little bit cautious because Lowdine was waiting behind the tree line. Light Strike Array is going to land. They should have enough follow-up. They don't go for the Melodic, though. They'll go for the cask instead. Napkin's still going for a run. Do they have enough damage? It seems like they will. Dendy to take the first kill. You really couldn't have asked for a better start on this mid-witch stop.
Yeah, that's the kind of start you want to see coming out here for Dendy. His lane matchup is going to be pretty interesting as well up against Esk. I mean, you do have mobility plays for Esk. You can get on top of the Witch Doctor as long as the cask is down, but as the levels go up, that cooldown goes lower and lower, and then you can start to fight back. You know, as a primal beast, you do want to be aggressive. That means you're going to take some hits, and that means the Maledict is going to be really effective once Dendy does have it up.
Certainly is. Of course, we've seen this mid-witch doctor before from Dendy. I don't believe they won that game, if I remember correctly, but it was still very, very potent. We'll see if he can have a bit of a repeat performance here today. What about those side lanes? What's going up at top? There's Stonebank on that pos 1 Lina. Lowdine going to be there to support him. Obviously, the Lina Clockwork, a pretty strong combo. They are going to move in onto Napkin, who's trying to trade with the Clockwork. You are going to have 9 right behind Napkin. But what I was saying, John, is this Clockwork Lina, it's quite potent, right? Because you get a cogs off with a battery assault, and then Stonebank has just the freest time in the world of just hitting whoever's stuck on the cogs.
Yeah, you're very happy as a Lina if you have this sort of melee support that just goes up, gets a stun, gets set up, and cops all the damage for you. Like, Tiat are trying to just lay into Lodine, but he's ready. He's got a good amount of tangos. He's copying all the spells coming out from 9. He's ensuring Stonebank is just freely farming in this lane with 4 denies, cutting off the EXP gain Napkin desperately needs. So you've set up some good conditions here for Bait to have a lot of success in the top lane. For the side of Tiat, the big timing is definitely level 6. Once you do get that duel into the Mystic Flare, whether or not 9 will have that synced up with Napkin, probably not, as the support will give way for the Legion Commander to get some solo EXP. But that is the key timing. I mean, you could still play aggressive in that lane. It's just really hard to gap close onto a Lina if a Clockwork's there. And if you do find a Clockwork kill, then you're just giving Lina space. Still win-win for Bait.
Absolutely. So I think Lodine's going to have a great time anyway, because he's against a Skyrath mage. Like, you catch a Skyrath at it, it's just going to melt. Very, very fun for the Clock to play against. What about that bottom lane? What's going on there? Funnick and Moose going to be up against Sunset and, of course, Lamey. I suppose there is some decent kill potential here from the Radiant end of things. CK obviously just hits like an absolute truck at the earlier levels. Then again, I suppose the same could be said for Funnick and this Ricky. They do make a jump in. Funnick taking a fair bit of damage. Cookie will not land. Lamey will go for a bit of a chase, but eventually does give up on it. And Lamey somehow ends up coming out with more damage taken than Funnick did.
Yeah, you do have to be a bit careful about the magical nuke coming out here from Funnick. There is a lot that can come true, but the big power spike for Lamey is level 3. And if they can play around with a Frost Shield, get some good Reality Rift and Chaos Bolts off, a couple of lucky Chaos Strikes can net a very big kill. And that's the big spike for them. Moose is going to be a really easy target to go for if they can jump in on him after seeing him commit the Blink Strikes. And it wouldn't take too long to melt that Ricky at the least here.
Certainly would not. Currently only 1 kill across the map so far. Of course, we saw that first blood very early on. Has been a few attempts here from Lodine to catch 9 out, and we might actually see one again. 9. Well, he's not going to pop the battery assault. Instead, maybe trying to go after Napkin. Looks like Stonebank has a pretty big creep wave around him, though, so doesn't really want to go for the fight. Mid lane's been pretty calm. Looks like Esk has been taking a fair bit of damage out from Dendy, and it's kind of one of the strengths about this mid Witch Doctor, right? Like, this Maledict is actually really, really hurtful to pretty much any hero, and you get that Maledict on, you get a nice cast off like this, a bit of right-click damage. Esk, he's not going to die from this, but just the way the Maledict damage stacks up, it's not very fun.
Nah, it doesn't feel great. They're isolating Napkin really nicely here as well. Every single time 9 walks off just a little bit, there's room for Lodine and Stonebank to make a play, and there's no threat coming out from Tia to stop it. And just look at Stonebank's damage.
9 gets trapped up in the cogs, just completely out of position. He's getting a little bit too excited there on the Skyrath, and he will get punished. Lodine just needing to cogs him up. Very simple.
It's just having this Lina +1. I mean, just having that hold on such a squishy hero makes it so easy to look for that kill. And Esk in a bit of a troubling spot. That's enough damage.
Yeah, the cast flew right back to Esk. He's going to try and tango up and heal through this, and looks like he might just make it. He's got his bottle up as well, completely full. Maybe another right click would have done the job there for Dendy, but doesn't quite get it. Nevertheless, Esk, he's not having a very good mid lane.
Nah, it just goes back to what we said. Witch Doctor enjoys being up against heroes that just want to come up, and at least this time around he does manage to get the onslaught off, but as you mentioned, full bottle now empty. No water room to pick up. Dendy could just throw Maledict and probably look for that kill once the cask is back up, and Esk has no counterplay.
Oh, he's got level 5 very soon. I think that's what Dendy's waiting for here. Hit the level 5 mark, get the level 3 or even the level 3 cask. Maledict is there, never mind the level 5. Esk just has to run. In fact, yes, TP. Meanwhile, top lane, Napkin has dropped. Esk will barely survive because he did go for the TP back towards the fountain. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are trying onto Sunset. Moose also being chased down here by Lamey. Moose going to be just fine to survive. Funnick still chasing Sunset. We'll find a killer. Now Lamey needs to back the hell out of there. There's a lot of burst damage up from Funnick that can be thrown out. And Lamey, he's got no play here. He's got Rift up, but that's about all he's got. Bait just completely destroying the side of Theath in this laning stage.
And they're just crushing every single lane. All of it going according to plan for Bait. Strong start for Funnick. Just the burst damage on hand coming down from bot. And the fact that Tiet, they split up. You need to play as a unit when you've got this Lich plus CK. Your aggression comes from working together, layering that Frost Shield along with a Frost Blast, getting some slows off, and tying that in with the physical output of Lamie. But it's not connecting. They split off every time.
Napkin, again being chased down top side, but he's going to be able to escape the cogs before the LSA would come through. But you look at Nap, I mean, he's getting nothing out of this top lane. He's got 21 CS, which isn't too bad. But he is really struggling to find that CS. Stonebank's just complete free farm at the moment. Small Cap was pulled as well by Lodine, so he's not going to find that either. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nine's going to rotate on the Skyrath Mage to try and get something done, but just a casual concussive shot being thrown out. Back towards that top lane, Lodine being chased by Napkin. They're just fighting over this small cap. It's like Napkin will be able to get something out of this. But again, so far a pretty terrible start for Theath.
Yeah, not quite what they're looking for coming out from the laning phase. Their big spikes hinge on the level 6 combos, just playing with that Mystic Flare. That's where your pickoff really comes in, trying to buy space out for Lamie. At least your CK is, you know, farming decent enough farm, despite the deaths down bot, and they're trying to get aggressive again.
Funnick. Bottom lane is kind of being jumped right now. TP away is going to be enough. Looks like Napkin's going to be fine top lane. Just runs away, has the creep wave behind him. Now Nine's in the mid lane. I mean, he is level 2, so he does need a bit of XP on this Skyrath. It's almost 7 minutes in.
If he's not careful, he could just die. He does have the Ancient Seal at least to stop that Death Ward from coming through, but even just the Cask Bounce with Maledict and a couple of right clicks, you don't really have armor on that.
Oh no.
So you can just melt them and yeah. I mean, he TP down bot, he pops his bottled up invis, and he's not able to really find anything yet.
No.
He's not even level 6 yet.
No.
Just needs a creep.
No, he's not. They know exactly where he is. They know he's somewhere around bot. Here comes Dendy. They want the CK. Onslaught's going to help just a little bit, but not too much. Luckily for them, Casper's already committed, so Esk is not going to get caught in the Primal. As we all know, with the damage of this Death Ward, you don't need much time to take this this Primal out. Meanwhile, top lane, Napkin gets deleted by Stonebank.
Yeah, I mean, the LC is not a hero that you can really leave in this matchup. It just... You have so much more range on Stonebank, you can keep harassing out. Lodine's tanky enough that we've seen him just run up to Napkin, not care in the world, and just harass him out of that lane.
Nine? I mean, they're trying to protect the Illusion Rune. It's not really that worth it. Dendy, Death Ward dropped. Nine, just gonna die to Lodine with a right click. And they don't get the rune anyway. Now Esk is in trouble. You can't farm there anymore, so it is not safe. Even without the cask, it's just not enough. It's not safe enough.
No, he's backing right off. He does have the pulverize ready, but he doesn't have anyone to connect with. He's the only one at level 6 at this point from all of his cores even.
Well, they're bringing 9 in. Bottom lane, Funnick's kind of being jumped. In fact, never mind, Lamie's the one being jumped. Back into the mid lane. No, wait, Sunset may go down here. Action all across the map. Raindrops will save the day for Sunset. Mid lane. They are trying to make a play here from Theath. Death Ward is back up in 15 seconds, so Dendy will be soon welcoming that kind of gank attempt. I mean, I kind of question why Nine's even here, John. He's level 3. Ancient Seal is pretty much all he kind of adds here, and here we go. They don't even need the Death Ward. He might just be gone.
Oh, yeah.
Death Ward out on 9. 9 will barely survive. Esk with the TP up may make it through the Fountain region and does. Oof. But 9 will drop. You didn't even get the Ancient Seal off.
No. At the least, you save your Primal Beast. You know, you buy him some space to TP home, but it's giving so much... 0 to 10. Have we seen this scoreline before? F10K betters. Feeling great. Of course, our esportsbet.io odds as well. I'm not sure how it favored. As far as I know, this matchup should have been 50-50, so very close
not
odds,
right now,
but that should have shifted. What are they?
4.12 to 1.22 the favor of Bait.
Yeah.
Any deposit bonuses, Jonathan?
Yeah, you've got a 50%, the first time deposit bonus there on esportbet.io as well, so check it out if you would want to. With these kinds of odds as well, I mean, 0 to 10, 4K up. We have not seen this in the entirety of the NA DPC.
Which is saying something.
Yeah, I mean, we've had Shopify Rebellion play against, you know, some of these quote-unquote weaker teams, and even they haven't gone 0-10.
Top side. Well, maybe you just jinxed them. Stonebank gets caught out. Still alive, just barely. Oh, hold on a minute.
No way.
Hold on a minute. Never mind what I said. There's no jinx happening today.
Oh my god. Oh my, they almost had him. I was gonna say Stonebank was griefing bait, but nah, it's all a bait.
Mid lane, Sunset, trying to get out. Oh, Lodine, he doesn't check the proper tree line. Never mind, doesn't matter. Melodic will get the job done. TP means nothing.
That's a 10-minute blink for Dendi with brown boots and bottle. Very good timing on him. And he's just ready to make plays now. It's what we said, you know, Dendi just goes off to the start, connects with Moose. And then this is the insanity we saw last night when Dendi brought this mid-Witch Doctor out, right? It just fits his playstyle. Fear mentioned this, I think, in the green room at some point when we were talking about this pickup. It just suits him. Blink, sort of mid. First item, Blink, kind of mid. That just makes plays. Dendi just shines on it. And he is still a fantastic mid when he gets to play the way he wants to.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the cheeky little replay of that Stonebank fight that just happened. I'm not going to say Lena's broken in that instance. That was, I want to say, unfortunate for Thea. That's what I want to say. Lamey, Hook, not going to land. Lodine just off the mark, but Cookie's there. It won't matter. With the Melodic, oh, hold on a minute. Scatterblast off the mark, but doesn't matter. So much damage, more than enough to take him out, and they'll try and trade tier 1s now on either side of the map.
You don't mind trading top tier 1 for
maybe
baits,
they do.
and Dendi might want to fight. Blink reveal.
No Death Ward, but they blink in with a Melodic. Smokescreen is there as well to back him up. Cogs to push him right back. I dare you to duel right now, Napkin. Do it.
No way you would.
I mean, he might.
Dendi found the kill. Dendi got the dual damage.
Yes, he did. Moose.
Oh my god.
Moose is going to go for a run. Dust is there. They've got the gaze. They'll block him down. I knew it. I play all Siege, and I know when they're going to duel.
You're a sicko. You'd go for you'd go for that, and you'd bleed out 10.
No, I wouldn't do it, but I know the mindset. I understand the mindset.
Oh my god. I mean, the worst thing is, yeah, they found the kills, but they got denied in the tower. He didn't even hit the tower. He could have just hit the tower, get the gold. Got denied.
That was a brilliant moment.
So, bait, I mean, they're still in a good position. 3-15, another smoke out. Death Ward ready for Dendi. 10 bonus damage from the duel.
Amazing.
What more could you ask for in this hero?
Maybe 20 bonus damage, John. You never know.
What would he even do with dual damage? He used Death Ward anyway. Can you imagine if it took bonus damage from the hero, though?
It's been right-clicking, John. Dendi's been putting a few right-clicks in.
Fair, fair. This is useful for Maledic. Yes.
You know, gets caught out. They have a Death Ward if they want it. Esk, I mean, you just can't get away. The cask is so broken. If you can find it around creeps, it is so busted.
Oh, it is. That it is. And it gets worse at level 15, of course. +2 cask bounces for whatever reason. Very nice.
Very good.
I miss playing this hero on support. It doesn't feel the same. You know, this kind of Witch Doctor is what you dream of doing as a support, but you just never do. You do stuff in lane. Dendi showing us just how broken this hero is. Unlocked as a core. It's funny too because this is something we used to see a lot in NA. I mean, not as a mid, but you know, as a support. Div 2 NA absolutely loved this in the first tour cycle. Right? We saw it almost every other game. And here Dendi does, coming into NA, bring it back on mid.
I love it. I love it. I mean, I talked trash about it on panel when we first saw Mid Witch Doctor, but I take everything back that I said. I love it. Big smoke up from Thea. Bait on the high ground. Thea, I mean, they've got a blink up on Napkin. They really haven't got anything else, but they've got a blink. So they're going to make the jump in onto Lodine. Guess who's right behind him, though? Dendi, he'll get his Death Ward cancelled off. It looks like finally Thea, they will find a successful team fight. Even finding Stonebank at the backside. But they can't kill him. He's going to be okay. Napkin survives through it as well. Moose still sticking around, but won't be able to do anything about this.
Oh, Phonic has a really early Ags here as well, 15 minutes in. Full Ags with Arcane Rune, Arcane Boot. So you do have the gobble up plays. Do you just gobble up Dendi? Toss that Witch Doctor right in front. Get the spells off.
I think the actual play is tossing moves, and he just smoke screens.
That's true.
Even the clockwork. Just get a cogs on.
Yeah, I mean, you have so much control with any of these heroes you spit out. Outside of Lina, I think gobbling up Stonebank would be griefing. I mean, maybe not once you have enough items, you know. We've seen what Lina can do with farm anyway.
Sunset. Bye-bye, Sunset. He doesn't even need to right-click him at this point, though. Dendy may have gone too far. There's a duel out. Mystic Flare to follow. Lodine going to try and get something out of this LC. Meanwhile, Moose has been caught out with the Pulverize, but Esk still having a great old time. Moose will drop. And Bait, well, suddenly kind of losing a few team fights. Sunset even willing to throw a tip over.
Oh, all right.
Spicy.
Very spicy. Tip back from Dendy. Oh, of course, PMA.
Everyone's got this damn voice.
Yeah, it's
Everyone's
just too
got
good. It's too good. I forgot to get it, unfortunately. I'm an idiot. So I don't have it for my pubs.
I didn't buy it because I was so mad. I heard it the first time. I was like, damn it, I'm not making any money.
Yep. That's the way it goes, Mikey. Still another smoke out here from Bait. Ready to go. They've got the shards up on Moose. So it's a lot easier to find these pickoffs, and Napkin might be their target.
Gobble up. Oh, Lodine. They just threw Lodine to his death. Oh, another duel out. That's a good one. They found Dendy once again. A big cookie scatter blast though, and Dendy, he might be able to turn it now. Stonebank is there with the Light Strike Array. Same place, different result. Sunset probably regretting that tip right now. So he does get taken down. You know, I usually say Roshan's open. I don't know if they can actually take it. But they can take the life of the CKs. They still have the Death Ward. There is no running. Triple kill for Stonebank. Into Roshan they go.
I mean, what do you mean they can't take it? They've got Stonebank Lina.
Right.
And it's still Lina. It's still going to take these objectives rather fast. The side of Tia, this is a bit of a back and forth bloodbath. Some fights, maybe Bait goes a little bit too far forward. Maybe Dendy jumps the wrong target. The other times, Tia jumps the wrong target as well. So it's a lot of just messy engagements, kind of just trying to see who jumps who first. And now you have Dendy with Travels and Aegis up. He just wants to be everywhere.
Oh, another sleeping dart. The Ricky having a great old time now, just setting up everything for his team. They'll try to heal him up a little bit. Hookshot's way off the mark from Lodine. I suppose to be fair, he probably couldn't see the LC very well. Nine's still probably going to tick out here and does eventually go down. So 7 to 23, 9k advantage for Bait. This is arguably one of the best positions they've been in any game of the DPC this Tour 1. All they've really got to do is just keep it up.
Yeah, just keep building up, ensure that Stonebank isn't getting jumped, and, well, Stonebank is nearly double the next enemy core to him. He's 12k, and we're at 6.7k for Laney, so...
Jump in. Lodine. Oh, here comes Moose to try and help out. It's a nice setup back on a Sunset, and he'll get blown up. Lamey not looking too healthy either. Moose will just chase him down. Dendy, I mean, they pop the Melodic. It doesn't matter. Moose just gets the kill. This is a rough game for a CK, man. It's not fun.
I think he toggled off there as well in the armlet. Like, we saw Dendy come in with the Death Ward. He didn't even die from that. He just toggled off as Moose did a little bit more damage coming out there. So do have a little quick pause. 7 to 25, 10k up for Bait. This is not looking too sharp for Tiet. Their way back in is... I don't even know if you could say a CK Ultra farmed is a way back in up against Lina. Theoretically, it could be once you hit your level 20, I guess. Reality Rift the Lina back and isolate her, but I don't know if that's enough. Once you hit the BKB timing and a Satanic really, for Stonebank, I'm not sure if you can really actually burst him down fast enough. He's just got a lot of protection. He is actually going for the Lincolns on the Lina. So looking for some protection from that pullback down line, looking for protection from the duel, anything else that might pin him down. And Bait just going to keep that aggression up, keep smoking.
Here we go. Down towards the bot lane. Sunset. You got a tip ready, sir? You might need it. Just put to sleep. They gobble it. Oh, hold on a minute. Lodine's on the...
What? Okay.
Oh, I guess
All right.
he can fly up.
All right.
He can fly up. It's all right. They're just trolling at this point. Bottom lane, who have they got? It's going to be Stonebank, but they don't have anything like a Blade Mail. Stonebank can easily do the damage against Napkin, as Napkin will get chased down. Funnick, he does find 9. Napkin, oh no.
Yeah.
Your first reaction, once seeing a Witch Doctor, John, is not to TP.
Yeah, it's rough one. Bait cleaning up again. Good moves out from their smoke.
Moose. It's gonna find Lamey. Just needs +1. Stonebank is incoming. Lamey has no idea this is happening. Sleeping Dart out. Stonebank should be there with the follow-up stun. There's just no escape. There's no escape. He's gonna try an Arblet toggle, but there's no way.
No. Lena's too balanced, too many right clicks, too many projectiles coming out. Can't really toggle through that. It's actually so hilarious how that happens at 20 minutes in. The right click's too fast.
Yeah.
And something not like a troll. 9? No mana on Lodine, so no big threats yet. But 7 to 29. Again, we've not seen score lines like this outside of, I guess, very specific Shopify Rebellion lineup. So Bait coming out of the gate strong here in game 1. And just maintaining that. They've got great win conditions. They've hit their timings. They're playing in that bot jungle, shutting out Tiet from any angles to farm back up. And they're just ensuring that Tiet, their path back in this game is difficult, to say the least. BKB up in Esk. They're going to try to play around that.
Here we go. Who can they find? Bottom lane, Funnick is there. I mean, that's a decent pick-off for them right now. Funnick, no idea this is incoming. Jewel is out. They surely have the damage here. They do.
No dual win, though.
No dual win.
Unfortunate.
Hookshot is out as well. Lodine. Cogs out onto Napkin. Light Strike Array will be there to follow up. LC is just going to drop. 9, not going to make it out either. And the thing was as well with that duel, they saved the Mystic Flare. I suppose they assumed they'd have enough damage to just get the duel win, but maybe they just needed to commit it.
It feels like they should have, you know, just keep building up on Napkin, trying to get the duels up. Then again, missing out in level 1 duel, probably not the worst thing in the world. Once you hit level 12, it feels a lot worse to miss 28 bonus damage, but at this point, you're kind of all right with it. Not the end of the world. Still, those losses lead to a huge push coming out just from Stonebank. Has his full Lincoln's up with the BKB. Harder to catch him out. And
yeah, there's your Voodoo switcheroo on Sunset. Hands up, he knows he's gone. Gobble up, perfect as well from Funnick. Right on target. Tips out for Funnick. He had no vision for that. And that's going to be Lamey gone again. I mean, this CK is having such a bad time.
Yeah,
there's no space.
It's not farming. And they're still keeping the aggression. Stonebank, so confident, just running around that jungle by himself on the hunt with Lodine. The side of Bait, I mean, they've really gone back to what Dendy said, right? Just control the map. If you're crushing the map, then you're winning. Yeah. And in very clear terms right now, 8 to 33, 14k up for Bait. They are definitely winning. Our odds from esportsbet.io, I'm pretty sure it's just heavily in favor of Bait at this point, if we do have an update for that. It's, yeah, I mean, I figured it would be an even match. I expected a little bit more coming out from Tiet, but...
Hookshot is there. They've got the Primal Beast once again. Esk not going to be able to survive through this. Meanwhile, the LC going for a duel onto the clock does win this one, and he actually gets away from this. For now, though, he does move back in, and Moose has caught him. All right. So I guess just trying to pick off Stonebank as well with the overwhelming odds. Doesn't quite get there.
I love this from Dendy. He's going for the overwhelming blink.
Oh, great.
Yeah, just blink up, have some damage, immediately throw your Cask Maledict up, and Voodoo Switcheroo. And you'll probably burst him down. So, not too bad.
Gobble up, Moose. Sleeping Dart out onto Sunset. He's gone. And so is Knight. I mean, I love this combination. This is, you know, the thing is, John, where was this Bait the whole tour? Like, where was this fun Bait that are just playing a game? You know?
Right, like this, they actually fixed a lot of their issues in this series. In this game, Funnick's a lot more active.
Right.
Like he was farming an off-lane, but the moment he got Ags, he's just all over the place. In comparison to previous games where the BKB timing didn't necessarily mean they were going to take fights. Now it's just non-stop. Like this is the Bait that could have probably made so many upsets this tour, and I'm hoping this is something we see continue to rise out from them even in the next tour. Potentially, if they do manage to stay in Div 1, this is the kind of gameplay we need to see.
Right. Smoke on smoke. 3v5 in the favor of Theath. Jump in, Funnick. He'll miss out on the initial cookie, but they will miss out on the initial duel as well. And in fact, Lodine's here. Lamey trying to chase Funnick, not going to have the damage. Funnick still running, gets the gobble up play as well. Back on a Lamey. Lodine trying to run, will be just fine to do so as 9. Probably not going to make it. Look at the attack range on this Lena. He's got a Grove bow, that's probably why. Ultra kill for Stonebank. 16-0-5 is the scoreline for Stonebank. Having a fantastic game.
Yeah, he's had all the space in the world. Bait just enabling him so much. And they're just able to take everything. 11-41. I mean, I don't. It's very hard to sniff some copium right now, Mike. It's hard to see because the CK matchup again. You need level 20 to maybe have some hope. Even then, it's not that big of hope because of the timings on the CK and just how broken Lina is right now. So I'm not sure. What I do know is Dendy's overwhelming Blink is about to be here. So
it is.
Fun times into the Ags next.
Jump in, hook shot there. Esk just sows the map and they go immediately for the kill. At least he does have his BKB to try and get through this, but he's still taking melodic damage. And look at the right clicks coming out, man. Here we go again. Gobble up. Oh, it's perfect from Funnick. Right onto the two. Lamey's trying to fight something. He's gone. Napkin. Napkin.
No, another win for Dendy. Another win. Oh my god.
He's got, I don't want to say this, he's got the same amount of dual damage as the LC does. Hey, you know what, John? I might make the prediction right here, right now, that he may have more than the LC by the game's end.
I can see that happening. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
I mean, this isn't even a laughing matter anymore.
No, it's just kind of sad.
Yeah.
It's just kind of sad, but I find joy in that, Mike.
Yeah, you're a sad
That's
person,
the only
John.
thing you can do in a losing game like this. All you can do is kind of laugh.
You've had a lot of those experiences, I'm
I have
sure.
had a lot. And C has trained me to just shrug it off and laugh. You know, your friend goes Ogre Magi off lane, gets a Midas by 20, shrug it off and laugh.
Weren't you the one who told me Midas Ogre was good?
Yes, it is. It is in Turbo. My caveat is always, yeah, Turbo, you pick that crap up. It's super cheap. Anything else, it's like, well, unless you're going like 5-0 in lane, then I would not necessarily recommend it. Full Octarine up for Funnick. More fun times ahead, lower cooldowns, bit better reach. He's going for his own blink, so you're going to have gobble up saves coming out here as well. And I want to see Dendy just jump in with this overwhelming blink now. Just show us the power.
Yeah. T2 top tower gone. Sunset again in danger. Lamey going to try and move in onto the Lina. Looks like there is going to be another duel out. This time they've got Funnick on the Snapfire, but he's not going to die in time. And now the Light Strike Array with the hook shot, going to set everything up. Triple kill once again for Stonebank. You know what? I don't even want to blame Napkin. I don't want to blame Napkin, right? Because I've been in these kind of games before where I'm playing LC and my team does so badly in every lane, right? Like Napkin had to play against Clockwork Lina.
Yeah.
You can't blame him for losing that lane.
No.
If I was him, I'd be like, what happened to the other lanes? How am I meant to win these duels if my team can't back me up? I'm tired of blaming Napkin. I can't.
Yeah, no, it's not Napkin's fault. He's trying to find these opportunities where he can because they're so far behind.
Yeah.
He has to try to make the plays. It's just that, I mean, they sacked his lane.
They
just
really
left him.
sacked his lane.
And besides, LC and Skyrat Mage in lane isn't the most amazing in laning phase.
No.
Up against Clockwork Lina. I mean, Skyrat just melts.
Right.
We just saw what happened. Even Napkin couldn't deal with Lodi in early levels. He'd go for the creep wave. Clockwork comes in battery assault. What can you do as an LC?
What
Not
can
much.
you do? What can you do is the real question here, John. Obviously, a pretty dominant victory here for Bait in game number 1. Is there anything you'd like to see from Thea in game 2? Like maybe draft-wise? Forget about the play for now. Let's work on the draft first. Anything.
Ban Witch Doctor first phase. I don't know if that's going to fix it. Dandy still has some tricks there, like the Primal Beast himself, so we'll see.
I think you've said enough, John. Let's head over to our panel. Let's see what they have to say about this game 1.
Well, it definitely was a spicy one in the end. It's going to be Bait taking the first game, and we can kind of see from the facial expressions from Dendy how relieved he is to get this win and how easy it seemed to be as well, gents. I mean, Bait on the board first, Theath, no chance. It was literally a one-sided show.
Yeah, I mean, 50 kills to 12. We mentioned in the draft, Bait had a lineup where if they don't get the kills, and if they ever stop, that type of playstyle, they could fall flat. But guess what? They had 27 minutes and 22 seconds of relentless murdering of Theath. This was just unfair to watch.
This is why Dindy came to America here for games like these, and he looked good this game. This Witch Doctor is scary, and this is like the Bait we've wanted to see. Not necessarily just the Bait that's winning games or the one that's stomping. They look like they were having fun this game, right? They look like they're enjoying themselves. Sure, it's easier when you're winning games and stomping them, but hopefully they can carry this like morale to like the next game and the next series or even to the next tour.
Yeah. I mean, that also talking about like the good morale and what it does to the team, it was definitely a what do you call it, light at the end of the tunnel, finally reaching the light for Stonebank, because he's been in a very dark place these last few series he's been playing. We saw the tilt that he had when he played that Monkey King, where he's got DDs, BKBs, and Jingu's up and he misses everything. He's face bombing, he's in pain. This man, he might have not have smiled a lot here, but he's definitely feeling a lot better. I can actually carry these games as well, even with the help of Dandy Witch Doctor, which was super, super helpful this game.
I mean, it kind of helps that they go to his outpost and he doesn't even die to the Primal Beast gank. He turns it around. At that point, he's like, all right, boys, this is our one, you know? So these are the games that really instill confidence into a team when you get to run over your opponent with this much ease. And of course, Stonebank, going 20-0, that will help him a lot. But overall, I think just everyone on bait, they just connected nicely with each other. They found the kills. Even like you could probably break down some of the movements not being the cleanest or whatever, but just the way in which they were there together and just playing as a team. Like again, whenever you see Dendi smile, it's just hard not just to enjoy a game of Dota.
Also, a fun thing about the Dendi Witch Doctor, we talked about him doing 16k damage in that previous game that they lost. Well, he just topped it up with 21k, so we're talking about the all-time under 60-minute Witch Doctor damage since patch 684. So go Dendi.
Yeah.
I mean, for a way, that's a good one.
I mean, there's not much I can say. I'm pretty sure, like, the analysis for this game is they just crushed him. They outdraft him.
Yes.
Anyone from Twitch chat could probably analyze this game for me. So it's not
okay.
There's not a lot to say about the gameplay. I'm just really happy to see that, Bait are in a place, like, not as dark as a place as we thought. They had the two easiest matches for last. They had all their hard matches to begin with. And to see them come out strong against these weaker teams is a relief.
And also, let's bring up the MVP, Stonebank, ladies and gents. He rightfully gets this one, 20-0-9. His best carry performance up to date, and also a much-needed relief for him. And his performance, his build-up, well, wasn't really required too much extra here. Theus, did it feel like they played into the bait?
Yeah, they did get baited a lot in this game, and you could see that with a lot of the Legion duels, right? He's trying to get this Witch Doctor, but wasn't able to get it. Even Dendi winning a couple of those duels, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing these 0 deaths on Stonebank, is because you have the aggression of both Dendi, of Moose, even Funix positioning sometimes. You've put in Napkin in an awkward position where he can't simply just blink duel Lina, hope for the Sky damage on top. It's now I need to think of all these other things. And now it's basically an aggressive front line. You don't have a traditional tanky front line. Your front line is just aggressive posturing, which Stonebank beautifully capitalized on.
Well, Fear, I want to ask you about that CK. The option basically for them, it didn't really work out this game. Probably not down to just the CK, but is there something that draft-wise Theoth could have maybe looked for as a carry option or a safe lane difference option?
I mean, the CK, they had a lot more problems before the CK. I knew they were in trouble when the mid Primal and the Sky, we talked about it, went to go gank the Lina, and they didn't have damage to kill Alina, like at level 7 here. And if you can't do that, your draft is not going to get any better as time progresses. So I really think like the offlane Legion, mid Primal, they were lacking way too much damage. And yeah, I'll do a pass on CK 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, it was a dirty napkin this time, which wasn't able to clean out Bait this time. But will they be able to bounce back into game number 2? We'll find out after the break as we head over to Theoth. Bait may be the final game of this series. Who knows? I hope you got yourselves ready for this one because you're watching DPC NA Tour 1 in Division 1 and the second game between Thief and Bait heading up next. We've got Fear and we've got T-Governor, myself, the Panda, to lead this one. And it is also Bait leading this series 1-0. Thief, they're at their backs against the walls. Coming into the series, the storyline was if Thief wins, we will see no tiebreakers. But Bait is writing a different narrative here.
Yeah, I mean, if they're able to win it, then down the line, tiebreakers and stuff, Div 1 survival, of course, none of these teams want to be the NA team that goes from Div 1, Div 2 to Div 2, you know. It's an awkward spot to be. You don't want to be floundering. So, yeah, of course, for Bait, all of their, you know, DPC lives are in their hands, which is great to be if you're in this position.
Yeah, I mean, especially when your last two opponents, like it was scripted, were going to be the two teams that...
we can't say that.
Probably. It was written in the stars.
Ah, yes.
There we go.
There we go.
For a higher power.
Amen.
And then, like, all of a sudden, they're playing the two weakest teams. So there's a really good storyline here for them.
Definitely, for sure, the redemption story. And it all started from the side of Bait, from their 4-player Moose, but from the side of Thief. We've also got a 9 replica in a sense as well. What can these two players bring onto the board? Because we've already seen the Dendi Moose connection, but does 9 have one?
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen what Moose has brought to the table. We need to see what 9 can bring to the table. Time is running out. We have not seen enough from him. I really want to see him step up. He has had a difficult journey though, because one time they brought in a couple new players. He went from 4 to having to play 5. Now he's back to 4. So he might be able to have a little identity crisis here. But it's clutch time. He's got to show up. He's got to make the big plays, and that's all there is to it for him at this point.
Is there something in the drafting adjustment when we head over into the first phase where Thief could potentially look for maybe another hero for 9? Are they looking for potentially first pick and try to get the Rubik for themselves? Because it is the most highly contested pos 4 hero. Would that be something that 9 could pull off if Bait doesn't decide to ban the hero?
I mean, I feel like for 9 at least, you just want to have a good laning combo. You know, if he's a good tiny player, a Rubik player, let's say he's playing a ranged hero, give him a solid melee offlaner to enable and to play behind to bully.
Right.
If he's playing a melee hero, then you want your death prophets or something that can utilize this hero. So I think right now for Thief, it's just have a good combination to give your 4 entry to the game. And they tried doing this with a Skyrath pick, but then they went Legion down the line, and Legion is great against Lina in the game if you get Blink Blade Mail and you threaten her, but like the lane against a clock, it's like, eh. So I feel like, at least for Thief, just make sure you have a more robust lane that you can actually allow these players to kind of shine. Because if you don't get out of lane with a lead, these type of games, you just get, you know, baited, pretty much.
Baited and bullied, basically, is the scenario. And I think that's also a thing with their openers, that they might be able to shift around a little with Thief. I would like to see maybe a Death Prophet, maybe Napkin would like to go for that, and just pair it up with this strong opener into the first phase. Maybe take this Lina into account because it's had its ups, it's had its downs, for sure. But is it too deadly in the hands of Stonebank Fear?
Yes and no. I think for the most part, Lina is on the rise. I mean, I'm sure over here, Western Europe is just like, we know this hero's been good and broken forever, but just now, Lina has been showing good strides in this region, and it's a little too late for some teams, but I think it's time for them to respect the hero a bit more. But yeah, looking at Napkin's hero pool, like if he does want to play as that DP, he probably should just ban the lane out, because that's not a great lane matchup.
Yeah, also, in hindsight as well, looking back at that previous game draft, it didn't really register with me, but Thief banned out the Rubik themselves, and then allowed Bait to have first pick, which went Lina. So it's like you're banning out one of the best second pick responses to a first pick Lina. So if you're trying to mind game them in the draft, why are you banning Rubik, giving them Lina, preventing yourself a free pick in the second phase?
Exactly.
Why not ban Lina and then just let the Rubik exist? I don't know. I feel
and then now Sky.
Exactly. Now that I look back at this draft, I think just the first phase ban of Rubik and then the opening of Sky, I think was really, really weak in hindsight, and I hope that's one of the key adjustments that they make.
Well, let's see if we're going to get bamboozled, because it is game 2 draft time. We've got ourselves the Brood and the Lina opened up, and Bait banning the Lina themselves, and most likely because of the first pick option here going on the side of Thief. So you would suspect the Rubik to go through, unless Bait wants to ban it out, but what does Thief maybe want to take away from Bait here? This first phase, Primal Beast, Dendi has shown up multiple times, so that could be an option.
Yeah, I mean, when Bait have been second pick at least, it's been the Primal Beast, it's been Tree. They've been going for like the same kind of 5 or 6 heroes, be it first or second pick. So Tree, Snapfire, Primal Beast. I think Theo just needs to kind of pick up the litter, take away the bans, and
they seem to like Tusk and Tree a lot on TS
Sure.
as their first pick, so they'll probably go for that again if they're gonna not mix things up. But when you are a team that has a lot of losses, you are very prone to like change your opinion, change your mind about the meta, and go for new things. So we'll see. Tusk or Tree would be their normal opening.
Well, they decide to ban out the Primal Beast, instant Ember follow-up, and
Ah,
we
Rubik.
get the Rubik for
Alright,
the
I
fifth
like it.
game, and so this already puts a bit favor onto their side, but Bates, Marana, Ricky's open. It's going to be Ricky with Nature's Prophet, though.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting the Ember ban from Bait here, to be totally honest with you here. They let Rubik through to ban an Ember, all right.
maybe just a bit of respect towards Esk. I
Yeah,
think
probably.
After Esk has his previous game, he's like, guys, just I want to have a really solid game. It could be the 8 pick they're scared of. In this scenario where they give away Rubik, I think they're super happy having Ricky Furin, and some Batrider or Ember on 8 could be annoying for them. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's,
perhaps.
It's like a comfort thing, but in regards to Bates draft, I think Ricky always needs wave pushing heroes to enable his aggressive posturing. You want heroes to be reacting to tower aggression, so then they're not thinking about the jungle too much. Yep, there's the bat as relatively expected. So yeah, I think it's a nice complimentary opening from Bait, but I love this Batrider pick from TF.
Do you?
Oh,
interesting.
All right.
How many like first phase bats have we seen across the other regions be successful is the question.
Enough.
Okay. Unfortunately, Esk has not been successful at all with this bat so far, but the Ember is gone, the Quap is gone. They get 3 bans now, so there's going to be 4 heroes that are good. There's the bat.
I look at the heroes for the hero, not the region, you know?
Oh, okay.
I don't have the NA, you know, flair. I'm not sprinkling it, you know? I'm just looking at some heroes right now. But if you're saying that, okay, Bait's already won. That's just shit, I guess.
That's exactly what I said, word by word. Well, I mean, we'll see here. Like, he can make a lot happen. It's really good versus the Nature's Prophet. He doesn't really see his matchup, and you know, I actually haven't seen like the first phase bats like be super successful. Like, what matchups in I guess the other regions has bat been like dominant in?
I mean, it's more when they've already locked in a mid lane, they pick the bat as well in the first phase.
Right.
It's like these Tusk flexes normally.
Yeah.
And
but what about here? Screams out mid bat. Anything?
It's just the old school Furion. That's all I'm looking at.
Okay.
It's like an old school style of drafting, but I think as well, especially against the Rickies and stuff, if you just have a hero that can break the game in the first 15 minutes and not allow for the static nature where Ricky hits AFK in a lane, you're not getting a 50-minute shard. It's not like a 20, 24, 25-minute shard, right? Yeah. So that's maybe a concept they're leaning towards. I think the issue as well, maybe as well, like, when you think about Dendy Terrible, is he really playing these pucks, these Storm Spirits, these heroes that can actually survive against a mid Batrider right now?
I mean, on average, no, he is not. Like, can he pull off the Witch Doctor versus Batrider?
I mean,
maybe
you hit a fat coconut, you don't care, right? Anyone goes mid, you're going to maledict them out the lane. So,
I mean, we will see what Dendy wants to pick.
Can I ask something? A serious question here. What about the Dendy Pudge? I mean, we've just seen him win with Witch Doctor.
No.
Too much wishful thinking.
You want this guy to lose again? Like, he needs to beat someone with the Pudge. Okay, so reasoning is just because you are melee hero against Batrider. Even if you have a stick, you don't feel great, and you don't get Hood quick enough to offset that aggression. So I would be surprised if you were to want to actively play that matchup. Normally, you want more lane-pushing heroes from a distance that can punish back under your tower with like a quick TP in, and then you offset the early game pretty much.
Right.
What Dendy heroes do we have, though, that is good versus Batrider? I mean, his Quap is gone. Like, he would have picked that for sure. Ember, maybe.
Storm's banned out already.
Storm's banned. Pango, that we've seen, that can go both ways.
Well, the heroes that he's played so far, there's the... I'm just naming heroes. Trouble might be actually banned out. So there's DP, Void Spirit, Shadow Fiend are the ones that he has played. Then there's the Pudge, but I think we can
DP, SF, no, Void Spirit could work.
Yeah.
It's not a good matchup, but it's better than the other two.
I want to see a Dendy puck. That's all I'm saying.
And the successful heroes that he's also had in comps, we look at TA 6-1, AA mid 3-2, Puck 2-0.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Oh.
There's a couple others
Okay,
as well.
I got an idea here. Stormbank. He goes mid on like a Slark.
Ooh.
Right?
Ooh,
and then we got Dendy in the safe lane on Witch Doctor. There we go.
But the issue there is we need to unlock the level somehow. So then we need the Witch Doctor to be able to play independent to hit the same level striding. But there's legs to this strategy.
I mean, there's maybe
Chen.
some truth to it. I was looking at the player cameras for a while.
Back to fountain.
I was looking at the player cameras for a while at the first phase, and I saw Stonebank was smiling and laughing. So there's probably either a good joke going on in the comms, which made them so happy about it. That could also be the idea that Stonebank, hey, you go mid, and it's haha, really? But could be.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, Beta are going to see 2 more heroes here. For Thief, at least, have they had flexibility with Batrider? No, it's just been the mid lane.
It's only been mid.
Okay. Oh, well.
And knowing Napkin, he's not a super. He's newer to the scene, right?
Yep.
So he's really just sticking to like his comfort zone, and he's doing like what we call the MAR test, right? Like play
the strong ones.
Yeah, play like whatever you have a plus 50% win rate and a high Dota plus score on. Yeah. He seems to be really following that philosophy. Oh, he's lovely.
Oh, you love to. Oh,
you love to see it.
Yeah.
This is this hero, unfortunately, I feel like it's unplayable versus Ricky. I feel like if your Lucians can't do damage in a team fight because Smokescreen is such a big AoE, I can't justify it. Unless you crush the lane, right? You win your lane, you run across the map, you get early timings, you're kind of like a blink stun, and you're not really playing around the illusions here. Then I can see it kind of working out, but that's not what CK is really all about. You want to be that burst. You don't want to be like, I don't care about my illusions type of strategy. But it is a strong lane with CM. It's incredibly strong.
I mean, all their lanes, in theory, should be strong right now. CM CK, Rubik plus any offlaner should be a strong lane. The main question is, how does Bait respond to the Bat? Because I think if Bat has a good lane, because Dendi can't play, or not can't play, but doesn't want to play a more traditional Bat counter hero, it could open up Bat to have a good game into the side lanes that should, in theory, also be pretty good to then snowball.
We get it. We get the puck. There we go. Yeah. Yep, let's go.
So we're right about something here. The puck for 18th or Bait. And that also means heading into the last phase. It's going to be Bait with last pick. Theoth has to go with their Napkin hero pick, most likely. Unless he's playing the Batrider, that is. But they get the pick first before Bait. What are you going to ban now? What heroes do we really want to take out of play? Because when you look at Bait's side, they've got a bit of team fight, they've got wave push, they have some solid sustained damage. What's
for
lacking
Napkin? I mean, we're thinking DP's in the pool. Get him DP.
DP's in the pool.
I think for the Bait obviously picks last, but I think Theof still should be thinking about the Slarks, these elusive, annoying heroes, even like an Ursa, something that will eventually be tanky enough to mitigate the Batrider in the mid game. Front line for the heroes like Disruptor and Puck to actually play out that game. Sure, they're banning out Lifestealer, same kind of concept at least. And now some respect just towards Napkin.
Yeah. So his 2 most played offlane heroes in comps and
gone.
ranked would be the LC and then the DP ban should follow from Bait.
Yeah.
Okay. So
if Bait has done their research, they're not going to get DP here. DP, also, you got a silence for Puck. It's pretty good here. You're fairly tanky. If you get siphons off, I mean, the smoke screen is a bit annoying and the silences, but if you do manage to get a BKB.
Could this be an offlane DK for Theof? I think Napkin's played it.
Yeah, he has, and it wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty, but like, is it a little bit pretty here? Some point and click stun against his Puck. Dendi gets over aggressive.
I would rather have
Razor?
a Doom.
A Doom?
A Doom.
Ooh.
What about Razor? Is there a place for Razor here?
I think it's a little hard when you're playing versus like the Ricky. He can always sleep dart you. NP, the lane might be hard against NP because you got the summons on you. So probably not a Razor in this particular game. I think they are looking for like some control stun if they can get it in their lineup, because you don't want to have Bat be in a position where he has to like get an early blink dagger. If he doesn't have a great game, then you're like, okay, well, I guess we're not doing anything until I have my items.
They banned out the Monkey King as well, so Lifestealer Monkey King classics against the CK and the exit from the laning stage especially. So just gonna have to wait until they reveal their cards. The DP is still in there, which Bait should be banning.
I mean, I do like the idea of like potentially getting the DK, but the problem I have with DK right now is the hero is just so bad, like on so many levels. Like it does no damage. Like compared to most other heroes, like some Tiny or whatever you might have in the mid lane or Tusk, these heroes have the stuns and they do the damage. I feel like Doom will do a lot more damage.
They banned the DK.
DP.
They banned the DK.
They're
so
gonna
DP
then. Yeah. No brain.
What about Darkseer? Or just DP?
Are
we going with the DP train?
It's a napkin here. That's what I'm
I mean, I don't even know Napkin, but after hearing you guys talk about Napkin, I'm just like, oh,
what do you want Napkin to play, though?
But he played these Darkseer. He did play it before.
I want Napkin to be Napkin right now.
What is a Napkin here?
But they're down a game.
Indulge.
But the thing is, I don't want to know what a Napkin is. I want Napkin to tell me who he is.
He's a DK DP.
The embodiment of a napkin.
That's fair enough. Just give me the DP.
But I want him to be a Doom.
You want him to be a Doom. Okay, so you want him to be a Doom, but he's a DP. Banned out by the DK. Napkin, your time to pick your hero.
Yeah.
Silence.
I'm down just to be quiet until he
for
picks the hero.
25 seconds.
Yeah.
Moment of silence.
I mean, let's do that moment of silence. Down to the last seconds, it's going to be a Tiny.
He's a bat rider.
Oh no! Everything's changed.
Oh, no.
My whole understanding of napkin. You've lied to me, Finn.
I guess I didn't know as well as I thought I did.
That's a very, very rocky napkin if he ends up playing that, or if he's on the Bat Rider. So, what do you think of this?
I mean, he might get counter to Slark now, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think Slark's just super chill for bait. I think for Theoth, it's all about snowballing and kind of emulating bait in game one. They're the team now that after lane want to keep finding kills, keep crushing them. They don't really hit towers. They don't really take Roshan. So it's all about the kill game. And yeah, we're mentioning Slark so many times here. One of the best heroes, once you survive that early aggression, you can bait out the key spells, you unlock the engagement just through taking the secondary fight. Bait's never taking the first fight here. It survived the initiation, reset for a second, slaughtered him in the second fight.
All right, hold up, guys. This is actually an off-lane Tiny.
Oh, it is an off-lane Tiny.
It's an off-lane Tiny.
It's an off-lane Tiny.
Oh, that's a pretty NA thing. I'm pretty sure Divine Llama did that last year as well on Wildcard, but
every once in a while you'll see it, but very interesting. I mean, it's definitely better versus the Slark. I mean, I'm not super familiar with this matchup, but it is Rubik, Tiny. It's actually probably pretty good versus Slark, right? Too much nuke damage. You won't be able to trade very well.
This could potentially be Theoth's last draft before potential tiebreakers, which might not happen or might happen. So 2-0, or are we going to game 3?
I think this is Batrider versus Puck. It's a pretty volatile matchup where Puck can outplay, Batrider can outplay Skilled. And I think if Bat has a good game, he can fix the issues in Theo's draft. But I overall like Bait's draft a little bit better.
Fear?
I think you have a much better draft here for Theoth, but I think after that beatdown in game number 1, I can't go against Bait.
Well, let's see what kind of game we're going to have on our hands going into this one. It could be a Bait 2-0. It could also be a tie and heading over to game number 3. But we'll find out. We're referring over to the casters, the two gents, waiting to see what this Tiny 3 can do. It's MLPD and John X Fire.
Thank you so much, T-Panda. We do get into game number 2. Jonathan, 2 different drafts here. It seems like the panel... I mean, they said they just like Bait better because of what happened in game 1. Let's be frank. I mean, they're trying to make excuses about drafting and this. What do you think about the drafts?
I think it's interesting having Napkin on that Tiny. I don't think we've seen him play that in the offlane just yet. He did try to make plays in the last game, so kind of that same hero here now, playmaker on the offlane. His lane matchup should feel a lot better with a Rubik.
Very good.
They can just kind of crush and ensure that Lamey's just not going to free farm. So they've got some solutions here on Theoth, and if they play their cards right, game 3 can come out, but I think the same thing goes. If Bait does play the same way and get that early start, then I mean, you've still got the smooth Ricky that's coming out, Dendi on the Puck, which is always fantastic, and the lane matchup's not the worst in the world. You can dance around Esk here. So it goes either way. I would favor Bait, because honestly by draft, it's rather even, and it's all going to be down to execution. And Bait just executed so well in the last game.
30 seconds.
Oh, here goes Theoth, looking for that level 1 team fight again. No wards on that high ground. They might have a. They might put one down themselves if they wish. They will not. Bait just kind of avoiding any kind of fight right now. Not looking forward to this level 1 timing. And they will not find what they want. Bait is looking to secure 2 bounties. In fact, they might secure 3 because Moose is going to sneak up from the back. And they only get away with 1 bounty rune here.
Yeah, their sentry doesn't spot out the obs from Bait as well. So you're off to a pretty strong start once more for Bait. It's not like a free first blood for Dendi, but the extra bounty rune rushes into the bottle timing, feels a lot better up against this Bat Rider. So Dendi should be set to have a decent enough time here, at the very least.
Let's see how this goes. Mid lane, Dendi against Esk on the Bat Rider. And the Puck shouldn't have too many issues here. Like, the Bat's still kind of annoying, but you do have plenty of ways to try and get away from the Bat. See how Esk does play this? Obviously, last game around against the Mid Witch Doctor, it's kind of hard as the Primal Beast, and we saw Esk suffer quite a bit. This time around, it should be at least a bit more even between these two plays.
Yeah, there should be a little bit more back and forth. Esk does have a lot more play. The puck's not necessarily just going to crush this lane. You have a lot more to dish out here on Esk, but then he's doing a good job of just controlling the first few creep waves. That's where the Batrider doesn't really shine. First 2 waves there.
Oh, Napkin's gone down already. First blood to be drawn there. Stonebank and Lowdine able to secure the kill, and that's going to be already a bit of permanent agi going the way of Stonebank.
Yeah, that's a good start. I mean, it's one agi, but as it goes up, you know, the Slark becomes a bigger and bigger issue. And the early levels here
Oh, no, not this.
Nah.
Oh, no. I mean, this is... I actually feel kind of bad. I'm not going to lie. Like, this is sad.
It is really sad. Walk of Shame back. At the least, 9 gets some EXP. You know, Rubik with levels is pretty nice. Of course, you'd rather Tiny with levels. But, you know, with the circumstances...
9's trapped up. I mean, he's probably not going to drop. He'll get the lift away. Pounce is there. Stonebank at least going to steal some stats away. Damage is not really there for 9 to be finished off here. So he'll be okay to remain. Napkin's going to be at a pretty big XP disparity here between the side of Bait and him. So he's going to be a little bit cautious because Stonebank can play super aggressive now with this level advantage, but it seems like he still wants to try and chase 9 for the easier kill. Napkin gonna get chased down as well. There's your glimpse back. 9 gonna try and lift him back again. Stonebank, he has the pounce up, just looking to make sure this Tiny doesn't block it. Does eventually find 9. The courier will drop. Stonebank needs one more hit and he does get it. Napkin unable to help at level 1. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Funnick able to find Sunset. Lamey trapped up in the tree line, getting blocked off by the treants of Funnick. Gonna be okay to back off, but already 0-3 the way of Bait.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the Game 1 laning start. They're looking for more up top.
Napkin is still level 1 here, John. He's got nothing but the tree grab. He does throw the tree, but look at Lowdine, blocking the way, trying to give the extra agi over. This is a disaster already. This is terrible.
And the worst part is, if you had mana here on Lowdine, if you see that Tiny TP back in, you could have gone for it again.
Don't say that.
Fortunately, there's no mana.
Right.
So Napkin can actually get level 2, but I'm laughing at something that's actually really sad. It's actually sickening. It's actually really depressing to play up against this. It's not fun for Napkin. But another strong start for Bait. 0-4. Every lane is going well. The one lane that Tiet is getting a little bit more is that mid, but it's to be expected. Batrider can, again, just focus in on the farm. And Puck can't really be too aggressive on that hero. Can be easily punished by Esk. So it is leading for Dendi to just kind of work the lane. I am more concerned for the start from Lamey. That is... The aggression coming down bot is just not what you want to see on the CK. And CK plus CM can be aggressive, but it's fairly difficult to gap close and commit that hard early on. Moose, again, is probably your best bet, but he is pretty high armor in hindsight. It's not something that CK necessarily bursts down quite fast with the physical damage output. And Sunset just doesn't want to go that close to an NP.
Funnick, he's just going to teleport to Sunset, force the TP out. High fives between Moose and Funnick. The CM now all the way back at the base. That'll leave the CK alone, so Lamey, I mean, he's still farming very well on the CK at the very least, like 22-3, second in CS right now. That's good news.
Yeah, it is. You can't really deal with the treants. At the least, he's fairly high armor as well, so picking him off is a bit of a prolonged process. He's going to lose his courier. So another nice pickup there for Moose. Again, doing work across the map. Just ensuring Lamey doesn't have the added stats, added regen on hand. Just providing Funnick a really good lane to farm up in. The key timing now, it does feel like probably the level 6s from mid. And Dendi's level 6 just feels a lot more impactful. You don't tend to see Batriders necessarily get a side lane rotation with the lasso up unless they have a favorable rune. So rune control going to have to be really important here. And Moose is already just camping around mid. He knows he can just leave Funnick to farm. So you can just kind of check around, ensure that the rune control is still their way. Aggression up top.
Yeah, they've got the Rubik once again. Stonebank having an absolute field day at this top lane. Lift away is going to buy a little bit of space here for 9. Stonebank with the brown boots, just going to chase him down. 9 can't survive through it. That's 4 agi. 5.5 minutes in, by the way, for old Stonebank. So almost an agi per minute. And Napkin's going to run. They've got Glimpse back up. There it is. Pounce is up and available. They kind of stack the kinetic field and pounce, so they may not get this kill. Stonebank might just die for this, though. And he is going to do it. There's another. That'll be 5 permanent Agi stacks. 9, can you get a lift off? He doesn't have the vision. He won't find him.
The creep was right on him. Just needed a little bit earlier. And 0 to 6.
0 to 7, Jonathan.
0 to 7. It's very reminiscent of game 1. That's concerning here for the side of Tiet.
Yeah.
I actually expected Tiet to get a little bit more in the laning phase here.
Oh no! Not
Again?
again! It can't happen again!
I feel bad for Napkin. Yeah, it's not funny anymore, Mike.
No, it's really
actually not.
It's not funny. Bottom lane. Talk about the bottom lane, John. Lamey and Sunset. What's going on there?
Lamey's finding farm, but again, he can't deal with a Treant spam now from Funnick. They're not going to be finding kills off each other. Moose is just scouting around much more and just ensuring that Funnick doesn't die, although...
Well, Funnick, I mean, he's going to get jumped, but Dendy's got the perfect TP rotation. He was just coming in anyway, and look at the Nature's Wrath damage. I mean, last game around, you made a joke about the F10K betters, John. It's literally happening again. It's literally a repeat of game 1.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite of that. Regional qualifier for Southeast Asia where F10K came out at 40 minutes. And again, thinking about the odds here from esportsbet.io. Surely after game 1, it's bait favorite.
Yes, it is, John. 5.96 to 1.11, and that's only going to go higher. 50% bonus on your first deposit, by the way. 9's going to go down. There's your 10 kills out for the side of Fate.
Easy for the F10K guys.
I mean, they didn't get the +1 agi at the very least. That's kind of good news for Theath.
Yeah, I mean, you already have +5 though at this point. That's a 450 gold item, isn't it? Just that amount. It's you're happy.
Yeah.
You're very happy with just having that. And for Tiet, I mean, every lane got crushed. So you're at the point where you're looking at Tiny Blink. It's going to be stalled out. You're looking at your CK Armlet. It's not going to be enough. And the Travel's timing for Esk is the only thing that you have that could come out at a really good time. You've got to be able to play around that. And even then, again, Bat Riders tend to just enjoy farming as well.
Mid lane. Glimpse out. Who's that on?
Just send Esk back.
Right.
Remove the threat of that lasso. You're really happy now on bait. 0 to 10. Just farming up, building up. Funnick working onto the Atos, it looks like here. Into more than likely our Gleipnir down the line. Just kind of a lock in, have a lot more control coming out for the team, rotate up. Really good way of dealing with the CK as well. Because you're not going to see that BKB anytime soon. The big issue for Tiet is because your offlane got crushed, you've got this mid that needs to farm, you've got the safe lane that always needs to farm. You don't have play even from the offlane. So that's just more time for Bait to keep playing this farm game. You've got an NP, Slark. They don't take too long to really get going.
Moose is surely going to die here. Surely. He will find him. Esk does get a kill here. That's going to be the first kill for Thea. Just needs to back off now. Firefly is going to end, but he will just go right through the trees. No problems here. Thea, first kill on the board. Happy days. Problem is, you look at the net worth graph. Top 3 net worths right now on the side of the Dire. Funnick's been having a fantastic time with this Prophet. Obviously, we know Stonebank's having a great old time with the Slark, and of course, Dendy having no issues in the mid lane either. So a very strong start to game number 2 as Stonebank is going to make the jump in on Napkin again. Guess who's got Glimpse up, John? It's going to be Lowdyne and Napkin. Napkin is gone.
Yeah, 6 agi charges for Stonebank already. A really tough time. They've just sacked that lane. You know, 9's just not even staying there. He knows, all right, got to be active elsewhere in the map. If our Tiny has a rough lane, we can't really do much about it. And at the least, you're going to have a level 6 timing here on 9. That feels good, but Stonebank's on the hunt again.
He certainly is. Mid lane, there's a bit of a fight to break out as well because Esk has been caught. On the right side, on the left side, fights going on everywhere. Esk will drop. Stonebank still trying. They do get a nice avalanche off into a toss, but he's not taking enough damage. But he has used the Shadow Dance now, so perhaps a bit of an opening after this is expended. Problem is 9 is already going to drop. Sunset is gone to boot. Only 2 heroes left on the map here from Theath to really try and fight. And that'll be the tier 1 mid tower, I believe, to drop here for Bait.
And he can get a lot of push going with the Nature's Prophet around. Your only good news is that Lamey does have space to farm up solo. So he's going to be able to get that armlet up and running sooner rather than later, have a little bit more play coming out from his end. But the side of Bait don't mind. They've got this lineup that just can play aggressively. They know their core matchup is pretty damn favorable as the game goes on.
Jump in again. 9, and we chase down on the Rubik. Moose, Glimpse, it's going to be there. He just needed to provide the vision. And 9, going to go down. Stonebank, another kill. That'll be 7 Agi for the Slark.
Oh?
They do get a lasso, though. Dendy's been caught, but no, never mind.
What?
Gets the phase shift away. The lasso just doesn't last long enough.
Yeah, early levels just don't keep you locked in for as long as you'd want it to. And there's just no follow-through. There's no damage output coming out from the lineup. You are getting space out for Napkin to farm. You know, this Tiny has room. Is level 6, saving up for the Blink. Doesn't have to worry about anyone up top for the time being. But Funnick does have the Atos up. So you can just teleport in, lock someone down, easy follow-ups. Echo Saber already up and running here as well on Stonebank. Sunset's not safe.
No, he's not. Mid lane. Immediately drops in the Crystal Maiden. Dendy's having a fill day right now. Esk is going to show up mid lane with a double damage, but probably can't go for the kill considering Moose is around the corner. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Lamy, who has mostly been ignored this whole game, is now going to be targeted here as they drop the Static Storm right on top of his head. He does have the armlet up, so he's going to try and toggle through this. They have a Relay toss up on Funnick as well. And Lamy, well, he does get a decent toggle off. Still running away, might just make a bit of a play here. Though Moose is on the chase, keeping up the vision. There's your pounce from Stonebank. Lamy's still trying to run. Meanwhile, to the left side, they are going to lose Lowdine. So that's the Disruptor gone. Funnick, meanwhile, kills off 9. So in comes Esk and Sunset now, chasing down the Prophet. Denny's going to join in as well. Why the hell not? A 5v5 down at the bottom lane. 12.5 minutes in, and Sunset does drop, but they've still got Funnick under control, or do they? He'll teleport out of there. Meanwhile, Esk now the one on the run. Stonebank gonna come in, and Napkin gets caught out of the Tiny. What a way to end the fight. In fact, it's not even over. Esk still kind of under attack, stuck by his T2 tower.
Oh, he even has to get a bottle refill out from 9 to ensure that the commitment isn't coming out from Bait. 2-19. They save Lamy, which is big. Your CK's nice and safe, doesn't fall, but you lose your bot tier 1. You've lost your mid. Bot jungle's completely taken over now by the side of Bait. And for Tiet, your best bet is just buy space for that CK. Try to keep building up. There are key timings coming out here, though, Mike. Minute 15 is coming up soon, and Moose does have the gold ready just to go straight for the shard. Once
John,
that Sleeping Dart is up.
I regret to say this.
Yeah. Did he get sent back again?
No, I looked at Napkin's level.
Yeah. Well, I mean, level 6 at 13. You know, he loses his courier as well with his Lance of Pursuit. You know, it's is what it is. I don't know. There's no way to paint it good, Mike. It's a rough game for Napkin. You know, it's a rough game. And it's not set to get any easier, unfortunately.
I mean, on the bright side, Sunset's level 5, so he's not the lowest level right now. That's good news, somewhat for the mentality, I guess.
I suppose so. It's not good news overall.
No.
Still smoke out here, trying to play with Esk with that travels up. See if they catch anyone.
Esk. See what he can set up. Moose gonna be around. 30 seconds away from getting that Sleeping Dart up, which is when Moose is going to have the most fun. Obs is going to be placed. They'll know straight away that the Obs were placed on the high ground, so Moose will just take care of it. That'll give him all the gold he needs for the shards. Lowdine, there's your glimpse back on Lamy, right into the Static Storm. No hesitation, though he does have help around. In fact, Moose is the one dropping a bit too low, and, well, the runaway is there, but Lamy's gone. It's Bait.
Oh!
The chase is on. They found Moose. There's the dream call out. They've got Esk hold down now. Glimpse back to snap the coil, lock him down, and hand him to Stonebank. Napkin, why are you here, sir? Not you, Napkin.
I mean, at least he didn't get glimpsed back. And for a fleeting...
Why are you gonna do him like that, John?
I'm sure at that point you wish
Mid
he
lane,
was.
Funnick. Funnick's gonna make the jump in on the CM. Sleeping Dart there to hold him down to the spout. Freezing Filters there. Smoke screen out. Stonebank is now 10-0-4.
Yeah. 11 stacks of Agi up. working onto the Ags, has the Diffusal Blade up. He's a happy man in that Slark.
Jump in.
Find moves at least.
They're going to find moves. That's good news. Lamey's picked up a kill.
There you go. That's what you need. Just take what you can get at this point. You know, if you have to go for these weird single target kills, just go for it. You need them. You need to bounce back in here for Tuat. Any little gain is a net positive coming out for that team. For Bait, I mean, they're just farming well. Funnick, again, working onto the Gleipnir. Has the Maelstrom, but has the Gleipnir up. So these team fights, jumping in on the CK with the illusions. It's not going to be as massive here for Lamey while he doesn't have a BKB. It's just going to be a tough time. Smoke broken as well by Stonebank here.
Which is the last guy you want to run into right now. He's not a fun guy to try and run into in this jungle at the moment, I'll tell you. Nine will hang around his own vision. Stonebank can't see him quite yet. Rest of Bait are going to group up here with this Slark as well. Lowdyne. Won't get rid of that vision. Dendi, in the meantime, just casually kills off Sunset in the mid lane. Does have a double damage, so kind of expected. Now, Mass TP rotations top lane.
Oh my god, Napkin.
I think it's a bit of a meme now for Bait.
Yeah.
It's literally a bit of a meme at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, just catch Napkin. And Lamey now, 2 in the jungle. Moose is just TPing away from that as well. They could have hunted down the CK. Maybe just night vision, not quite in range. It looks silly with our vision, but I'm pretty certain he didn't have vision.
Esk. Gotta be careful because Moose is right behind him with that sleeping dart. We'll find the Batrider. And with that, there's no escape. They've got the Gleipnir up on Funnick now.
Yep.
Funnick's godlike as well, 9-0-5.
Yep.
So there's 2 cores that just haven't died. In fact, Dendy's 5-0-11. He hasn't died either.
Yep. 4 of their 3 kills are just Moose, really.
Yeah.
So,
mid lane.
Care.
Moose setting up another. Gonna be onto the Ruby. That'll be 9 gone. Stonebank to pick up a 11th kill, I think, and it was. Nice dream call out from Dendi. Glimpse back into the Static Storm. Stonebank with no fear in the world. Just going to jump in onto Sunset. Freezing Field. Going to make life a little bit harder, but not so much. As they've got Napkin, they've got Sunset. They might have Lamey, who's still trying to fight this one out. Gets caught on the CK. He is dead as well. A triple kill for Dendi.
I'm really curious if those odds have shifted on esportsbet.io.
Are you really curious,
I'm
John?
actually curious if we've gone close to 1 here. If it's gone any closer to 1.
I'm not being giving any odds here, John.
Well, I would guess it's close to 1.
Okay.
4-31, 14k lead for Bait.
I mean, I think at this stage you'd have to pay them to take the bet. Onto the Ruby. That'll be 9. Oh, there they are. There's some odds. 5.96 to 1.11. So you don't have to pay esportsbet.io to make a bet here.
But you can sign up and get a 50% free, the first 50% more in your first deposit. So
that wasn't your worst sellout moment. Very well done, Jonathan.
I've had worse on Pro Series, let me tell you. I've missed those times.
Bottom tier 2 towers gone.
15k lead for Bait. Tiet. Let's try to formulate.
Give me the copium,
here.
Jonathan.
The copium is Napkin finds 5 kills in a row.
Yes.
Well, actually, maybe 7, considering he doesn't have Blink up yet. 7 rushes Ags, rushes Daedalus. That's our cope. And maybe you get the BKB up in Esk, his Blink up.
Dendi. Not going to be able to burst down the CM this time around. Lamey around the corner, so is Napkin, but here comes the rest of Bait. See what they can get done. I mean, they just need 1 decent team fight, right? 1 decent team fight might just do it. On to 9. They found the Rubik in the backside already. So Stonebank, he'll pick up his 16th agility. Napkin, naturally going to get spotted out here by Stonebank. Does go for a toss up into the air, but they've got the sleeping dart. Stonebank, just going to hold him down with the pounce. Napkin, he's going to go down surely. Meanwhile, to the north, they've lost Esk as well. There goes Lamey. 4-36.
4-36. Sunset the only one to survive, which is, well, probably not what you want at this point. Yeah, let's go back to trying to cope here.
I mean, I need some hopium here, Jonathan.
Blink BKB for Esk. Maybe something like an AC up on your CK. Or Mage Slayer is actually not too bad, although you really wouldn't lock in the puck. You'd not lock in the Slark. You'd go for the puck there, which could work out. Then he's been a really slippery boy, just causing havoc in the back line. And again, towards the late game, if you somehow get to that point, Daedalus Ags on Napkin could be the answer, but that's a lot of cope. I don't know if you'd reach that point unless Bait somehow completely outplayed themselves, but it doesn't look like they'll be getting that done anytime soon.
No.
I don't know. Like, you're going Desolator and Funnick, so the push will get even tougher coming out from Bait. They're going to be able to multi-use objectives a lot faster. There it is. Fully bought out. So Funnick has a lot of damage coming through. Smoke out, though. Tiet. I mean, they've got that Blink and Napkin. Very fresh. They might be able to make plays happen and start the pickoffs here.
Here we go. This is the turning point, I'm sure, for Thea. Roshan may get started for Bait. Never mind. They're going to go for a big smoke up. Sleeping Dart, going to be avoided. Napkin, he's in. He's found Moose on that Ricky. They might be able to get rid of him. Tricks the trade out. It's not going to matter. Moose is fine. Dandy on a godlike. Funnick on a godlike. Everybody gets a godlike in this game if you're on the side of Bait. They even found Lamey. Onto S they go. Why not Napkin, though? He'll die mid-air. Stonebank will literally kill him mid-air with Dark Path. A triple kill for Funnick.
They couldn't kill Moose. He was just so low. They used the lasso on him, throwing everything out. 4-41, 23k lead. Funnick with the Deso just melts these objectives. And Tiet. The next best play is toss backs into Fountain with lasso. If you can somehow get that done, the game's not over. If you can get that done. You're going to need a blink on S to really get to that point. Or although I guess just tiny blink toss back to the Bat Rider works as well.
I mean, at least they're smiling.
Yeah.
At least they're having a laugh here, Thea. That's all you can do. You know, it's one of those games.
It is. I mean, we saw earlier the tips out to Dendy, right? So they're in for a little bit of fun. Roshan set to fall. Another smoke play out. I do like that Tiet are still trying to find these angles.
Moose, he's being chased. Tricks of the trade, going to avoid the avalanche. Going to be fine to just blink out of there. Roshan happening in the meantime. And that'll be the first ages of the game going their way on the side of Bait. Naturally, they had a double damage because Gaming didn't believe they could do it without it right here. Stonebank has been lifted up. Dark Pact is there, though. Nine's gone once again. Sunset, he'll go for a freezing field on that CM, but they'll just pounce away. Meanwhile, Moose still alive. Funnick finds another kill. Can they at least find this Ricky? Even the Ancients are trying to help out, but Moose is walking away, please! Everyone's godlike! GG!
All right.
I was about to ask, is the letter G not working on their keyboards at this point? I mean, my God.
I mean, they hold on. They tried to make it work. Bait, they came out to play today. I mean, they just come out running to get these specials. Dandy on his puck, always good to see once more. And for Tiet, the offlane Tiny thinks we're a little bit sus. They didn't run the offlane Bat Rider, run the mid Tiny. That might have gotten a little bit better. We've seen Tiny versus Puck matchup, not the worst thing in the world. And because of that slow start, they sacked that off lane.
Right.
And it just collapsed from there.
With that, we are going to throw back to our panel to see what they thought about this game too. Panel?
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mike. And as you can see, it is Bait taking a series victory here at Division 1, leaving Theath completely empty after that one. And all we can do is just wonder, where was the Bait that we've been waiting for this entire tour? They're finally on the board. And guys, Theath just didn't make it happen. 2 games in a row, just completely, stomped.
Putting it bluntly, Bait were just the superior team, outplayed them in nearly all 3 lanes. I think the only one that looked relatively close was maybe this Bat Rider mid lane for this game. But when you win, 5-6 lanes over the 2 games, that's obviously when you add them all together. There's not obviously 5-6 lanes in the game. But anyway, the fact that Bait did this, it was, just rough for Theath, but good confidence boost for Bait. They need to win these series to try and get themselves into the to remain in Division 1. But what do you want to say? This game was so one-sided.
This was expected result. Like, Bait was supposed to win this. They're supposed to win, the next days too. What we didn't know was how good they were in the mid-tier against, maybe a 5-rat 4-staff or a Nouns playing against a Wildcard Gaming. They had some game 3s against Wildcard and 5-rat 4-staff, so we knew there's signs of life where teams like Theath had no chance against a Wildcard or a Nouns. So, we knew that they were doing pretty well here, but we were a little nervous too that they haven't won a single game yet. Could they not win? Could they choke in this opportunity? They didn't. They showed up in spades.
They definitely did. And just, you know, the execution from Bait was, as T already kind of mentioned, they were on a different level compared to Theath. Is there any positives about Theath gameplay in these last 2 games that they played? Because we don't want to leave it on a negative mark. Is there something that they can learn from this series maybe against Bait?
There's 2 separate questions. So the first one, positives, no.
Oh, come on, Napkin got to play a new hero.
Yeah,
it didn't. It didn't
Fountain
go
regen
well.
enabler or what? Like,
okay, so the positive, he got the experience of playing a new hero.
Okay,
okay,
but
you gotta reach.
Yeah, okay, gotta reach. Okay, so for Theath at least, I think this was not really a series that they showed up. Unfortunately, they weren't really able to muster things. In regards to learning, it's more about trying to pick heroes to enable the lanes to then be able to play the game. I think 2 games in a row now, Theath haven't allowed themselves the best setups to try and take the fight to Bait. And this is where Bait, especially in the second game, for example, they've got Disruptor Slark against Tiny Rubik offlane. You don't see Tiny offlane that much, but the way that they were playing it on Theath was still super aggressive. They weren't really respecting it. You also saw a slightly different skill build on Low D and going for Glimpse level 1, which then punished Napkin's over-aggression of just TPing back in and just getting Glimpse back. So I think Theath, at least, the learning experience from this series is just to think more about how to set up your lanes and your draft correctly to be able to then show us what you can actually do in the game, because I haven't been able to cover much of the region, but this series alone, it's like I haven't really seen anything from them, and I'm sure they have so much in the tank to show us, but with this type of drafting and entry, it's so hard to win games.
Yeah, I mean, this was their only game left, right? So the last thing I will say for them that was positive, that I would like to see more of them. Leme is a good player. He played heroes like Shadow Fiend and Ursa a lot, farmed pretty heavily. I'd like to see him be more on that type of like train, because he actually looked good when he did that.
Now, when we look on the Victor side, choosing an MVP, is it going to be Stonebank, Dendy, Funnick? I believe we're looking at Stonebank's direction on this one.
I don't know who to choose.
Absolute killer in the end.
3 into 1.
A merciless killer in this series. And it is long line for the Disruptor.
Right. Let's go. I mean, fair play, because, I mentioned it just a second ago, the skill build, obviously going for the Glimpse and the Kinetic, not even going for Thunderstrike. He's pressuring because he knows Slark will already do the damage with the chase down of the lane. Slark is a hero that you need just A clicks to be able to do things. Of course, those 2 spells he leveled greatly enable that, so I like the adaptation. And also, Lodi, he's had a troublesome DPC run this far. He is a very good player. When he was playing in the Eastern European region, he was a very prominent player. I just don't think he's been able to shine as much, and at least in this series, we've seen some of the mechanical abilities that he has, and hopefully he gets to show us again in the future series.
Yeah, that's also the lowdown that I remember from East European Division 2 from last year, that this guy has potential when he gets the right heroes, but you know, it's been a rocky road for Bait up till this point now. Maybe there's a bit of a ray of sunlight in there because they just avoided step 1 of the tiebreaker battle, basically, meaning they're tied with Theath. They have 1 loss less because they have 1 series played less. So everything is still alive and goes all the way to tomorrow's final series. But until we jump into that one, Bait they're onto something here.
I mean, definitely. Like, I think right now, like, their strategies, they're working. Now, they're finally working. They had, like... So I guess the best way to put it is like the Dindy moves has always been working, right? Yeah. But now we're seeing the Stonebane work. Now we're seeing the Funnick work. They got to continue to make those pieces of the puzzle work. And then I think they can come in, like, I think the next series is pretty going to be not that hard for them, not going to lie. It should be fairly easy for them. But if, you know, Funnick and Stonebane continue to show up for next season, I think they have a much better shot at doing... Maybe not winning it, I want to say, but getting a higher place.
Yeah, you got the pillars that you can start.
I was like, damn, son. It's like 1 best of 3 they win that. They're going to the major, baby! Like, what the hell?
Not quite.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
calm it down.
You've got the construction. Sorry, you've got the pillars that you can start building on. Basically, the building blocks are there. Now you just got to start, you know, building on top of that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing with Bait, right? When you think about the team, they obviously new to the region, new formation of a team. They clearly haven't had as much time as other teams to prepare. But now it's like, if they stay in Division 1, you'd like to think that Tour 1, Tour 2, maybe Tour 3, like that will be them cementing themselves in the region, helping the region flourish, of course. Like, even if you're new, you're going to help through just existing in the region, if that makes sense. So
it makes sense.
Yeah, like I feel like they've now secured, I think, worst case tiebreakers. Again, tomorrow if they win, they stay in the region. So,
well, we're gonna have to wait and find out, because guess who's on the interview? I mean, you guys have been waiting for this one for quite a long time, and for all the die-hard fans out there for Bait, and of course for Dendy, should be on the line. Yes, hello, sir, Dendy. Do you hear us?
Hello, guys.
Hello. The excitement levels are off. You got your Division 1 series win. You've been close to it twice this tour, and now you haven't. How does it feel? Like, talk to us, Dendi.
It feels good. It feels good. Like that's what we are coming here for some wins. It was not as good as we would like it to be. I mean, through the entire season, right? Like it was a little bit rough start for us. Like our expectation probably were higher, but this is the reality, and we are trying to learn and work hard as much as we can. Like I think we definitely have a lot of potential. I believe in that. Like just we lack of structure, lack of some macro knowledge that we are working on right now as a team. Like it's just I think time process. So like we're trying to be up-headed and learn every day and work hard until we're on bootcamp, at least for sure, you know. So yeah.
Awesome, that's a great mentality.
How it is.
All right, again, congratulations on the victory, Dendi. I gotta ask, how do you stay so positive? Like even in other difficult series, when I look at the webcam, you're always smiling. There's something, there's a joy to you. What's the secret? How are you always so happy in Dota?
Oh, I don't know. I just love the game. That's why we all here, right? In the first place, we just love the game. So like, I'm happy. I have the opportunity to compete. Like, I enjoy every match, even when we're losing. Like, I really want to win super hard. Like, I'm trying to work on myself, and yeah, like I don't know. I just enjoy games, but Dota make me happy, I guess. Yeah, and I advise everybody to play the game because and try to play competitive game and playing with the teams, because that's what I think gives the most amount of joy, to everybody.
Sure. Talking about team now, could you maybe give some insight how you went about selecting the players for this iteration of Bait? Of course, you've got some new names to the Bait roster.
It was long process, I would say. Like overall, I was looking into all the regions. Like I was looking into all the opportunities I had. Like in the end, I'm pretty happy actually with the roster we got. I don't know why we got 4 Ukrainians, but I'm happy we have 4 Ukrainians. Like because I was not like aiming for it. Like I was looking into all the regions. I was talking to people from SA, NA, Southeast Asia, like Europe, like everywhere, and in the end we end up like this. And yeah, like we are blessed that we have this opportunity to like compete here, because the situation in Ukraine is very rough right now. The war is going, so it's very hard. I feel like the esport in Ukraine is actually like struggling hard. Like if I'm talking about esport, I'm obviously like everybody is struggling hard. Like people cannot compete. We have no lights. Like so, it's very hard, very tough. So I'm blessed. We are here. Like I'm happy about that. I'm happy that we can compete. Yeah. So just a message to everybody, guys. If you can support Ukraine, that's definitely needed for everybody of us right now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hello, Dendi. I want to get into the mind of Dendi here. Like, you've been picking some unconventional heroes for the mid lane, like the Witch Doctor and the Pudge. Like, what makes those heroes good? Why do you think those are mid heroes for you?
Oh, I don't know, man. Fear, I love you, man. I'm happy to hear you, actually. I can tell that I can see the huge potential in some heroes, and I believe if we play better as a team, those heroes will be even more better. And yeah, like that's what I see. Like those heroes are actually broken. Like the Pudge mid, I think, is insanely strong. Like Witch Doctor mid is insanely strong. Like some other sneak peeks we have in pockets. Like, but yeah, like until it's working, it's good, because I think it's very underrated, and until people see it's strong, maybe it's not gonna get nerfed. So I'm happy I can play it. I enjoy it so much. You have no idea how fun it is to kill people with Witch Doctor, man. Like you use your cask, bam, 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 someone dies, you're laughing. When you use malediction, somebody run away from your like vision. You don't see anybody. You get a kill. You're happy. It's a lot of fun. Those heroes are super fun to play, and I think like that's also like huge part of competitive. If you're having fun in the game, you're gonna play better, right? So
Yeah, for sure.
100%.
All right, so one more question here. So about some of your harder series, like against 5-Rat, 4-Staff, Wildcard, those are probably some of your tougher losses. They went to 3 games. What was the team like after taking those losses? What did you learn from them?
We learned a lot. First, we learned with where we are at. You know, it was like our first games test. Basically, we are playing together for 30 days, kinda. Since we arrived to Mexico City, we are working every day, and it was our first games. So our scrims went better when how we played in officials. It can be connected to many things, but yeah, as I said, we lack structure right now. We lack some macro game. This is the key points we need to work on. But I believe this is, like I said, time process. So maybe for next season, hopefully, we're gonna be much stronger team and we can compete for much higher placement in the division. That's the goal. So.
Yeah, it's been definitely a very interesting path with your new team that you've been building. And one thing that we have caught is basically you and Moose, the connection that you guys have made together. Could you talk to us a bit about the two of you and how you play so well together?
Well, Moose is an excellent player. He's a high caliber, high tier player. So it's very, very easy to play with him in the same team. You know, I think his post 4 is just the toppest tier. So he read the game amazing. He doing a lot of calls in the game. He play insane amount of heroes on the highest level. So it's just super easy. You know, when people play in Dota on high level, it's very easy to connect and do stuff on map. You know, it's very natural. It's you go in with the flow. You don't need to say many things. The understanding coming without words. So yeah, I'm blessed. I have such a teammate by my side.
Yeah, that's kind of like chemistry just clicks, and you feel like it is present in every move that you make and every play that you make. But you have one more series to go. You've kind of avoided the worst case scenario by beating Theath here 2-0, and now you're tied up with them. You're playing against Alpha tomorrow, which is your final series. If Alpha were to win, that would mean 3-way tie. But if you manage to win that series, you will pass to the next tour of Division 1. So what can we expect from Bait tomorrow, and what is your preparation going to be against Alpha?
Hopefully I can get to play some fun heroes, but I am talking about my side. But overall, as a team, yeah, definitely we have some more and more strategies. Every day we get more and more. We trying to understand meta better. We seeing what heroes works for us from our hero pools. We trying to increase our hero pools on screams. Every day there is work going. So we're trying to take it day by day. And tomorrow we're gonna use our best strategies and ideas. And strongest hero, we're gonna pick strongest heroes. We're not gonna fool around, you know. We're gonna try our best and make sure we can win this series. We're gonna try our best. That's all I can say. And hopefully I can play some fun heroes.
Yeah, hopefully. One last question before I let you go.
Don't tell them about
No, it's a secret.
It's not Witch Doctor.
One final question, Dendi.
There we go.
For you, basically, and it's regarding team comms. Do you guys have some kind of war cry that you go on when you know things are going well and you're about to get control of the situation? Maybe something that was going on in comms today with your team that kept you going. What's your war cry?
What's our war cry? I don't know. I don't feel like we have war cry. We're just fooling around, I guess. We should take it a bit more serious, I believe. But yeah, today Moose almost died twice in the last 2 fights. So the war cry was woo! Something like this, you know, and he survived, so it helped.
Thank you so much, Dendi, for your time for this interview, and good luck with your series tomorrow against Alpha. We wish you the best, and let the best team win tomorrow.
Thank you. See you guys.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. And that concludes us with the day with Dendi Face on the stream, getting the winner interview and heading over to the Alpha Series tomorrow, gents, which is going to be the only series that's going to be played out. But before we dive into the schedule, let's take a look at that leaderboard, because for all of you newbie viewers who are probably just jumping in and don't know what's going on, there is a situation brewing.
How dare you just tune in?
Yeah, what? You just missed the best series of the entire DPC.
Exactly. If you missed that one, go check the VODs, but look at the 6th, the 7th, and 8th place. One of these 3 teams is going to get that 6th place. 2 of them are going to be dropping out, and currently Bait they're the team holding the cards.
Yeah, I mean, Bait are looking, at least out of these three teams, looking like the best team. They are strong in lanes, aggressive, and they believe in each other. I think we haven't really been able to speak to Bait throughout this DPC, but just hearing Dendi and like just the passion and how wholesome he is, it's like you kind of don't want to root against them now. You kind of want them to succeed. So yeah.
Fear.
I mean, I think I was just looking long term here because I'm excited for Tour 2 already because like I already think Bait's gonna stay. There's no question about that here. What's gonna be great though is DF and Alpha. No disrespect to them, but they're gonna move down, and then we're gonna get 2 new teams coming from Div 2, and I think Division 2 is gonna be much more Division 1. Sorry, after Division 2 plays is gonna be much more competitive in the second tour.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at that final series to close out the North American Division 1, unless we get tiebreakers, it is the Alpha Bait series. That's going to be pretty late, so make sure you got your alarms set to the right time to tune in for this one. Bait, if they score a win, they will take 6th place, drop out Alpha and Thief. But if Alpha wins the series, it means we have a 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Depends on who you're rooting for, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. If you're rooting for Bait, then oh no.
Oh, no. If you're rooting for more Dota, oh yes.
Yes.
Oh,
there
yes.
we go. We've translated it for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. And that basically, gents, is the day. We saw a lot of series. We saw a lot of Dota today. What is your take on the second last day of NADPC and T, especially from you?
Ah, yes, very seasoned. No, UK Dota is going to a major. It's technically the second time because the first time Tanner kind of qualified, but then we obviously had the that situation in 2020 happens. So yeah, Ari technically the second player, but the first one to actually get into the venue. So congratulations, Ari, for UK Dota.
I was waiting for that. You're proud of your countrymen. What about Fear? What have you liked so far, and what are we expecting?
I mean, for today specifically, I really enjoyed the games. We had the highest stakes Dota today, right? We had the TSM versus Rebellion game, see who was going to be the best, and we had the Nouns wildcard, see who's going to be the best middle of the pack, and then we're still in the fight for the bottom tier here. So we got to see a little bit of everything. The placements themselves, I mean, other than TSM with the upset, they've been kind of predictable, right? But TSM's win today, and Ari from the UK going. No one would expected them to get first place here before today.
There you go.
Thank you, gents, for your thoughts. And all of you people watching at home, wherever you are right now, thank you for tuning in for today, as we have only one more set to go. That's going to be tomorrow. Don't miss that game. So until then, everybody, from the production crew, from the panel, from the casters, we thank all of you. So until then, take care of yourselves. Good night, and bye-bye.